Thank you. To formally welcome this esteemed gathering, it's my absolute honor to invite the head of our department, Dr. K.O. Francis, sir.
Respected Principal, Father Dr. Julian CMI, esteemed Adjudicator Dr. S. Raj, esteemed Coordinator of Self-Financing Programs, Dr. T. Vivekanandan, the Convener of Programs, Professor A.J. Joseph, Head of the Department of Econ Finance Provision Finance, and other conveners, distinguished participants. This COMMERCEE Zone 900, organized by the Department of Econ Professional, was formally inaugurated yesterday with great enthusiasm. Today, we participate in different sessions, even a series of sessions led by experts in respective field. With immense pleasure, I extend a very warm and cordial welcome to our beloved principal, Father Dr. Julian CMI, then the adjudicator, Dr. S. Raj, coordinator, Dr. T. Vivekanandan, to this function. I also extend a very warm welcome to the coordinators, Professor K.J. Joseph, and dear participants. Once again, welcoming each and every one of you to this session. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. I now respectfully invite our beloved principal, Reverend Father Professor Jolie Andrews, CMI, to address the gathering.
Good morning, respected executive Mr. Raj sir, coordinator of self-finance program Dr. T. Vivekanandan, the HOD of Department of Commerce Professional Dr. K.O. Francis, other respected faculty members, including our senior faculty member, Professor K.J. Joseph sir, respected non-teaching staff, and my dear students. So here we are going to start COMMERCEE on 900. 900 means a series of direct lectures, 15 talks, expert talks in 50 different aspects of commerce. I know this day we are going to really learn, get deep into the subject, and at the same time, we are going to make history as far as Asia Book of Records or India Book of Records is concerned. So wish you all the best. Let us commence this academic journey. So we are so happy that we are having a very renowned person, Raj, will come over here as our educator. So we hope that everything goes on well organized plan. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father, for your inspiring words. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Dr. Vivekanandan, sir, to offer his felicitations.
I wish this brave effort all success. I really appreciate the wonderful effort of the department. All the participants, great 15 hours of academic inputs discussed based on this was process. So again, wish you all the very best. Have a great day and a great session. Thank you.
we begin with the 15-hour continuous seminar. Sets the tone with one of the most significant pillars of modern commerce, goods and service tax.
So please join me in extending a warm and resounding round of applause as we welcome CA Srijit Vijay sir to the podium.
Okay, very good morning to all. Reply, Lia. Very good morning. Okay. So we are all without much delay. So, so our topic. Suppose every person is in need of employment after their education. So they would definitely go for employment. At that time, government will call you. Government will tell that now you have employment pressure. So you need to pay employment tax. After your employment, you would like to draw salary every month. At that time, government will again call you. They will tell you now you are having income. So you please pay. You please pay. You please pay. You please pay income tax. After getting income, every aim is to construct a house. So you will buy a land. Again, government will call you. Please pay land tax. After that, you will build a house. Again, government will call you to pay building tax. So couple of taxes are charged. After all those taxes, government need fund again for our development and development of infrastructure. So next area is to charge a tax on another pleasure. What is another pleasure? Every day we are buying lot of goods and services. So government will tell you, if you go to the supermarket, you are purchasing a biscuit, you will get biscuit. So your pleasure is biscuit. You are now having a biscuit. So from that pleasure, you need to contribute to the government. That contribution is called as tax on goods and services. Definitely. Tax on goods and services. That tax you are actually paying to the shop owner. Actually, whatever tax you are paying to the government, like land tax, property, income tax, etc. Now this tax, what is the peculiarity? Actually, you need to pay to the government. But government is saying, whenever you are buying a biscuit, suppose 10 rupees the MRP, 0.5 paise you need to pay to the government. And again, on the next part of the day, you are buying some pen. For that pen, MRP is 10. Again, you need to pay 0.5 paise. So each time you are buying a particular item, you are actually need to pay the tax to the government. But government says it will be difficult for us. For every time you are purchasing some item, you are going to the government office and paying the tax is difficult, right? So instead of paying tax separately on each transaction to the government, you need to pay to the same to the shop owner. Shop owner in turn will pay to the that is the indirect mechanism. That's why GST is called indirect tax. So first set of tax we have seen with regard to property, land tax, all those are direct tax because we are paying directly and the segments are not responding. So this is a first session. So something is expected from. So these are direct tax. Another is indirect tax. Okay, so these concepts are well versed with your curriculum. We are going to see a couple of things, just a list out of it. And directly to direct tax and indirect tax, already discussed. The body which regulates direct tax in India is CBDT. The body which regulates indirect tax is CBIC, that you are well aware in your syllabus. So what is actually examples of direct tax, indirect tax, everything you covered. Directly move to how GST would occur, how the GST mechanism would occur. How GST would occur. If in a supermarket there are couple of items like whether they need to pay GST to keep this kind of items, whether you would like to interest to pay GST whenever there is an item lying idle in the supermarket, whether GST needs to be paid by the shop owner, whether supermarket needs to pay GST whenever there is an item idle in the supermarket. No. So when they need to pay GST? Yes. When there are transactions, that is sale or supply. The word used is supply. So whenever there is a supply, we need to collect GST from the customer and need to pay to the government. That is the ideology behind this GST system. So ultimately, this is the mechanism. So let's see. So this is a practical example. Suppose in the given case, actually you might have understood it in earlier time, but before that we need to just take a quick grasp of this. A is selling goods to B, then 1 lakh is the sale price, then GST is 18%, then total invoice value will be 1,18,000. Who is the supplier here? A. A is the supplier. So A collects GST from B. B needs to pay 18,000 to the government, to the A, plus 1 lakh to A. So total how much B needs to pay? 1,18,000. And from that 18,000, A need to pay to the government, right? Okay. How much A need to pay to the government? A 18,000. This is a clear understanding. Next, after buying this item from A, B is again reselling to C. So the price is 1,20,000. Then GST again will come 18%. So it would be 21,600. Total 141,600. However, how much GST actually B has collected from C? 21,600. GST is for government rate. So whether we should pay entire 21,600 to the government, whether we needs to pay the entire amount, why? Yes, government has already received GST on the 1 lakh rupees. And in 1 lakh 20,000, 1 lakh is already included. So on 1 lakh, government has already received the tax. If government is getting again 21,600, it will equal to double taxation. So government says we need not tax again on the entire 1 lakh. Instead of that 1 lakh tax again, we need to, that means we needs to pay only that type of tax, that is that amount of tax, so that there will be no double taxation. What would be the amount? What would be the amount? 3,600. How you get 3,600? Whatever tax I collected need not pay again to the government. Whatever tax I paid at the time of purchase can be adjusted and remaining to be paid to the government. That is the core ideology behind GST upon which the entire system is built. So that is the way in which you need to understand. So this is the ideal mechanism. So from whom GST is actually being lost? Or I can ask in different method. How much GST that has been lost from the hands of B? How much GST that has been lost from the hands of B? First 2 to 3 minutes we to be interacting. Then we can speak as a how much GST has been lost from the hands of B? How much GST has been lost from the hands of B? Okay. As a person of 5th standard, how much lost, or that is a loss or profit, can be analyzed. How much GST has received? 21,600. How much GST has paid to A? 18. How much GST has paid to government? 3,600. So total payment is how much? 18 plus 3,600, 21,600. How much GST has collected? 21,600. So what is the profit or loss from GST on B? No profit, no loss. ആരും അനക്കല്ലാതിരിക്കണ്ട രാവിലെ. Okay. No profit, no loss. അപ്പൊ ആരുടെയാണ് ഈ GST നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടെ? From whom GST has been lost? From whom GST has been lost? Has collected from B and paid to government. So nothing lost for A. Collected 18, paid 18. No profit, no loss. So from GST has C. Does that seems to be the person?
സൂപ്പർ മാർക്കറ്റിന് സൂപ്പർ മാർക്കറ്റ് തന്ന ഐറ്റം എന്താ? ഗുഡ്സ് ഓർ സർവീസ്? ഗുഡ്സ്. Could be goods. Second, സൂപ്പർ മാർക്കറ്റ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്യാഷ് ആയിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ അവിടെ? Yes, that's a consideration. So three cases need to be satisfied to become a transaction as a company. So what are the conditions? Actually, a person doing this so do it in business point of view. Second, whatever item he is giving should be good or service. Third, in turn he or she should get a consideration. So three elements is fundamental behind a transaction to become a company. So whether donation is a supermarket, goods or rusk or bread or some items worth rupees 5,000 are donated to flood camp. Whether GST would attract? Why? Why? Business alle supermarket goods alle പോകുന്നത്. റിലേറ്റഡ് പാർട്ടീസ് തമ്മിൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ കാശ് കൊടുക്കാൻ ചാൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ? ഇല്ല. അപ്പൊ ആർക്കാ നഷ്ടം? ഗവൺമെന്റ്. ശരിക്കും അവിടെ കൺസിഡറേഷൻ ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. വി കാൻ സേ ദാറ്റ് ദേർ ഈസ് നോ കൺസിഡറേഷൻ ബിക്കോസ് സപ്പോസ് ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ആൻഡ് വൈഫ്, ഹസ്ബൻഡിന്റെ ഷോപ്പിൽ വൈഫ് വന്ന് സാധനങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങി, വെദർ വൈഫ് വുഡ് പേ എമൗണ്ട് ടു ഹസ്ബൻഡ് ഫോർ. അപ്പൊ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയാം കൺസിഡറേഷൻ ഇവിടെ ഇല്ല, സപ്ലൈ അല്ല എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കേണ്ടി വരും. പക്ഷേ എന്താ പ്രശ്നം? ഇവർ തമ്മിലുള്ള കണക്ഷൻ ആണ് അവിടെ കൺസിഡറേഷൻ. അപ്പൊ ഗവൺമെന്റ് അത് സഫർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. സോ ഗവൺമെന്റ് even though there is no consideration, some transaction would be treated as supply, like related party. These are given in GST Act schedule item. So this is related party concept. So business you understood. What is actually business? Whatever activity you do repeatedly is service. What is goods or service? Goods means what? Anything movable is goods. What is service? Anything other than goods is service. Okay, definitely. Yes. So anything other than goods is service. However, when you are approaching a bank for a loan, bank is giving you 10 lakh loan. In turn, you are also paying 10 lakh rate again. You are repaying 10 lakh rate. So on the money, whether GST would be applicable. On the bank is applying money to you, you are also repaying the money to the bank along with the service. So on the principle, whether there would be GST. Bank is applying 10 lakh loan to you. So bank is applying money to you. Bank is getting 10 lakh in future. So whether GST would be applicable on the money that bank is. Go to the first option, www.cbic.gov.in. In that, there is a fourth item called GST. അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ. Yes. Click on it and coming down, you see GST ready reckoner indicating updated CGST rate on goods. A PDF file will be downloaded on the first option, first click option. So these are the GST rates. So whatever item you can search here. Please search tomato. Control F. Then you can search tomato on it. Okay. Here it is 2.5%. So tomato prepared or preserved. This is a preserved tomato. Tomato sauce items like that. We need tomato from the supermarket. So what is the GST rate? Anyone can guess? കറക്കി കുത്തൽ നിർത്തിയപ്പോ അവസ്ഥ വളരെ താഴോട്ടാണല്ലോ അല്ലേ? ഏതാ? 2.5. This is preserved tomato, prepared tomato. That is prepare ചെയ്തതിനു ശേഷം നിൽക്കുകയാണ് സോസ് ആയിട്ട്. Again once more click on enter. Then tomato fresh or chilled. Nil. So nil means exempted. No GST on it. HSN code. Exempted items supply with nil rate exempted by not. That is two type of exempted. GST വന്ന അന്നോട്ട് exempted ആണെങ്കിൽ that is rate. ഇടക്കാലം വെച്ച് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഒരു ഐറ്റം accept ചെയ്താൽ അത് നമ്മളെ നോട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ വഴി that is got accepted by notification. Then GST 1/7/2017 വന്നു. അതിന് മുമ്പ് വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ടാക്സ് ഉണ്ടായോ? Couple of tax, excise duty, VAT, GST, more number of taxes. അതിന്റെ പെർസെന്റേജോ തോന്നിയ പെർസെന്റേജ് ആയിരുന്നു. So government is at profit at that time. Now it is not. അല്ലേ? വലിയ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു, കാരണം വലിയ ടാക്സ് കിട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരൈറ്റത്തിന് വില കൂടണമെങ്കിൽ പഴയ ടാക്സ് വേണോ പുതിയ ടാക്സ് വേണോ? പുതിയ ടാക്സ് ആയി GST വേണോ പഴയ ടാക്സ് ആയ ഓൾഡ് ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ് വേണോ? ഒരൈറ്റത്തിന്റെ വില കുറയണമെങ്കിൽ ടാക്സ് കുറയണം. ടാക്സ് കുറവ് GSTയിലാണോ ഓൾഡ് ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സിലാണോ? GST. Maximum GST chargeable in India is 40%. But in old times, there was a tax called 100% tax. ചില ഐറ്റത്തിന് 100% ടാക്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, 150% ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ GST വരുമ്പോൾ 40 പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് അറിയണം ചില സാധനങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങുമ്പോൾ വില കൂടണം, അപ്പൊ കുറവേ വാങ്ങും. ഏതാണ് ഐറ്റംസ്? കുറവ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചാൽ മതി എന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആഗ്രഹം. അപ്പൊ വില എന്താവണം? വില കൂടണം. വില കൂട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ പഴയ ടാക്സ് വേണോ പുതിയ ടാക്സ് വേണോ? പഴയ ടാക്സ്. അപ്പൊ ചില ഐറ്റത്തിന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു പഴയ ടാക്സ് മതി, പുതിയത് വേണ്ട. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് ഇപ്പോഴും അത് ബസ് കിട്ടാണ്ട് അവിടെ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്, പഴയ ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. ഏതൊക്കെയാ സാധനങ്ങൾ? നമുക്ക് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ദോഷം പറയുന്ന സ്വിച്ചുകളാണ്. ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയാ നമ്മളോ ആ സാധനം ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നവരോ നശിച്ചു പോവാണ്, അപ്പൊ ഗവൺമെന്റ് നന്നാവുകയാണ് കുറച്ചുകൂടി നല്ലത്. ഏതാണ് അങ്ങനത്തെ സാധനങ്ങൾ? ഫ്യൂവൽസ് ആണ് ബേസിക്കലി. ഒന്ന് മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഫ്യൂവലും മറ്റൊന്ന് ഇന്ധനങ്ങളുടെ ഫ്യൂവലും. What is fuel for as per government policy? Fuels on alcohol, liquor for human consumption. Some people are saying it is a fuel for them. So you see long queue in the front of beverages. Yes. So it is a alcohol, liquor for human consumption. അതിന് പഴയ ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ് ആണ്, അതിന്റെ വാല്യൂ കൂടുതലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു നീ കൂടുതൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കണ്ട, എന്നാലേ എനിക്ക് കുറെ കാലം നിന്റെ ടാക്സ് കിട്ടുള്ളൂ. So you understood. Next, fuels for vehicles. First, ക്രൂഡ് ഓയിൽ. ക്രൂഡ് ഓയിൽ ആദ്യം എടുക്കും, എന്നിട്ട് അതിൽ നിന്ന് പെട്രോൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കും, ഡീസൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കും. ഈ മൂന്ന് സാധനം പഴയ ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ്. ദെൻ CNG നാച്ചുറൽ ഗ്യാസ്. ഇത് താഴെ കൂടെ പോകുന്ന വാഹനം. ഇനി മുകളിലൂടെ പോകുന്നതോ എയർക്രാഫ്റ്റ്. അതിലടിക്കുന്ന ഇന്ധനം എന്താ? ഏവിയേഷൻ ടർബൈൻ ഫ്യൂൽ. ഇതെല്ലാം പഴയ ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സിലാണ്, പുതിയതിലല്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അതിന്റെ വില ഇങ്ങനെ കയറി നിൽക്കുന്നത്. GST വന്നാൽ മാക്സിമം 40% കിട്ടും. പഴയതാണെങ്കിൽ 100%, 50%ഒക്കെയാണ് അതിന്റെ GST, സോറി ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദി പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ. സോ അത്തരം സപ്ലൈകളെ വിളിക്കുന്ന പേരാണ് നോൺ ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ. എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് ഫ്രം GST ബട്ട് ടാക്സബിൾ അണ്ടർ അതർ ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ്. സോ ഈ 3 ഐറ്റത്തിൽ ഈ 2 ഐറ്റം ഒരു ഇൻഡയറക്ട് ടാക്സ് ഇല്ല. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഐറ്റത്തിനോ indirect tax ഉണ്ട്, not GST, but taxable under another indirect tax laws. That's why it is called non-taxable. Not taxable under GST, but taxable under other indirect tax laws. Okay. എല്ലാവരുടെയും ബുക്കൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്, ആരും ഒന്നും എഴുതുന്നത് കാണില്ല അല്ലേ? നീ എഴുതണ്ടേന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടായിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോഴേ എന്തിനാ തുടങ്ങണേ അല്ലേ? ഒരു മൂടാവണില്ല. Taxable supply you understood. Taxable item, taxable supply. In between there is an അടുത്തൊരു സാധനം ഉണ്ട്, zero rated supply. What is zero rated supply? Tax rate is zero. അതിനെയല്ല exempted. ഡിഫറൻസ് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ്. സപ്പോസ് നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു അമേരിക്കക്കാരൻ നമുക്കൊരു ഓർഡർ തന്നു. ലിസൺ വിത്ത് നോ ഇഷ്യൂസ്. അമേരിക്കക്കാരൻ നമുക്കൊരു ഐറ്റം കോട്ട് ചോദിക്കുകയാണ്. ഒരു ഐറ്റം സപ്പോസ് എ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ. നമ്മൾ വിൽക്കുന്ന റേറ്റ് $100. ഇത് ഐറ്റം ചൈന വിൽക്കുന്നത് $100. അയാൾക്ക് എവിടെ നിന്ന് വേണമെങ്കിലും വാങ്ങിയാലും ഒരുപോലെയാണ്, ഇറസ്പെക്റ്റീവ് ഓഫ് ക്വാളിറ്റി. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ചാർജ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് $100 പ്ലസ് GST ആണ് അമേരിക്കക്കാരിൽ നിന്ന് വാങ്ങാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ചൈന വാങ്ങുന്നത് $100 ഓൺലി. എവിടെ നിന്ന് അമേരിക്ക വാങ്ങാം? Zero rated supply. Actually it is taxable, but due to some activity it is zero. That is export. Examples or meaning of different types of supply. Already understood these items. Alcohol, everything you understood. Then next question. If it is a taxable, to whom the GST will go? Government. Which government? Suppose a supply A is selling to B. A is in Kerala, B is also in Kerala. ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റിന് GST കിട്ടുക? ഐഡിയലി കിട്ടണം. ആരുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് GST പോയേ? A or B? A is selling to B. ആരുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് GST പോയേ? ബിയുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്നല്ലേ പോണേ? ബി അല്ലേ കൊടുക്കണേക്ക്. സോ ബിയുടെ ഹാൻഡിൽ നിന്നാ പോണേ. അപ്പോ ആക്ച്വലി ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയുന്നത് ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റിന് GST കിട്ടണം? കൺസ്യൂമറുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്നല്ലേ പോയേ? കൺസ്യൂമർ എവിടെയാ? ബി. ബി എവിടെയാ? കേരള. സോ വിച്ച് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഷുഡ് ഗെറ്റ്? സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ്. പക്ഷേ എല്ലാം ഇങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൊണ്ടുപോയാൽ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആണ് നിയമം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നത് ഒരു പരിധി വരെ. അപ്പോൾ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് എന്തെങ്കിലും വേണം. സോ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓൾസോ സെറ്റ് ഐ നീഡ് എ ഷെയർ. തർക്കല്ലാണ്ടിരിക്കാൻ ഒരു സാധനം എങ്ങനെ ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യണം? വീട്ടിൽ എങ്ങനെ ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാം നമ്മൾ? ഈക്വലി. സോ നമ്മൾ A to B വിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ ആ GST 2 ആൾക്കാർക്കാണ് കിട്ടുക. ഒന്ന് കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റ്, സെക്കൻഡ് സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്. കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന് കിട്ടേണ്ട ഷെയറിനെ SGST എന്ന് പറയും, സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കിട്ടേണ്ട ഷെയറിനെ CGST എന്ന് പറയും. However, same A is selling goods to B. B is in Tamil Nadu. Which GST would be applicable? അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് GST കിട്ടണം? ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് GST കിട്ടണം? ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് GST കിട്ടണം? Only first row is responding. That's why they are in the first row. Which government? തമിഴ്നാട്. അവരുടെ ഇന്നലെ പോയേ തമിഴ്നാട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ആണ് കിട്ടുന്നത്. ഹാഫ് ആർക്ക് കിട്ടണം? സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ്. അപ്പോൾ A കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ബില്ലിൽ ഏത് GST എഴുതണം? ശരിക്കും തമിഴ്നാടിന് കൊടുക്കേണ്ട GST SGST എന്ന് വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? SGST എന്ന് വിളിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അത് സപ്ലയറുടെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതായിരിക്കണം. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ സപ്ലയറുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റും കൺസ്യൂമർ സ്റ്റേറ്റും സെയിം ആയിരിക്കണം. സെയിം അല്ല ഇവിടെ. അതുകൊണ്ട് ആ GST 2 പേരുടെ GST ഉണ്ടായില്ല. തമിഴ്നാടിന്റെ ഉണ്ട്, സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആ 2 GST വിളിക്കും കമ്പൈൻഡ് GST. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് IGST. ആ IGST കളക്ട് ചെയ്യും. ഈ IGST ആർക്കാ കൊടുക്കുക? ശരിക്കും തമിഴ്നാടിന് കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ സപ്ലയർ കൊടുക്കണം, ബാക്കി സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൊടുക്കണം. പക്ഷേ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ ഇരുന്ന് വേറെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിലേക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്യണ്ട, എല്ലാം എനിക്ക് തരൂ, ഞാൻ ഇത് എന്ത് ചെയ്തോളാം, വീതിച്ചോളാം. സോ ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് IGST. സോ ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റിനെ GST കിട്ടുക? കൺസ്യൂമിങ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്. ഏത് ഗവൺമെന്റിനെ കിട്ടുക? കൺസ്യൂമിങ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്. ദാറ്റ്സ് വൈ GST ഈസ് കോൾഡ് ഡെസ്റ്റിനേഷൻ ബേസ്ഡ് ടാക്സ്. റെസിപ്പിന്റെ സ്ഥലത്തിനെ വിളിക്കുന്ന പേരാണ് പ്ലേസ് ഓഫ് സപ്ലൈ. അത് ഏത് സ്ഥലത്താണോ പ്ലേസ് ഓഫ് സപ്ലൈ ആ ഗവൺമെന്റിനാണ് GST കിട്ടുക. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ റവന്യൂ ചാർജിങ് മെക്കാനിസം. These are types of GST. You are already understood. However, there are places called union territory. യൂണിയൻ ടെറിട്ടറിയുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ സെയിൽ നടക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ലൈക്ക് ലക്ഷദ്വീപ് കവരത്തി ആൻഡ് വരത്തി 2 സ്ഥലങ്ങൾ തമ്മിൽ ട്രേഡ് നടക്കുന്നു. വിച്ച് GST വുഡ് ബി അപ്ലിക്കബിൾ? ഇത് ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഏത് GST വന്നേനെ? CGST, SGST. ഹവർ ഇവിടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് അല്ല, അവർക്ക് സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഇല്ല, പോപ്പുലേഷൻ കുറവാണ്, അതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ യൂണിയൻ ടെറിട്ടറി, കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഭരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ആ GST SGSTക്ക് പകരം എന്തെന്ന് എഴുതും? UT-GST. എന്താ എഴുതാ? UT-GST. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് ദ ചാർജിങ് സിസ്റ്റം ഓഫ് GST. ക്ലിയർ? അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്താണ് GST എന്ന്, GSTയുടെ ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് GST യു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ്. എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് GST നിയമം നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുക? ഒരുപാട് GST നിയമമുണ്ട്, എല്ലാത്തിനും ആക്ട് ഉണ്ട്, റൂളുകളുണ്ട്. ഓരോ ടൈപ്പ് GSTക്ക് ആക്ട് ഉണ്ട്, റൂൾ ഉണ്ട്. സോ ദീസ് ആർ ദി ഡെഫിനിഷൻ ഓർ ദി ലീഗൽ ഫ്രെയിംവർക്ക് ഫോർ GST. ഇനി ഗുഡ്സുകളെ നമ്മൾ ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്തു എങ്ങനെ? HSN കോഡ്. സർവീസുകൾ എങ്ങനെ ക്ലാസിഫൈ ചെയ്തു? സർവീസ് അക്കൗണ്ടിംഗ് കോഡ്. ഓരോ ഗുഡ്സുകൾക്കും സർവീസുകൾക്കും ഗവൺമെന്റ് പേര് മാത്രമല്ല കൊടുത്തത്, എന്തും കൂടി കൊടുത്തു, നമ്പർ കൊടുത്തു. ഉപ്പ് നമ്മൾ സോൾട്ട് എന്ന് ബില്ലിൽ എഴുതിയാൽ പോരാ, സോൾട്ടിന്റെ ഒപ്പം അതിന്റെ HSN കോഡ് എഴുതണം. ഇപ്പോൾ 68 46 16 അങ്ങനെ എഴുതണം. മാക്സിമം 8 ഡിജിറ്റ് കോഡ് ഉണ്ട് എല്ലാത്തിനും. ആധാർ നമ്പർ എത്ര ഡിജിറ്റാ? എത്രയോ ഡിജിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ? അതുപോലെ ഗുഡ്സും സർവീസും ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റ് നമ്പറുകൾ കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. 8 ഡിജിറ്റ് വരെ മാക്സിമം ഗുഡ്സിനും സർവീസിനും അലോക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ബില്ലുകളിൽ കാണിക്കുക. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾ ഇനി സാധനങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിക്കുമ്പോൾ അതും കൂടി നോക്കണം അല്ലേ? വില റേറ്റ് തന്നെ നോക്കണില്ല, പിന്നെയാണ് അത് നോക്കണം. മാക്സിമം GST എത്രയാ? 40%. സോ ദീസ് ആർ GST റേറ്റ്. സമ്മറി, ഇത്രയും GST റേറ്റുകളാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നിലനിൽക്കുന്നത്. 0.25 ഇതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിയാം. 0.25 ഐറ്റം GST കുറവാണ്. അതെന്താ? വാല്യൂ കൂടുതലായിരിക്കും. ഏതാ സാധനങ്ങൾ? ഹൈ പ്രീഷ്യസ് സ്റ്റോൺസ്, റഫ് ഡയമണ്ട്, കുഴിച്ചെടുക്കുന്ന ഡയമണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ രത്നങ്ങൾ, രത്നൊക്കെ പറയില്ലേ, രത്നം, എമറാൾഡ്, അതിനൊക്കെ അങ്ങനെ വരിക. ബാക്കി 3% കുറച്ചും കൂടി വാല്യൂ വ്യത്യാസമുള്ളത് ഗോൾഡ് ഓർണമെന്റ്സ്. ദെൻ 5%. എവറി ഫുഡ് ഐറ്റം ഈസ് 5%. നെക്സ്റ്റ് റേറ്റ് ഈസ് 18%. ഹാർഡ്വെയർ ഐറ്റംസ്, ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് ഐറ്റംസ് 18%. ഇതൊന്നും ബൈ ഹാർട്ട് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ആവശ്യം വരുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഷെഡ്യൂളിൽ നോക്കണം, GSTയുടെ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ. ഓക്കെ. ദെൻ 40% ഐറ്റം, 40% മസാല ഐറ്റംസ്. വാട്ട് മസാല? പാൻ മസാല അല്ലേ? ദെൻ ലോട്ടറി 40%. എയറേറ്റഡ് ഡ്രിങ്ക്സ് അപകടമാണ് ശരീരത്തിന്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു 40 ഇരുന്നോട്ടെ. എന്തായാലും നീ ഇത് കുടിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, അപ്പൊ 40% ഇരുന്നോട്ടെ. കൊക്കക്കോള, പെപ്സി ശരീരത്തിന് അപകടമാണെന്നാണ്. ആണ്. CO2 പ്ലസ് ഷുഗർ അടങ്ങുന്ന എല്ലാം കെമിക്കൽ ആഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഡേഞ്ചറസ് ടു ദ ബോഡി. സോ യു ആർ പേയിങ് ഹയർ GST ബിക്കോസ് നമ്മൾ നശിക്കുകയാണെന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയണം. സോ ഗവൺമെന്റ് എങ്കിലും യൂസ് ഇറ്റ്. Then in case of services 1.5%. സർവീസസ് 1.5% ആണ് GST. ഏതിന്റെ കേസിൽ? റെസിഡൻഷ്യൽ ബിൽഡിംഗ്. കാരണം അത്യാവശ്യമാണ് ആൾക്കാർക്ക്, അതുകൊണ്ട് റെസിഡൻഷ്യൽ ബിൽഡിംഗ് പണിത് കൊടുക്കുന്ന കോൺട്രാക്ടർ 1.5% GST ആണ് ചാർജ് ചെയ്യുക കസ്റ്റമർ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ് 5% സർവീസ് ആണ്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. ഇനി 7.5% ഐറ്റംസ്, കൊമേഴ്സ്യൽ ബിൽഡിംഗ് കൺസ്ട്രക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ കുറച്ചും കൂടി കൂടും. ദെൻ ബാക്കിയുള്ള ജനറൽ സർവീസ് ഒക്കെ 18%. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു കൺസൾട്ടൻസി തുടങ്ങുന്നു, യു നീഡ് ടു ചാർജ് 18% ഫ്രം ദ കസ്റ്റമർ. യെസ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് 40%. 40% ഈസ് ഇൻ വിത്ത് റിഗാർഡ് ടു IPL ടിക്കറ്റ്, ലക്ഷറി ഇവന്റ്സ്. ഇതൊക്കെ ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ ആണെങ്കിൽ മാത്രം. എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് സപ്ലൈ ആണെങ്കിലോ നോ GST. ഒരുപാട് എക്സംപ്റ്റ് സപ്ലൈ ഉണ്ട്. ഡേ ടു ഡേ നെസസിറ്റീസ് ആയി ഗുഡ്സുകൾ ഒരുപാടുണ്ട്. സർവീസുകൾ, നിങ്ങളിവിടെ ഫീസ് അടയ്ക്കുന്നു, GST ഈസ് അപ്ലിക്കബിൾ ഓൺ ദ ഫീ? നോ, ബിക്കോസ് യു ആർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് സർവീസ് ബട്ട് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് സർവീസ്. ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ പോകുന്നു, ഒക്കെ എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് ആണ്. ഏതൊക്കെ എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് എങ്ങനെ അറിയും? നേരത്തെ ഇയാൾ ഷെഡ്യൂൾ എടുത്തു, അതുപോലെ എടുത്ത് നോക്കാം. GST നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നു, GST നോർമലി കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് അടയ്ക്കേണ്ടത് സെല്ലറാണ്. പക്ഷെ എല്ലാ സെല്ലറും GST അടയ്ക്കേണ്ടെന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയുന്നത്. സപ്പോസ് ഞാൻ ഒരു ഷർട്ട് മുനിസിപ്പൽ സ്റ്റാൻഡ് ഫുട്പാത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വാങ്ങിച്ചു, നോ GST. ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കണ്ടോ GST അവിടെ? പക്ഷെ അത് ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ അല്ലേ, ഷർട്ട് അല്ലേ? പക്ഷെ ഇതേ ഷർട്ട് കല്യാൺ സിൽക്കിന്റെ വാങ്ങിച്ചു, GST കൊടുക്കണം. എന്താ ഇവരുടെ രണ്ട് പേരും തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം? അവർ വലിയ ആളാണ്, ഇവർ ചെറിയ ആളാണ് അല്ലേ? അപ്പൊ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് വലിയ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് മാത്രം GST മതി. ആരാണ് വലിപ്പം, എന്താണ് വലുത് ചെറുത്, എന്തിന്റെ ബേസിലാണ് നോക്കുക? ടേൺ ഓവർ. നമ്മുടെ വാർഷിക ടേൺ ഓവർ ഒരു വർഷം ഗുഡ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ 40 ലക്ഷം, സർവീസ് ആണ് 20 ലക്ഷം. ഇതിന്റെ മുകളിൽ പോയാൽ മാത്രം നമ്മൾ GST നിയമം പാലിച്ചാൽ മതി, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വേണ്ട. അത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് നമുക്ക് തരുന്ന പ്രിക്കോഷൻ ആണ്. കാരണം GST നിയമം പാലിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണം, അതിന് ചിലവുണ്ട്, അത് നമ്മുടെ പ്രോഫിറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് പോവാം. അത് ഒഴിവാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു നിങ്ങളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടിയാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് കൂടും. സോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ രീതിയിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ GST എടുത്താൽ മതി. GST നിയമം പാലിക്കുന്നത് ബൈ ടേക്കിംഗ് എ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ആണ്. സോ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ആര് മാത്രം എടുത്താൽ മതി? ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടുതലുള്ളവർ മാത്രം എടുത്താൽ മതി. 40 ലക്ഷം 20 ലക്ഷം ഇതാണ് ഐഡിയൽ ലിമിറ്റ്. GST നമ്പർ കിട്ടും നമുക്ക് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുത്താൽ. ആ GST നമ്പർ കടകളിൽ ഒട്ടിച്ച് വെക്കണം. നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും അത്. അതുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ GSTIN ഉള്ള കടയിൽ നമ്മൾ ഗുഡ്സ് കൊടുക്കാവൂ. പക്ഷേ GSTN നമ്മൾ ഉള്ളപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം, നമ്മൾ GST കൊടുക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ആ സപ്ലയർക്ക് ഒരുപാട് കോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. എന്ത് കോസ്റ്റ് അയാൾക്കുള്ളത്? അയാൾ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണം, സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ വേണം, കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ വേണം, ഒരാൾക്ക് കണക്ക് ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് കൊടുക്കണം. ഇതിന് ചിലവുണ്ട്. ഈ ചിലവ് കണക്കിലെടുത്തിട്ട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു, നിങ്ങൾ നോർമലി നിങ്ങളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ ചിലപ്പോൾ 40 ലക്ഷം 20 ലക്ഷത്തിന് മുകളിലായിരിക്കും, പക്ഷെ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് പെർ യൂണിറ്റ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറവാ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. ചില വലിയ വലിയ ഹാർഡ്വെയർ ഐറ്റത്തിലൊക്കെ ചെറിയ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് കിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതേപോലെ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുത്തോളൂ, കാരണം ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടുതലാണ്. പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് GST കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് അടയ്ക്കാൻ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണം. അന്യൻ്റെ പൈസ വാങ്ങിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അത് ഒഴിവാക്കാൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറഞ്ഞു, നിങ്ങൾ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് പെർ യൂണിറ്റ് കുറവാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവറിന്റെ എമൗണ്ട് ഉണ്ടാവും, പക്ഷെ പ്രോഫിറ്റ് കുറവായിരിക്കും. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ തൽക്കാലത്തേക്ക് GST കളക്ട് ചെയ്ത് അടയ്ക്കേണ്ട, അപ്പോൾ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ട, ചിലവ് കുറഞ്ഞു. പകരം നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് 1% ടാക്സ് അടയ്ക്കും. ദാറ്റ് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ ഈസ് കോൾഡ് കോമ്പോസിഷൻ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ. യു സ്റ്റഡി കോമ്പോസിഷൻ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ. നോർമൽ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക, ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക, അടയ്ക്കുക. പക്ഷേ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ കോമ്പോസിഷനിൽ നിങ്ങൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യേണ്ട? കളക്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ട. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ട. നിങ്ങൾ എത്രയാണോ ടേൺ ഓവർ അതിൻ്റെ 1% യു പേ, യു ആർ എവരി കംപ്ലയൻസ് ഓഫ് ദി GST ലോ. അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്താൽ മതി. അത് പക്ഷെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഇല്ല. പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ഒരു പരിധി വരെ കൂടി അവർക്ക് ബുക്സ് മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പോൾ എത്രയാണ് ആ ലിമിറ്റ് ഉള്ളത്? 1.5 crore rupees. എത്രയാണ്? 1.5 കോടി രൂപ വരെ ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടിയാൽ നോർമൽ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുക്കേണ്ട, കോമ്പോസിഷൻ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ മതി. കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാതെ 1% അടയ്ക്കാം. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ റേറ്റ്. ഹവർ ചില സർവീസുകളാകുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് 1% പറഞ്ഞാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ് പ്രത്യേകത, അവർ ഗുഡ്സ് ആണ് ആക്ച്വലി വിൽക്കുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ സർവീസ് ആക്കി. അവർക്ക് ലാഭം കൂടുതലാണ്. കാരണം ഒരു ദിവസം ഒരു സാധനം ബാക്കി വന്നാലും അവർക്ക് കുഴപ്പമില്ല. രാവിലത്തെ ഇഡ്ഡലി ബാക്കിയായാൽ വൈകുന്നേരം ആകുമ്പോൾ ബോർഡ് വെച്ചു, എന്താ? ചില്ലി ഇഡ്ഡലി. അപ്പോൾ അത് വിറ്റുപോയി അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് അതേറായിട്ട് പ്രോഫിറ്റ്. സോ അവരടക്കേണ്ടത് 5%. ബാക്കിയുള്ള സർവീസുകാർ അടക്കേണ്ടത് 6%. കാരണം സർവീസിന് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് കൂടുതലാണ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ഐഡിയൽ പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾ ഓഫ് കോമ്പോസിഷൻ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ. Let us move to so two type of registration, composition and normal. സ്മോൾ ആൾക്കാരെ എളുപ്പത്തിലേക്ക് ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി അവർക്ക് ബുക്സ് കംപ്ലയൻസ് കോസ്റ്റ് കുറയ്ക്കാനാണ് ഈ സ്കീം കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് കേട്ടോ. ഇതാണ് GST റേറ്റ്. സാധാരണ 1% ആണ് മാനുഫാക്ചറർക്ക്, ഗുഡ്സ് ആണ് ട്രേഡർക്ക് 1% ആണ്, റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ് 5%, അതർ സർവീസ് 6%. ഇത് ഏത് പെർസെൻറ്റേജാ? സാധാരണ ഉള്ള പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് അല്ല, ഇത് ഷെഡ്യൂളിലുള്ളത് വലിയ പെർസെൻറ്റേജുകളായിരിക്കും. ഗുഡ്സുകൾക്കൊക്കെ 18 40 ഗുഡ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ കോമ്പോസിഷൻ എടുത്താൽ ഓൺലി 1%. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഓഫർ പരിമിത കാലത്തേക്ക് മാത്രം. ഏതാ പരിമിത കാലം? ടേൺ ഓവർ 1.5 കോടി ക്രോസ് ചെയ്താൽ യു നീഡ് ടു കം ബാക്ക് ടു നോർമൽ ആൻഡ് കളക്ട് ആൻഡ് പേ. സോ കോമ്പോസിഷൻ സ്കീമിന്റെ ഫീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്നത്. കോമ്പോസിഷൻ സ്കീമുകാർ ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് എന്ത് കൊടുത്തോ അത് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം അവർ ആകെ 1% കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഐഡിയൽ. മറ്റൊരു രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ നോർമലാണ്. നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു, കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക. എത്ര പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? ഷെഡ്യൂളിലുള്ളത്. അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക, അടയ്ക്കുക. ഓക്കെ. ദെൻ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, അടയ്ക്കുന്നു. ദിസ് സ്കീം ഈസ് കോൾഡ്, നമ്മൾ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് അടയ്ക്കുന്നു. ദാറ്റ് സ്കീം ഈസ് കോൾഡ്. നിങ്ങൾ വാട്സപ്പിൽ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ മെസ്സേജ് വരില്ലേ ചില സമയത്ത്? ഈ മെസ്സേജ് 10 ഗ്രൂപ്പുകൾക്ക് ഫോർവേഡ് ചെയ്താൽ ശുഭവാർത്ത നിങ്ങളെ തേടിയെത്തുന്നു ഇല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ അതുപോലെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് എന്താണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ സപ്ലയർ ചെയ്യണേ? കളക്ട് ഫ്രം ദ കസ്റ്റമർ, ഫോർവേഡ് ടു ഗവൺമെന്റ്. ഈ GST സിസ്റ്റം ആണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഫോർവേഡ് ചാർജ് മെക്കാനിസം. പക്ഷെ ഒരാൾ GST കളക്ട് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ അയാൾ വലിയ ആളാവണം, ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടണം. പക്ഷെ ഒരാളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ അയാൾ അക്കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. അയാളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ അയാൾ മനഃപൂർവ്വം കുറച്ച് കാണിച്ചാൽ എങ്ങനെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് അത് പൊക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം അയാൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ നിയമം അറിയുന്ന ആരാ? അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ്സ് എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നു? അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന ടേൺ ഓവർ അവർ ബുക്സിൽ അക്കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ക്യാഷ് ആയിട്ട് വാങ്ങിച്ചു, ബുക്കിൽ അക്കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്തില്ല, പെട്ടില്ലേ? ബുക്സിൽ ടേൺ ഓവർ വന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ വലിയ ആളല്ല, ടേൺ ഓവർ ഇല്ല, GST രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുക്കില്ല, നിയമം പാലിക്കില്ല, ടാക്സ് കിട്ടില്ല. സോ കട്ടവനെ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം? കിട്ടിയവനെ പിടിക്കണം. ആരാ കിട്ടിയവൻ? കസ്റ്റമർ അല്ലെ? റെസിപ്പിയൻ. കസ്റ്റമറായ റെസിപ്പിയൻ. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ചില സർവീസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗുഡ്സ് നിങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ഡയറക്റ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് അടയ്ക്കണം. അതാര്? ചില സമയത്ത് സപ്ലയർ കള്ളത്തരം ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളും റെസിപ്പിയന്റ് വലിയ ആളായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ചെറിയ ആളെ നമുക്ക് പൊക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആരെ പൊക്കണം? വലിയ ആളെ പൊക്കണം. ആരാണ് വലിയ ആള്? റെസിപ്പിയന്റ്. അപ്പോൾ സപ്ലയറുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടിയാൽ മാത്രം അയാൾ ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. പക്ഷെ അയാളുടെ ടേൺ ഓവർ കൂടുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റിന് ഉറപ്പുവരുത്താൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം ഹി വിൽ ബി ഡൂയിങ് മാൽ പ്രാക്ടീസസ്.
So government has introduced a system whereby recipient needs to pay tax to government directly. So this charging mechanism is called a reverse charge mechanism. ഏതാണ് റിവേഴ്സ് ചാർജ് മെക്കാനിസം. റെസിപ്പിയൻ ഡയറക്റ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് അടയ്ക്കണം. അതെല്ലാ കേസിലും ഇല്ല. ജനറലി അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് സർവീസസ്, ഇമ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളല്ല അടയ്ക്കുന്ന ടാക്സ്. സോ ദീസ് ആർ ഹൈ മെക്കാനിസം. ഫ്രോഡ് ഉള്ള എല്ലാ രീതിയിലും ഗവൺമെന്റ് RCM ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്, റിവേഴ്സ് ചാർജ് മെക്കാനിസം. ദെൻ സപ്ലൈ നടത്തി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, വി ഷുഡ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ പ്രൂഫ് അല്ലേ. വി നീഡ് ടു ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ പ്രൂഫ്. നമുക്കറിയാം, നമ്മൾ ഒരു ട്രിപ്പ് പോയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ വീട്ടിൽ ആ പോയി വന്ന ഫോട്ടോസ് കയ്യിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നാൽ ആരും ട്രിപ്പ് പോയതായിട്ട് വിചാരിക്കില്ല. നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യണം? ഷുഡ് പോസ്റ്റ് സ്റ്റോറി, സ്റ്റാറ്റസ് എക്സെട്ര. അതുപോലെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പറയുന്നു, വൺസ് യു ആർ ഡൂയിങ് എ സപ്ലൈ യു നീഡ് ടു ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ പ്രൂഫ്. എന്ത് സപ്ലൈ നടത്തിയാലും അതിന്റെ പ്രൂഫാണ് എന്ത്? ഇൻവോയ്സ്, ടാക്സ് ഇൻവോയ്സ്. ടാക്സ് ഇൻവോയ്സ് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കി വെക്കണം. എന്നാലേ നമുക്ക് ആ കറക്റ്റ് എമൗണ്ട് കളക്ട് ചെയ്തു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സപ്ലൈ നടത്തിയെന്ന് ഗവൺമെന്റിന് അറിയുള്ളൂ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നാളെ നമ്മൾ പറയും സപ്ലൈ നടത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. സോ വി നീഡ് ടു ക്രിയേറ്റ് എ പ്രൂഫ്. പ്രൂഫാണ് ഇൻവോയ്സ്, ടാക്സ് ഇൻവോയ്സ്. പക്ഷെ ചില ആൾക്കാർ നടത്തുന്ന സപ്ലൈയിൽ ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പൊ അതിനെ ടാക്സ് ഇൻവോയ്സ് എന്ന് വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ആർക്കാണ് ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്ത സപ്ലൈ നടത്തുക? കോമ്പോസിഷൻകാരൻ അല്ലേ. പിന്നെ എക്സംപ്റ്റഡ് സപ്ലൈ വിൽക്കുന്ന ആള്, അയാൾക്ക് ടാക്സ് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷെ അയാൾക്കൊരു പ്രൂഫ് കൊടുക്കണം, അതൊരു സപ്ലൈ ആണ്. അതിന്റെ പേര് അപ്പൊ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ടാക്സ് ഇല്ലാത്ത ഇൻവോയ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ എന്ത് വിളിക്കാം? ബിൽ ഓഫ് സപ്ലൈ. ഇതാണ് ഇതിന്റെ കണ്ടീഷൻ. ഇനി ചില സമയത്ത് ഗുഡ്സ് സപ്ലൈക്ക് അല്ലാത്ത കാരണങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി കൊണ്ടുപോകേണ്ടി വരും. എന്തിനാ? റിപ്പയറിന്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് ടാക്സ് ഇൻവോയ്സ് കൈ കരുതാൻ പറ്റില്ല, കാരണം ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് എ സപ്ലൈ. അത്തരം കേസിൽ നമ്മൾ എഴുതണം, ഇത് എങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നു, എങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നു, എത്ര രൂപയുടെ ഗുഡ്സ് ആണ്, ഒരു ഡോക്യുമെന്റ് കൈ കരുതണം. കൊറോണയുടെ സമയത്ത് പാസ് എഴുതിയില്ലേ നമ്മൾ? സിമിലർലി ആ ഡോക്യുമെന്റിനെ വിളിക്കുന്ന പേരാണ് ഡെലിവറി ചലാൻ. ഏതാണ്? ഡെലിവറി ചലാൻ. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ബേസിക് ഡോക്യുമെന്റേഷൻ വിത്ത് റിഗാർഡ് ടു ഇൻവോയ്സ്. ഇതാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത്. എപ്പോഴും ഗുഡ്സ് പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ ഇൻവോയ്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണം. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ഐഡിയൽ കണ്ടീഷൻ ഫോർ ദ സപ്ലൈ. പക്ഷെ സപ്ലൈ അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഡെലിവറി ചലാൻ കൈ കരുതണം. ഓക്കെ. സോ നമ്മൾ ഇൻവോയ്സ് വാല്യൂ, ഒരു ഇൻവോയ്സിൽ വാല്യൂ ഉണ്ടാവും, ദെൻ ദർ വിൽ ബി GST, ദെൻ ദർ വിൽ ബി ടോട്ടൽ വാല്യൂ. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് ഇൻവോയ്സ് വാല്യൂ. ദെൻ എങ്ങനെ ടാക്സ് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കേണ്ട ആദ്യത്തെ സെഷനിൽ പറഞ്ഞു, ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് മൈനസ് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്. ദെൻ ടാക്സ് നമ്മൾ അടയ്ക്കുമ്പോൾ ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് നമ്മൾ മുഴുവൻ ടാക്സും അടയ്ക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് 100 രൂപ, ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് 60 രൂപ. എത്ര ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് അടയ്ക്കണം? എത്ര ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് അടയ്ക്കണം? 40 റുപ്പി. 100 റുപ്പീസ് ദ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ്, 60 ഇസ് ദ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്. എത്ര ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് അടയ്ക്കണം? 40. പക്ഷേ ഈ 40 വെറുതെ നമ്മൾ ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ സൈറ്റിൽ കയറിയിട്ട് വെറുതെ പേയ്മെന്റ് ചെയ്യുമോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ട്രഷറി പോയിട്ട് QR കോഡ് സ്കാൻ ചെയ്താൽ മതിയോ? നോട്ട് റിക്വയർഡ്. കാരണം 40 മാത്രമാണ് അടച്ചതെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് അറിയില്ല ഹൗ ദിസ് 40 has arrived. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സപ്പോസ് ഇൻ കേസ് ഓഫ് എക്സാംസ് യു ഹാവ് റിട്ടൺ ദ ഫൈനൽ ആൻസർ, വെദർ പ്രോബ്ലം പേപ്പർ വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് മാർക്ക്? നെവർ. You need to show the entire steps. Similarly, you need to show how this figure is arrived. How this figure is arrived is to be shown to the government. Appo first you need to see the breakup of the output tax. From where output tax has been derived? From where output tax derived? Supply. Outward supply. So we need to show first of all the details of the outward supply. ആർക്കൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ വിട്ടോ, that full details needs to be given to the government. That format or that statement is called return of outward supply. Return of outward supply. That is called GSTR1, first return of GST. അങ്ങനെ വെറുതെ യു നീഡ് നോട്ട് പേ, നമ്മൾ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് സെഗ്രിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഗവൺമെന്റിക്ക് അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്യണം. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് GSTR1. ഈ GSTR1 നമ്മൾ ഫയൽ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് ഒക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ GSTR1 ഫയൽ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് 11th of the next month. ഈ മാസത്തെ സെയിൽ ആണെങ്കിൽ എന്ന് GSTR1 ഫയൽ ചെയ്യണം? അടുത്ത മാസം 11ാം തീയതിക്കുള്ളിൽ ചെയ്യണം. ഹവർ നമ്മുടെ GSTR1 ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടാക്സ് അടയ്ക്കണം. ടാക്സ് അടയ്ക്കണമെങ്കിൽ വിച്ച് ടാക്സ് യു നീഡ് ടു അവെയർ ഓഫ്? ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്. പക്ഷെ ഹൗ അവർ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് വിൽ ബി അണ്ടർസ്റ്റുഡ്? വി ഹാവ് ഷോൺ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ടു ദ ഗവൺമെന്റ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് അവർ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്? ദാറ്റ് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് വി നീഡ് നോട്ട് ഗിവ് ടു ഗവൺമെന്റ്. നമ്മളത് ഗവൺമെന്റ് അടുത്ത് പറയേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. കാരണം നമുക്ക് വിറ്റത്, നമ്മൾ പർച്ചേസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ മറ്റൊരാളുടെ സെയിലാണ്. ആ സെയിൽ അയാളുടെ GSTR1 കാണിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അതുവഴി ഗവൺമെന്റിന് റെസിപ്പിയൻസിന്റെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞൂടെ? ഗവൺമെന്റ് can understand it. So government എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? Government will automatically generate return of inward supply for a recipient from return of outward supply submitted by our supplier. That format is, or statement is called GSTR2B. Then there is a difference. Now government is aware with output tax and input tax. Balance we need to pay to government. That you will pay by filing a statement called GSTR3B, the final return, which needs to be paid by 20th of the next month. So this is GSTR3B.
This is for normal taxpayer. In case of a composition taxpayer, he can't collect tax. So if the person is not collecting tax, GSTR 1 is not applicable. This person does not have input tax credit because he is not collecting the full percent of GST. So he has no GSTR 2B. Instead, he has a simple return. Whatever sales he has, 1% of it needs to be paid, as discussed in the last time. So that is through a different statement called CMP 08. That is a composition dealer return on CMP 08. അതിന്റെ ഡ്യൂ ഡേറ്റ് എന്നാ? What is the due date? Due date 18th of, അത് ക്വാർട്ടർലി ചെയ്താൽ മതി, മാസം മാസം ചെയ്യേണ്ട, കാരണം അയാൾ ചെറിയ ആളാണ്. ക്വാർട്ടർലി ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഒരു ക്വാർട്ടർ കഴിഞ്ഞ് വരുന്ന 18th അയാളെ റിട്ടേൺ ഫയൽ ചെയ്താൽ മതി. സോ ജൂൺ ടു ഏപ്രിൽ ടു ജൂൺ ഒരു ക്വാർട്ടർ ആണെങ്കിൽ ജൂൺ കഴിഞ്ഞ് വരുന്ന ജൂലൈ, ആ ജൂലൈയിൽ 18th അയാൾ റിട്ടേൺ ഫയൽ ചെയ്യണം. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോമ്പോസിഷൻ ഡീലിംഗ്. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് ദ ബേസിക് റിട്ടേൺ ഇൻ GST. റിട്ടേൺ ഫയൽ ചെയ്യുന്നതോടുകൂടിയാണ് ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് ടാക്സ് കിട്ടുന്നത്. അത് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിന്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ആദ്യം, പിന്നെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്, പിന്നെ പേയബിൾ. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് ദ വർക്കിംഗ് മെക്കാനിസം. GSTR 2B നമ്മൾ കണ്ടതാണ്. GSTR 2B, whether you need to pay, whether you need to submit to the government, whether you need to submit to government. No, it will be generated by system from our suppliers GSTR 1. Clear? So എങ്ങനെ ടാക്സ് അടയ്ക്കാം? ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് മൈനസ് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ക്രെഡിറ്റ്. നമ്മുടെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കിട്ടുകയാണ്. എന്താ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ്? എന്ത് സാധനങ്ങൾക്ക് നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ടാക്സ് എന്ത് ടാക്സാ? ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ആണ്. എന്ത് സാധനം ആയിക്കോട്ടെ. അസറ്റ് ആയിരിക്കാം, അസറ്റ് മീൻസ് ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഗുഡ്സ് എന്ന GSTയിൽ പറയാം. ഒരു സർവീസ് കിട്ടാനായിരിക്കാം, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇൻപുട്ട് സർവീസ്. റോ മെറ്റീരിയൽ വാങ്ങാനായിരിക്കാം, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് ഇൻപുട്ട്. ഇതുമൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ടാക്സ് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ആണ്. ദാറ്റ് ക്യാൻ ബി ഡിഡക്റ്റഡ് ഫ്രം ദ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് നമ്മുടെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിൽ നിന്ന് കുറയ്ക്കണമെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളൊരു ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കാം. ഒരു ബിസിനസ്സിൽ അയാളൊരു പ്രൊപ്പറേറ്റർഷിപ്പ് ആണ്, അയാൾ AC വാങ്ങിച്ചു, GST ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് കൊടുത്തു. പക്ഷെ ആ AC ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത് എവിടെയാ? വീട്ടിലാണ്. ആ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് എടുത്ത് ബിസിനസിന്റെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിൽ നിന്ന് കുറയ്ക്കുന്നതിൽ അർത്ഥമുണ്ടോ? Is there any meaning like? No. കാരണം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് why government has decided to deduct input tax from output tax? Why? ആ പേഴ്സൺ അതിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തുണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്? ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ കൊടുത്ത ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നഷ്ടപ്പെടില്ല, യു ക്യാൻ ഡിഡക്ട്. പക്ഷേ വീട്ടിൽ AC വാങ്ങിച്ച എമൗണ്ടിന്റെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് എടുത്ത് ആ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ്, ബിസിനസിന്റെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ് കുറയ്ക്കുന്നതിന് അർത്ഥമുണ്ടോ? നോ, കാൺ ഡിഡക്ട്. അപ്പൊ എല്ലാ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സും എന്തല്ല? ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ക്രെഡിറ്റ് അല്ല. നിങ്ങൾ വാങ്ങിച്ച സാധനത്തിന് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് കൊടുത്തു, ദാറ്റ് ഐറ്റം you should use in your business for taxable supply. Then that input tax can be deducted from output tax. Then നമ്മുടെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് നമ്മുടെ 2Bയിൽ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ എഫക്റ്റീവ്ലി നമ്മുടെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിന് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാൻ സമ്മതിക്കുള്ളൂ. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ പർച്ചേസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞാൽ പോരാ, ആര് പറയണം? അവർ സപ്ലയർ നീഡ്സ് ടു ഷോ ഇൻ ദെയർ ഓൺ റിട്ടേൺ. സോ ഇത്രയും കണ്ടീഷൻ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലേ നമ്മുടെ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് എന്താവുള്ളൂ? ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിൽ നിന്ന് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ, ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ആയി മാറുള്ളൂ. സോ എല്ലാ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സും ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ക്രെഡിറ്റ് അല്ല. സോ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് വെൻ അലൗഡ് ടു ഡിഡക്ട് ഫ്രം ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ്, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് ITC. എപ്പോഴാണ് ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിന് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുക? കണ്ടീഷൻ യു ഹാവ് സീൻ. ഏത് കണ്ടീഷൻസ് ആയിരുന്നു നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞത്? നമ്മൾ ബിസിനസ് ആവശ്യത്തിന് ഉപയോഗിക്കണം, ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈക്ക് ഉപയോഗിക്കണം, നമ്മുടെ ശരിക്കും ബിസിനസ്സിലുള്ള ഗുഡ്സ് ആയിരിക്കണം, അല്ലാതെ വീട്ടിൽ ആവശ്യം വാങ്ങിച്ച ഗുഡ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഡിഡക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ആ ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് നമ്മുടെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തമാണ് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സിന് സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാതെ ഇരിക്കണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, ഇനി ഗവൺമെന്റ് നമ്മളെല്ലാ ലെഡ്ജേഴ്സും കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, അതേപോലെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ലെഡ്ജേഴ്സ് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. എത്ര എമൗണ്ട് കിട്ടാനുണ്ട് ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് ടാക്സ്, അത് ലയബിലിറ്റി ലെഡ്ജർ എന്ന് പറയും. ഗവൺമെന്റ് അക്കൗണ്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ലെഡ്ജർ ലയബിലിറ്റി, ഇൻപുട്ട് ടാക്സ് ക്രെഡിറ്റ് ലെഡ്ജർ, ബാലൻസ് ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് അടയ്ക്കും, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ക്യാഷ് ലെഡ്ജർ. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് സം അഡ്വാൻസ്ഡ് ഓപ്ഷൻ. ബേസിക്സ് ഇത് മതി. GSTയിൽ എന്ത് ഡിസിഷൻസും ഇപ്പൊ ഇനി എടുക്കുന്നത് GST കൗൺസിലാണ്. പക്ഷേ GST കൗൺസിൽ അല്ല അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് അതോറിറ്റി. ആരാണ് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് ഡിസിഷൻ മേക്കിംഗ് അതോറിറ്റി? ഗവൺമെന്റ്. പക്ഷെ ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് ഗുണവും ദോഷം പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കുന്ന അതോറിറ്റിയാണ് GST കൗൺസിൽ. ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുക, അതാണ് GST കൗൺസിലിന്റെ റോള്. GST കൗൺസിലിൽ ഉള്ള മെമ്പേഴ്സ് GSTന് അറിവുള്ള മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ആയിരിക്കണം. സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവും, സെൻട്രൽ ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഉണ്ടാവും. ഇവരാണ് ഇവരുടെ മീറ്റിംഗ് കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇവരുടെ കോറം 50%. ഇവരുടെ റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ ഏത് റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ ആണ്? സ്പെഷ്യൽ റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ ആണ്. വാട്ട് ഈസ് സ്പെഷ്യൽ റെസൊല്യൂഷൻ? എനിവൺ പ്ലീസ്? 75% ഓർ മോർ പേര് അനുകൂലിച്ചാലേ ഈ നിയമം എവിടേക്ക് റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ? പാർലമെന്റിലേക്ക്, ഗവൺമെന്റിലേക്ക് റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ. സോ ഹോൾ സ്റ്റോറി ഇൻ എ ഷോർട്ട് സെന്റൻസ്. നിങ്ങൾ നടത്തുന്ന ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ സപ്ലൈ ആണെങ്കിൽ GST വരും. പക്ഷേ ഏത് സപ്ലൈ ആയിരിക്കണം? ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ ആയിരിക്കണം. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ. എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരും ടാക്സബിൾ സപ്ലൈ നടത്തി GST വരുമോ? നോ. ആരാവണം? വലിയ ആളായിരിക്കണം. വലിയ ആൾ തന്നെയാണ് രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട്. വലിയ ആളെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്തേ? ടേൺ ഓവർ 40 lakh, 20 lakh. ദെൻ രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുത്തിട്ട് നിയമം പാലിക്കും. രജിസ്ട്രേഷൻ എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എന്ത് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം? പ്രൂഫ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. സപ്ലൈക്ക് പ്രൂഫ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ലെറ്റർ യു നീഡ് ടു പേ ടാക്സ് ടു ദ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഐദർ അണ്ടർ FCM or under RCM. What is RCM? Reverse charge mechanism. In forward charge mechanism. വെറുതെ അടച്ചാൽ പോരാ, by filing. So that is the whole summary of our session. So if you have any doubts, you can clarify those doubts. No one is having doubt. No one. Yes, especially a subject. I think you are already in GST as a curriculum, right? GST is in your curriculum, right? So you are already well versed with the GST concept. So we are already understood it. So there is no need to explain all those things again. So you are thinking like that, right? No. So this is a practical 1 hour session. You can imagine how much practical things we can include in it. Okay. So any doubts? No. So thank you very much for your kind attention and participation in, especially in the early morning. And further, I would also like to express my sincere gratitude towards Dr. K.O. Francis sir for inviting me and to be the part of this incredible, unique marathon event. So especially grateful to sir. And also, I am also thankful to all the participants or the organizers of this program committee for every wonderful arrangements and excellent things they have done. And also thankful and grateful to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable expertise and practical insights into GST. Your session has undoubtedly enriched our understanding of a vital domain.
As a token of our sincere appreciation, may I request our self-financing coordinator, Dr. T. Vivekanandan sir, to kindly present a memento to our esteemed resource person.
Hello, cheek. Hello, cheek. Hello, cheek. Hello, cheek. Hello, cheek, cheek. Hello, cheek. Cheek, cheek, cheek.
Moving straight ahead with our continuous academic journey, we step into the financial sector to understand what drives modern institutions.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Thomas Lal to take over the session on banking, titled More Than Money Understanding Modern Banking. Sir, please take the floor.
Cheek.
Good morning, all, and great opportunity for me to come to my college again and speak in front of all of you. So, like I said, today's topic is on banking. I'm a banking professional. I work with Federal Bank, and I want you to understand what banking is and what something more than what you would know about banking. That's what I'm trying to inculcate in today's session. So let's start. So I want to start with, before I get into banking, I want to ask you, which generation do you belong to? All of you, most of you at least. I mean, all of you, except for the people in the front and me. Gen Z, right? All of you are part of the Gen Z born between, when born between, Gen Z would be born between 1997 to 2000. I was born before that, so I'm a millennial. And sir, I'm assuming is just before that. So you're all part of this Gen Z cohort that everybody speaks about, right? Right now, your thought processes are different. That is what we are told. I am not sure about it, but that's what we are told. Gen Zs have a different thought process. Their outlook towards life is very different. It's very niche. It's very modern, and it's very forward-looking than the older generation, is what I'm told. Which is a great thing, actually. You have your own views. You have your the use of technology. It's very good. That's everything is great. So these were the generations that everybody talks about. There is from 1883 onwards that is starting this. It's called the lost generation. And what is a key event that has happened during that period is what I've mentioned here. So what was one key period that has happened during the time after you were born and while you were getting into your adult age? What was one key? COVID. Most of you were part of an online. So imagine if this had happened maybe in 1990s. Would you have continued your education if COVID had happened at that time? No, I could not have continued my education when I was in school. There was no facility to. But you were all lucky. I was also part of the. I was that first year of COVID. I was part of the first year of COVID. So I was also lucky. You were also lucky that you could continue your education despite the fact that there was no classrooms. There was no physical classrooms. There were online classrooms. So that is what makes this generation different, right? Now we don't need a physical classroom. I could have done this session online. I could have come here. I could have just appeared on screen and taken this session online to you. But this is a physical session. But I'm just saying that there is an option to do that online as well now. And maybe tomorrow I could have appear here as a hologram, right? I can tomorrow appear here as a hologram instead of the video. So that is where we are moving towards. So the story of change is what I want to introduce you to. So change is something that never stops. It keeps on happening. It's one thing that is always constant, which you've always heard, right? One thing that's always constant is change, right? So yesterday's is today's history, right? Yesterday is done. So it is today's history. Today is tomorrow's history. And what is tomorrow? It is day after. So it is changing. What is happening today is just history by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. So what has happened today? This session, it's part of history tomorrow. It's not. So everything keeps changing. Everything always keeps changing. So your careers, like look at 10 years back. What would have your career options been? Can one of you tell me? Anyone? What would be your career options 10 years back or maybe 15 years back? What is your career options now? I'm assuming most of you are commerce graduates, right? Yeah, so what are some career options you have? Banking, chartered accountants maybe, or maybe teachers for some of you at least. So MBAs. Earlier, what were they? They were chartered accountants, but what else were there? But right now, I'm telling you, not just people who learn commerce, people who can understand commerce and combine it with technology. So that is a new profession that I'll speak about it more later. So moving to the next slide. So have you heard of these companies? You have heard of these companies, right? Kodak and Fuji Films. What have you heard about them? Camera. Have you seen these old Kodak cameras with the films? Have you seen it? You have. Where have you seen it? In museums? Your friend has. So these are now part of artifacts, actually. You see it in old thrift shops, these cameras that used to have films. So these are two companies. I want to compare these two companies and what has happened to them because of the disruption. So first, I want to talk about why Kodak failed. Kodak it was a film making company. It was a camera making company, and why they failed. I want to talk about that first. So it was actually the inventor of digital camera in 1975. Kodak was supposedly the inventor of what you call the digital camera these days. It's not existent right now, but the digital camera. But they did not embrace the new technology. It was when digital camera happened, and then what happened was all these films that was used, this film camera that was used, that kept fading, that kept being pushed back. And Kotak, what they did was they followed something called the silver halide strategy. Silver halide is actually, the name itself is derived from some of the chemicals that are used to make these films. So silver halide strategy actually means, this might be a new term to you. I'm not sure if you've heard of this. Silver halide strategy means a business that continues to follow whatever is profitable for them without changing stuff. So I will give you an example. Kodak is a best example. So what did they do? The world was moving towards digital and all these digital cameras and all stuff, but they decided that films are what we are good at doing, that is giving us profit, so we'll continue to do this only. We will not change, we will not move towards what is disrupting, we will just keep on doing what. So that is called the silver halide strategy, and they followed it and they failed. Why? Because the world moved on from films, they moved on to digital, they moved on to mobile phones, right? Now you don't need a camera at least, you just need this one more, and you can click a picture, you can click a video, you can make a vlog out of this. So it's not required. So what they failed because they were not ready to change, or they were not ready to adapt, or they did not adapt. That is what happened. So they did not plan long, they were short term, they had short term plans, and they failed. The company failed as such. So, and why did Fuji Films succeed? You know what all Fuji Films does now? What all do they do? What all companies do they have? Any guesses? Okay, so what they did was, they were also prominent in making these films and all this, but they understood that the next generation or the future is not on films, it's on digital. So they try to diversify what they already had. So I'll just keep speaking. I don't think it's working. Okay, so Fuji Films, what they did was, they spread out into various sectors. They had a deep understanding, like for Kodak and for Fuji Films, they had a deep understanding of chemicals, right? Because to make films, to make these sort of processing, they required a certain level of understanding and expertise in chemicals. And from this understanding of chemicals, what they did was, they spread it into healthcare, right? Healthcare, these X-ray machines. Fuji Films makes these X-ray machines. So they diversified into a different aspect. And then, very interestingly, these films and these sort of processing required a lot of collagen. Collagen is a chemical that can be used for anti-aging actually. So what they diversified into was cosmetic products. So imagine a company that was making films, they've moved into what? Making cosmetic products, right? And they're still relevant today. Why? What is the difference between these two? One adapted to change. The other kept on doing what they thought was good but could not carry it forward. So that is the difference between the two. Now, why did I tell about all these changes? I was supposed to take a session on banking, right? You're expecting a session on banking. But why did I tell about all the changes? So one thing that is changed but kept on staying resilient in this a whole process is banking. It's a profession, it's a service that is kept on changing but still stayed relevant. Why? Because banking always kept on adapting to change, right? Now I'll give you an example. When is the last, all of you have bank accounts? Yes, all of you use UPI, Google Pay, Phone Pay, whatever, you use it, right? When was the last time you went to a branch, a physical branch? How long has it been for opening the account? After that, have you gone to the branch after opening the account? Do any of you carry physical cash? You have. Why? To give in a bus, something like that. Okay. Do they accept UPI? No, they don't. Okay. So when was the last time I'm coming back to my question. When was the last time you went to a branch? A physical branch? Nearby, near your homes? Sir? 3-4 months back? Any of you? It's not very regular, right? You don't go to your branch every week. But you still know your balance, right? What's in your account. How do you know it? You look in your phone. Yes, right? So earlier, how would you know it? You'll have to go to your branch. 10, 15 years, maybe before that. You'll have to go walk to your branch, ask the manager. They have to take out a ledger. They have to take out a ledger, open it, see your account number. It's written in a folio. Thankfully, I was not part of the banking sector back then. I'm in a more digitized banking sector, but I have to open a ledger. I have to see which account number you have, and then I have to physically verify it and tell you how much balance I have. Now, all it takes is a click of a button. So this is how banking is moved. So first it was paper-based banking. Have you signed a check and given to somebody? Have you seen a check? You have. Where have you seen it? Your parents would have been using it. Okay. So paper-based banking was how it started. Physical checks, DDs. When you came to college, how did you pay your fees? Through a challan, a DD, or online? Online, right? So back when I joined my first graduate college, I was asked to go to a branch and take a DD. Not here, my earlier college. I did my postgrad here, but my undergrad, because 2016 is when I did my undergrad. So, and 2016 is when UPI was introduced. So it was not very popular. It was only coming into popular. So paper-based banking was how it started. All ledgers, all these books and all these paper. And then we moved into what we called computerized banking. That was when everything started getting computerized. But even if it was computerized for the bank staff. It was for the bank employees that it was computerized, right? But you would not have access to a digital. You have to go to a branch, but they don't have to look at a ledger. They can just ping in your account number and then they will give you what your balance is or what your transaction is. And all these transactions started happening in a computerized format. And then we've moved to smart banking. Smart banking is what I talked about right now. Smart banking is where you can use your phone to transfer money, where you can, at the middle of the night, you want some money, you can do it, right? On Google Pay, you can do it. You don't need to go to a branch. So that is how smart banking is started. The fourth element, which is not yet fully functional, yet is being explored, is what I would like to call AI-led banking. AI is something that all of you would know about, all of you are using, right? So how many of you use AI to do your assignments? Nobody uses. You're not allowed to use it, is it? Or you're not allowed to say that you use it. Okay. So back in college, like I said, when I had to do an assignment, one of our teachers would tell me to find this out and do an assignment on it. I have to go back, sit in the library, sit down, write points, find out from which book I'll have to get this data, find out which magazine I have to refer to make a presentation like this. I have to refer multiple books, multiple magazines. Maybe the best I could do in my age was I could Google it. But that too, I have to read through the entire site, find out which answers are there. And maybe in the generation before that, they did not have that feature also. They had to get a physical book, read it, and then understand. But with AI, if you ask me a question, if I don't know that answer, I can just AI it, right? Now it's not Googling it, AI it. And then I can give you an answer. How much time will it take? 2 minutes just to type in that prompt, understand, right? If you have a complex mathematical problem that is there and you're not able to solve it, you take a photo, put it on AI, you get the answer solved, right? So that is how easy it has become. So AI-led banking is something that will come in the future. It's not fully functional yet, but we're trying to explore how it is going. So these are some trends in new age banking that I want to talk about. So the first one is a regulatory landscape, which I will speak in detail about, but I just want to take you through the 4 points first. The second one is, like I said, AI. It is a big, it's a big leap, right? AI is going to be equivalent to, that is what at least I believe. It's like how the internet revolutionized the world. AI will also change a lot of things, change a lot of jobs. It is not going to take away your jobs. That's my feeling at least. It is going to enhance how you work. So if you have an AI, it's like you have a friend, right? It's like a friend who knows everything. Have you seen Iron Man? You seen Iron Man has Jarvis, has Friday to ask questions and he does things for you. So AI can be that, right? AI can be soon be that, but it can be even better maybe. And that I'll speak about AI more. So next one is data analytics. How many of you try to analyze data that you see? How many of you try to do that? But I'll tell you something. So you use Amazon, right? Amazon, you buy stuff from Amazon. You get recommendations on Amazon. You get recommendations on Amazon. If you search something on Amazon, next day your Instagram feed is going to be based on stuff that you do on Instagram. I mean, searched on Amazon or searched on Google, is it? So all this data is being analyzed and algorithms are done. That is how you get these recommendations. So even if you look at Amazon, it's not just a company which sells you stuff, right? It's a company that analyzes your data, analyzes your patterns, and gives you suggestions. So that is how data analytics and blockchain is going to change the world. Now, and the fourth point is risk. There is obviously risk involved in all. So there is obviously going to be risk involved when we are speaking about money, when you speak about technology. There's obviously a lot of risk that is involved, and you would have read in newspapers, you would have get notifications from the government, from the RBI, asking you not to share your OTPs, not to share click on any links that you don't know about, how phones are being hacked. So all these are risks which comes with technology, right? So it comes with technology. So there's a book called Founders Mentality. I'm not sure. It's a book on how businesses grow. In that book, there is a reference to how growth creates complexity, and complexity is the enemy of growth. It's a paradox, right? When you grow, you become complex. You start becoming complex. Like when we were younger, everybody used to say, like, it was so much easier in school. It was so much easier when I was a kid. I did not have much to do. Now it's become so much more difficult. I have to do a lot of things. It becomes complex, right? As we grow, our life also becomes complex. Layers are added to it. We have to do more stuff. Now, after college, you'll start saying that your job is going to be, it is going to be complex. It's going to be, there are multiple layers that are going to be added to it, right? So in that way, as we grow, as technology grows, there are going to be layers added to it that might create complexities. Complexities can lead to risks, which has to be mitigated. So that is why there is operational risk management, which is a part of banking as well, which is a very important part of banking as well. Now, about the regulatory landscape. Have you heard about fintech? What is a fintech? You can give me an example of a fintech. You don't need to tell me what fintech is. Financial, and yes, that is correct. Finance and technology. It's the two words combined into one. It's finance and technology. So what is the importance of fintech? Can you just guess what the importance of fintech is? I actually mentioned it slightly. I did not use it as fintech, but what would be the importance of fintech? So I'll give you an example. How far is your branch from your home? Anybody whose nearest branch of a bank branch is maybe 50 kilometers away. Let's imagine it's 50 kilometers away. You don't want to go to a branch to open an account, but you want an account. What will you do now? But you want an account, but you can't open it because it's difficult for you to go to maybe a branch. Visit a branch and open an account is difficult for you. But you have a phone with you. You have a phone. You have a smartphone with you. What will you do? You can take any one fintech company which helps you open a savings account. So what they do is, so these fintech companies are not banks. What they do is they tie up with a bank. They tie up with a bank and they provide what we call a system or an app or a platform to open an account. The account and the money lies with the bank. Lies as in it is with the bank, but the system and the experience is given by the fintech. So your branch is 50 kilometers away. I don't have to go to a branch. I can open my account. It's a legal account. You can use, you can transact in it. You can send money. You can receive money in it. You can even get a debit card for it. You can get a card. But the thing is that you won't have a home branch. It's all in your phone or in your system. Even now, fintech companies are giving you gold loans, credit cards. There's an app. There's something called Scapia. Scapia is a fintech company. So it gives you a travel card actually. It gives you a travel card. And if you have this Scapia card, this travel card, you can actually use it for booking your tickets, flight tickets, train tickets, bus tickets, and it gives you a discount. So Scapia is actually a travel company, travel app, and they have tied up with couple of banks to create a credit card. So all these are now advantages that everybody can leverage. Why? Because This helps in, what does this help in? It helps in financial inclusion, right? Now, how many, most of you, I mean, almost everybody of you have a phone, right? Almost everybody. Not, it's very rare that these days that you don't have a smartphone. So anybody can open an account. Anybody. I mean, you don't need to be very wealthy, or anybody, from any strata of the economy, you can open an account. So that helps in financial inclusion as well. So fintechs is a very important part of new gen banking. It's not a bank, it's a financial and it's a technology platform which they license with a bank and then help you open accounts, or you entry into a financial service. So like I said before, fintechs is a opportunity, right? Because technology, if you're able to leverage technology and you're able to understand what banking is, you can actually start up a fintech. All these fintech startups are done by young people who just graduated out of college. They understand economy, they understand banking, they have great knowledge on technology, right? So if you can combine both, that's a new profession. This was not there 20 years back. If I told somebody that I'm going to open a bank account through my phone 20 years back, people would have got me crazy. But today, this is a startup idea. This phone pays, all of this is a startup idea, right? It's all startup. And where has it gone now? It's taken the banking world, taken the financial sector to the next level. Now, sustainable banking, this I want to speak about a little bit, because the world, the climate change and all that, you know about it, right? Climate change, how it's impacting us, how it's changing the things around us. So how is this connected with banking? Can anybody guess? How is it connected with banking? Why would use of AI in a way? Yes, but what else? So there are some guidelines. What is RBI? How many of you know? You would all know, right? You would have learned in your, I think in +1, +2 annual, you'll have learned that. So the Reserve Bank of India has some guidelines on how banks should have some disclosures on matters related to sustainable energy. So as a bank, you are supposed to give back something to the society, right? So sustainable banking is something that is a mandate by the RBI. So certain loans to beyond a limit to some company, all that, there are some limitations that depends upon the internal policy of the bank. It keeps on changing, but RBI has some strict guidelines on that. So I'm not going in detail about this. Now, have you heard about CBDC? Have you about cryptocurrencies? Yes, you've not heard about CBDCs. Okay, interesting. So I want to tell you about CBDCs first. So CBDC is, you can see it written there, central bank digital currency. This is a very new topic. I'm assuming that you've not even heard of it, but because it's a very new topic, you should understand what CBDC actually is. CBDC, I talked to you about physical notes, right? I talked to you about physical notes, how physical notes are dying. Nobody is using physical notes now. Beyond a point, maybe when you get into your jobs, you're going to stop using physical. So RBI and other central banks have come up with something called virtual currency. So instead of having a currency note in your hand, you can have a currency note in your phone. You see these notes here, right? What are these? All these are denominations that you use in currency notes, right? These 100, 200, 500, 2000 is not there now. 2, 5, 10, 20. These are not physical note prints. These are digital currencies. So you have a CBDC app in your phone, which a few banks is offering right now because it's on a pilot basis. A pilot basis means it's not fully implemented yet. They are trying to test it. So few banks offer something called CBDC. In India, CBDC is called e-rupee. E-rupee. So RBI has brought up something called e-rupee, which actually is a digital currency. So it is like legal currency, but it's on your phone. So you can use it like UPI actually. You can actually send money. You can scan and send money to it, but it will be like giving a virtual currency to a person, unlike giving a physical note to a person. So what are the advantages of this? Anybody? One is cyber security. no, it's a very secure platform. Second thing, there's no black. Have you heard about this fake notes? All that you can't fake a cyber virtual note, right? You can't fake this. This is it's a secure platform to avoid all that. There's no printing cost. It's all digital. Actually, you can use it in your phone. You can just download an app. You can just Google CBDC. If your bank permits, if your bank account has that option, it'll help you open an app called CBDC app, and then in that you'll be able to sort of exchange virtual currency like this. So there's no printing cost. It's more secure. There's no. It avoids this fake notes problem. All that is avoided by this. So digital currencies it's trying to replace cryptocurrencies. And what is the difference between this and cryptocurrency then? Anybody? Is cryptocurrency legal tender? Is it a legal currency in India? If I tell you that I ask you for, I want 1 lakh rupees from you, I'll give it back to you next week, but I'll give it to you in crypto, bitcoins. Will you accept? You will not accept. But bitcoins might be more valuable, but you're not ready to accept. Why? Because you're not sure if that is valid currency, right? It is not government backed. It is not valid currency. Its value keeps fluctuating, right? It's like a stock market. Its value might go up one day, all of a sudden it will go down. So bitcoins, or cryptocurrency as we call it, is not legal currency. It's not valid currency. But CBDC is backed by the Reserve Bank of India. So it is backed by the government. It is a legal currency. Some payment trends that we all might be interested in. UPI. What is the full form of UPI? It's written there. Unified payment. But we more often use it as like, can I Google Pay it to you, right? But Google Pay is all part of UPI. It's actually UPI, not Google Pay or Phone Pay. It's UPI. So people now ask, can I Google Pay it to you? Not, can I UPI it to you? It's difficult to say as well. Maybe that's why. But so, like I said before, when did UPI implementation start in India? 2016. You know, in April 2016, when this was implemented, how many transactions happened in the first month? Can anybody take a guess? You don't need to give me an exact number. You can give me a bandwidth, like say 1 lakh to 2 lakh. In whole of India, huh? In whole of India, how many transactions did happen? You can take a guess. You can give me a band. 1 lakh to number of transactions. If I scan 1 rupee and give it, it's one transaction. So how many transactions would have taken place? First time. Any guesses? I'll just give you some numbers. You can just raise your hands if you believe it's that. 10,000 to 1 lakh. Nobody is 10. Okay. A few of you have raised your hands. 10,000 to 1 lakh. 1 lakh to 10 lakhs. Okay. 10 lakhs and above. So the number of transactions that happened in the first month were 373. 373 transactions. It's not the amount, it's the number of transactions that happened in the whole of India. So recently, it's become 10 years since the launch of UPI, and government has, in NPCI site, they have given details of the number of transactions, how it is increased. So it was 373 transactions in the first month that happened. 373 transactions when UPI was first launched. Can anybody guess how many transactions it has hit now? Highest number in the recent. How much? More than how much? Just take a guess. 1 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore, 10 crores, 10 crores. Everybody is saying 10 crores. 2,264 crore transactions have happened through UPI. That was the number in a month in March 2026. That was the highest number that was recorded. That was the peak number that was recorded. 2,264 crore number of transactions have taken place. Imagine, just imagine how many transactions you do on a daily basis. 1 or 2? Probably 1, 2, 3, maybe in your canteen here. 2 transactions a day. Lunch, coffee, morning, afternoon. 3 transactions a day. Imagine Christ College has how many? 500 students? 5,000 students, sorry. 5,000 students. 3 transactions a day means 15,000 a day from Christ College. Roughly. How many in a month then? Into 30. Right? So just imagine the number of counts. It's from this college alone, how much UPI transactions would be happening. Try to do a research on that. How many UPI transactions happens in this canteen? Be an interesting number for you in a month. So how much would be the value of this number of transactions? The value, the amount that would have been transferred. I'm not asking you to guess now. It was 29.53 lakh crores was the volume, was the value of the transactions that happened. So imagine how much UPI has come into our lives, how much it has changed the way we pay people, how much easier it has become, right? And number of active users of UPI, registered users of UPI, how many everybody in Christ College has UPI, I'm sure. I don't even need to ask that question. Everybody has UPI. In India, 55 crore people use UPI or are registered users of UPI. 55 crore people are registered users of UPI. So now, even UPI has advanced, right? There's something a bank has launched called Smile Pay. So what it does is, they scan your face and you can make the payment. You don't need a phone. You don't need a smartphone to do this. You don't need any electronic device to do this. If your account is seeded with an Aadhaar, it has a facial recognition and you permit it, it can scan your face, you can make the payment. So that's how advanced things have become. And that is just a start. We don't know what's going to happen next. Now we have contact, and then QR codes, we all scan QR codes and make the payments, right? So that is one other. Contactless payments, you have this tap facility on your cards. If you tap it, you make a payment, right? In that POS machines. POS is a point of sales. POS means point of sales. That machines that these stores have, if you tap on it, you make the payments. You don't need to swipe it, or you don't need to insert your card and enter the pin. You just tap it and you get it. And buy now, pay later. You have this thing called Amazon. You can buy it, give the money later. All those sort of schemes, and all of it is becoming popular. Now, there's a very interesting topic, this artificial intelligence, that everybody is speaking about, right? Everybody is speaking about AI. Every conference you attend, it's about AI. You go out, read the newspaper, it's about AI. Internet, it's about AI. Everything is about AI now. Now, I want to give you what is intelligence? Intelligence is what? To understand stuff emotionally, to make interpretations out of something that is given, to solve a max problem is being intelligent. To answer a question that somebody is asking is being intelligent, right? What is artificial intelligence? Give me a simple explanation. You don't need to you don't give me a textbook definition. Like, what is commerce? Commerce is an art and science of, you don't need a definition like that. Just give me a simple definition of what AI is. It is intelligence that is demonstrated by a machine, right? Like how humans think. Machines are thinking, or machines are giving us answers. That is called AI, right? Artificial intelligence. So now, self-driving cars, phones, all these are examples. I'm just trying to move to the next slide. Anybody can guess who this person is? Any guesses? So this is Geoffrey Hinton. Geoffrey Hinton is called the godfather of AI. He's called the godfather of AI. Just note this name down if you want, because most of you would not have heard it, but we all use AI, right? So Geoffrey Hinton was the first person to actually do some research on AI. So in 1970s, in University of Edinburgh, what he did was he tried to simulate a neural network on a computer. So what is a neural network, right? A neural network is something in your brain, right? How it's connected, how these neurons are connected, and that's how you think, that's how you feel pain, that's how you feel emotions. So all these neurons are connected in our brain, right? So what he did was he tried to connect this somehow to a computer, but he failed. This is 50 years back. Remember, not 50, sorry, more than that. 1970s. But he failed. He did not get through. But he persisted, and finally he saw some light in it. And this became the base for AI actually. So you can see the third sentence, right? Third point that I'm saying. So the biggest chatbots has trillion connections in them, a trillion connections in them. How much does our brains have? 100 trillion. We're not. So that's a very surprising number for you, right? But AI knows everything. We don't know everything, but we have more number of. So everybody has this question, right? What will happen in the future when AI becomes more powerful? Will they control the world? Will they become more intelligent than us human beings? So there's a debate always, right? We created AI. How can it be more intelligent than us? And there's a equally important question that AI is learning stuff. So if it learns quickly, will it become better and more intelligent than us? So that's a debate that will never end, right? We'll never know. I mean, at least in our lifetime, hopefully we'll never know. Now, I want to go into details on this question. So this is one question that I'm going to ask you now. Just read the question for a minute. I'll take 1 minute. You can read the question. Rooms in my house are painted blue or white or yellow. Yellow paints fade to white within an year. In 2 years' time, I want them all to be white. What should I do and why? So what should you do? Should I paint every wall white? Because in 1 year, yellow will become white. In 2 years, I want to make the entire wall white. So what should I do? Paints the blue wall white after 1 year. Then the entire room is white, right? Because yellow is fading and in 1 year it will become white. So I don't need to paint the entire room, just the blue portion I need to paint. So you ask this question to AI. Do you have your phones with you? Ask this question to AI. Let's try asking this question to AI and what the answer is going to be. You can take a photo and send it. It'll answer it. You don't need to type it. Anybody got an answer? What is it saying? Paint only the blue rooms white. You don't need to paint the yellow. You got that answer, right? Everybody got that answer? Or some got a different answer? Everybody got the same answer, right? You got an answer? You typed it or took a photo of it? Okay. So that is an incorrect answer. Right. Anybody who got the correct answer, like you said, like we answered right now? How many of you got that answer? You got an answer. Which LLM are you using? Which AI are you using? Gemini. Which one did you use? Gemini. It gave different answers, right? Different answers. Anybody else got a different answer? Different answer? No. So what does this answer? I asked you a question before, right? Can AI ever become better than humans? Maybe not now. Not now. I'm saying it could, but not now, because you see the difference in answers. This is why I wanted you to try and doing this question. So, but think about it. This is a question, right? This is not a something that you can fetch from the internet. This is a question that needs to be solved. If you ask, I have a nephew who is 5 years old. If I ask my nephew who is 5 years old this question, he will not be able to answer it. At least he might be, but I'm not sure he will be able to answer it because he will not be able to think in that aspect. But that phone in your hand thought about this, right? Thought about this and give you an answer. So imagine this AI, which is, how old would it be now? Like, let's imagine it's a child. How old would it be now? 5 years? 5 is a little too much, I think. Say 2-3 years. And at this time, it is able to answer this question correctly. That means maybe in 10 years, in 12 years, how much will it answer? So this is I gave this question because there is a catch to it. It's not a simple, direct, straightforward question, right? It's you have to think that okay, yellow will turn into white in 1 year, so in 2 years you don't need to paint the entire room, just need to paint the blue portion. So the answer that ChatGPT gave was correct. But the problem was the earlier version did not give a correct answer, but the latest version did. So that's what I'm saying. This ChatGPT 4 was the version I had used. It has become now, I think, more advanced version. It has gone to 5, I think. But 3.5 was not able to give the correct answer when I tried. But then it gave a correct answer in the next higher version. So it's evolving, it's learning more, it's keeping on understanding, from what you want. So it's becoming so much easier, right? You can do anything in AI right now, right? You can even write a book in AI, you can write a poem in AI, you can write a story in AI. It will give you a story. It can think and give you a story. It might not be the greatest of stories, but still. Imagine a 3-year-old writing a story. Think like that. I'm just giving an option to think, right? Imagine a 3-year-old writing a story. So if it's able to do that in 5 years, in 10 years, in 12 years, when it's about 20 years, what all could it do, right? So now coming back to banking, I spoke about AI. So now banking is not a service anymore. It's an experience, right? You don't want to wait in queues. You don't want to carry cash, go to a branch, put it in the branch. It's becoming, we are all a little impatient right now. I'm a very impatient person. I don't want to stand in a long queue. And earlier in the day, I'm not sure how many of you have done this. You used to go to movie theaters and stand in a queue and get tickets. You still there now? You buy book tickets online, right? You don't have the patience. I don't have the patience now to stand in a queue. So earlier in the day, when you have to go for when we this bunk classes and go for a show, we have to stand in a queue and get the tickets. Now I can just book it while I'm in the class. I can just book it online and then go for a movie at 3 o'clock, right? So that's how easier it has become. So it's an experience, right? All this is an experience. It's creating an experience. Similarly, banking is also about creating an experience. So it's not just some money. It's about how better an experience a bank or a platform can create. So these all these new gen tech apps that I talked about, this fintech apps. So they're very difficult to compete with because their understanding of technology is very deep. So all this, have you used Cred or some other apps like that, right? Cred, phone pay. So their interface is very modern, right? It's very easy to use. You don't need, for the new generation. For the older generation, maybe it's a little difficult to use, to understand. But for the new generation like us or you or me, it's very easy to use. Like we understand it so quickly. So it's all become an experience. And banking is also now become a complete experience rather than just going to a physical branch. All that has changed, right? Like I said, you don't want to go to a movie theater, stand in a queue. You don't want to go to a branch, stand in a queue. You just want your stuff done quickly. And that is how banking has evolved. Now, what AI has enabled in banking is what I want to talk about, or how it can evolve banking. So just imagine now, tomorrow, like I said, I can scan my face and send money. Tomorrow, if your bank or your payment solution offers you an option, sir, what is your name, sir? Sahai Raj. So I have your contact in my phone. Just imagine I have your contact in my phone. So I'm saying, please send 5,000 rupees to Sahai Raj, sir. And it is able to send it to you. That's not AI, but I'm just saying that is how banking and everything is going to change. So you have phones that have this facial recognition, right? Phones that have, how do they identify it's you? Tomorrow, if I grow a beard, also it'll open, most probably, unless it's a very long beard. But it will. How do they identify it? Not just the eyes. It could be the eyes, but how is it able to recognize such patterns? Like that is that neural thing I talked about, right? When you see somebody, you are able to understand that it is this person. Similarly, like you see, it's able to recall images, it's able to memorize images and then recall stuff. So that is how it's moving. Now, how AI is going to take over banking. So like I said before, banking has become an experience, and many stuffs that can be automated. Banking is not just about this borrowing. What is the definition of banking you have learned? Bank is a place where you borrow and give money, take deposits, borrow, and all that definition. I'm sure you have learned. But banking is way more than that, right? Banking has different aspects to it, different facets to it. It's not just borrowing money, lending, taking deposits. There are trade aspects to it. There are forex aspects to it. So all that, there is a lot of stuff that can be automated, that can, make stuff easier in banks. Now, most banks now have a chatbot. So you can, if you have a query, you can actually ask the chatbot for an answer, and it gives you an answer. There is WhatsApp banking, something called, some many banks have started, right? You can ask for your balance, it gives you an answer. And nowadays, you get a call from a voice agent, right? Sometimes you get a call from a voice agent who sounds a little bit like a person, but if you like notice a little bit, you understand that it's not a person. So it can answer to your queries. So there are Malayalam chatbots, there are Hindi. So if you speak in Malayalam, it will call you, Namaskaram, sir. I am calling from this, I'm representing this bank. Would you like to open an account with us? Would you like to open an account with us? So you start to feel like this is a real, they're not going to ask you about starting a bank account, but I'm just saying that. So it starts feeling like it's a real person. Then you say, yes, it'll reply, sir, this is the format, I can send it to you across. Will you want to continue? If you say yes, I will send it across. And if you say yes, it will come. And in some cases now, if you say, I am busy right now, can you call me later? It will reply, when do you want to schedule a call? So that is how intelligent all this. So earlier this was done by a person, right? I have to sit in a branch, or maybe I have to sit at a call center. And because India was very famous for call centers, right? American companies having call centers in India. A lot of people were there. Now it can be made into AI, right? I can have a call agent. So if I had 10 call agents right now, and 10 call agents used to answer all my queries, now I need one to, whatever case the AI or this chat or this voice model cannot answer, that can go to one person, right? So if you have some queries on Christ College would have a office here, right? Some of you, they'll be answering the questions. There'll be maybe 5 people answering the questions. That can be one. Why? Because the other 4 can be taken by this voice model, which can give you most of the answers. There are certain things that you can't answer, that will go into the original or the real or the physical person. So if you look at Swiggy, Zomato, when there is a customer complaint, what do you do first? You enter it on a chatbot. They have a chatbot option, and they give an option, do you want to speak to our agent? Sometimes they give an option at the end. You're not able to resolve it, you escalate it, you keep escalating it, and they send, I can send you, we can speak with an agent. Or if your Airtel phone, you need to recharge, the options they give, what are they giving? You click 1, you can recharge. Click 2, you can understand roaming plans. Click 8 to talk to our agent. That is the last option now. So what does that mean? They're trying to cut down, but then try to reduce the number of people that are used, and use technology to make it even better. So that is how, similarly in banking, a call center agent who might call you for something can be replaced, right? It can easily be replaced by something called a voice bot. A voice bot is a robot that can speak. So voice bot can easily replace it. Now, this is a last part which I want to conclude on, because I'm short of a little bit running short of time. So now, like I said before, ever since technology has come in, one aspect that we need to always understand is that the perils that are connected with technology, right? So how many people you have heard about these house arrests? On your mobile phone, some people dressed up as police officers call you, threaten you, and ask for money. So I'll just describe an incident that has happened. So a slightly old man, maybe around his 70s, who used to visit a branch, a bank branch. I'm not revealing any names or any person or any place. This is something that has happened, but I want to just talk about it. So he came one day asking that I want to close all my fixed deposits, about 40, maybe 50, 60 lakhs. I want to close it all. I want to send it to somebody. I want to send it to he initially said that maybe he would have said, I want to buy a house somewhere. I'm going to send this money. So this person was a very jovial, very happy kind of a person. He comes to the branch he was a retired person. So he would have come to the branch every day, and he would have usually come here, talk to everybody, but he was all of a sudden very tensed. He was feeling a little he was a little worried about everything. He was looking worried in his face. So the branch staff sort of had a doubt on why he was trying to do this, and he asked him, should we close it? Is it an urgent requirement? Should we do something else? No. He said, no, I want to make sure that I want to do it today itself. Please do it urgently. I don't want to talk about it more. So they filled the forms for moving the account, and they saw something that the account was moving to a place that was not nearby. So he said he was buying a house, right? He said he was planning to buy a house, or so they had a suspicion, thinking, why would he want to send money to an account that is very far off, somewhere very very far off? So they had a doubt. They so this branch people, they thought about it. They had this, because they hear stories like this always, right? Sitting in a bank, I hear a lot of stories like this. So we have the suspicion about many things. So we verify our facts before we do something. So what we did was, so they called the police, asked them, we have a suspicion about this account, of this transfer that is happening. And when the police came, and he tried to explain, the police tried to explain to this person that this is not real. So what happened was, this person was under digital arrest, what you call a digital arrest. So somebody has called him his phone, was dressed up as like a policeman, and told him that, and given some fake evidences and stuff, saying that you have to send money to this account or else this will happen to you, or this. So some of these schemes are very scary actually. Some of them, they get your details, so they get personal information about you and they give it out to you. So like, I had a senior friend of mine who told me that, see, and he understood it, but he was just jokingly showing me that, see, I got a message saying that my daughter has been arrested in Kolkata, send money to this account. But the thing is that his daughter had had done her education in Kolkata, but she had moved on to a different country afterwards. But they got this information that his daughter has been studying in Kolkata, and they sent a message saying that your daughter has been arrested for a narcotics related case in Kolkata. Send this money to us, or you will face the consequences. So somebody who's not very well educated would be scared of such things, and they would start doing it. So that are the threats that come with all this technology, all this. So my one request to all of you is, as students, you, as this generation, is more aware of how technology works, is more aware of how the use of technology, right? So I would recommend all of you, that's how I want to conclude. I would recommend all of you to make sure that you teach people and make people understand that the good facts about technology, about what you're using, what all of us are using, and the bad effects of it, the safety concerns that is connected with all these sort of apps and all these digital arrests and all that's happening. So that's how I want to conclude. And so I'm very happy that everybody were very patient listeners. I hope you gained some interesting facts from my session, and thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to take them. Any questions on anything that we discussed? Anything? Okay. So one final thought that I want to leave you with: all of you have plans, right? Plans after college. You have some goals to achieve after college. So stick to your goals. Even if the plan is not working, change the plan, not the goal. Okay, everybody, change the plan. If your plans are not working, you feel down, you feel bad, you feel that, okay, this plan is not working, I should drop that goal. Never do that. Change the plans, not your goals. Always aspire for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was genuinely eye opening, showing us how the banking ecosystem functions beyond just the numbers.
May I request our faculty coordinator, Mr. K.O. Francis, to kindly sit up and present a token of appreciation to Thomas Lal, sir.
Up next, we are diving straight into the core language of the business world, a subject foundational to all commerce students.
Please give a warm welcome to CMA Dr. Trinisha CR as he takes over to guide us through the vital concepts of accounting and international financial reporting standard.
Good morning, all respected organizers. Thank you very much. Respected organizers, dear students, I found this is a privilege and an opportunity, great opportunity to address this kind of unique kind of initiations taken by our institutions. And for today's discussion of the session, I have considered, I'm delighted to deliver special talk on international financial reporting standards, which are commonly known as IFRS. These are all the IFRS are the common language, otherwise common standards which are used in general throughout the world. More than about 140, go to the next slide. About 140 plus countries are following the IFRS standards. We should not skip the basics. In fact, we know the accounting principles where accounting conventions, concepts, and as well as conservations. So these are all, yeah. Okay, these are all the basics things we must be understand that which are all being in the support of framework of the IFRS. They would be in existence, but the framework and the approach is different. As far as IFRS is concerned, it is based on policy oriented, prudence oriented rather than the rules. Okay, here we can say that IFRS is a principle based phenomena where we can find that before getting to the features of the IFRS, let me throw light upon why this IFRS and what are exactly we can see to be called it as an international financial reporting standards, because these would help, IFRS would help stakeholders like investors, financial institutions, business organizations, and all other stakeholders to take proper decisions, particularly financial decisions, make decisions based on the financial reporting standards. IFRS based on reporting drawn based on the IFRS, we can say. So that these are very important for the stakeholders to take financial decisions, I mean to say. And during this session, we are going to let me highlight what are things we're going to understand and study during this session. We're going to learn about what are the objectives of IFRS, what are the features of the IFRS, and then what are the governance, and what are the how the IFRS standard setting process, and if time permits, definitely we will discuss about considering any one or two of the IFRS. Okay, so let me come up with the historical background of IFRS. Prior to IFRS, there was an international accounting standard committee was in existence. They were the committee guiding about 41 international accounting standards. Now, slowly, gradually, since the year 2000, 2001 onwards, we are converging these international accounting standards to the IFRS. Presently, we can find there are about 17 IFRS. I'm going to show in the next slides. And why we have to understand the relevance of IFRS firstly. Because we are in the globalization era, this is the globalization era, even in the Indian case also, when we are opened our economy since 1991 new economic policy, we all have to seek for the financial injunction from the different borders of the world. So if that is the case, we have to list our shares and financial assets in the international market. If that is the case, we must have to follow the international financial reporting standards. Because if this IFRS and they provide particularly, listen to this word, this is very important. IFRS ensures comparability, adoptability, consistency, reliability, and transparency. Because of this factor, this would helps to investors to take proper financial decisions, and hence this would leads to any country, for that matter those countries which are being part of the global economy, helps in promoting international business and also helps in seeking cross-border investments, and also which enhances, particularly which enhances global economic growth. We are talking about economic growth in every country. We are standing at fifth or sixth rank, sometimes it fluctuates. Okay, so because of having the IFRS, certainly that makes sense that the local law and local policies, that means our domestic policies, will be in the position to have the convergence with the global standards, and that would definitely help for the economic development of any country which is being part of the global economy. This is the time of evolution of IFRS. As I told you before, IFRS in 1970s, International Accounting Standard Committee was in existence. In 1973, International Accounting Standards, as I told you, 41 International Accounting Standards were being framed in that era itself. And in 1973, then there will be a lot of gaps were there. And then in the year 2000, it is tried to 2002 to 2005, European Union. So one thing you must understand, international accounting standards are meant for European Unions. Those countries which are looking for financial assistance and those who are looking for listing their shares in the international stock market, like particularly in the European countries, European Union, we must have to have the standards set by international financial reporting standards, which are framed by the European Union. Okay, unless we being part of the IFRS, we would not be able to get the financial assistance, in the sense if unless we list our shares in the European market, we cannot get fund, because shares are not going to be traded in the recognized stock exchanges. So, and then in the 2001, International Accounting Standard Committee has been shifted to International Accounting Standard Board, IASB we can call it as. Okay, and then in 2002 2005, a lot of that means European Union approves and mandates IFRS for listed companies, as I explained. In 2011, we in India we have introduced IFRS. That means we are not going to adopt as it is. Instead of that, we are converging in the sense, because we are abide by with the local laws. Like we have several laws. What are those laws? Companies Act is there. We have to have the financial statement in such a way that it is desirable as per the compliances need to be supposed to be met under the Companies Act, right? So we should not ignore our local laws, and even we should not just keep aside IFRS because we are being part of global economy, because we have to list our shares in the international market, particularly in the European Unions. And hence India introduces and officially converging with theirs. Not we are adopting, we are converging. That means principle based approach, what is there in the IFRS, that is going to be adopted. And what are the various accounting treatment are going to be framed in the IFRS, have to be incorporated in our local Indian accounting standards. We are following the Indian accounting standards, but we are not directly adopting the IFRS. We are converging the Indian accounting standards, and we are making the European Union to understand that we are comparable with your accounting standards, and hence they are entertaining our companies, that means domestic companies or whatever the companies those are uh, established in India, even in the nature of multinational companies, even they are also help to have some financial assistance in the sense listing of their shares in the European market. And officially in 2001 we have started, and presently, as I told you, there are about, except United States. United States of America has its own accounting standards called generally accepted accounting principle, US GAAP. Okay, so we are going to, if time permits, definitely I will make you to understand that what are the difference between the US GAAP and Indian accounting standard and IFRS. Okay, so as I told you, International Accounting Standard Committee was there in prior to that. IASC was there. Now we can find the International Accounting Standard Board. This board is the responsible for the today's IFRS, and which developed a new modernized accounting standards known as IFRS, and existing IFRS standards are continue to apply until amendment or replaced. It's not operating. Help me out. So adoption of IFRS worldwide. Initially in the 2002, European Union decides all listed companies must prepare consolidated statement using IFRS. It is a mandatory aspect. If you would like to have, list your shares in the European Union, the European Union nations, how many nations are there? There are rich economy, having rich background of economy. Okay, we always expect much funds from there because the foreign institutional investors are more in the European Union, and they have insisted, if you would like to seek funds, seek any investment from our country, you must have the International Financial Reporting Standard. That kind of insist they have done, and then it is became mandatory in 2005. All members of European Union members have to have the compulsorily have to adopt the IFRS, and global acceleration has takes place. And after few years, Asian countries and African continents, South America, and other continents are also, except United States, all continents have been adopted this particular IFRS. There are 140 plus jurisdictions, countries across the globe have adopted, and these are all some important IFRS, where IFRS 16 says about leases, IFRS 9 speaks on financial instruments, and IFRS 15 is about revenue from contractors with the customers, and IFRS 17 speaks on insurance contracts. And so far there are 17 IFRS, and in addition to that, IFRS 18 has been introduced in effective from 1st April 2024, but that is going to come into effect on upcoming year, that means 1/1/2027. Okay, the name of that IFRS is preparations and disclosures of financial statements. Okay, this is going to be come into picture very soon after a couple of months. So core characteristics of IFRS. IFRS has its own features or characteristics. Are you following me? IFRS is the standards. Standards means how accounting treatment have to be done. Okay, we will come up with some examples, so you'll get to know that what standards exactly. Because standards ensures definitely adaptability, comparability, transparency, reliability, relevance. These features they are going to fulfill, and they would provide informations true and fair. Okay, that is what principle based feature says. Principle based feature exactly says that it is expected to apply a professional judgment. Okay, professional judgment is important. That means we have to give some IFRS approach where substances over form. Substances over form means economic substances is important rather than the legal form. We should not record any transaction as it is based on the rules. We have to follow the principles. Principles means it is an, as I said, professional judgment. Okay, professional judgment says that we have always have to consider from the background of the what economic substance, not based on the legal form. I'll give an example so that you will be able to understand how exactly this particular what do you call principle based approach says. A company may be having plan of selling its machine for rupees, let me come up with the exact figure there in the example, to say rupees 10 lakhs. It is planning to sell a machinery to another buyer of for rupees 10 lakhs. And also it is agreeing that at the same time, at the due course of the selling process, it is agreement is going to happen between buyer and seller that the seller is going to get back the same machinery after 2 years for rupees to say 10 lakh 80,000. Selling for 10,000 rupees. After 2 years, he has an agreement of, it is a terms and conditions of an agreement, this particular deal. He has to get back the same plant and machinery for rupees 10 lakh 80,000. We don't question about depreciation, okay? Other things remain constant. Ceteris paribus we are talking about, okay? If there are questions, definitely I will take up at the last, okay? Because commerce students always thinks about if when today's plant is going to plant and machinery is going to be depreciated after a few years, right? That means obsolete. It's going to be obsolete, and that reduces its value, right? Leave it. This is an agreement. Now, rules in the sense legal form says that this has to be entered as asset has been sold, right? And that has to be recorded sale and cash comes in. That means bank account will be credited, right? But we should not apply this rule for these particular transactions. Instead of that, we have to apply economic substance. What economic substance is that our intention is not to sell, to get it back, and we need financial assistance of rupees 10 lakhs, right? And obligation of making repayment of 10 lakhs 80,000. 80,000 is to be called as exactly the interest aspect. It is called as interest because you are borrowing 10 lakhs by pledging of your plant and machinery, right? This is economic substance. And if that is the case, you are not supposed to record this as a asset has been sold as plant and machine asset account debtor to bank account. Should not record like that. You have to consider it as an interest expenses in the profit and loss account as a expenses. 80,000 rupees an expenses, and you are not allowed to record it as based on the rules. Okay, so legal forms should be ignored. Economic substances has to be considered. That is what principle based approach according to the IFRS. It is a principle. US GAAP says rules. We earlier Indian accounting standards are also having the rule because of we are in the convergence process. Due course of process, we have to adopt the principle based approach. So this is very important. That is why IFRSs are different and unique. And then fair value. Fair value is nothing but current market price. Generally, we do record assets and liabilities, okay, based on the historical price, right? we generally prepare financial statement and balance sheet assets and liabilities as a what do you call, based on the historical approach. Okay, but here IFRS gives stress upon it approaches. It says that we have to record certain assets based on what current market price, that is called fair value. Okay, then only the financial statement gives a true and fair view. We are not just recording the transaction just like that. We have to provide information to the stakeholders, particularly for the investors. And banks and financial institutions, those are looking for to know about financial performance, accurate financial performance, true and fair view of the financial statement, right? So that, for example, land value always get appreciated. We have been recording land value excluding building. Land value earlier also we recorded 10 crores rupees 5 years ago, and today also we are recording at for rupees 10 crores only. Okay, that exactly says that it is a wrong interpretation that gives misleading of the financial statement and misinterpret the financial statement, and hence stakeholders or investors would not be in the position to take appropriate financial economic decisions. So it guides, which guides? IFRS guides what? Fair value. And then another feature of the IFRS is, just now we spoke about the substances over form. Okay, this is exactly the principle based and do no need of much explanation for this. And it says that economic reality is always given priority over the legal form. Economical, how it is important is relevant, rather than just because of rule says you should not record things like that. So it is substances over the form. And another important feature is comparability. Comparability, why comparability is possible? When different countries have following the same set of accounting rules as a common accounting language of the IFRS languages, definitely, I mean companies may be existed in the same country, being in the nature of a domestic company or multinational company, or company may be established in different part of the world, whatever it may be. If all companies are following the same international accounting, international financial reporting standard, means definitely it ensures that comparability, because same set of guidelines. For example, method of depreciation. If IFRS insists that straight line method has to be followed, all company have to create depreciation, provide depreciation based on the IFRS approach. It says that all company have to follow the principle of recording of its assets based on the depreciation method of straight line method only. If that is the case, the information given by different companies would be the same. That means financial statement should not deviate. Financial statement which can be comparable from one country to another country, otherwise it also can be compared within the country also. Okay, for example, suppose an Indian company A and company B, both are that is there in Germany. If both are following the same accounting IFRS, means definitely their results would be, the financial performance will be one and the same, considering and assume that its total assets, liabilities, net worth and everything would be the same, if that is the case. So it helps in comparability. And another important features of this IFRS is full disclosures. Disclosure is very basic things. One has to know that what is all about disclosure. Disclosure means the materiality aspects. That means important aspect have to be revealed. That should not be hidden. Mandatory things have to be disclosed. Okay, which method we are following? We cannot say everything has to be shown in the balance sheet with an explanations. Wherever necessary, where it is a particular transaction is a very key and very important or material information which would influence on the financial statement, which would bring an impact or changes in the financial statement, that has to be revealed in the note, not in the somewhere else in the bracket or somewhere. Okay, note to the consolidated financial statement or income statement. That means important information has to be bring into the notice of the investors, so that he can take appropriate economic financial decision. That means his investment options. So here I will come up with one illustrations. There is one company where in which a court suit is there. It is facing some legal issues, and because of this facing of legal issues, probably it may company has to pay to about 10 crore rupees penalty if they find guilt. Okay, if that is the case, they have to report this, and because 10 crore is not a small money. Okay, that would impact on financial statement. Okay, in case company fails to fulfill the legal requirement and it loses its case before court, definitely that has to pay 10 crore rupees. Okay, it's an obligation, and certainly that would impact on adverse impact on the financial positions of the company, right? That is why company has to reflect either, winning in the future or losing in the future before court of law. That doesn't matter, but the thing is we have to reveal as it is. Now, there is some issues with this, so that has to be stated in the note to the financial statement or income statement. So that is called full disclosures. Yeah. Now we are moving to the significance of IFRS. Why IFRS are important? Okay, because firstly we could say that because of its reporting quality. Why we can say we are the IFRS reports whatever we prepare based on the IFRS are qualitative one, because that ensures definitely we can easily compare, we can easily get to know that what is relevant, and we can also, based on the reliability of the information reflected in the financial statements, are true or incorrect, and hence we can say that they are the qualitative informations and qualitative financial reporting. With an example, I can say that explain this particular significance, where, for example, an investor in India wants to compare financial performance of an Indian company and a company of the United Kingdom because of the comparability. So how we can say, because of comparability, financial standards are very, financial reporting is very qualitative one. Unless we compare, if we are unable to compare two financial statements of different countries, because they may be having different accounting standards, they may be following different accounting standards, definitely that financial statement cannot be matched or compared, right? So standards exactly shows that the uniformity and harmony in the principles of accounting and all accounting policies, to say conventions, conservatisms, and other materiality, conservatism, whatever the conventions and concepts are there, all have to be incorporated in the same way. Okay, then only we can say that this can be comparable. That means qualitative informations means definitely says that when you compare two financial statement of different countries, exactly these companies may be revenue, it may be related to profit, or it may be related to assets or liability, and income statement are comparable, and which can be easily make it out that whether they are true and fair view. And coming to the under significance, we can move on to the next aspect, qualitative information. That's all right. Reporting quality I mentioned, and cross-border investment, where we can see that there is a cross-border investment. So because of comparability, because of I'm stressing upon certain variables, Are you listening to my words? Okay, because of transparency, because of its reliability, because of its relevance, because of standards are true and fair, very much real. They are based on the principle based approach, and all company are following the similar set of standards. Means exactly we can say that everywhere, I mean any corner of the world or globe, he will be in the position to invest any part of the other country's business organizations, because there is a, I mean there is a what is advantages of comparability. Okay, when we are able to give comparability, definitely we can say that, because unless we adopt IFRS, we cannot raise easily funds. A person or an investor from the Japan may be interested to invest in India, but we are still following, assume that we are following our own Indian accounting standards. Then he wouldn't come up for the investment in our India, because he will compare, for example, Russian company and with Indian company. Assume that Russia is following IFRS and we following our own Indian accounting standards. That that is not end up with a comparability. Okay, if then cross-border investment could not take place. So that when there is a comparability, when we follow, it's possible only when we follow the common set of guidelines, common language called International Financial Reporting Standards. So increases the investment level. And another significance of IFRS is about transparency and comparability. Just now we have stated, and exactly it shows that investor can easily compare what he can compare in financial statement, what he can compare in the financial statement, profit position, revenue, value of assets, value of liability. Okay, these things will be compared. Significance of IFRS is also brings a investor confidence. Okay, that means it increases the trust in international markets. Okay, trust in the sense, when a company which in India prepares its financial statement in accordance with IFRS and provides complete disclosure about its profit, assets, revenue, liability, and risk, a foreign investors use the statement and because follow international recognized standards. Okay, no need explanation for this. Okay, because when they are comparable, when you are able to understand, when the standards are very much transparent and which gives true and fair, very important, true and fair view of the financial statement is very important. As I said, disclosures. If everything is disclosing, transparency is possible. If that is the case, it brings confidence among the investors. Okay, these are all the various objectives of the framework. So first one is 1 minute. Okay, let me have the explanation for this. Okay, what exactly says? The framework is nothing but preparations of IFRS. Okay, it is a kind of standard setting process. So it fulfills the objective of to improve the transparency and reliability of financial reporting, and also it enhances the comparability of financial statement across companies and countries, and to promote strict accountability in financial reporting, because they are mandatory. You are not supposed to skip any of the policies as per your convenience. Once you are going to adopt IFRS, means you must have to follow everything as it is. Okay, that again you can say that it is free from rules. Whether it is free from rules, no, it is free from rules. Rules is related to accounting principles, not for the recording of transactions. And to facilitate international investment and cross-border business, that means it would bring a lot of funds from international market. So we are talking about make in India, right? Modi is talking about make in India. Why? How it is possible? If at all we are not adopt these IFRS, we cannot fulfill our policy become policy being what? Make in India. So to make in India, to have make in India, we must have financial assistance, particularly in the nature of foreign funds that would lead to increase in the economy. Global, in the Indian economic development is possible because of the rising of funds leads to economic growth of any country for that matter. We are facing a lot of foreign exchange exposures, foreign exchange risk exposures because of volatility of Indian rupee, right? If we are converged our Indian accounting standards to the standard of international financial reporting standard, certainly that is a that is a indicator that we are supporting to fulfill our policy being make in India policy has to be fulfilled. Make in India means what? We have to welcome and we have to invite foreign institutional investors and multinational corporations to come and operate in India. Okay. If they are coming to India means they won't come up with the empty hands. They will come up with the organizations. They will raise the funds locally and as well as they will find the funds internationally. To find the fund internationally, even because of MNC, they cannot get the fund just like that because we have adopted and converged with the IFRS. Because of IFRS, our shares, our multinational company, otherwise domestic company shares are going to be listed in the foreign, particularly in the European market. That would leads to what? Helps to raise the funds. When we are listing our shares and financial assets in the international financial market, like different European Union stock exchanges, means definitely that is the key factor to say that we can raise funds from abroad. So that helps to bring foreign exchange. Okay, and hence we can avoid and we can mitigate the risk associated with the foreign exchange risk. So it looks like we should not say that IFRS is just like it is a standard we inevitably government is insisting us to have and we have to adopt this. No, not like that. Okay, we have to understand its relevance. That is why we call it as a relevance. And also we can say that being an objective of the IFRS framework to aggressively reduce the differences in accounting practices worldwide. Okay, if you are able to read financial statement of different countries which are prepared based on the common reporting language, common accounting language, by you making use of the IFRS standards, definitely that would reduces the what do you call the differences. That means that would bring uniformity. If it is a uniformity, definitely world will be called as a single village. Okay, right? These are all the objectives of this particular IFRS. Mission statements. So mission is a long-term goal and broader goal where International Accounting Standard Board mission is to develop IFRS standards that bring transparency, accountability, efficiency. We are going to speak on accountability and economic efficiency in the upcoming slide. This is the broader missions I'm talking about. Okay, that too, which helps to financial markets around the world. Our work saves the public interest by fostering trust, growth, and long-term financial stability in the global economy. So we are not just IFRS are not just for to develop any one of the growth of economic growth of one continent like European Union alone. They are interested to helping the developing nations like India by adopting this IFRS, because we are also being part of the global economy and we have opened our economy in the as a in the globalization process. Correct? That is helps to bring trust, growth, and long-term financial stability. Financial stability is important. Okay. Okay. Unless we do not have the particular financial stability, economy cannot be balanced and we cannot achieve the economic growth. Mission in action, whatever the certain variables we have found in the where mission statement, we will take up one on each one of the IFRS ISB's mission, and we will discuss about transparency. It enables investors and other market participants informed economic decisions. Okay, because of the transparency, anybody can trust upon it and rely upon it, and based on information so provide where the information will be receiving by the end of the stakeholders in the financial statement. Okay, we are talking about financial statement so far till now and in future also. Okay, don't think that we are talking about some philosophy. Okay, everything will be get connected with the accounting statements, income statement, balance sheet items. All right. And accountability. Accountability means we have to strengthen the accountability by reducing the information gap between the providers of capital. So company is responsible, business organizations are responsible to provide accurate information, true and fair view of the information to the stakeholders. Then we can call it as they are the accountable. That means they are having the responsibility to reflect their financial statement. They have to exhibit their financial statement in the manner of true and fair view to the general public and all stakeholders. Okay, that is why we can say there is an accountability mission there in the accounting standard board. So regarding accountability, I'll come up with one example so that you will be able to understand. Suppose, because investors have been invested their hard-earned money, otherwise their their borrowed money from somewhere to the particular company. Company's duty is to shows that where exactly so invested money by the investor is going to be utilized. That has to be shown. Okay, that is called accountability. They cannot hide that we are the company, you are invested. You are not supposed to show any particular explanation for you. We will come up with the financial statement results and you go through with that. We cannot say. Okay, even if we say that, it has to bring trust for the investors, right? So for example, suppose ABC company limited receives rupees about 50 crores from an investor to expand its business. It is borrowing, getting investment from one of the party. He is investing 50 crores in a company. Okay, then if that is the case, under IFRS, it says that this is a material information. You have to bring into the notice of the investors based on this. And the due course of the financial statement, that 550 crores rupees, how company has been utilized has to be reflected in the financial statement. Okay, that means company is showing its accountability to the investors, how, in what way they are making use of the funds for the business organizations. That means how they are using, in where they are investing, whether they are purchasing assets or any liabilities incurred, they are fulfilling any obligations by making use of 50 crores, and any profit earned or losses incurred. Okay, when a company cannot give assure that we are going to get profit out of what investment you have been made. Okay, that is secondary, but disclosing of the information relating to the data where amount so invested by the investor has to be reflected as it is. Okay, right, that is why it is called as it is a mission of one of the mission of the International Accounting Standard Board in the form of IFRS is to bring the accountability, show the accountability. So another mission in action where economic efficiency, where IFRS standards contribute to economic efficiency by helping investors identify opportunities and risk across the world, improving capital allocation. Very important. How we can say this? How we can interpret this? Because of the comparability, because of the disclosure, okay, because of the consistency. One thing we need to understand: consistency. Consistency in the sense, business organizations have to follow the same method of recording in books of accounts related to depreciation or valuation of stock, whatever it may be. Once it is following one method, that has to be followed for several years. That is called consistency. Okay, if there is a consistency, if there is a comparability worldwide, different companies across the worldwide, definitely an investors will be in the position to allocate his funds to different companies across the globe, not only in one state or one company. So the impact is like this: for businesses, using a single trusted accounting language lowers the overall cost of capital and reduce the international reporting cost. So this is an impact. So because of the IFRS, overall cost of capital will be calmed down. That will calm down. How? Can anybody say? Because of cheaper debt. Otherwise, there is no much risk associated with the investments, what they're doing in investments, I mean, in the stock markets. Okay. If there is no risk, that means financial statements are true and fair, they are comparable. That means it would not create any ambiguity in the part of the investors. They would be well affirmed with the firm with their decisions making. If that is the case, cost of capital of equity, cost of debt, and everything will come under the control. If that is the case, overall cost of capital come down. That leads to increasing in the wealth of the firm. You all have studied, I hope, financial management. There you will be able to understand, when we reduce the overall cost of capital, it increases the overall growth of the firm, otherwise total value of the firm. That is why the impact, because of the this is what called economic efficiency. We cannot say that simply economic efficiency. Economic efficiency is possible only when lesser cost of debt, lesser cost of equity fund available to the companies, then that shows that growth of the company and total increasing in the total value of the firm. And also international reporting cost. For example, India, we are following local laws, like company law we have to follow. There is various statutes. Security Exchange Board of India is there. FEMA Act is there. Income Tax Act is there. GST Act is there. Banking Regulation Act is there. Several acts we can see. Okay, I'm going to speak. I mean, this should not create confusion among you. Okay, we will discuss about it later when we compare with the IASB with the IFRS. Okay, but we can say that economic efficiency means it reduces the cost, increases its value of the firm. Right. This is a organization structure in the International Accounting Standard Board, where International Accounting Standard, I mean, we cannot come up with the IFRS in the overnight. It takes a lot of exercise, lot of preparations. Okay, for that has to have its own formal organizational structures. That shows exactly, this picture exactly shows that how these IFRS will be generated, how this will be created. International Accounting Standard Committee, which would be advised by the various trustees, appointees, and advisory groups, and that would appoint two board called Standard Advisory Council and IFRIC. That means International Financial Reporting Standard. IC means Interpretation Committee. It is an interpretation committee. IAC appoints two committees, and both will advise us, and this advisory council advises to the International Accounting Standard Board, that would take the appropriate decisions, because IAC is no more in the picture, because out of 41 accounting standards, international accounting standards, IAS, are converted into IFRS. Okay, during this course, IASP will be in the position to, considering the advisors of the SAC and as well as the interpretation committee, its interpretation, it will come up with a ready of the IFRS. Okay, this is how organization structures takes place while during the framework of any IFRS. There is some issue with this. Not moving. Kindly arrange the new shells before the next resource person coming to here. If any problem with the cells, because this program is going to happen in another about 10 hours, right? 11 hours, another 11 hours, if I'm not wrong. 11 or 12. You count it later. Okay, no problem. It's not happening. You manually do it, no problem, if it is possible from your end. Move to the next slide. Okay, these are all the different IFRSs. 17 IFRS have been told: insurance contracts, share-based payment, business combinations, explanation. Each IFRS has its kind of nomenclature, wherein which each IFRS has its definitions, its objectives, what are the mandatory requirements, has to be disclosures, and how recognition has to be done, and what are the notes to be written before under the financial statement. Okay, a kind of typical format would be there. Okay, I suggest you to, after listening to my words and having the some fundamental aspects of this IFRS, you can undergo with the some IFRS certification course which would be offered by Institute of Cost and Management Accountant of India, ICMA website you can find. Okay, and Chartered Accountant Institute websites you can also find this IFRS certification course, and company secretaries also in their website you can find that course. Because why I'm telling is this IFRS is not are meant for only for the chartered accountant or policy matters. Okay, this can be make use by, I mean, having with the domain knowledge of the IFRS, you can get an advantage, I mean, get the job avenues in multinational corporations, where in which audit firm we can see. You might have heard that companies like KPMG, Ernst and Young. Okay, these are all the companies, those who are looking for the graduates along with the certificate course of IFRS, so that it creates an employment opportunity. If at all you are interested in accounting, very important. Okay, if you study the course, definitely you'll be able to understand. I'm touching upon its outlook of the IFRS and an overview of the IFRS. Okay, right, these are all the various IFRS. You can get a lot of information in the websites, and any Google search you can get the what are all the IFRSs are in existence. Total 17 IFRS are there. I mean, for lease, fair value measurement, joint arrangement, I mean, disclosures of interest. I mean, earlier it was interested party disclosures. It has changed its nomenclature. Okay, so this is the standard setting process. I'm not going to explain much. Okay, this is standard, I mean, it's a process in detail, because I want to tell some of important aspects, so that I'm moving the slides. And benefits. It helps to global comparability, bring confidence, capital market access, consistency, lower reporting costs. These are all we already been discussed. And standards are consisting with these all. It's in its template, as mentioned: objectives, scope, definition, recognition criteria, measurement, presentation, and as well as effective date and appendices, like that. And these are the strategic trade-offs, the diagnostic comparison. These are the benefits, and as well as some limitations we can find here. Those are all the benefits where which enhances the global comparability, increases the investors' confidence again. And as far as comparison is concerned, I have to talk a few words about here. Assume that we are a domestic company in India. We have to prepare books of accounts as a compliance matter of, as Companies Act says. Okay, we have to follow the principles and as per the Companies Act and what Indian accounting standards says, we have to prepare, right? And again, if you'd like to seek fund from abroad, like we have to list our shares and stocks in the European market, again we have to prepare International Accounting Standard Board. If you would like to seek funds in US market, we have to have books of accounts in such a way that it has to be understandable in the United States gap also, so that this creates a lot of increasing in the cost of preparations of financial statement, right? So that it is a limitations, we can say, and also which introduces earnings volatility because of a fair value. We said fair value is important, but when we say add the fair value in everywhere, revaluation of assets and all, that may be not correct value. It may be in the interest of the business organizations, they may be increase or decreasing the fair value. Okay, right. That gives again misleading financial statement. So this is another lacuna of having the IFRS. Okay. So in Indian context, we are not adopting the IFRS. We are in the process of convergence of the IFRS. Convergence in the sense we are fine tuning our Indian accounting standards as per the requirement of the IFRS. We are not just replacing the IFRS by adopting the IFRS. Okay, this is what we are doing. Because of why we have to do like that? Because we cannot ignore the domestic laws like Companies Act, Foreign Exchange, FEMA Act, SEBI Act, RBI Act, whatever the local laws for that matter. So that there is a problem with adoption, and hence we are trying to fine tune with the IFRS as a convergence. So this is the utility for India as the business case where better access for global capital. Okay, if you want to seek for financial support from international means, always we have to have the set of books of accounts as per the requirement of the IFRS, and quality of reporting, and it also enhances the easy cross-border listing and eliminates the multiple reporting. If you have IASB's IFRS, definitely we can have one common accounting language and we can come up with one report called financial statement is like this. Okay, that can be comparable and that can be used everywhere across the globe, means that reduces the cost. Okay, so these are all the various execution hurdles in India, because the what you call the technicalities associated with the IFRS or have to be bring into the notice of to the knowledge through the awareness for the stakeholders such as firms, banks and exchanges have to understand IFRS. This orientation has to be given by the professionals like chartered accountants, CMAs and company secretaries. Okay, so then awareness is lagging behind somewhere. Because of that, we are having some hurdles in adoption and convergence and legal amendments. So we would be having legal amendments for every statutes, acts what we have in the local domestic laws. Okay, that definitely impact on the IFRS. Okay, because IFRS have the common, they have the standard set of standards. We cannot change it. Okay, as and when the amendment is going to happen in our local laws, we cannot fine tune every time. Okay, and somewhere the consistency fails, right? And hence we can say that because of the legal amendments, we are facing hurdles and taxation overhaul, and even that would impact on the taxation. So I'm highly thankful to the organizers providing me an opportunity to address you students. As I said, you have a lot of opportunity in the field of IFRS. You kindly go through with the certain websites where IFRS certifications course are offering by the institutes, various professional bodies particularly. Don't go to any institutes as per as you find in the websites. Okay, I'm talking about professional institutes. If you study means they're all like need not to be physical classes. You can attend online, and there would be convenient mode of representation of this course would be takes place, and examination process takes place. And by this I stop my words. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, CMA Dr. Trinisha Sia, for making those intricate, complex accounting principles feel so accessible to our entire audience.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Matthew Paul Oaken, Dean of University Affairs, to hand over the memento to our honorable guest. We respectfully hand over this memento to you as a small gesture of our immense appreciation for your time and wonderful presence today.
Financial success is not defined by income alone, but by informed decision and strategic investment that create lasting value.
With that, we have the honor of inviting our distinguished guest, Dr. V.K. Vijay Kumar sir, to take the podium and lead us into the next chapter of today's academic journey by delivering his insightful talk on creating wealth through smart investment.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do that. Very warm good morning to all the participants here. I'm very glad, indeed delighted to participate in this COMMERCEE-a-thon 900. Christ College has always been in the forefront of introducing very innovative programs like this. I myself had participated in several programs. I think I would have spoken in this hall at least 5 or 6 times during the last 3 or 4 years. So it's always a great privilege coming back to Christ College, meeting old friends like Francis, and also addressing the students. For a program like this, time management is very important. Therefore, without much of an introduction, let me straight away go into my presentation. As you can see, this presentation is a financial literacy initiative of the company for which I work now. I've been teaching economics in college for 32 years, and the last 16 years I'm in the corporate world, dealing with savings, investments, financial planning. So in our company Geojit, we have a financial literacy program, and I've been heading this financial literacy program for the last 15, 16 years. How many of you among the students have heard of Geojit? How many? Geojit company? How many of you? Please raise your hands for an understanding. Only 3, 4. Okay. Geojit is one of Kerala's most successful companies. More students should have heard about that, particularly students who are pursuing their courses in commerce. And this is one of India's leading stockbroking and wealth management companies. And the core, the focus of this program is, this financial literacy program is to spread the financial literacy among the people, not just among students, among the people at large. Because the reason why we are giving a lot of importance to financial literacy is that there is no correlation between literacy and the financial literacy. Even I would go beyond a point and say that There is no correlation even between education and financial literacy, because large number of highly educated people are financially illiterate. They don't know much about finance. In Kerala particularly, I've been following this very, very closely. I just note down some points also whenever I hear about a financial scam and people losing money. During the last 1 year, the people who lost money in Kerala in financial scams, wrong investments, cyber crimes, people who lost money are: one, a retired high court judge; second, a bishop of the Christian fraternity, a leading person; many doctors, and interestingly, one cyber security specialist criminal lawyer. His specialization is cyber crimes, preventing cyber crimes, but he lost 12 lakhs of rupees in cyber frauds. So what I'm trying to say is, a person may be highly educated, but yet that person may not have financial literacy. That's why we are attaching a lot of importance to financial literacy. Financial literacy should begin at a very early age. Preferably it should start in schools. Schools, many relevant things are taught. For instance, how many of you have heard of a rule called Rule of 72? It's a very important mathematical rule, particularly in finance. How many of you have heard about this Rule of 72? One. I'm very glad that at least one person has heard of that. It is very, very crucial. But then many even teachers do not know about this. These are things which have to be taught. Anyway, I don't have time to go into that. You yourself can Google and find out what is the Rule of 72 and what its significance is. Therefore, without much of an introduction, let me go into my presentation. As you can see, this presentation is structured like this. We start by looking at the importance of savings, investment, and wealth management. Then we move on to investors' expectations. What investors expect when they make investment. From there, we move on to various asset classes and their risk return profile. What are the various asset classes available for people to invest their money? Like bank deposits, stocks, mutual funds, bonds, gold. In fact, money can be invested in commodities like silver, platinum, even crude oil. All these are commodities in which money can be invested. So it is very important that you have a clear idea about the various asset classes available for investment and also the risk and the return from various asset classes. What is the risk of investing in a particular asset class? What is the return from that? Then we move on to mutual funds, because it is very important for large number of people. Direct investment in stocks may not be possible because that requires expertise. For students like you who are studying commerce, finance, things like that, you can acquire the expertise. But for large number of people, particularly if you are doing a profession or doing a business, whatever, which requires a lot of time, it would be better to invest through the mutual fund route. Therefore, I will go into mutual funds, particularly SIPs. What are SIPs? SIPs? Heard of that? What is the expansion of SIP? No one. You have not heard about SIPs. It is coming in newspapers, I mean, in TVs, televisions almost every day. Every day, if you're watching television, particularly CNBC or ET Now channels, you cannot escape this advertisement by SEBI, Securities Exchange Board of India, and AMFI, Association of Mutual Fund Distributors of India. They're advertising this SIPs. SIP is Systematic Investment Plan, where you invest money systematically every month or every quarter or every fortnight, whatever it is. So I will spend some time explaining mutual funds and SIPs. Then if time permits, I will go into the tax implications of investment and the emerging investment landscape. And I will conclude with the India growth story and why India's potential growth in future is a great opportunities for young people like you to invest and grow rich. That is very much possible. This is the structure of the presentation. It would have been better if I had a collar mic and I can stand there and do you have a mic, another mic? Because I can't see this from this angle, right? So I would prefer to stand there with a collar mic or even a mic which I can hold. That's okay. That's fine. Give this option also to the speakers. That's fine. Thank you. All these angles, things like that should be taken into consideration, because if I am standing there and looking at this screen, it will be at a very acute angle, right? So it will not be very clear. So let us start with the basics in financial literacy. Basics in investment planning and financial planning. You are familiar with savings and investment. Even then, I will start with the basics so that you have a clear foundation. You know, saving is the balance in your income after meeting your expenses. If your income is 50,000 rupees a month, your expenditure is 15,000, let us say 35,000 rupees a month. 50,000 minus 35,000 equals 15,000. That is your saving. Very simple. Investment, what is the definition of investment? Investment is deploying money for a return or profit, right? You are deploying money for a return or a profit. It can take different forms. It can be running a company by an entrepreneur, investing in stocks by an investor, buying a cow by a farmer. A farmer buys a cow. Cow is a capital asset, is it not? Cow will deliver a baby. There will be milk. You can sell the milk and get a return on your investment. So all these are investment. That's why we say investment is deploying money for return or profit. Now, how many of you know, if I had not written it here, I'm sure none of you would have given me a very precise definition of wealth. Wealth is, this is not taught also. Has this concept of wealth been taught to you? Saving and investment, you know. Has it been taught? Wealth, what is wealth? No. Yes or no? Not yet. Now, wealth is defined as abundant, valuable possession. The key word here is abundant. Not just a valuable possession. Abundant, valuable possession is wealth. Who is the wealthiest man or richest person in the world? Some of you may be knowing. Who is the richest person, wealthiest person in the world? Yes? Elon Musk, you are right. Give her an applause. Elon Musk. Elon Musk, the American entrepreneur. How much is he worth? His wealth? Billions. Yes, certainly billion. How many billion? 1 billion is around 9,600 crores. Elon Musk is worth around $760 billion. And the number changes almost every day. Why the number changes every day? Now, what is, let me put it very simple, in very simple language. Let us say this morning, Elon Musk is worth $760 billion. What is this $760 billion? What is this $760 billion? Does he own a lot of land? Thousands and thousands of hectares of land? Does he own tons and tons of gold? Or does he own billions of this money in bank deposits? What is this $760 billion? That is my question. No idea. $760 billion is what? $760 billion is the market value of the shares that he owns. Elon Musk holds 42% of the equity share in his company SpaceX. It is launching satellites now, and around 11% of the stocks in his other company. What is the other company? The car company? Tesla. Yes. Boys will be knowing about automobiles. So this $760 billion that Elon Musk owns is in fact the market value of the shares of Elon Musk in these companies. There was a time when cattle was wealth. In the agrarian era, cattle was wealth. Now, wealth is represented by stocks, and stocks represent ownership in companies. You might be knowing that. A very important point that has to be understood, and which most people do not know, is I've written that in the last sentence here. Wealth is not earned, it is created. Income is earned, wealth is not earned. Income is earned, whatever might be your job. You may be a teacher in a school, or a banker working in the bank, or a professor in a college, or a doctor working in a hospital, or an agricultural laborer working in the paddy fields of Irinjalakuda, whatever might be the job, you work and earn your income, right? That's why we say income is earned. Wealth is not earned. Wealth is created. That is why whenever we talk about wealth, the phrase that is used is wealth creation. Income generation and wealth creation. Wealth can be created through smart investment. It is not difficult. I can tell you from my experience. I started investing more than 40 years, 4 decades, 40 years ago. And after learning investment, I've been investing in companies of India, great companies of India. And now you can even invest in companies not just in India, in other countries also. You can buy the shares of Apple. You can buy the shares of Tesla. You can buy the shares of Google or Nvidia or Taiwanese companies like TSMC or Samsung. These are all great companies, very profitable companies. And when the companies make profit, their stock prices go up and wealth is created. From my experience, I can tell you, I'm not going into the details, just one clue, a small clue. It is possible to make more money from investment than all the income that you will be earning through your entire career. That is possible. I told you I worked in college for 32 years, and last 16 years, this is not a job for me. This is my passion, going to educational institutions, addressing investors. It's more a hobby than a job. Now I can tell you this, if you are a smart investor, if you are a good investor, from your investment, you can make far, far more money than all the salary that you will be getting by working for 30 years, 32 years, 35 years. What you have to do is to learn about financial planning, investment, then it is possible. So income is earned, wealth is not earned, wealth is created. Now why save and invest? These points I will not be explaining in detail because you already know something about that and we don't have time also. The reason why save and invest is we need to save and invest money to beat inflation. To make your money, to beat inflation means, what is the inflation rate in India now? Approximately last month. I'm just testing whether you are reading newspapers. Anyone? Rough idea of what is inflation in India? Today, let me tell you, digressing a little bit, I tell you, you youngsters are very fortunate because you are living in a time when access to information and knowledge has become very, very easy. Using your mobile, You can use artificial intelligence, you can use Gemini, or you can use ChatGPT, and any information can be will be available in a few seconds. In a few seconds. So it is important that you should acquire all this. The problem which I face now, I have only one complaint now, that one day has only 24 hours. I always wish if one day had 26 hours or 27 hours, you will get 3 more hours to read and acquire knowledge, because it is so interesting. This was the case when I was growing up. I was your age, right? It was very difficult to acquire knowledge. And in the classroom also we had, we were getting only old knowledge, because the teachers also had old knowledge. Things are changing very fast. Anyway, I'm not going into that. So our inflation now, last month, CPI inflation in India was 4.38%. If there is inflation, you can't do anything about that. In Kerala, sometimes we stage hartals and bunds against inflation. That will not succeed. The only way you can manage inflation is to invest money in asset classes that beat inflation. That means if inflation is 4% and you are getting 4% from your investment, you are not getting anything at all. Real return is 0. Therefore, if you want to beat inflation, you have to invest your savings in asset classes which can beat inflation. So inflation is 4% and you are getting 7% return from investment. Your real return is 3%. That is the economic logic. Now, to make your money grow, to acquire a house, vehicles, all of us want to have a house of our own, a vehicle of our own, electronic gadgets of our own. For travel and vacation, that is very important. These days, people are traveling very widely. I started traveling only in my early 40s, yes, particularly going abroad, right? My grandfather never went beyond Palakkad district. He was born in Palakkad district. He lived in Palakkad district, died in Palakkad district. My grandfather. My mother, after her marriage, went to Coimbatore, where my father had the job. So that was her exposure. When I came to my generation, well, till my late 30s, I was not traveling much. But after turning 40, I had started traveling, and particularly after retirement from the college and joining Geojit, I've been traveling all over India and also to the Middle East, where we have joint ventures in Bahrain, Kuwait, extensive traveling. And now, what is the situation? I have a grandson who is 6 years old. He's just completed 6. He had already traveled to 7 countries. 6-year-old guy had already traveled to 7 countries. So traveling has become a very important pastime of people. You learn a lot from traveling. So for travel, vacation, you need money, and that requires savings and investment. Children's education, marriage, planning for retirement, and to pass on wealth to the next generation. All this need savings and investment. Now, what do we expect from investment? Mainly 5. I'm not going to all the details. If an investment is to be described as a good investment, if it is to qualify as a good investment, it should have 5 features. Number 1, you should get returns from investment, good returns. Second, it should have capital appreciation. What is capital appreciation? The value of the asset in which you have invested money should appreciate over the long period. Thirdly, your investment should be liquid. What is liquidity? One sentence. What is that? What is liquidity? No idea. What is liquidity? The ability of an asset to be converted into cash. You are very good in filling up the gaps, right? The ability of an asset to convert into cash at short notice is liquidity. Then your investment should be safe. And finally, if it has some tax benefits, it is very good. All asset classes will not give tax benefits. Now, there are no asset classes which have all the 5. Bank deposit will give you good returns, but there is no capital appreciation. Land can give you Real estate can give you capital appreciation, but if it is a barren land, there is no return. Gold can give you capital appreciation, but if you are keeping gold in the form of jewelry, what the economist Keynes called the arrogant yellow metal, well, there is no return from that, right? There are some schemes which offer very attractive returns, but they are not safe. Safety is not there. And very few asset classes have tax benefits. But there is one asset class. I've written there blue chip stocks and equity mutual fund. Blue chip stocks are, what are blue chip stocks? Good stocks, good shares with a very good track record. Give me one example of a blue chip stock. Yes? L&T. No, what did you say? Reliance Industries. Okay, Reliance Industries is a blue chip stock in India. Reliance Group, headed by Dhirubhai Ambani, they have that Reliance Jio. Reliance Jio is going to come out with an IPO. What is IPO? Initial public offering. That is in the syllabus. That's you are very smart with your answers. Yes. So Reliance Industries, Larsen and Toubro, HDFC Bank, Maruti, Bajaj Auto. There are even a few hundred blue chip stocks in India. Blue chip stocks and equity mutual funds have all the above 5 characteristics. That is why in investment planning, what is that? Did you say anything? Okay. That's why in investment planning, stock should be an integral part of the portfolio. Now, what are the different asset classes available for investment? For ordinary people, what are the different asset classes available for investment? These are the important asset classes: bank deposits, equities, that is stocks, bonds and debentures, mutual funds, gold, insurance products, real estate, and now there are new products like real estate investment trust REITs and InvITs, infrastructure investment trust. I'm not going to the details, these are not new products. Now this slide will give you a bird's eye view of the various asset classes. I don't have the time to explain this in detail. It is self-explanatory. So just to watch this, these are the important the parameters: returns, risk, diversification, capital appreciation, tax benefits. So the bank FDs give you approximately 6.5%. Risk is low, diversification is not possible. Similarly, we are coming to post office savings deposits, public provident fund, direct investment in equities, mutual funds, ULIPs, etc. Due to the shortage of time, I'm not explaining. You can read this and understand it later, because this slide is, even though it is our intellectual property, for academic institution we give this intellectual property free. So you can watch this program later on and try to understand this. A fundamental principle of investment, I would say the basic principle of investment is, don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? Good investment is diversifying your investment among various asset classes like bank deposits, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, gold. There are different asset classes. So that is the fundamental principle. Diversify investment and invest in various assets based on your goals and risk profile. Investment should be based on goals and risk profile. If you ask a person who is in his 30s or a person who is in her early 30s, what are your financial goals? The answer would be, I need to have a house of my own. I want to buy a car. I want to be of some help to my parents. This may be the financial goals. But if you ask what is your financial goal to an elderly person like me, well, my goals, most of the life goals have already been achieved. My 2 daughters are settled. I have 4 grandchildren. I don't have to look after anyone. So making money is not a problem. It's not a financial goal, even though it is always interesting. So what I'm trying to say is, financial goals of people vary from person to person. So that is why you have to first understand what are the financial goals and invest in various assets based on your financial goals. A basic strategy should be to invest more in high return assets. Stocks always give excellent returns. If you take the history of financial investment, you study the history of investment, you will learn that stocks yield the best returns in any country of the world. There are very few exceptions. In any country, stocks give the best returns in the long run. In the short run, the story can be different. If your time horizon is 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years, the risk may be very high. But if your time horizon is, let us say, 4 years and above, there is absolutely no risk in investing in stocks. That is my personal experience also from investing in the market for more than the 41st year of my investment. There is absolutely no risk if you have a long-term time horizon, but then people are always more bothered about the short term in the market. What will happen to the market next month? Because the markets have an uncanny ability to behave very, I would say, in a very volatile fashion. Stock market will respond to what President Trump says, and he says a lot of, well, I'm not going to the details because he's a very strange person. This morning, one of my job is to give a brief idea about what happened during the last 24 hours in the financial markets of the world. Even while having my coffee in your college, I got a brief question and I just typed 5 sentences as answer to that. One problem is today the Brent crude is the benchmark price of crude oil. Brent crude had shot up about $95. Bad for India because India imports 88% of our crude oil requirements. So that is a problem for us. And the reason why Brent crude shot up is Houthis attacked the 2 Saudi Arabian oil tankers, right? So the problem in West Asia is getting escalated, and that is impacting the oil markets. It will impact the stock market. It will impact the bond market. It will impact the currency market. It's very interesting actually to look at and understand how these markets are interconnected. Anyway, I'm not going to the details. Therefore, if you have a long-term horizon, the best investment is investment in stocks. So you invest more in high return assets like stocks early in your career, because when you are young, you can take risk. Invest more in fixed income around retirement, during retirement. This is not a hard and fast rule. Even elderly old people can have very high risk. I am an old man, but then my risk appetite is very high because of many reasons, right? If a young person generally will have a high risk appetite, but in certain circumstances it can be low risk appetite also. I'm not going to the details. So the basic principle is invest in stocks and mutual funds for long-term wealth creation. Long-term wealth creation, the ideal strategy is to invest in stocks. Now, why stocks? Why equity? The reason is, if you are putting money in bank deposits, what are you doing? You are lending money to the banks. The bank will give you, let us say, 7%. The bank will lend at 11%. And 4% is the net interest margin of the bank, right? If the bank does well, you are putting money in bank deposits. The bank does very well. Bank makes huge profits. Will you gain out of that? Let's say ICICI Bank, one of India's best banks. You have deposited money in ICICI Bank deposit, 3-year deposit. If the bank does well and makes a lot of profits, will they give you more interest? Yes or no? Bank is making a lot of money. You have invested for 3 years at 7% interest. If the bank is making a lot of profits, will they give you more interest? Yes or no? No. So will you gain from bank's efficiency? No. How can you How can you gain from banks' efficiency? From the efficiency of banks? The bank is making a lot of profits. How can you gain from that? Anyone? How can you gain from that? You can gain from that by buying the shares of that company or that bank. HDFC Bank in India has been a great wealth creator. If you take a long time period of 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, of late it has not been performing very well, but it has been a great wealth creator, giving excellent returns. ICICI Bank, another great wealth creator. I own both stocks and I have personally benefited substantially from that. Therefore, if you are depositing money in the bank, you are lending money to the bank. If you are depositing money, putting money in small savings, you are lending money to the government. Gold is a hedge. Gold sometimes does well. Like last year, gold did exceedingly well. But this year the performance is poor. But when you are buying equity, when you are buying stocks, you are buying ownership in that. Right? You said the Reliance Industries, one of India's best companies. I have shares in Reliance Industries. HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Infosys, Maruti, Bajaj Auto. So when you buy these shares, what happens? You are becoming the owner of the company because shares represent ownership. And if the company does well, the stock price will go up and wealth is created. If the company does poorly, the share price will go down and wealth is destroyed. If the company goes bankrupt, you lose all your money. So that is where risk comes in. So equity is buying ownership in the company. When the company grows, wealth is created, risk is the company's performance. Now what is the history in India? In India, Sensex, 1979 is the base year of the Sensex. You know base year. In statistics, index numbers, base year. 1979, 100 was the value in the base year. Now as I speak in July, it is around 77,000. That means the Sensex has multiplied 770 times in 47 years, yielding a CAGR. What is CAGR? Compound annual growth rate of 15%. So 15% is very good. I will explain that later on. But returns are highly volatile. The problem with the stock market is it does not give you linear returns. The returns are not in a straight line. It is very cyclical, characterized by sharp up and down movements. So there will be very high returns in some years, modest returns in some years, negative returns in a few years. All these are possible, but this is what happens in the long run. I'll just give you some interesting data to understand the power of compounding. There are many stories connected with that, but I don't have the time to tell you stories. Therefore, just watch this. Time period, the power of compounding, that is very important. Wealth is created by the power of compounding. I told you Sensex was 100 in 1979, now it is 77,000. The return is 15%. Now 15% in the long run will create phenomenal wealth. Just look at this. Initial investment of rupees 1 lakh. A person is investing 1 lakh. If it is for 10 years, at 5%, 1 lakh will become 1,62,889. If it is 20 years, it will become 2,65,328. 30 years, you can read 4,32,139. If it is 15%, I am skipping 10%. If it is 15% return, then 1 lakh will grow to 4,04,553. In 20 years, 16,36,640. In 30 years, 66,21,140. That is huge compounding. In India, many mutual funds, systematic investment plans have given more than 15% return. 15%. In some of my funds, I bought a fund for my wife 20 years back. Franklin Templeton Equity Income Fund. It was 20 years back. During this 20 years, the average return was, you will find it unbelievable, 19.25%. Every year 19.25. That investment had exploded into a big amount. And the tax advantage, she had not paid any tax on that. Why? Because she has not sold. You sell and there will be capital gains then you have to pay tax. In bank deposits, suppose you put money in the bank FD, whether you withdraw that interest or not, the bank will deduct your TDS, right? But in the case of stocks or equity mutual funds or hybrid funds, you pay tax only if you sell. If you are putting this money for long-term wealth creation, there is no tax. The tax advantage is there. Now, I'm just summarizing that at 15% CAGR. Can you read that last line at the back? Can you read that? Otherwise, take some trouble of reading that later. At 15% CAGR, your investment will double in 5 years. Go by the rule of 72. You ask her any doubt. She knows the rule of 72. She will explain the rule of 72. So you apply the rule of 72. Your money will double in 5 years, multiply 4 times in 10 years, 8 times in 15 years, 16 times in 20 years. But if you put your money in bank deposit, let's say at 6% CAGR, your investment will double in 12 years, multiply 4 times in 24 years. See the difference. Your investment multiply 4 times in 25 years, but here at 15% return 16 times in 20 years. Are you understanding this? This is the power of compounding. And this power of compounding happens. So if you understand this power of, you're all very, very young. If you start investment at an early age and continue that investment for some time, by the time you are, let us say, 40 years of age and your children are going to school, college, whatever, you will be surprisingly rich. It is possible because you are living in an India which is growing very fast. But then first you have to understand that. You have to learn also, right? In India, stocks, now last year we had impressive growth in the price of gold. Gold was really sparkling last year, but this year it has been coming down, particularly in dollar terms. But if you look at this, most people in Kerala, most people in India put their money in bank deposits or they buy gold. But what is the returns? If you take the last, how many years? 47 years. In 1979, 100 rupees invested in bank FD at 7.5%. Now, the value will be 2,920. Bought gold for 100 rupees in 1979. The present value is 10,200. But if you had invested 100 in the shares of Sensex is 30 stocks, a stock market index, it will be worth 77,000 now. That means stocks outperform other asset classes in the long run. How much time we have? Another 15 minutes. So I'll be very quick. I'm skipping certain slides because we don't have time for that. Many of you, I understand that you are studying taxation also. Therefore, you must be knowing these things about taxation. Therefore, I'm not explaining that. This is the tax slab and the tax rate in India for income. This is the income tax rates. I'm not explaining that. Now, when we come to the taxation of equity, dividend is treated as income and taxed as per the tax slab. Long-term, what are capital long-term? You know the difference between long-term and short-term capital gains. If you buy a stock or an equity mutual fund or a hybrid mutual fund, keep it for 1 year and sell after 1 year, the gains are called long-term capital gains. If you sell before 1 year, it is called a short-term capital gain. So this is the long-term and short-term capital gains. I don't have time to go into the details. This taxation is applicable in the case of equity fund also. Equity funds are funds that invest in equities. Debt funds, of course, the taxation is slightly different. Now, before investing, a very important thing is, it is very important that you have to tick 3 boxes. 3 boxes have to be ticked. What are the 3 top boxes? Number 1, create an emergency fund. Most people fail to do that. Recently, I had this particular experience with a schoolmate friend of mine, my own age group, right? Suddenly, he fell sick and had to be admitted to the hospital for an emergency operation. The operation was expensive, more than 6 lakhs of rupees. In spite of his being reasonably okay financially, His wife also was employed. They have reasonable savings, not substantial savings. But then when the surgery came, he had to borrow money. That because an emergency fund was not there. So it is very important that you create an emergency fund. It is important that you take health insurance, and it's also important that you take insurance on your life also. There are big changes happening in the Indian economic and investment landscape since 1980. Equity, that is stocks, have beaten all other asset classes by a wide margin. It has beaten bank deposits, public provident fund, post office savings deposits, safe bonds, gold, everything by a wide margin. But it is risky and volatile in the short term. It is less risky in the long run. And Indian economy, particularly after 1991, what is the importance of 1991 in India's economy? What happened in 1991? Yes? What happened in 1991? Because you were not born, I know that. But then what happened to economic policy in India in 1991? We started what? Started? One word? Starting with L? LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, economic reforms, changing the economic policy that we have been following. Okay, I understand. 15 minutes. Right. I'm looking at this clock also. Don't worry about that. While I was in college, I used to teach students about time management, communication skills, public speaking. Therefore, quite frequently I look at the clock. I will not exceed time. You can breathe very safely, right? Okay. So, since 1991, India's GDP grew 10 times. Sensex multiplied 77 times. Since mid-1990s, stocks have outperformed all other asset classes. FIIs. Who are FIIs? FIIs or FPIs. Expand. No idea. I'll be very blunt and tell you, your general knowledge is very poor. In spite of studying in a very prestigious college like Christ College, if you cannot give me the expansion of foreign portfolio investment, FPI, or foreign institutional investment, well, that is a very big difference. Suppose you are coming to Geojit for a job after completing your course, and I am interviewing you. I will not ask you academic questions from your syllabus. I'm not bothered about that. I will be asking you questions about what is happening in Indian economy, what is happening in Indian markets, how these different markets are connected, what is the rupee dollar exchange rate now. I will not be giving you a sheet of paper and asking you to draw the indifference curves, right? I will not do that. So bookish knowledge has got its own limitations. So mutual funds, very briefly, mutual funds are an ideal route for wealth creation. Direct investment in stocks needs expertise and time. You have to have expertise. Also, you should have time for that. Those who do not have the time and also the expertise can invest in stocks through the mutual funds. And the mutual funds are actually, fund houses are, they're called asset management companies, AMCs. Asset management companies like HDFC AMC, ICICI Pru AMC, SBI AMC, asset management company, they mobilize the savings of the people and they invest this money in various products like equity fund, hybrid fund, value fund, etc. in accordance with the financial goals of the investor. Different investors will be having different financial goals. So in tune with the financial goals of the investor, money will be invested. So in India, mutual funds have consistently outperformed the benchmark indices. Mutual funds mobilize the investable funds of investors, invest these funds in accordance with the goals. Mutual funds are broadly equity funds, debt funds, hybrid balance funds. Equity funds invest in equity, debt funds invest in debt instruments, debentures, bonds, like that. And hybrid funds invest in a mix of both equity and debt. These are a broad classification. There are actually 7 to 8 classifications. How to invest in mutual funds? Timing investment is difficult. Therefore, SIP is the best method. SIP, as I told you at the beginning, is systematic investment plan, where you invest a particular amount of money to suit your pockets. You invest a particular amount of money every month for the long term. That is systematic investment plan. That is the best method. So regular investment, usually monthly, a fixed amount in a fund. You can start with as small as 500 rupees. It is meant for the Aam Aadmi now. Government has made it very accessible. You can start with as low as 500. There is a mutual fund distribution company which we are running in Thrissur. My daughter is the managing director of that company. There is an investor who invests 500 rupees every month. There is another investor who invests 1.5 lakhs every month. A doctor who is a super specialist in Bangalore. Right? So suiting your pocket, any investment can be made. Some common mistakes to avoid in investing. This is very important. People commit mistakes. Mistakes are part of life. Everyone admit mistakes. Everyone commit mistakes. Even Warren Buffett, perhaps the greatest, not perhaps the greatest investor in the stock market history, even he had confessed, I had made mistakes. But you can learn from mistakes. There's a person called India's Warren Buffett. Who is that? At least one of you maybe know. So a few of you may be knowing. India's Warren Buffett, he died a few years back. Who said that? Who said that? Oh, very good. Give him a round of applause. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, when he died 2 years, he started with 5,000 rupees, a very smart guy, sharp intellect. His wealth when he died at a very young age, I would say he was only 64, 65 when he died, 64. His wealth was, you'll find it difficult to believe, 46,000 crores of rupees. The money that was made from investment, right? He is known as India's Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. I had the fortune of meeting him, sitting with him and talking for half an hour. Impressed me quite a lot because he started talking about Kerala economy on certain aspects about which I was not aware of. Anyway, that's a different story. So don't invest in businesses that you don't understand. Don't put all eggs in one basket. Diversify your investment. Don't invest without financial goals. Financial goals are very important. Whatever might be your age, you will be having some financial goals. So invest with that financial goal in mind. At my age, my financial goal now is just to create wealth for the heck of it. That is a financial goal. But in your 30s, your financial goal may be different. In your 40s, your financial goal may be different. In your 50s, your financial goals may be different. Different financial goals. Don't move with the herd. That is a very important thing. A great principle is move against the herd. Move against the herd, because all successful investors like Rakesh Jhunjhunwala or Warren Buffett or Peter Lynch, they moved against the herd. People who swim against the tide, because the herd is always wrong. The majority can be wrong because majority will be influenced more by emotions rather than by rational thinking. I have written a book on two books. One is in English, one is in Malayalam. Invest and Grow Rich. That both books have became bestsellers, published by Malayalam and Manorama. I'm not marketing the book, don't misunderstand. There's one chapter in the book on contrarian investing. Contrarian investing is investing against the trend, investing against the current, right? When there is panic in the market, that will be a great time to invest, because during times of panic, stock prices will be down and you will be getting stocks at very attractive rates of at very attractive prices. That's called contrarian investing. That's why I say don't move with the herd. Control extreme emotions of fear and greed. Fear and greed both are strong emotions, extreme emotions. Psychologists tell us, psychiatrists also tell us that greed and fear are in all of us, normal human emotion. But then we should acquire the ability to control both fear and greed to be a successful investor. Control extreme emotions, avoid speculation in the market. Speculation can be risky. The message that I always send to the youngsters is don't speculate in the market, invest in the market for long-term growth. Don't try to time the market, instead spend time in the market, invest for a long period of time. You can never time the market because market is such a very volatile beast. You can never predict what will happen to the market. It is impossible. Timing is impossible. So instead of trying to time the market, spend the time in the market. Don't chase unrealistic guaranteed returns. Beware of social media, finfluencers and fraudsters who are a dime a dozen in the modern times. I will conclude with this slide on the India growth story. India is now, if you take the last 5 years, India has been the fastest growing large economy in the world. Our GDP growth is in excess of 7%. Last year it was 7.7%. This year it can be between 6.5% and 7%. So we are the fastest growing large economy in the world. After independence, we took how many years to reach a $1 trillion economy? 2008. We reached $1 trillion economy level in 2008, which I have written in red there, right? 1,239 is 1.2 trillion. Then we reached the second trillion in how many years? 7 years. We reached second trillion. That was in 2015. We would have become a $3 trillion economy in 2021, but then COVID intervened, and in the year 2020, our GDP contracted by 6.6%. A once in a century pandemic hit us. But then in 2022, we became a $3 trillion economy. In 2025, a $4 trillion economy. We will be a $5 trillion economy. It can be slightly, variable because a dollar also is an important factor. Very important thing that you have to understand is it will take only 2 years to move from 4 to 5, 2 years to move from 5 to 6. Just 2 years to move from 6 to 7, and in 1 year we will move from $7 trillion economy to $8 trillion economy. This is simple. I told you about the power of compounding. Power of compounding is applicable in GDP growth also. And India has a lot of advantages. There are some problems also. I am not going into that. So when the economy grows like this, the market also will grow. In 1991, when India started liberalization under the leadership of Narasimha Rao, India's Prime Minister in 1991, ably assisted by his Finance Minister Manmohan Singh, in that year, 91-92, the total profits of all companies in India put together was 7,400 crores. All the companies in India put together made a profit of 7,400 crores. Last year it was 18 lakh crores. There are many companies in India making more than 10,000 crores in 3 months. So India, when it grows from the present 4 trillion to 5 trillion, 6 trillion, $8 trillion economy, all within a few years, lot of wealth will be created. The one way by which you can participate in the wealth creation is through investment. So when you start working and getting your money, when you have savings, first think about this and start investing in the market. You are very fortunate to be living in a country which is prospering very fast, and one way to benefit from that prosperity is through investment. This was the objective of my financial literacy session today. I don't want to exceed the time. That is not good also. So next 3 or 4 minutes, we can have a Q&A session. If you have questions, and if I know the answers, I would be glad to give you my answers. So anyway, once again, thank you, Christ College, the Department of Commerce particularly, and my friends in the department for this great opportunity of coming over to this great temple of learning and spending some time talking to you. Thank you very much. Any questions? Your mic, sorry. Francis was telling me I was coming to this call that students are asking, not asking me questions. When I go to IIM Kolkata, I go to the session is 2.5 hours. First 1.5 hours lecture. Next 1 hour questions and answers. You will be grilled with questions. So unless you have competence in the subject, you cannot go. Right? So the competence of the teachers also will depend on the questions that you ask. You try to learn the art of asking questions. To put your teachers on the toes. They will come prepared. So if there are no further questions, we can do now. Okay, then over to you. You have a question? At least one person should ask.
Hello, check.
Book's name, very good. Well, I published the book last year. It was completely sold out in 2 months. The book's title is Grow Rich Through Stock Investment. That is the title of the book in English. മലയാളത്തില് ഓഹരി നിക്ഷേപം സമ്പത്തിലേക്കുള്ള മാന്ത്രിക വഴി. മലയാളത്തിൽ മലയാള മനോരമയാണ് പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തത്. It went into 3 editions. അവരുടെ ഒരു ജനറൽ കാറ്റഗറിയിൽ it was one of the best-selling books. And that book I could write because of my academic background, and more importantly, because of the practical knowledge that I acquired. That is very important. That's why I repeat this point. It is very important that you cross the boundaries of your theoretical academic knowledge and move into the practical world, from where you learn a lot of things. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, sir, for this insightful session that inspired us to think beyond today's investment and towards tomorrow's opportunities.
As a token of our gratitude, may I request our beloved principal, Reverend Father Professor Jolly Andrew CMI, to present a memento to our distinguished guest.
Keeping the momentum alive without missing a beat, we now transition into the technology-driven landscape of modern taxation.
Please welcome CA Subin VR to unpack the intersection of compliance and innovation with his topic, Income Tax Act 2025 AI for Accountants. Sir, the stage is yours.
Very good morning. Myself, Subin. I am a practicing chartered accountant. I am very near to you. I am practicing in Irinjalakuda itself. Then, coming to my topic, today's topic, we are dealing with the Income Tax Act 2025, the recently changed act. Before that, let me know anyone is learning Income Tax Act 2025 here, or Income Tax Act, the erstwhile Income Tax Act 1961. Anyone? It is not in your syllabus. Very interesting. Then you may be having a difficult session. Okay. Which is the most popular act? It's just a general knowledge question. Which is the most popular act in India? Maybe as per your guess. Which would be the most popular act in India? What may be it? As per your no idea. I think being a chartered accountant, not only being a chartered accountant, my answer is it is Income Tax Act. It is Income Tax Act. Because if there is a change in slab rate, or there is a change in tax rate, then you will find very big letters in your newspaper, daily newspaper. The rate has been changed. The slab has been changed. This is the most popular and most influential, I think, most influential act in India, because it affects the entire middle class and higher class people. Then there is a change in, actually, from 1961 onwards. There was an act, Income Tax Act 1961. The act has been changed to Income Tax Act 2025. Now we are going to deal with what Income Tax Act 2025 and what has been changed. Actually, we are moving on three directions. Why the act has been changed? There was an act, Income Tax Act 1961. Why that act has been changed? Then next one, then what is the change? Then additionally, if you are a practicing one, or if you would like to aspire the Income Tax Act 2025, how you can adopt the change? We are moving these three ways. Because you may be thinking there are a lot of acts in India, maybe 1882 or 1872. You are learning any other act like Contract Act. You are learning Contract Act, Indian Contract Act. When was it enacted? Indian Contract Act, the year? It is 1872. It is 1872. Then you may be aware about Power of Attorney Act. There is an act called Power of Attorney Act. Then it is in 1882. We have acts that has been enacted 150 or 120 years back, or 140 years back. But Income Tax Act 1961, it has been enacted in 1961 only. Then the government is just going to change that act. It may be only 61 or 64 years. Then why the Income Tax Act, why the 1961 Act is going to be changed? This is the reason, because Income Tax Act, it's dealing with income. Then it's not only dealing with income, it actually deals with technology. Then what, the way we live, the way we earn income, then everything is connected to Income Tax Act. Then let us see why it has been changing. It is more than a 65 years old act, because it has been enacted in 1961. It is more than 65 years old. Normally in Income Tax Act, there is a term called senior citizen. Because the act tax you based on your age. If you are a senior citizen, your tax rate may be changed. If we go through the act, you can see that the act itself becomes senior citizen. The act itself, because it's more than 65 years old act. Then one of the reason is that then it has been amended more than 64 times, because an act, if it is a finance act, if it is an act related to taxation, you can experience lot of changes. Then Income Tax Act has been amended more than 64 times. Why it has been amended? Then what is the source law or what is the direct law that intend to amend the Income Tax Act? Anyone? What is the importance of February 1 every year? What is the importance of February 1? എല്ലാ വർഷവും ഫെബ്രുവരി 1-ാം തീയതി എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്? What is happening on February 1? It is budget. What is connection between budget and income tax? In budget, what is passing? Nirmala Sitharaman. Then he is delivering a more than 1 hour speech. Then what she is presenting to the nation? She is presenting budget and she is presenting Finance Act for that particular year. Then in Finance Act, there may be lot of amendments to the Income Tax Act. Then if you consider the Finance Act 1961, Income Tax Act 1961 has been enacted. After that, more than 64 times that act has been amended. That is one of the reason, because it became complex. It became more complex due to the 64 amendments, more than 64 times amendments. Then another one is, it is a framework of 1961 era. Actually, now we are in the era of AI, artificial intelligence. In 1961, actually anyone has logged into the income tax portal? Income tax in the portal? No one. Your parents, you never log into the income tax portal, or you have not into the income tax portal. Then everything in Income Tax Act it's more than, it's a bundle. Then everything in Income Tax Act, that in book is reflecting in the portal, and you have to file the income tax return online. In 1961, even the computer was not invented. Maybe invented, but it's not available to the common public. The 1961, the act has been enacted. Then there is no way, say, just think about cryptocurrency. It is a recent development. It is a recent development in the finance. Or then what will happen if there is a new source of income, then government has to tax that source also. Then in 2022, the Finance Act, the Income Tax Act has been amended to adopt to tax the cryptocurrency, because finance is actually everything is changing. The finance is a volatile area. Then the taxation has to adopt that volatility. That what I am saying is that it's amended more than 64 times. Then the Income Tax Act, that act has to be updated. For that, it has, now we are changing to the 2025. Then that is the 1961 era cannot compete with the 2025 scenario. Then it is going to amend. Then due to the amendments, then there are 819 section. In the old act, there was 819 section. Then there was 1200 provisos, then and plus 900 plus explanations was there. Then it made the act more complex. Then due to overall these restrictions or complexities, it was not a tech-savvy law, and it was a complex one. This is the reason why the Income Tax Act 1961 has been repealed by the Income Tax Act 2025. You can see what has been changed. There has been, in the past act, in the S12 Act, there has been 819 section. Now it has been reduced to 536 section. That is 34% of reduction. Then there was 47 chapters. Now there is only 23 chapters. Act is very sizey. It's very handy. Then word count. There was 512 lakhs words. Now it has been 2.6 lakhs words. actually almost 50% reduction, 50% reduction in the Income Tax Act 2025 as compared to the 1961 Act. This has been changed. This is the effect of change. The old act may be something like this. You can see the act, the 1961 Act on the left side. It is something like you are driving to Wayanad, or you are driving to Idukki, or you are driving to Munnar. You can see lot of tunnels. You can see hairpins. It's a heavy or Herculean task, or Herculean task to drive to the while you going to the Income Tax Act 1961. You will be ending with provisos, explanations. It's very complex one. But while coming to the 2025 Act, it is something like you are going to a 6-line highway. It is something like it's a very straight road. There is only 536 section. There was no proviso. There is no explanations in the 2025 Act. It's very simple and easy to understand. It's very, very easy. Anyone from National Highway 66 ആരെങ്കിലും നമ്മുടെ 1966 നാഷണൽ ഹൈവേ ഇവിടെ പണി നടക്കുന്നില്ലേ? ഫ്രം ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം ടു കാസർഗോഡ് we are having a National Highway 66. There was lot of acquisition, land acquisition was happening for the construction of National Highway. Was that acquisition? Many people has become crorepathies. Maybe നിങ്ങളുടെ neighbors okay, they had become crorepathies just because of the land acquisition by National Highway Authority. Whether that is taxable? My question is that whether that is taxable. Whether they have to pay income tax on that? No, there is an exemption. Then it is something, I just go on to the point. It is the 2025 Act is something like a national highway, but because there is no restrictions, there is no proviso, there is no explanation, there is no complexities as compared to the S12 1961 Act. We shall just go for a section wise comparison. Actually, these are the basic things. These are the basic things. Whether or not it is not in your syllabus or not, you have to, as a commerce student or finance students, you have to, because the general public, it's a general knowledge, not a commerce topic. Income Tax Act, actually Income Tax Act, both the overall the world, the Income Tax Act is based on five heads of income. It is salary. Your salary will be taxed. Your house property income, if you have any income from house property, that is rental income, that will be taxed. Only these 5 buckets. Normally in Income Tax Act we call it as heads of income. Then from business or profession, you are doing a business or you are doing a profession, then income from that will be taxable. Then the least one, the residual though. Again, the capital gain. I think Vijay Kumar sir has already discussed the capital gain. He was discussing about the mutual funds and capital markets. Then how the taxation will arise on this transaction. If you are holding a mutual fund, then how the taxation will impact you on your profit. Then if you have gold, so gold in a if you have neighbors or if your family sell gold, then income tax will apply because you have a capital gain. You may be bought that gold in just for per gram 2000 rupees or 2500 rupees. Now you are selling at 13,000 rupees. That 10,000 rupees is your gain and it will be taxable. It is subject to taxation. That is in capital gains. Then the residual category, income from other source. If you have any income other than those mentioned in the 4 pillars, that is salary, house property, business or profession or capital gain, then it will be taxed as income from other sources. Income from other source, any item coming to your mind which will be in the bucket of income from other source? Any item? Which one? Lottery. winning from lottery, it will be taxed under income from other source. It will be taxed at a special rate. It will be taxed at 30%. Then any other item, very common item, dividend, then very common item. No one has mentioned that. It's interest. You are earning, you have, I think most of you have a savings bank account. If you earn an income on your bank account interest on your FD or your savings account, that will be taxed under income from other sources. In 1961 Act, income from salary was I'm just comparing the section number 1961 Act. Income from salary, it starts with section 15. Now there is no change. Now it is section 15. In 2025 also, it is section 15. Then house property, in the old act, it's starting with section 22. Then now it is section 20. Then business or profession, section 28. Now it started section 26. Then capital gains, section 45. Now it's at 67. Then income from other source, it's 56. In old act, it was in 56, section 56. Now it started section 92. These are the basic things. I shall go to a detailed one. That is how the entire act has been remapped, or how the old act section has been changed to the new act. Actually, it is not relevant to you because I think you people are not learning the income tax act. It may be useful, more useful for any there is a practitioners, or this one we have already discussed. Capital gain, it was 45, then 67, then income from other source 56 to 92. Then there was a clubbing of income provision. Anyone know what is this clubbing of income? Assume that you have a relative, he's an NRI. Then he has say 5 crores rupees fixed deposit in NRI account. When he comes to India to settle, then if he is earning, say he's earning 6%, then what will be the interest he will be earning per annum? Just 5 crores rupees. His interest rate is 6%. It's very less rate. If it is 6%, what will be the interest he is getting per annum? Not a complex one. 5 crores, 6%. It is 30 lakhs. Then he has to pay tax on 30 lakhs, because what is the non-taxable limit for a resident? This is a very general knowledge. Now the tax filing season is going on. Actually, July 31st is the deadline for the individuals. Then what is the non-taxable limit for a person? What is the non-taxable limit? What is the amount of income he is not liable to pay tax? As per the Income Tax Act, it is 12 lakhs rupees. If it is a resident, if he is a resident, there are a lot of complications on this 12 lakhs rupees. But normally, if your income is 12 lakhs rupees or below, you are not liable to pay any tax. Assume that this NRI has come to India and he split his accounts. He split his 5 crores FD to in his wife name, daughter's name, then son's name. Then as a result, the interest will accrue less than 12 lakhs rupees. You got his point. This is an element of tax planning. Even though if he do so, the income tax department will not leave him, then the clubbing provision will attract, then he will be liable for the entire 5 crores income. Then each additional persons, that is, he has been set apart to his son, daughter or wife's account, but the income tax department will treat like the income has to be clubbed in his name. That is clubbing provision. It's a practical one. That clubbing section was in section 64. Now it moved to section 99. Then these are some deductions. If you have any investment like insurance or medical insurance or ELSS, equity linked savings account, then you can have a deduction from your income. Say, assume that your income is 6 lakhs, you have a insurance policy, you are paying insurance of 1.5 lakhs per annum, then you can deduct your policy amount, means premium amount, and you can arrive at a less taxable income. That is discussing in deductions. That is life insurance or pension, health insurance, educational loan. These are the deductions you will get. Then previously all these sections are clubbed in section 80. Now it has been moved to new sections, section 122, starting from 122. The other peculiarity of the Income Tax Act 2025 is that you cannot see any alphabets. You can see ATC, CCD, D. You cannot see any alphabet on the right side. It is only exact numbers. That is 122 or 123, 126. It has been drafted like that. Then this is about appeal or prosecutions, a little bit complicated cases. That is, after filing income tax return, the department can have the right to scrutinize your return and call for the information. These are the sections relating to return of income, updated return or assessment, best judgment, then refund of tax or appeal or prosecution. Then these are sections from 139 to 276. Now it has been then renamed to 263 to 481 onwards. Then last section of Income Tax Act 2025 is 536. The old act, Income Tax Act 1961, the old act, the ending section is 298. It was 298. Now in the new act, it is 536. This is the mapping slide. Let us see one thing. Actually, there was a term called exemption to the total income. Anyone know what is exemption to the total income? No, actually, you are not dealing with Income Tax Act. That is why there are income on which you are not liable to pay tax. Any? That is, you are earning an income, but you are not liable to pay tax. Yeah, it is one. It's exactly correct. It is agriculture income. Then another example, that is, you are earning an income, but you are not liable to pay tax. It is agriculture income. Then assume that you are a partner of a partnership firm and you are getting a profit. Actually, the firm has liable to pay tax on the profit. Then if you are withdrawing profit, you are not liable to pay any tax. Then that is profit from partnership firm. Then another item, if you are an HUF, what is meant by HUF? Yeah, Hindu undivided family. Have you seen any HUF in Kerala? It's only a theoretical portion in Kerala. You cannot see any HUF in Kerala. You just see and find. You can find the answer in Gemini or ChatGPT. Why there is no HUF in Kerala? Actually, Income Tax Act is connected with history. It goes to 1960s, where land reforms has been enacted by the EMS government. Just because of that, you cannot create an HUF in Kerala. Then there was a shift in the presentation of 1961 Act to 2025 Act. That is why I am illustrating here. In 1961 Act, everything was in sections. That is in section 10, generally called exemption. 1961 Act, section 10 called exemption. This exemption section, you can see if you go through the Income Tax Act 1961, you can see like a novel. That is many more paragraphs are there. Section 10.1, you can see lengthy paragraph. what is agriculture income, then how it has been exempted, then with regard to HUF or partner share or non-resident, if you have a relative, then he is a non-resident, then he can have non-resident account. No, it is NRE account, non-resident external account. If he is having a NRE account, then interest accruing to that NRE account is exempted from taxation. That is in section 10(5) in the old act. Then in the old act, everything was in paragraph, in linear forms, but in the new act, while coming to the new act, they have presented in a wonderful way. They had introduced few schedules, that is they had put into separate buckets. Schedule 2, it is a general one. Schedule 3, it is eligible person. Schedule 4, it's for exclusively for NRIs. Then Schedule 5 for business trust. Then Schedule 6 for other eligible person. Then Schedule 7, it's person exempt from tax. That is, that person is itself or himself exempt from tax. That is Schedule 7. We can just see few more. Income not to be included in the total income. This is the section 11. Section 11 connect with schedules 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This is Schedule 2. If you go through the Income Tax Act 1961, you can see a lot of paragraph, but instead of paragraph, you can see 2025. It has been portrayed as something like this. It's in a table. It's in a table format, very easy to understand. On the left side, you can see what is exempted. On the right side, you can see the conditions for exemption. This is the massive change as compared to the 1961 Act. Then Schedule 3. It's for eligible person. If you are an eligible person, then you will get exemption. If, say for example, if you are a Hindu integrated family, a partner, a member of HUF, you will get exemption. If you are a partner, then you will get exemption. That is, if Schedule 3 is applicable only to eligible person. If you are a person relating to foreign income, say you are an NRI, then this is applicable to you. Schedule 4 is applicable to you. Then there is another one. There is another section. Have you heard the word TDS? It's a very popular word. TDS means what is tax deducted at source? Actually, how government is collecting a tax? How government is collecting the tax? Assume that your friend or your relative is buying a car of say 50 lakhs or say 25 lakhs. Anyhow, this person is wealth enough to buy a 25 lakhs car. Then government knows that this person is wealthy, this person is rich. Then while buying this 50 lakhs car, say we can assume that he is buying a 50 lakhs car. While buying this 50 lakhs car, government is collecting 1% as an advance tax, because if this person missed to file income tax return, then government will not get any tax. Then the government is collecting 1% of this amount. If the transaction amount exceeds 10 lakhs rupees, anyhow, this 50 lakhs exceed 10 lakhs rupees, then 1% of tax he has to pay in advance. That is in the form of TCS. Something like TDS is TCS is same logic. Then this person while paying the amount to the vehicle company, means vehicle dealer, then he has to make 50,000 rupees additionally. That is his income tax. He has to pay his income tax in advance. That is, we will be calling it as TCS, tax collection at source. Then TDS is something, it's a different one. Then say you are a professional, say you are a management consultant and you are doing a consultancy to a firm. Then that person is giving you, a business concern is giving you a consulting fee, say 5 lakhs rupees. Then that person will give only 90% of the money. Say he will deduct TDS 10%. Then you will get only 4.5 lakhs. Say Tovino, he is in Irinyalagoda only. He is getting 1 crore rupees for a film. Assume that he is getting 1 crore rupee. Then the producer paying to him will deduct TDS 10%. Then he will give only 90 lakhs rupees. That is the principle of TDS. That is, if you are getting an income, then government will first collect tax, then you will get the balance. Then you can set off this TDS while filing your income tax return. So if Tovino is filing income tax return, say his tax liability is 5 crore rupees, then he can set off the TDS. Say already 10 lakhs is already deducted, then he can pay the balance 4.90 lakhs. That is the concept of TDS or TCS. It is an advanced tax. It's a mechanism government has been introduced. Then for TDS, we have in the 1961 Act, the TDS has been it start with, I think, any of your parents are employed as a salary income. How many of your parents are employing salary income? No one. All are in business segment. Then if your parents are employing salary income, then they will get a form 16. That's TDS will be deducted. It's not only in the case of management consultants, or it's applicable to all. It's applicable to all. Then in 1961 Act, the TDS section starting with section 192. 192 means TDS for salaries. Then 193 means if you deposit an amount in bank, then bank will deduct TDS on which part? On your interest. You are earning an income, say 1 lakh rupee, bank will deduct TDS of 10% and they will credit you only 90,000 rupees. Then section 192, it was income from salary, TDS on income from salary. Then 193, income from interest income on securities. Then 194, the section was arranged something like that. Section in 1961 Act, it was like that. That has been entirely changed in the 2025 Act. It's a lengthy section. In 1961 Act, it was a lengthy section starting from 192, then 193, then 194, and so from 194 A, B, C to 194 T, then relating to NRI, non-resident Indian, section 195. That section has been entirely changed to a table format in the new Act. The new Act, the section is 393. There is only one section relating to TDS, that is section 393. Then you can see a table, because that paragraph style has been changed to table format. Now you can see the table format. If it is a payment to resident, if you are getting a commission on insurance business, you will be, the threshold limit is 20,000. If you are earning a commission more than 20,000 rupees, then TDS of 2% will be applicable. Maybe your friends or relatives are working as insurance agents, their income is capped to 20,000 for TDS applicability. If they are getting more than 20,000, the TDS will be deducted. Then it is the idea of TDS section. Actually, what has been changed from 1961 to 2025 Act is, in 1961 Act, it was in paragraph, but in 2025 Act, while coming to 2025 Act, as we had seen in the exempted income, you can see the TDS has been portrayed as a table format. That is the only difference. You can see it was previously it was section 194C. Now it has been changed like this, that is in table format. Then this is little bit interesting. Actually, we had seen many act has been repealed in past. Say, for example, VAT has been replaced. KGST, Kerala General Sales Tax Act. It was in 2004. It has been replaced by VAT. Then VAT has been replaced by GST. It was in 2017. VAT has been replaced by GST. Then Companies Act. Companies Act 1956. It has been replaced by. Are you learning? Is it in your syllabus? Companies Act, corporate law? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Then you will be learning Companies Act 2013. Previously it was Companies Act 1956. But the issue is that while coming to the Income Tax Act, it is not like that, because there has been lot of changes. There has been lot of repeal of acts. That is, KGST Act has been changed by VAT. Then VAT has been changed by repealed by GST. But if you consider this change, or it is the Income Tax Act 1961, this shift is not like that. The reason is that if it is in 2013 Act, the Companies Act, say for example Companies Act 1956, it has been repealed by 2013 Companies Act. Then say for example, for practicing purpose or other purpose, the person dealing with Companies Act, maybe he is keeping this old act text at least for 1 year, then he will scrap it. But in 1961 Act, Income Tax Act, it is not like that, because anything happened till 2026. Anything happened 2026 March 31st will be governed by this 1961 Act only. Actually, this is the difference. It is not like the other repealing provision. Anything happened till 2026 March 31st, it will be governed by 1961 Act. Say for example, you have a scrutiny notice, or you have an issue relating to 2025, then you are getting a notice in 2028, that is 3 years later. Then you will be governed by 1961 Act only. It is not by 2025 Act. That is the difference. Say, if you are filing a return, if you are filing an updated return, in our practice field we are telling that updated return. You are filing an income tax return for 2025 financial year 25-26, that is last financial year, but you are filing a return in 2031, the 1961 Act is applicable. It is not 2025 Act. Then if there is any pending assessment or appeals, then or reassessment, it's pertaining to the prior years, that is 2026, before 2026 March 31st, then it will be governed by the 1961 Act. Then if there is any penalty prosecution or search was initiated before 2026 March, then it will be governed by the 1961 Act only. Repealed, that is, the Act has been repealed, but even if it is repealed, the 1961 Act will still applicable to these kind of transaction. Similarly, in Income Tax Act, you have some credit, or you have some benefits. Say for example, you have if you are dealing with startup, you have tax holidays. You have tax holidays. Out of 10 years, you can have 3-year tax holiday or 4-year tax holiday. Then you have availed 2 years tax holidays in the prior Act, 1961 Act. You can carry forward. You can simply carry forward this 1 year carry forward to the 2025 Act. There is no restriction. Then that is also, it's beneficial to the assessee, means the taxpayer. Then rights, options and credits will not die. Then you will get the continuity of benefit even in the 2025 Act. Then there are transactions which have an impact of cross border. That is, the transaction happened in 1961 era, that is before 2026 March, but it has been taxed in the next year in the new Act. It has been taxed in the 2025 Act. Say for example, you are doing a startup and you had availed a tax benefit in the 1961 Act, say for 2 or 3 years. but there will be a lot of conditions for getting tax exemption. Then what has happened is that then you are not following, that is you are not following the conditions that is set apart to the tax exemption, then you are violating the condition, but you are violating the condition in 2026 or 2027 or 28. Then even though you got exemption, then that income will be taxed as per the 2025 Act. Then this is simply the cross boundary transaction. Then these three things are important. That is, even it is repealed, then you will be taxable. And even it is repealed, you will be taxed under 1961 Act, even though if it is 2030 or 2032, 1961 Act will be applicable. Then your benefit will not vanish. You will get the benefit of the old Act even in the new scenario, 2025 Act. Then there are some transactions that will attract cross boundary, that is, it may be taxed, or you may get exemption in the last as per the previous act, but you will be taxed in the new act if the conditions are violating. Then one important thing, very important thing is that the Income Tax Act 2025, how it differ from the 1961 Act. Because I already discussed you the 1961 Act. The 1961 Act, it has been enacted in 1961. It's more than 65 years old. Then at the time, say, assume that how many of you are doing cryptocurrency transactions? Anyone doing cryptocurrency trading? Cryptocurrency? No one. Assume that you are. The issue is that the department has faced an issue. The issue is that a person is dealing in cryptocurrency or stock trading or virtual wallet. He is doing cryptocurrency transaction. He is having a 50 crores rupees, say, black money. 50 crores rupees black money, but it is in the form of cryptocurrency. How the department can initiate a search or attach this cryptocurrency? It is very difficult in 1961 Act. It is very difficult in 1961 Act. We can see what is the change, what is the shift. It is in relation to search. The department has extensive right to search your home or your office or premises or vehicle. Subsection 247, entry, search or access of digital records. You can see these yellow marked portions are in 2025 only. The yellow marked portion. If the other portion was in 1961 also. Enter and search any building, place, vessel, vehicle, aircraft where he has reason to suspect that such asset, books of accounts or other documents. It was there in 1961 Act. But you see the yellow. Such information in electronic form or in a computer system. This has been introduced in 2025 Act. That is, 2025 Act is a tech savvy law. You cannot hide your crypto or other transaction. But in 1961, it is very difficult to catch this kind of transaction. Then maintained in form of electronic record or any information or electronic form or on a computer system. That is, if you are hiding your wealth in a computer system or a digital wallet, then even 2025 Act empower the department to search that scenario also. That is subsection 247, entry, search and access. Then override the access code. You just read the lines other than the yellow. Break open the lock of any door, box, locker, safe, almirah or other receptacle. Then you see override the access code. Then access to such building or place, etc. The access code to such computer system, as the case may be, is not available. So you see the difference. Actually, in 1961 Act, the department cannot access the computer system, or if you do not provide your password. How many of you have Instagram account? all of you. Can you believe that income tax department can access your Instagram account? But it's very limited scenario. Limited scenario means that it is in the course of search or Caesar. It is in the course of search or Caesar, and you are not providing your password, then department will simply telling department will hack your account. Department can override your access code, override the access code. It's not general one. If you are in a search or Caesar, you are doing a business and department has come to you and you are under a search or Caesar and you are not revealing your access code, then department can access or override your access code. Then virtual digital asset. Actually, in Income Tax Act 2025, you can see a definition of virtual digital space. You can see a definition of virtual digital space. You may be wonder why Income Tax Act 2025 having such a definition, virtual digital asset. Actually, it is not Information Technology Act, it is Income Tax Act. You can see what is virtual digital asset. Virtual digital asset is nothing but your email account, your Facebook, your WhatsApp or your Instagram or your other trading account. You have an online trading account, you have a bank account, online bank account. These all are virtual digital asset. What is included means email, social media, online investment, any website or remote server or digital application or any other space. All are included in virtual digital space. Then what is included? Why this definition? Why this definition in Income Tax Act? Let us see in our second or third standard, we had a simple formula in maths. It is A is equal to B, B is equal to C, then A is also is equal to C. Then how intelligently they have drafted the law. You can see Tier 1, section 247.1, they are telling like enter and search a computer system. Enter and search, that is department can enter and search a computer system. Then in 261E, this is section number Income Tax Act 2025, section 261E, they are telling that computer system includes virtual digital space. It is A, then B, then C, simply C. That is enter and search computer system. Computer system includes virtual digital space. Then what is virtual digital space? Virtual digital space means it is email, social media, cloud, trading account, banking or other website. This is, do you believe that this is an intrusion to your privacy? Anyone believe that? This is an intrusion to your privacy. That is, department can have access to your social media account, and this has been no one is thinking that this is an intrusion to your privacy. Very tough issue in, I think, in while passing the Income Tax Act 2025, we have a lot of discussion at the Parliament that this section has to be removed. This section has to be removed from the Income Tax Act. But it is still there. It is still there. The department can enter into you if you, it's a very limited situation. If you are in a search or Caesar scenario, the department can search these kinds of things. Then new act, I think it will not be much useful to you. It's actually in the old act, this one is a very common one. Have you heard any form 15G, 15H? You haven't seen, maybe your parents already seen. That is 15G, 15H means a form that is you are depositing as a 1 crore rupees in a bank, then you will be getting 6 lakhs rupees, or say 10 lakhs rupees, you are depositing 10 lakhs rupees, you are getting 60,000 rupees or 1 lakh rupees as interest. Then you are insisting the bank that I am not a taxable person, do not deduct TDS from my interest. That is a declaration. In the old act, it's a very popular one. In the old act, this form has been, if you are a normal citizen, the form name is 15G. Then in the new act, it is 15H. Then sorry, if you are a senior citizen, it is 15H. In the new act, the form has been changed to 121, form 21, 121. Then there are lot of changes happened in the from the old act to the new act. That is from form 60 to 97. Then it's, if you are dealing with audit, that is audit of a person, the old form was 3CA, 3CB, 3CD. Now it is changed to form 26. There are a lot of changes in the form, or rules has been changed. I think, yeah. Then I am just touching. How many of you? We have to discuss a little bit of AI, artificial intelligence. Then how many of you are aware about a platform called Claude? It's a trending one because I'm just concluding two slides with AI because it requires an online presentation, because otherwise it will not have any use. I will stop for 3 minutes after this session. If you have any question, that we are dealing with prompting technique. Actually, we are just shifting to the AI from directly from income tax. It's not entirely related. I think all of you are using ChatGPT, Gemini. All of you are using ChatGPT or Gemini. Maybe you may be installed in your phone. Then while dealing with the platform, say means ChatGPT or AI, you follow this prompting technique, then you will get a wonderful result. Means, see, first one is set the context. Say, if you are sharing if you are asking a question, you share the entire background, entire context. If you limit the context, then you will not get the better result. You share the entire context. Then you assign a role. If you assign a role to the platform, it will give a wonderful result. Say, if you are asking a tax query, then you should add like that, act like a chartered accountant. Or then if you are asking like a, say, a personal fitness trainer, then act like a personal fitness trainer. Then if you are asking a medical related, then act like a doctor or act like a medical doctor. That is role assignment. If you assign role, then you will get better result. Then set clear expectation or outcome. You set clear expectation outcome means that you just given the prompt itself that what is your outcome, what you need. If it is a report, you give me a report. If it is an Excel file, you mention that I need an Excel file as an output. If it is a Word file, if you need a PDF, do you know, if you just input your photo and your background, then this AI platform can draft you, will give you wonderful CV, wonderful CV or wonderful biodata of yours. And it is you just input the data, then you give your photo. Then you can also use models. For example, you can also give models if you have. Then I want this type of CV. Then you can also give reference. Then you will get wonderful. Then if you don't know how to prompt, you do one thing, ask for AI itself. Then there is another thing you may not be noticed. There is something called in the settings. In the settings, you can see a personalization. In every platform you can see this. There is a personalization. If you add your data or your background, say you are a commerce student or you are a say finance student, you use this platform for this purpose. If you do a personalization or customization, you will get wonderful result. Okay, these are the things. I think if we have any questions, we shall discuss. Any questions? We are left with only 2 or 3 minutes. If any questions about Income Tax Act 2025 or lastly we discussed a little part of AI. Any question? Okay, then you have a question. You have a question? No, no. Okay, if you don't have any question, we shall conclude now. Then I express my gratitude to my own college, for inviting me to and participating such a wonderful, great event. I wish all the best for the upcoming participants or upcoming celebrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a glimpse into how artificial intelligence is transforming the future of tax practices.
May I request our Vice Principal, Dr. Xavier Joseph, sir, to kindly step up and present a token of appreciation to Thomas Lal, sir.
My name is Jayakumar, the Sub Inspector of Police. The Christ College longest continuous academic marathon. Firstly, I introduce. My name is Jayakumar, the Sub Inspector. I hold the police stations in charge of the Madilagam, Kaipamangalam and Valappad. Already I have promoted and transferred from this district. Okay. I am not the alumni of this college. Anybody from my college? Anybody students? My college was the SN College in Natica. Hands on. The Information Technology Act, Cyber Security. There are more times to take the class because I have taken in this college 5 times. At least 2 hours is needed for the class. ഞാനിവിടെ 3-5 പ്രാവശ്യം ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള വ്യക്തിയാണ്. സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള സൈബർ അവയർനെസ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ എടുക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് കൂടുതൽ സമയം നീഡ് മോർ ടൈം. ബിക്കോസ് എനിബഡി അറ്റൻഡഡ് മൈ ക്ലാസ് ബിഫോർ? ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് എൻ്റെ ക്ലാസ് ആരെങ്കിലും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്ത് ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? എസോളയിലായിരിക്കും അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ, ഡോണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, ദി ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട്, ദ ഡെയിലി ന്യൂസ് ടുഡേ ഓൺലി. ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ വരെ നമുക്ക് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കുറേ സംഭവങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ റൈറ്റ് ടു നോ ദ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി? വാട്ട് ഈസ് അവർ റൈറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ്? ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡിൽ നമ്മുടെ അവകാശങ്ങൾ എന്താണ്, റെസ്പോൺസിബിലിറ്റീസ് എന്താണ്? ഇതാണ് പറയാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ക്ലാസ് ബോറിംഗ് ആകാതിരിക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ കൂടി നിങ്ങളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. നോ പ്രോബ്ലം. അപ്പോൾ അതും കൂടി ചിലപ്പോൾ പറയേണ്ടി വരും. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ റൈറ്റ്സ് എന്താണ്? റൈറ്റ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വി നോ ദ ബിസിനസ്, എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ, ഇ-ഗവേൺസ്, ഇ-കൊമേഴ്സ്, ഓൾ ആർ ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ്ഡ്. എല്ലാം ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ് ചെയ്യാത്ത ഒന്നുമില്ല. ഈവൻ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, എവരിത്തിങ് ഈസ് ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ്ഡ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ് എല്ലാം ചെയ്തിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ വി യൂസ് ദ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ, മെനി സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട്. വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ നീഡ് ഓഫ് ദി റൈറ്റ് ടു നോ ദ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി? IT ആക്ടിനെ കുറിച്ച് ആരെങ്കിലും പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു അവിടെ ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തപ്പോൾ? എനിബഡി? ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു ഇല്ലേ? നമുക്ക് AI കുറിച്ചും ഇ-കോമേഴ്സിനെ കുറിച്ചും എല്ലാം പറയേണ്ടി വരും. ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ് ഇവിടെ പറയേണ്ടി വരും. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു പോലീസ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥൻ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലുള്ള ആ ഭാഗം, ഒരു ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള മാറ്റേഴ്സാണ് ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്. ദി IT ആക്ട്. ഈ IT ആക്ട്, ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട്, ദാറ്റ് കെയിം ഇൻ ടു എക്സിസ്റ്റൻസ് ഇൻ 2000-ലാണ് 2000-ലാണ് ഈ IT ആക്ട് നിലവിൽ വന്നത്. 2000 IT ആക്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ 26 ഇയേഴ്സ് അഗോ, 26 വർഷങ്ങൾക്ക് മുമ്പ് ഇത് വരുമ്പോൾ ഉള്ള പ്രത്യേകത എന്താണ്? 26 വരുമ്പോൾ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ ഉണ്ടോ? സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അത്ര വാല്യുബിൾ ആണോ? നോ. അവിടെ ഫേസ്ബുക്ക്, ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം, വാട്സപ്പ്, അതർ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ടുകളൊന്നും എത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. ആൻഡ് 2000 വരുമ്പോൾ the 13 chapters and 94 sections in the Information Technology Act. 94 sections, 13 chapters ആണ് വന്നിരുന്നത്. അത് 2008 അമെൻമെൻറ്റ് ആക്ട് വന്നു. 2008. അപ്പോൾ സെക്ഷൻസ് വീണ്ടും ചേഞ്ച് ആയി. ഇപ്പോൾ നിലവിൽ 124 സെക്ഷൻസ് IT ആക്ടിൽ വരുന്നതാണ്. 124 സെക്ഷൻസ്, 14 ചാപ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, 14 അധ്യായങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളിനി ലോ ക്ലാസ്സിന് LLBക്കോ എന്തെങ്കിലും പോകുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം. പക്ഷേ എവരി വി യൂസ് ദി സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ. സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ യൂസ് ചെയ്യാത്ത ഒരാൾ പോലും ഇതിലില്ല. ഈ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ യൂസ് ചെയ്യാത്തവരുണ്ടെങ്കിലും ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ്, UPI ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ്, ഇത് ഉപയോഗിക്കാത്ത ഒരാൾ പോലും കൂടി ഉണ്ടാവില്ല അല്ലേ? അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ് ആണ്, നമ്മളറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ വാട്ട് ഈസ് വി ഹാവ് ടു നോ ദ റൈറ്റ് ഇൻ ദ സൈബർ വേൾഡ്. ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡിൽ നമ്മുടെ അവകാശങ്ങൾ എന്താണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് IT ആക്ടിലെ ഈ സെക്ഷൻസ് മുഴുവൻ നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള കുറച്ച് സെക്ഷൻസ് മാത്രമേ, നമുക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുള്ള സെക്ഷൻസ് മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നുള്ളൂ. അത് എല്ലാവരും അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നത് മാത്രമല്ല, വി ഹാവ് ടു ദ കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്. കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഈസ് കമ്പൽസറി ടു നോ ദീസ് സെക്ഷൻസ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സെക്ഷൻ എന്താണെന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കണം. കാരണം എപ്പോൾ വേണമെങ്കിലും ആരുടെ ലൈഫിലും ഏത് നിമിഷവും സംഭവിക്കാവുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം നമ്മളത് പറയുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ 2008 അമെൻമെൻറ്റ് വന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ അമെൻമെൻറ്റ് ഇനിയും അഗൈൻ വരും. കാരണം സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ ഈസ് ഇംപ്രൂവിങ്. സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ വർദ്ധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം അതിൻ്റെ ഉപയോഗം വർദ്ധിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ന്യൂ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ന്യൂ ടെക്നിക്സ് വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അത് നമ്മൾ വീണ്ടും അതിൽ അമെൻമെൻറ്റുകൾ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ എന്താണ്, നമ്മൾ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സെക്ഷൻസ് മാത്രം ഒന്ന് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം ഓഫ് ദി IT ആക്ട്. ആൻഡ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ റോൾ ഓഫ് ഇവിടുത്തെ വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദി IT ആക്ട്, ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട് നമ്മൾ കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ എല്ലാവരും വിചാരിക്കും, പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇൻഫോം ചെയ്യും, ഈ സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡുകൾ, സൈബർ ഭീഷണി, സൈബർ ത്രെറ്റ്, സൈബർ ക്രൈംസ്. ഈ സൈബർ ക്രൈമൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിനെതിരെ എടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു കേസാണ്, അതിനെടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള നിയമമാണെന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് എല്ലാവരും വിചാരിക്കും. അത് മാത്രമാണോ? അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണോ IT ആക്ട്? നോട്ട്. IT ആക്ട് അതിന് വേണ്ടി മാത്രമല്ല. അതുപോലെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, ഇവിടെ ഗിവിങ് ദ ലീഗൽ ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി ടു ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, ഗിവിങ് ദ ലീഗൽ ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി ടു ദി കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ഡാറ്റ, computer documents, digital documents, and giving, the most important thing is the giving the legal validity to digital signature. The most important thing of the IT Act. എന്താണ് IT ആക്ടിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ? സൈബർ ക്രൈമുകളെ എതിരെയുള്ള എടുക്കുന്ന നിയമങ്ങളാണെന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് എല്ലാവരും വിചാരിച്ചോളൂ. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നിയമം എന്താണ്? എന്തിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്? ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡോക്യുമെൻസും ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡാറ്റകൾ, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റ്സ്, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡാറ്റ, പിന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു ലീഗൽ, അതായത് ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിന് ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുക, അതിന് വാലിഡിറ്റി, ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള വാലിഡിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുക. ഇതാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും IT ആക്ട് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും പറയുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യം. അപ്പോൾ മുമ്പ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് കിട്ടി, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ ഡാറ്റാസ് കിട്ടി, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ UPI വഴി ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടത്തി, ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ട് ചെയ്തു, GPay വഴിയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ വഴിയോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബാങ്ക് SBI ആണെങ്കിൽ യോനോ അക്കൗണ്ട് വഴി, സൗത്ത് ഇന്ത്യൻ ബാങ്ക് ആണെങ്കിൽ മിറർ, ഫെഡറൽ ബാങ്ക് ആണെങ്കിൽ ഫെഡ് മൊബൈൽ, ഏതാണോ നിങ്ങളുടെ ബാങ്കിലുള്ള ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ്, ആ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ വഴി നമ്മൾ ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടത്തി. മുമ്പ് അതിന് ലീഗൽ വാലിഡിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ നൗ IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം അതിന് ലീഗൽ വാലിഡിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളെ ഒരാൾ ക്യാഷ് അയച്ചിട്ട് ആൾ കിട്ടിയില്ല എന്ന് പറയാണ്, അല്ലെ ക്യാഷ് ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡിൽ പെട്ടു, ഒരാൾക്ക് ജോബ് സ്കാമിലോ എന്തെങ്കിലും പെട്ടു, നമ്മൾ കബളിപ്പിക്കപ്പെട്ടു, നമ്മൾ പണം അയച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. പണം അയച്ചു കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അയാൾ പറയാണ് പണം കിട്ടിയില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നില്ലേ? ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡാറ്റ അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം നമ്മൾ അയച്ചതിന് തെളിവുണ്ട്. ഇത് IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം ലീഗൽ എവിഡൻസ് ആണ്, എല്ലാ ലീഗൽ എവിഡൻസ് ആണ്. CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് നോക്കി, CCTV ഫുട്ടേജ് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ മുമ്പ് CCTVൻ്റെ അത് കോടതിയിൽ എടുത്തിരുന്നില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ എവിഡൻസാണ്, എല്ലാത്തിനും ലീഗൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എവിഡൻസ് അവിടെ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ പറയുന്ന ഫസ്റ്റത്തെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതായിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു ലീഗൽ വാലിഡിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ദി ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റ്സ്, അതുപോലെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ എവിഡൻസ്. ഏറ്റവും പറയുന്നു ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ. ആൻഡ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ? ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ എന്നാണ്. എനിബഡി അല്ല ആരെങ്കിലും മുമ്പ് ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നോ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിനെ കുറിച്ച്? എന്താ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ? ഇവിടെ കോമേഴ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് ഇ-കോമേഴ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ എടുത്തു, ഒരുപാട് ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, ബിസിനസ് ഇ-കോമേഴ്സ് പലതും പറഞ്ഞു, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു. ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ, വാട്ട് ഈസ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ? ഡിജിറ്റൽ നമ്മളെല്ലായിടത്തും പോയിട്ട് ഒപ്പിടാനും സൈൻ ചെയ്യാനും നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചെന്ന് വരില്ല. ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ അത് അവിടെ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നു, നമ്മൾ തന്നെയാണ് സൈൻ ചെയ്തത് എന്ന് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അവിടെ പറയുന്നു. അവിടെ വേറൊരാൾക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ഓതൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷനാണ്. ഓതൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ ചെയ്തു. ബിസിനസ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള ആ ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ നടത്തി എന്ന് നമ്മൾ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അവിടെ പറയാം. ഒരാൾക്ക് നമ്മൾ കൃത്യമായിട്ട് ബിസിനസ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിന് ഒരുപാട് പ്രൊസീജിയേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, അത് നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം. ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ലാംഗ്വേജ് എന്താണ്? ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി എന്ന് കേട്ടോ. ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി, വാട്ട് ഇസ് ദ ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി? ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് എ വളരെ രഹസ്യമായൊരു കോഡാണ് അല്ലേ? ഇറ്റ്സ് എ വളരെ സീക്രട്ട് ലാംഗ്വേജ്. വാട്ട് ഈസ് എ ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി? ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി, ഞാൻ ഒരാൾ മെസ്സേജ് ആൾക്ക് ഫോർവേഡ് ചെയ്തു, ഒരാൾക്ക് മെസ്സേജ് ചെയ്തു, ആ മെസ്സേജ് അയാൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ വായിക്കാൻ പറ്റൂ, വേറെ ഒരാൾക്കും വായിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ആൾ എനിക്ക് അയച്ചു, എനിക്ക് മാത്രമേ വായിക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ, വേറൊരാൾക്ക് അത് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യാനോ വായിക്കാനോ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സീക്രട്ട് കോഡുകളൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ അവിടെ ഉപയോഗിക്കും, ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫി ഉപയോഗിക്കും. അത് ഇസ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കും. അവിടെ കീ ആണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്, 2 കീ, ദ പ്രൈവറ്റ് കീ ആൻഡ് പബ്ലിക് കീ. എന്താണ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കീ? വാട്ട് ഇസ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കീ? പ്രൈവറ്റ് കീ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. പ്രൈവറ്റ് കീ ആൾ മാത്രം അറിയുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതാണ്. അത് കറക്റ്റ് ആണോ എന്ന് വീണ്ടും പബ്ലിക് കീ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് അവിടെ ചെയ്യും. അപ്പോൾ ഈ അവിടെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന നമ്മൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷനിലെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ ക്രിപ്റ്റോഗ്രഫിയാണ് അവിടെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ദ ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ് ഫ്രം അതേഴ്സ്. നമുക്കതിൽ വരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, പക്ഷേ അതിലും ഫ്രോഡുകൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഫ്രോഡുകൾ എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. എന്താണ്? ഒരു ബിസിനസ്സിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം, ബാങ്കിങ്ങിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഒരുപാട് ബാങ്കിങ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ കുറച്ചാൾ മുമ്പ് ഈ മണപ്പുറം ബാങ്ക് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും ഇല്ലേ? അവിടെ ഒരു ലേഡി 20 crores അടിച്ചു മാറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കേട്ടു. വായിച്ചിരുന്നോ? ഒരു കേസ് അവിടെ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തു. എന്താ സംഭവിച്ചത്? ഷീ മിസ്യൂസസ് ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ. അവിടെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ അവിടെ ഒഫീഷ്യലായിട്ട് ഒതൻറ്റിഫിക്കേഷനായിട്ട് ആരെങ്കിലും കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ആ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ ഉള്ള ആളുകൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് അവിടെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് അവിടെ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് എന്താണ്ടായത്? അവർ അത് മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തു, അവരുടെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് മാറ്റി. ഒറ്റയടിക്ക് 20 crores മാറ്റിയില്ല, അവരത് പലതായിട്ട് ഒരു 200 ടൈംസ് ആയിട്ട് 200 തവണയായിട്ട് ചെറിയ ചെറിയ എമൗണ്ടുകൾ, ലക്ഷങ്ങളൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ഈ എന്തിലേക്ക് മാറ്റി? അവരുടെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് മാറ്റി. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് പലരും മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഒന്നാണ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ സഹകരണ കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് ബാങ്കുകളിലെ ചീറ്റിംഗ് സഹകരണ ബാങ്കുകളിലൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പോൾ നടക്കാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വേറൊരാൾക്ക് അത് ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. അതുപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് ആ ബാങ്കിലെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലെ ക്യാഷ് അവർക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ, ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഒരാളുടെ ബിസിനസ്സിൽ മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്താണ് സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്? അവിടുത്തെ കള്ളൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആരാണ്? അവിടുത്തെ സ്റ്റാഫ് തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൽ വരുന്നതിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് ബാങ്കിൽ 2 crores നാൾ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. 2 crores അന്വേഷണം നടത്തിയപ്പോൾ ആ ബാങ്കിലെ ക്ലർക്ക് തന്നെയാണ് അത് ചെയ്തത്. കാരണം അവർക്ക് മാത്രമേ അത് മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കൂ, വേറെ ആൾക്ക് അത് കൈമാറാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ ഈസ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ദി വാലിഡിറ്റി ഗിവൺ ബൈ ദി IT ആക്ട്. IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം വാലിഡിറ്റി അതിന് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതാണ് ഒന്നാമതായിട്ട് അതിൽ പറയുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം. ഓക്കെ, നമുക്ക് അതിൽ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് സെക്ഷൻസ് അതിൽ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ സെക്ഷൻസ് മുഴുവൻ നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. ഞാൻ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പോയിന്റ്സിലേക്കൊക്കെ വരാം. അതിന് മുമ്പ് ഈ സെക്ഷൻസ് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോകണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ ഒരു ന്യൂസ് ആരെങ്കിലും TV ന്യൂസോ പത്രത്തിൽ ന്യൂസോ ഒക്കെ വായിച്ചോ എന്നറിയില്ല. വായിച്ചിരുന്നോ? ഇപ്പോൾ ന്യൂസുകളെല്ലാം ചാനലിൽ ഓടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ന്യൂസാണ്. മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിൽ ഒരു കുറേ പെൺകുട്ടികളുടെ ഫോട്ടോസ് മോർഫ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അവിടുത്തെ ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് തന്നെ പലതിലേക്കും പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. വായിച്ചിരുന്നു? ഇപ്പോൾ പ്രൈവസി ഓഫ് ദി ഡാറ്റ, നമ്മുടെ ഡാറ്റയിലെ പ്രൈവസി. എല്ലാവരും സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഫേസ്ബുക്ക്, ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം, പല മീഡിയാസുകളൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ ഒരു പ്രൈവസി ചിലപ്പോൾ കിട്ടിയെന്ന് വരില്ല. നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ഡാറ്റ എപ്പോൾ വേണമെങ്കിലും നഷ്ടപ്പെടാം. നമ്മുടെ ഈ ഫോട്ടോസുകളെല്ലാം എടുത്ത് ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം, അത് മോർഫ് ചെയ്യാം, പലർക്കും അയച്ചു കൊടുക്കാം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പേഴ്സണലായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ എടുത്തിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസുകളെല്ലാം പലയിടത്തേക്ക് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്ത് പോകും. അപ്പോൾ ഡാറ്റ പ്രൈവസി അവിടെ ആവശ്യമാണ്, വേണ്ടേ? നമുക്ക് ഡാറ്റാസിന് പ്രൈവസി ആവശ്യമാണ്. ഈ പ്രൈവസി ഇല്ലാതെ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. നമുക്കിത് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന് പലർക്കും അറിയില്ല. ഇതിന് നമുക്ക് വല്ല റൈറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ടോ? IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം എനിത്തിങ് റൈറ്റ്സ്, നമുക്ക് റൈറ്റ്സ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? റൈറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. എന്തൊക്കെയാണെന്നുള്ളതിന് ഈ സെക്ഷൻ ഒന്ന് കാണുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, എത്ര സെക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു ഇൻ ദ IT ആക്ട്? ആസ് പെർ ദ 2008 അമെൻമെന്റ് ഓഫ് ദി 2008 IT ആക്ട്, ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട്, 124 sections, 14 chapters. The 14 chapters and 124 sections. ആദ്യം 94 സെക്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ, ഇപ്പോൾ 124 സെക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ എല്ലാ സെക്ഷൻസും ഒന്നും നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കേണ്ട, കുറേയൊക്കെ ഡെഫിനിഷൻസ് ആണ്. ആദ്യത്തെ സെക്ഷനിലൊക്കെ വരുന്ന ഓരോന്നിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഡെഫിനിഷൻസും പല കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ ഈ കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വരുന്ന നമ്മളുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വരുന്ന കുറച്ച് സെക്ഷൻസ് നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കണം. അത് നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ലൈഫിൽ നമുക്കത് ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം. ഓക്കെ, the section 43 of the IT Act, the Information Technology Act of the, that is എന്താണ്, we know the section 43, the unauthorized access, data copying, malware reduction, compensation of damage, the privacy access ആണ്. unauthorized access of our data, our computer, നമ്മുടെ അനുമതിയില്ലാതെ നമ്മുടെ ഡാറ്റാസ് കൊണ്ടുപോകണം. ഡാറ്റാസ് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്ന ചിലപ്പോൾ അത് ഹാക്കിംഗ് അല്ല ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഹാക്കിംഗ് പിന്നീട് വരുന്നുണ്ട്, അത് ഹാക്കിംഗ് അല്ല. എന്താണ് വരുന്നതെന്ന് മനസ്സിലായോ? അതിൽ നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റമോ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും കൊടുത്തു, മൊബൈൽ ഫോണോ കൊടുത്തു, നമ്മുടെ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറോ സിസ്റ്റമോ ഡെസ്ക്ടോപ്പോ ലാപ്ടോപ്പോ കൊടുത്തു, നമ്മുടെ അനുമതി ഇല്ലാതെ അതിലെ ഡാറ്റാസ് മുഴുവൻ അയാളെടുത്ത് മാറ്റുകയാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡാമേജ് വരുത്താണ്, നശിപ്പിക്കുകയാണ്, അത് കേടുവരുത്താണ്, അൺഓതറൈസ്ഡ് ആണ്. അല്ലേ? നമ്മുടെ ഒരു മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ നമ്മുടെ ഫ്രണ്ടിന് കൊടുത്തു, ചിലപ്പോൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും കോൾ ചെയ്യാനാണ് കൊടുത്തത്, കോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ കൊടുത്ത് കിട്ടിയ സമയത്ത് അയാൾ അതിലെ ഡാറ്റാസും ഫോട്ടോസൊക്കെ മാറ്റിക്കളഞ്ഞു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് നശിപ്പിച്ചു, കേടാക്കി. സെക്ഷൻ 43 അത് കേടായി ഡാമേജ് വന്നു. 3 years of imprisonment as per the IT Act and up to 1 crore fine, 1 കോടി രൂപ വരെ ഫൈൻ വരാവുന്നതാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ വലിയൊരു ബിസിനസ് എൻ്റർപ്രൈസ്, വലിയൊരു സ്ഥാപനമാണെന്ന് കരുതാം. ഈ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ ആ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഒരുപാട് ഡാറ്റാസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. വലിയ ബിസിനസ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ ആകുമ്പോൾ അവർ തമ്മിൽ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും, ഇല്ലേ? പല രീതിയിലുള്ള കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. അതിലൊരു ജോലിക്കാരനെ സ്വാധീനിച്ചിട്ട്, വേറൊരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിലെ ജോലിക്കാരനെ സ്വാധീനിച്ച് അവരെ ഡാറ്റാസും എല്ലാം ചോർത്തി കൊടുക്കാൻ പറയുകയാണ്. അയാളത് ചോർത്തി കൊടുത്തു. ചിലപ്പോൾ ആ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ കിടക്കുന്നത് അയാളുടെ കയ്യിലായിരിക്കും. അതാണ് ഞാൻ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ, നിങ്ങൾ ഏത് ബിസിനസ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് എടുത്തേക്കോ അവിടെ ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ ഉണ്ട്. അതിപ്പോൾ 1-2 ചില വ്യക്തികളിലേക്കായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ അവിടുത്തെ സ്റ്റാഫിനായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറുള്ള ആളായിരിക്കും. അവർ ചോർത്തി കൊടുത്തു. സെക്ഷൻ 43 ആസ് പെർ ദ IT Act, അൺഓതറൈസ്ഡ്, അതായത് ഉടമസ്ഥൻ്റെ അനുമതിയില്ലാതെ അവിടുത്തെ ഡാറ്റാസുകളെല്ലാം മോഷ്ടിക്കുക, മോഷണമാണ് അവിടെ വരുന്നത്, ആക്സസ് ചെയ്യുക. സെക്ഷൻ 66 ഓഫ് ദി IT Act, ഹാക്കിംഗ് ഓഫ് ദി കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ, ഡാറ്റ തെഫ്റ്റ്, അൺഓതറൈസ്ഡ് ആക്സസ്. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പണിഷ്മെൻ്റ് തന്നെയാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഹാക്കിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നേരിട്ടിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടല്ല. ഹാക്കിംഗ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഹാക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഹാക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ഒരുപാട് സോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഈ ക്ലാസ് വരുമ്പോൾ, ചിലപ്പോൾ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഞാനിവിടെ സീനിയേഴ്സിനെ ആർക്കും എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ചില സമയത്ത് ഈ സൈബർ സെക്യൂരിറ്റിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഫോൺ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളോടൊന്ന് ഫോൺ കൊണ്ടുവന്നപ്പോൾ ഫോൺ ഉപയോഗിക്കില്ലെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. കാരണം ഈ ഇതിൻ്റെ ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു 2 മണിക്കൂറെങ്കിലും അവേഴ്സ് വേണം. 1 മണിക്കൂർ സൈബർ അവയർനെസ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ക്ലാസ് എടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അടുത്ത 1 മണിക്കൂർ ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ്സാണ് എടുത്തു കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് ആരെങ്കിലും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ അവിടെ? ഞാൻ അവിടെ കോളേജിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തില്ല. ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് ആരെങ്കിലും അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? വാട്ട് ഈസ് എ ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ്? എപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് കഴിയുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുക. വേറെ ഒന്നുമില്ല. ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന സമയത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ കയ്യിലിടുക, ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന സെറ്റിങ്സ് ഫോണിൽ വരുത്തുക, ഞാൻ പറയുന്ന ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ഫോണിൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യുക. എന്തിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണത് ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യം, നമ്മുടെ ഫോൺ ആരും ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാതിരിക്കാൻ, നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലേക്ക് ഒരു തേർഡ് പാർട്ടി ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് വരാതിരിക്കാൻ. അതുമാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിൽ ഓരോ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട്, ഫേസ്ബുക്ക്, ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം, ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ടുകൾ അവിടെ പലതും കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ, UPI ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ്, ഗൂഗിൾ പേ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള, അതുപോലെ യോനോ അക്കൗണ്ടും ഫെഡ് മൊബൈലും ഇതെല്ലാം കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇത് ആരും ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാതിരിക്കാൻ. നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിൽ നമ്മൾ പ്രൈവസി ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഗാലറിയിൽ സൂക്ഷിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന ഫോട്ടോസ് ആൻഡ് വീഡിയോസ് ഇതാരും ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാതിരിക്കാൻ. നമ്മുടെ ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലെ കോണ്ടാക്ട്സ്, നമ്മൾ ഫോണിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കോണ്ടാക്റ്റ് പോലും ചിലപ്പോൾ ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഫോൺ എടുത്തിട്ട്, നിങ്ങൾ ആരെങ്കിലും ഫോൺ എടുത്തിട്ട് ഒന്ന് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്ത്, ഈ ജസ്റ്റ് സമയത്ത് ഒന്ന് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ പറയാം, നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോൺ ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. ഇതെല്ലാവർക്കായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ ഓപ്പൺ ആക്കിയിട്ടേക്കുക. ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല, സെക്ഷൽ കണ്ടന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള യാതൊരു ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിൽ വരാതിരിക്കുക. അതേപോലെ ഫിഷിങ്ങുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട, ഫിഷിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡ് അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു വരാം. ഫിഷിംഗ്, അതായത് ഈ ഫേക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ലിങ്കുകളൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലേക്ക് അയക്കുന്നു. ഈ ലിങ്കുകളൊക്കെ പോയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നതോടുകൂടി നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിൻ്റെ കൺട്രോൾ ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള ഹാക്കേഴ്സിൻ്റെ കയ്യിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നു. അവരുടെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഹാക്കേഴ്സിൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യം എന്താണ്? ഒരു ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുടെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ഹാക്കറുടെ ലക്ഷ്യം എന്താണ്? നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലെ കോണ്ടാക്റ്റ് അല്ല മെയിനായിട്ട്, സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ടുമല്ല, ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും അല്ല, നമ്മുടെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലെ പണമാണ്. അവരാദ്യം നോക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ ബാങ്കിന് വല്ല ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് വല്ലതും എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ, എന്തെല്ലാം അക്കൗണ്ടുകളുണ്ട്, ആ GPay ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ആളാണ്. ഉടനെ അത് ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് ആ അക്കൗണ്ടിലെ ക്യാഷ് കൊണ്ടുപോകുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ലക്ഷ്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ നോക്കും ഹാക്കിങ്ങിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഹാക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എൻ ഒഫൻസ്. അവർ ഹാക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വഴിയാണ് പറഞ്ഞ ഫിഷിംഗ്. ഇതേപോലെ ലിങ്കുകൾ വിടാം, നമ്മൾ അവിടെ ഇരുന്നിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഫോണിൽ കബളിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പലതും ചെയ്യാം, ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ആയിരിക്കാം. ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഞാൻ പറയാം, ഇതൊന്നും ചെയ്തില്ലെങ്കിലും ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഫോണിലെ എല്ലാ സെറ്റിങ്സും ചെയ്യിച്ചു, നമ്മളെ സേഫാക്കി, ഫോൺ സേഫാക്കി, ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാം സേഫാക്കി. കാരണം ഒറ്റ 1-2 ക്ലിക്ക് കൊണ്ട് എല്ലാം സേഫ് ആവില്ല. ഓരോ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസിലും പോയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിൻ്റെ സെറ്റിങ്സിൽ മാറ്റം വരുത്തണം. കാരണം ഫോണിലെ ഗൂഗിളിൽ പോയിട്ട് സെറ്റിങ്സ് മാത്രം വരുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ പോയി ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും, ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൽ പോകേണ്ടി വരും, എല്ലാ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസിലും പോയി ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാലും എല്ലാം ചെയ്താലും നമ്മുടെ ഫോൺ ഹാക്കായി പോവാം. എങ്ങനെ ഹാക്കായി പോവാം? അതിന് വേറെ കുറേ ഹാക്കിംഗ് ഉണ്ട്. ഒന്നറിയാണ്ട് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ചെയ്യാം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഏതെങ്കിലും ലിങ്കുകളിലോ ഏതെങ്കിലും സൈറ്റുകളിലോ കയറിപ്പോയി അത് ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ മെയിൽ ID യോ പാസ്വേഡോ നമ്മൾ അടിച്ചു കൊടുത്താൽ മതി. അതോടുകൂടി നമ്മുടെ ഫോൺ ഹാക്കായി പോവാം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ സ്ഥിരമായിട്ട് റീല് കാണുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ സ്ഥിരമായിട്ട് ഇരുന്ന് റീൽ സ്ക്രോൾ ചെയ്ത് വരുമ്പോൾ ചില റീലുകൾ ഓപ്പൺ ആയിന്ന് വരില്ല. ഓപ്പൺ ആകാതെ കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയും, പോയി അതിൽ ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യും. ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വീണ്ടും ആക്സസ് ചോദിക്കും, നമ്മളോട് ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയും. നേരെ പോയി ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്യും. കയറിപ്പോകുന്നത് അടുത്ത് നെക്സ്റ്റ് ടെലിഗ്രാം അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്കാണ്. ടെലിഗ്രാം അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്കാണ് അടുത്ത് കയറി പോകുന്നത്. ടെലിഗ്രാം അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ കയറി പോകുമ്പോൾ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയും. ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യും. അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഫോൺ ആക്സസ് ഹാക്കർ ആക്സസ് ചെയ്തു, പലതും കൊണ്ടുപോയി. കേട്ടോ, ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക. ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഞാൻ വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് പറയുന്നത്, ബോറിംഗ് ഉള്ള ഒരു കാര്യവും പറയുന്നില്ല. 1-2 പേർക്ക് ഉറക്കം വരുന്നതായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ കണ്ടു, പെട്ടെന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക കേട്ടോ. ഓക്കെ, നെക്സ്റ്റ്. അപ്പോൾ ഹാക്കിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ഒഫൻസാണ്. ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക. പണിഷ്മെൻറ്റ് അപ് ടു 3 years, 5 lakh, 3 വർഷം ശിക്ഷ കിട്ടാവുന്നതും 5 lakh ആണ്. ഒരു കാര്യം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, IT ആക്ട്, ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട് പ്രകാരമുള്ള എല്ലാ സെക്ഷൻസും ഒരു പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്ന FIR പ്രകാരം രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാം നോൺ ബെയിലബിൾ ഒഫൻസ് ആണ്. നോൺ ബെയിലബിൾ ഒഫൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ജാമ്യം കിട്ടാത്ത കുറ്റങ്ങളാണ്. പോലീസിന് ജാമ്യം കൊടുക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കില്ല. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, സെക്ഷൻ 66C, 66C നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട, IT ആക്ടിൽ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു സെക്ഷനാണ്. ദി ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി തെഫ്റ്റ്. ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി തെഫ്റ്റാണ്. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു, പാസ്വേഡ്, OTP തെഫ്റ്റ്, ഇതെല്ലാം തെഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും മെയിൻ തെഫ്റ്റ് നടത്തുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്? മെയിൻ തെഫ്റ്റ് ഒരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിലെ ഒന്നാമത്തെ ആൾക്കാർ ജീവനക്കാരാണ്. OTP ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു, ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണെന്ന്. ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകൾ അവർ തന്നെ തെഫ്റ്റ് നടത്താം, ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി തെഫ്റ്റ് നടത്താം. ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി നമ്മുടെ ആ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൻ്റെ OTP ഇതെല്ലാം ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ വേറൊരാൾക്ക് കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലെ അക്കൗണ്ട്, ക്യാഷ്, എല്ലാം ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ അവിടെ തട്ടിപ്പ് നടത്താം, ചീറ്റിംഗ് നടത്താം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണിത് സെക്ഷൻ 66. അതിൻ്റെ പണിഷ്മെൻ്റാണ് 3 years പ്ലസ് 1 lakh ഫൈൻ. മാക്സിമം ഫൈൻ പറയുന്ന 1 lakh ഫൈനാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു പണിഷ്മെൻറ്റ്. 66C. സെക്ഷൻ 66D, പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യുന്ന FIR ഈ സെക്ഷനാണ്. 66D എന്താണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഈ കേസ് IT ആക്ട് അവിടെ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത കൂടിയുണ്ട്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഈക്വൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള BNSലെ സെക്ഷൻ. മുമ്പ് IPC ആയിരുന്നു, ഇപ്പോൾ ഏതാണ്? BNS, ഭാരതീയ ന്യായ സംഹിത 2023. BNSലെ സെക്ഷൻ കൂടിയും FIRൽ ചേർത്തോളാം. അപ്പോൾ IT ആക്ട് മാത്രം ഇട്ടാൽ പോരാ, IT ആക്ടിന് സമാനമായിട്ടുള്ള BNS സെക്ഷൻ കൂടിയും FIRൽ ഇട്ടോളാം. FIR ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ FIR ഇടുമ്പോൾ IT ആക്ട് വരിട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇടുന്ന സെക്ഷനാണ് 66D. എന്താണ് 66Dയിൽ എന്താണ് പറയുന്നത്? ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് നോക്കാം. ദിസ് ദ ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ് തട്ടിപ്പ്, ജോബ് സ്കാം, ബാങ്ക് OLX, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ചീറ്റിംഗ് ഈ നമ്മുടെ ഇതിൽ നടക്കുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ ഈ കൊമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഏറ്റവും അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു സെക്ഷനാണ് ദി 66D എന്നുള്ളത്. ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ് തട്ടിപ്പ് എന്തെല്ലാം രീതിയിലാണ്. ഓൺലൈനിൽ പല സാധനങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഫേസ്ബുക്കിലും ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിലും പരസ്യമൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഓതറൈസ്ഡ് അല്ലാത്ത ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസിൽ പോയിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഇല്ലേ. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട്, ആമസോൺ, മീഷോ, അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് ഓൺലൈൻ സൈറ്റുകൾ നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ ഓൺലൈൻ സൈറ്റ് ഒന്നും അല്ലാതെ ചില ആൾക്കാർ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിലൊക്കെ നല്ല ഭംഗിയുള്ള ഡ്രസ്സും സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ കാണുമ്പോൾ പോയിട്ട് ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. ഇങ്ങനെ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോയി ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പലതും ഫേക്ക് ആയിരിക്കാം, ചീറ്റിംഗ് ആയിരിക്കാം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കാണാം, നമ്മൾ പോയി പോകുമ്പോൾ ഒരു 11,000, 15,000, 20,000 ഒക്കെ ഉള്ളത് ഒരു 500, 200 എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് കാണും. നമ്മൾ പോയി ഒന്ന് ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യും. പക്ഷേ നമ്മളൊന്ന് സൂക്ഷിച്ച് നോക്കിയാൽ കാണാം, ഫ്ലിപ്കാർട്ട് എന്ന് എഴുതുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ FLI എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ 2 L ഉണ്ടാവും, സ്പെല്ലിങ്ങിൽ തെറ്റുണ്ടാവും, ആരും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കില്ല, അതേ സൈൻ തന്നെ കൊടുക്കും. അതേപോലെ ആമസോൺ, മീഷോ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് കൊടുക്കും. നമ്മൾ ചെറിയ ചെറിയ സ്പെല്ലിങ് അതിൽ അവർ ചെറിയ ഡിഫറെൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്പെല്ലിങ് ഇട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഇതൊക്കെ ഫേക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സൈറ്റുകളാണ്. ഇതിൽ പോയി നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യും, നമ്മൾ പോയിട്ട് നേരെ ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് നടത്തും, GPay ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്ത് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ നഷ്ടപ്പെടും. അതൊക്കെ ഫേക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഓൺലൈൻ സൈറ്റുകളായിരിക്കും. ചിലവർ ക്യാഷ് ഓൺ ഡെലിവറി കാണുമ്പോൾ അതും ക്ലിയർ ആണെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കും. ക്യാഷ് ഓൺ ഡെലിവറി അല്ലേ, എന്തായാലും കിട്ടിയതിന് ശേഷമല്ലേ ക്യാഷ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. ക്യാഷ് ഓൺ ഡെലിവറി കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ക്യാഷ് കൊടുത്തു കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഡ്രസ്സ് ഓർഡർ ചെയ്തവർക്ക് പലർക്കും വളരെ പഴംതുണിയും വളരെ മോശമായിട്ടുള്ള ഡ്രസ്സും സാധനങ്ങളൊക്കെ കിട്ടിയ സംഭവങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതൊന്നും ആയിരിക്കില്ല കിട്ടത്, നമ്മൾ ഓർഡർ ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കില്ല വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ് 66D ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ തട്ടിപ്പ്. ജോബ് സ്കാം, ഫേക്ക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വിദേശത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം. ഹയർ സ്റ്റഡീസ് പലരും ചതിയിൽപ്പെട്ടു പോകുന്ന ഒന്നാണ്. വിദേശത്ത് ജോലി, പലയിടത്തും ജോലി എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് പലരും ലക്ഷങ്ങളൊക്കെ കൊടുത്ത് എപ്പോഴും സ്റ്റേഷനിലെ FIR വരുന്ന ഒരു സംഭവമാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കേസ് അവിടെ ഇടുന്നതോടൊപ്പം സെക്ഷൻ 318 ഓഫ് ദി BNS, ഭാരതീയ ന്യായ സംഹിതയിലെ BNS ആസ് പെർ ദ സെക്ഷൻ 318 സെക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് BNS അതുകൂടി ആഡ് ചെയ്യണം. IT ആക്ട് ഇടുന്നതോടൊപ്പം. എന്താണ് 318? ദ ഫോർമർ സെക്ഷൻ ഓഫ് ദി IPC സെക്ഷൻ 420. 420 കേട്ടുണ്ടാവും അല്ലേ? 420 എന്താണ്? ചീറ്റിംഗ്, വഞ്ചന, കബളിപ്പിക്കൽ സെക്ഷൻ. അതിപ്പോൾ 420 BNSൽ ഇപ്പോൾ 318 ആണ്. ഒപ്പം ഈ സെക്ഷൻ 66D കൂടി അവിടെ ആഡ് ചെയ്യണം. അതാണ് 66Dയിൽ പറയുന്നതാണ് ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ്. ഇതേപോലെ OLX തട്ടിപ്പ്, അതുപോലെ വെർച്വൽ അറസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പോഴും ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ. യൂണിഫോം, പോലീസിൻ്റെ യൂണിഫോം, മിലിറ്ററി യൂണിഫോമിലൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും മയക്കുമരുന്ന് വന്നു എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ തട്ടിപ്പ്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഫോൺ ആരെങ്കിലും വിളിക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ പരസ്യം വരുന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള തട്ടിപ്പിനെ കുറിച്ചാണ്. ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള നമ്മൾ പല രീതിയിലുള്ള തട്ടിപ്പുകൾ. അപ്പോൾ സെയിം മെയിൽ ID, ചെറിയ വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. ഒരു മെയിൽ ID വന്നു, ഇതെല്ലാം വന്നു. ഇപ്പോൾ മെയിൽ ID തട്ടിപ്പുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ മെയിൽ വന്നു, ആ മെയിൽ പ്രകാരം നമ്മൾ അയച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷേ മെയിൽ ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും അത് ഫേക്ക് മെയിൽ ID ആണ്. ചെറിയ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു സ്പെല്ലിംഗ് അങ്ങനെ വ്യത്യാസം ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അവിടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചറിൻ്റെ പ്രാധാന്യം വരുന്നത്. കൂടുതൽ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ്, തട്ടിപ്പ്, OLX, ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള ജോബ് സ്കാമുകൾ, വിദേശത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാം, ഗൾഫിൽ അവിടെ കൊണ്ടുപോയി പഠിപ്പിക്കുക, അതായത് സ്കോളർഷിപ്പ്. പല കുട്ടികളും വിദേശത്ത് പഠനം ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് പല തട്ടിപ്പിനൊക്കെ വിധേയമാകുന്നുണ്ട്. യൂറോപ്പിലേക്ക് ജോലിക്കെന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കുറേ ആളുകളൊക്കെ കൊണ്ടുപോകാമെന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ചീറ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ട് ഒരുപാട് കേസുകൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള തട്ടിപ്പ് ടീമുകളുണ്ട്. ഇതൊക്കെ ആ സെക്ഷൻ നമ്മൾ അതിനുള്ളതാണ് സെക്ഷൻ 66D ഓഫ് ദി IT ആക്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനുകളിൽ FIR വീഴുന്ന ഈ ഇതേപോലെ IT ആക്ടിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇടുന്നൊരു സെക്ഷൻ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സെക്ഷൻ 66D ആണ് പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷൻസിൽ. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെക്ഷൻ 66E. നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പെൺകുട്ടികൾ എല്ലാവരും അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ടതാണ് 66E. എന്താണ് അവിടെ പറയുന്നത്? ദി വയലേഷൻ ഓഫ് ദി പ്രൈവസിയിലെ വയലേഷൻ, ദ വയലേഷൻ ഓഫ് പ്രൈവസി. ഇപ്പോൾ ക്ലാസ്, ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ഞാൻ പറയാം. ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാനായിട്ട് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള പോകുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വളരെ ഈ ടെക്നിക്സ് ആയിട്ട് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഫോൺ എടുക്കാൻ പറയും, പല ക്ലാസ്സുകളൊക്കെ എടുക്കാനായിട്ട് പറയാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ആരെങ്കിലും എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പെട്ടെന്ന് ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് പറയും. കാരണം ഞാൻ മുമ്പ് 2 ഡിഗ്രി ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ പോയപ്പോൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാതിരുന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ അവരോട് ഫ്രണ്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ഫോണൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഫുൾ ടൈം, അതായത് പുലർച്ചെ വരെ ഫോണിൽ ഓൺലൈനിൽ ഇരുന്നിരുന്ന ആളുകളാണ്. ഇത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാനായിട്ട് വളരെ സിമ്പിളാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഇരിക്കണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഫോണിലെ എല്ലാ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസും, ഫോണിൻ്റെ സെറ്റിങ്സും, അതിൻ്റെ പ്രൈവസിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഡീറ്റെയിൽസും നമുക്ക് എളുപ്പത്തിൽ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് എപ്പോഴെങ്കിലും വരുമ്പോൾ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, സെക്ഷൻ 66E, ദി വയലേഷൻ ഓഫ് പ്രൈവസി. നമ്മുടെ അനുമതിയില്ലാതെ ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കൽ. ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ സംഭവവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പലയിടത്തുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് നിൽക്കുകയാണ്, ഒരാൾ വന്ന് ബെലായിട്ട് അവിടെ നിൽക്കട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഫോട്ടോ ഒക്കെ എടുക്കുക. പ്രൈവസി നമ്മുടെ അനുമതിയില്ലാതെ നമ്മുടെ വയലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. സെക്ഷൻ 66E ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം ഒഫൻസ് ആണ്. മനസ്സിലായല്ലോ? നമുക്ക് അവിടെ ഒരു പ്രൈവസി ഉണ്ട്, നമ്മുടെ പെർമിഷൻ വേണം അതിനുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും കാര്യങ്ങളും വീഡിയോസൊക്കെ എടുക്കണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ. മനസ്സിലായി? ഷെയറിങ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ഇമേജസ്, ഇതേപോലെ ഇമേജസ് പ്രൈവറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക് മോശമായിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലേക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇമേജസ്, മോശമായ സെക്ഷൽ കണ്ടന്റ് വരുന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇമേജസുകളൊക്കെ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുക. അത് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം കുറ്റകരമാണ്. അപ് ടു 3 years ഫൈൻ, 2 lakh ഫൈൻ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. 3 years imprisonment, 3 years imprisonment and 2 lakh ഫൈൻ. സെക്ഷൻ 67, ഇനി 67ലേക്ക് പോയി. അപ്പോൾ 60D കഴിഞ്ഞു, C കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇനി അടുത്തത് നമ്മൾ 67ലേക്ക് നമ്മളൊന്ന് പോയി. ഓക്കെ, ദി absence of the electronic content, that is the private and sexual photos, imaging, ഇതെല്ലാം സർക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക, മോശമായിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ അതിലേറ്റവും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, പല ആളുകളും ഈ ഒരുപാട് ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പ്രണയത്തിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവരുടെ പ്രൈവറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പല ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും പല ആളുകൾക്കും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളുണ്ട്. ചിലപ്പോൾ വീഡിയോ കോൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുകളുണ്ട്. ഈ കോൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അവർ ആ പ്രണയത്തിൻ്റെ റൊമാൻറ്റിക്കിൻ്റെ മോഡിൽ എന്താണ് ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന് പലർക്കും പരിചയമില്ല. അവരാവശ്യപ്പെടുന്ന ചിലപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം അയച്ചു കൊടുക്കും. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് സംഭവങ്ങളൊക്കെ അവിടെ വരും. ഇങ്ങനെ വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും പല ആളുകളുടെ കയ്യിലെത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. പലരും ചീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ പെടാം. ഇത് പലരും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാം. നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസുകൾ വീഡിയോസ് കീപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുന്നതും കുറ്റകരമാണ്. ആസ് പെർ ദ സെക്ഷൻ 67, 3 years ഇംപ്രൂവ്മെൻറ്റ്. പിന്നെ അതിനുശേഷം ഇപ്പോൾ 5 years ആയി, അത് 10 lakh ഫൈൻ. നമ്മളത് വളരെയേറെ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക. കാരണം ഒരുപാട് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. കാരണം എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് അനുഭവങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഒന്നും കൂടുതലായിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. കാരണം കുറച്ചാൾ മുമ്പ് ഒരു കുട്ടിയുടെ അമ്മ എന്നെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, ആ കുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോട്ടോസ് ആൻഡ് വീഡിയോസ്, ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോട്ടോ, ഞാൻ കോളേജ് ഏതാന്ന് പറയുന്നില്ല, പെൺകുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോട്ടോസ് ആൻഡ് വീഡിയോസ് പല സൈറ്റുകളിലും കയറി ഒരുത്തൻ പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എന്താ സംഭവിച്ചപ്പോൾ അവർ +2 പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഒരുത്തനായിട്ട് റൊമാൻസ്, പ്രണയം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ പ്രണയം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവൻ ആവശ്യപ്പെടുന്ന ഫോട്ടോസ് വീഡിയോസൊക്കെ അയച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. ഇപ്പോൾ ആ കുട്ടി ഡിഗ്രി കഴിഞ്ഞു, ഡിഗ്രി പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഫൈനൽ ഇയർ പഠിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് എന്നെ വിളിച്ചത്. അപ്പോൾ പല സൈറ്റിലൊക്കെ കയറിപ്പോയി. ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള ഒരുപാട് സൈറ്റുകളിലൊക്കെ ഈ ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോൾ അവർ തമ്മിൽ വഴക്ക് തല്ല് നടന്നപ്പോൾ ദേഷ്യത്തിന് അവൻ ചെയ്ത ഒരു പരിപാടിയാണ്, ആ ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും അവൻ പല സൈറ്റിലും കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ട് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. ഇത് കുട്ടികൾ പോലും, ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കുട്ടികൾ പോലും കാണാനിടയായി. അതോടുകൂടി ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് കോളേജിൽ പോലും പോകാൻ പറ്റാത്ത അവസ്ഥ വന്നു. അവർ പോലീസ് സൈബർ സെല്ലിനെയൊക്കെ സമീപിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യം, അവർക്ക് അത് അതിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റാനായിട്ട് സാധിച്ചില്ല. അപ്പം എന്താണ് മാർഗമെന്ന് അവർ നോക്കി. അപ്പോൾ 1-2 ക്ലാസ് ആയപ്പോൾ എന്നെ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം എന്നെ വിളിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു അവർ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ആ കുട്ടിയുടെ ഫേസ് മാത്രം ഒന്ന് തരാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഫേസ്, നമുക്കൊരാളുടെ ഫേസ് മാത്രം കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാണെങ്കിൽ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. സെർച്ച് എഞ്ചിൻ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ നമുക്ക്? ഞങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന, നമ്മളെ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് വിങ്ങിലൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരുപാട് സെർച്ചിങ് സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർസ് ഉണ്ട്. ആ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർസിനെ കുറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് നിങ്ങളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ചിലപ്പോൾ ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. പല ആളുകളുടെയും സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. പല വിദേശ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലെ വെബ്സൈറ്റുകൾ പോയിട്ട് ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ചിലപ്പോൾ ശത്രുക്കളെ, രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ സുരക്ഷയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. പല ആളുകളുടെ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ, നമ്മളറിയാം സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ വാച്ചിങ്ങിന് തന്നെ ഒരു സെക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അറിയോ? ഒരു IT സെക്ഷൻ പോലീസിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓരോരുത്തരിടുന്ന സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ വാച്ചിങ്, അവർ കമ്മ്യൂണൽ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കുഴപ്പമില്ല, വർഗീയ കമ്മ്യൂണൽ, രാജ്യത്തിനെതിരെ തികച്ചും കമ്മ്യൂണലായിട്ടുള്ള വർഗീയമായിട്ടുള്ള പോസ്റ്റുകൾ ഇടുന്ന ആളുകളെ വാച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആളുണ്ട്. ഒരു IT സെക്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ആ IT സെക്ഷൻ ഓരോരുത്തരെ വാച്ച് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. അവരിടുന്ന പോസ്റ്റ് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഉടനെ അതിൻ്റെ സ്ക്രീൻഷോട്ട് ഡീറ്റെയിൽ അവരുടെ അഡ്രസ്സ് എന്താണോ ID എന്താണോ ID നമുക്ക് ഉടനെ അയച്ചു തന്നിട്ട് പോലീസിന് അയച്ചു തന്നിട്ട് FIR രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയും. ഇങ്ങനെ വാച്ചിങ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സെക്ഷൻ, ഒരു IT സെക്ഷൻ പോലീസിൽ എല്ലാ വിങ്ങിലും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ സ്പെഷ്യൽ ബ്രാഞ്ച് യൂണിറ്റിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ ഫോട്ടോസ്, ഒരു ഫോട്ടോ ഫേസ് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ഫേസ് വെച്ച് നമുക്കൊന്ന് വാച്ച് ചെയ്താൽ ആൾക്ക് ഏതെല്ലാം സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് ഉണ്ട്, അവരുടെ ഫോട്ടോ, ഈ ഫേസ് ഉള്ള ആൾ ഏതെല്ലാം സൈറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് കയറിപ്പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്, അവരുടെ ഫോട്ടോ ഏതെല്ലാം സൈറ്റിലുണ്ട് എന്ന് നമുക്ക് എളുപ്പത്തിൽ കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. ഈ ഫോട്ടോ, പെൺകുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോട്ടോ ഒന്ന് സൈറ്റിലൊന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഒരു 4-5 സൈറ്റുകളിലാണ്, 4-5 ഇത് പോൺ സൈറ്റുകളിലാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഫോട്ടോ എടുക്കുന്നത്. നോക്കിയപ്പോൾ ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും കയറി കിടക്കും. ഈ സൈറ്റുകളൊന്ന് ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ ഇതെല്ലാം പല രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നാണ്. റഷ്യ, ബൊളീവിയ, അതേപോലെയുള്ള കുറേ യൂറോപ്യൻ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുള്ള സൈറ്റുകളാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എന്താണെന്നൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് നമ്മൾ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് അയച്ചാൽ അവർ അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യോ? ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്തെന്താണ്? അടുത്ത അവിടെ ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വേറെ ഒന്നുമില്ല, ഈ സൈറ്റുകൾ ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഈ സൈറ്റുകൾ പോയി ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും ഡിലീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത്. ഇത് ഹാക്കിങ്ങിന് ഇവിടെ എന്തുപയോഗിച്ചു, എന്ത് ടെക്നിക്സ് ആണ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചതെന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം അത് നമ്മൾ മാത്രമായിട്ട് പ്രൈവസി ചെയ്യാൻ, ഞാൻ അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുതരാം. അത് കാരണം നമ്മളൊരിക്കലും ഹാക്കിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു ഒഫൻസാണ്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ തന്നെ സെക്ഷൻ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞു ഇല്ലേ, ഏത് സെക്ഷൻ പ്രകാരമാണ് ഹാക്കിംഗ് ഒഫൻസ്? സെക്ഷൻ 66. അപ്പോൾ ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. ഹാക്കിംഗ് ഈസ് എൻ ഒഫൻസ് അല്ലേ? ഹാക്കിംഗ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഹാക്കിംഗ് ചെയ്യും. ആര് ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യും? ഹാക്കിംഗ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒഫീഷ്യലായിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥന്മാർ, അതായത് പോലീസ്, ആർമി, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ചിലപ്പോൾ ആ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ സുരക്ഷയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഹാക്ക് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. ഇപ്പോൾ കുറേ ഈ പ്രക്ഷോഭം സമരങ്ങളൊക്കെ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കുറേ ആൾക്കാരുടെ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ടുകൾ ബ്ലോക്ക് ആക്കി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിരുന്നത്? ഒരുപാട് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ടുകളിൽ പല പോസ്റ്റുകൾ ഇട്ടു, ഇത് ഹാക്ക്. ഇത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ മിഷനറിക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് അവർക്ക് ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്യാം, സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യിക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. അതിന് നമ്മൾ ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് റിക്വസ്റ്റ് അവരുടെ ഫേസ്ബുക്ക് മെറ്റയ്ക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഒരു മെയിൽ, ഒഫീഷ്യലായിട്ടുള്ള മെയിൽ റിപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആരുടെ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് വേണമെങ്കിലും ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കും. നമുക്കത് പ്രൈവറ്റായിട്ട് അത് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് സാധിക്കില്ല. ഓക്കെ, ഞാനപ്പോൾ അതാണ് ഈ സെക്ഷൻ 67. അപ്പോൾ ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് കണ്ടന്റ്, ദി സെക്ഷൻ 67B, അതായത് 67 നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നുണ്ട് സെക്ഷനിലായിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസ് വീഡിയോസോ സർക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. 67 ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. 67B ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ്. 67B ചൈൽഡ്, ഇവിടെ വരുന്നത് ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫി. ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വരുന്ന സെക്ഷലായിട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികളുടെ 18 വയസ്സിന് താഴെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളുടെ സെക്ഷലായിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും പ്രചരിപ്പിക്കുക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ സീരിയസ് ഒഫൻസ്. ഇവിടെ ഒഫൻസിന് ഇവിടെ പബ്ലിഷിംഗ്, ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ, ബ്രൗസിങ് ഇതെല്ലാം സിവിയർ പണിഷ്മെൻ്റ് ആണ്. ആ സിവിയർ പണിഷ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ എത്രയാണെന്ന് എഴുതിയിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ അവിടുത്തെ സിവിയർ പണിഷ്മെൻറ്റ് വരുന്നത് ആസ് പെർ ദി പോക്സോ ആക്ട്. പോക്സോ ആക്റ്റാണ് അവിടെ വരുന്നത്. പോക്സോ നിയമപ്രകാരം എത്ര, അതായത് വളരെ ഗുരുതര കുറ്റമാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ പോക്സോ നിയമത്തിന് അവിടെ ലൈഫ് ടൈം ഇംപ്രിസൺമെൻ്റൊക്കെയാണ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ലൈഫ് ടൈം ഇംപ്രിസൺമെൻറ്റുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കുറ്റമാണ്. ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, സർക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക വാട്സപ്പ്, ഏതെങ്കിലും സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയ അക്കൗണ്ട് വഴി ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫി, 18 വയസ്സിന് താഴെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളുടെ സെക്ഷലായിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസ്, വീഡിയോസ് അവിടെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് സർക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുറ്റങ്ങളാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഇനി ഇതിലെ IT ആക്ടിലെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട കുറച്ച് സെക്ഷൻസിൻ്റെ കുറിച്ചാണ് അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞത്. ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫിയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ. നമ്മളെ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗം നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യം, ഈ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ്സിൽ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആരും ഇല്ല എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത്. ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് വരുമ്പോൾ ഫോൺ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറയും. ഇപ്പോൾ പാരൻസിനാണ് ടെക്കി ക്ലാസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവരോട് ഫോൺ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് ഫസ്റ്റ് തന്നെ ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് എന്താണെന്നറിയും? എന്താണ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്? ഫോൺ എടുത്തിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നൊരു സെറ്റിങ്സ് അതിൽ വരുത്താൻ പറയും. സെറ്റിങ്സ് വരുത്തുമ്പോൾ അതിൽ വരുന്ന കാര്യം എന്നാണെങ്കിൽ പാരൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫോണും കുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോണും ഞാൻ അവിടെ വെച്ച് ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യാണ്, കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. എന്തിനാണെന്നറിയോ? പെട്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോകാം അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച്. പാരൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫോണും കുട്ടിയുടെ ഫോണും അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒന്ന് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യണം. കണക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കുട്ടി, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഒരു പ്രായപൂർത്തിയാകാത്തൊരു കുട്ടിയാണെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കാം, ഇനി പോട്ടെ നിങ്ങളൊരു 20 വയസ്സിന് താഴെയുള്ള കുട്ടിയായാലും കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ല, ആ കുട്ടി എവിടേക്ക് പോണു, അതിൻ്റെ ലൊക്കേഷൻ എവിടെയാണ്, ലൊക്കേഷൻ ആക്സസ്. നമ്മൾ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ പറയും ആക്സസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഒഫൻസ് ആണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു ഇല്ലേ, സെക്ഷൻ 43 ആസ് പെർ ദ IT ആക്ട് സെക്ഷൻ 43 ഒഫൻസ് ആണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു പാരന്റും കുട്ടിയും തമ്മിലുള്ള കണക്ഷനാണ് വരുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ പ്രൈവസി പറഞ്ഞു, ദ പ്രൈവസി തെഫ്റ്റ് സെക്ഷൻ 66 പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പ്രൈവസി നമുക്ക് ആരും കളയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഞാനിവിടെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പ്രധാന നമുക്ക് ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം അവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്നറിയോ, നമുക്ക് ലീഗലായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഒരു പാരന്റും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഒരു പ്രായപൂർത്തിയാകാത്തൊരു കുട്ടിയും അവരെ ഫോണുകൾ തമ്മിൽ കണക്ട് ചെയ്യുക. അവരെ ഫോണിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഒരു ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, എന്താണെന്നറിയോ, ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഷെയർ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്താണ്? ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ. എന്താണ് പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ? വാട്ട് ഈസ് പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ? പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ എന്താണ്? പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ മീൻസ് ഒരു കുട്ടി തൻ്റെ ഫോണിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം കാണുന്നു, കേൾക്കുന്നു, ഏതൊക്കെ സൈറ്റുകളിലേക്ക് കയറിപ്പോകുന്നു, ഏതെല്ലാം വീഡിയോസുകൾ കാണുന്നു, ഏതെല്ലാം ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, എത്ര സമയം ഫോൺ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നു, ആരുമായിട്ട് ചാറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഇതെല്ലാം ആർക്കറിയാൻ പറ്റും? പാരന്റിന് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഡാറ്റ പ്രൈവസി പറയുന്നുണ്ട് സെക്ഷൻ IT ആക്ടിൽ. ഇതവിടെ ബാധകമാകില്ലേ എന്നൊരു ചോദ്യം വരാം. ഭാഗമാകും അതവിടെ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ഒരു പാരന്റും കുട്ടിയും തമ്മിലുള്ള കണക്ഷനാണ്. മനസ്സിലായോ? നമ്മളത് മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ IT ആക്ട് സെക്ഷൻസ് അവിടെ വന്നു. കാരണം ആ കുട്ടിയെ, ഒരു പാരന്റിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഈ കുട്ടി ചെയ്യുന്നതും കാണുന്നതും എല്ലാം അതിൻ്റെ ലൊക്കേഷൻ, ഈവൻ ലൊക്കേഷൻ. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫോണിൽ ആരെങ്കിലും അതിൽ പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? എനിബഡി? പാരന്റൽ കൺട്രോൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഈ കോളേജിൽ ഈ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിലാണ്, ഇന്ന സ്ഥലത്താണ് ഇരിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് നിങ്ങളെ പാരന്റിന് വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും, കൃത്യമായിട്ട് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. നിങ്ങൾ ഫോണിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം നോക്കി കാണുന്നു, ഏതൊക്കെ സൈറ്റിലേക്ക് പോയി എന്ന് അറിയാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ യൂസേജ് ഓഫ് ദിസ്? ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രധാന ആവശ്യം എന്താണ്? ആവശ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോൾ പല സ്ഥലത്ത് നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ തൂഫാൻ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? മയക്കുമരുന്നുള്ള കച്ചവടക്കാരെ പിടിക്കാൻ തൂഫാൻ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട് അല്ലേ? പോലീസ് എക്സൈസ് ഒക്കെ പരിശോധനകൾ, മയക്കുമരുന്ന് കച്ചവടമൊക്കെ നടക്കേണ്ട തൂഫാൻ്റെ പ്രക്രിയയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ തൂഫാൻ, ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഡി ഹണ്ട്, ഓപ്പറേഷൻ നാർക്കോ ഹണ്ട് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞൊക്കെ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇൻ ദി സൈബർ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ് വി ഹാവ് ടു നോ അബൌട്ട് ദി ഓപ്പറേഷൻ പി ഹണ്ട്. പി ഹണ്ട് കേട്ടോ? പി ഹണ്ടിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടോ? കുറച്ച് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദി പി ഹണ്ട്? പി ഹണ്ട് എന്താണ്? പി ഹണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയണം, പോലീസും സൈബർ പോലീസും നടന്നൊരു ഓപ്പറേഷനാണ് പി ഹണ്ട്. അവിടെ പി ഹണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം ഒന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഞാനൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോവാം. ഒന്ന് നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട, വളരെ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് പി ഹണ്ട്. ഒരു ദിവസം രാവിലെ 5-6 മണി സമയമാകുമ്പോൾ പോലീസും സൈബർ പോലീസും വീടുകളിലേക്ക് കയറി വരാം. കയറി വന്നതിന് ശേഷം പറയാണ്, ഈ വീട്ടിലുള്ള ഇലക്ട്രോണിക് സാധനങ്ങൾ, മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ, ലാപ്ടോപ്പ്, കമ്പ്യൂട്ടർ, ഡെസ്ക് ടോപ്പ്, പെൻഡ്രൈവുകൾ, മെമ്മറി കാർഡ് എന്തൊക്കെയുണ്ടോ അതെല്ലാം അങ്ങോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറയാം. ചിലപ്പോൾ പെൻഡ്രൈവും ഈ മെമ്മറി കാർഡൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പോൾ എവിടെയെങ്കിലൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് ഒളിപ്പിച്ച് വെച്ചിരിക്കുകയായിരിക്കും, അതെല്ലാം ഓപ്പണാക്കി വെച്ചിരിക്കില്ല. വീട് മുഴുവൻ സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യണം. സെർച്ച് ചെയ്ത് അതൊക്കെ അവർ കണ്ടെത്തുകയാണ്. കണ്ടെത്തിയതിന് ശേഷം ഇത് മുഴുവൻ പരിശോധിക്കുകയാണ്. പരിശോധിക്കുന്നത് പോലീസും IT വിദഗ്ധരായിട്ടുള്ള പോലീസ് ഓഫീസേഴ്സാണ്. ചെക്ക് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം അവരുദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന കണ്ടന്റ് ആ ഫോണിലോ ലാപ്ടോപ്പിലോ ഡെസ്ക്ടോപ്പിലോ മെമ്മറി കാർഡിലോ പെൻഡ്രൈവിലോ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് അവർ ബന്ദോബസ്തിലെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോവാണ്. അത് ഉപയോഗിച്ച ആളെ അറസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാണ്. അയാൾക്കെതിരെ ഈ IT ആക്ട് പ്രകാരം കേസ് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യണം അല്ലേ? നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞു ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള കണ്ടന്റ് ഫോണിൽ സൂക്ഷിച്ചാൽ ഏത് സെക്ഷനാണ് ഞാൻ ഇപ്പം തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു, കോടതിയിൽ ഹാജരാക്കാണ്. IT ആക്ട് ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, IT ആക്ടിൻ്റെ ഏത് സെക്ഷൻസും ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോൺ ബെയിലബിൾ, ജാമ്യമില്ലാത്ത വകുപ്പാണ്. അവരെ കോടതിയിൽ ഹാജരാക്കുന്നു, ചിലപ്പോൾ റിമാൻഡ് ആകുന്നു. ഇത് പറയാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കാരണം, ഇപ്പോൾ കഴിഞ്ഞ പ്രാവശ്യം ഒരു 10-30 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ഈ പി ഹണ്ട് പ്രകാരം റെയ്ഡ് നടന്നപ്പോൾ ഒരു 10-12 കേസുകൾ രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്ത് FIR ഇട്ടു പോലീസ് സ്റ്റേഷനുകളിൽ പലയിടത്തായിട്ട്. ഇതിൽ കുറ്റവാളിയായിട്ട് വന്നത്, പ്രതിയായിട്ട് വന്നത്, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് അക്യൂസർ ഈസ് ഓൾ ആർ ദ 8 പേഴ്സൺസ് ആർ മൈനർ. 8 പേര് പ്രായപൂർത്തിയാകാത്ത കുട്ടികളാണ്. അപ്പം ഇത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇത് സംഭവിച്ചത്? ഇത് സംഭവിച്ചത് എന്താണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ സൈബർ, അതായത് നമ്മൾ മൊബൈൽ ഫോണോ സൈബർ വേൾഡിലോ സൈബർ നോളജോ നമുക്കില്ലാത്തതിൻ്റെ തകരാറാണ്. നമ്മൾ പലരും ഇഗ്നറൻ്റ് ആണ്. നമുക്ക് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള നോളജ് ഇല്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് സംഭവിച്ച ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഫോൺ എങ്ങനെ ഉപയോഗിക്കണം എന്താണെന്നുള്ള ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം. പേരൻറ്റിനും തകരാറുണ്ട് അവിടെ. എന്താണ് അവിടെ സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്? ഇവിടെ വരുന്നൊരു കാര്യം, നമുക്ക് ഞാൻ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഒന്ന് ഡിസ്കസ് ചെറുതായിട്ടൊന്ന് പറയാം. ഇവിടെ പറയാൻ കാരണം എന്താണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ വെബുകൾ, നമ്മൾ ആരെങ്കിലും ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തോ ഇവിടെ നെറ്റിനെ കുറിച്ച്? നിങ്ങൾ മുമ്പത്തെ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഇരുന്നോ? ആളുകൾ ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് അല്ലേ, നിങ്ങൾ ഷിഫ്റ്റ് ആവുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഈ വെബുകൾ, നമ്മൾ വെബ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വേൾഡ് വൈഡ് വെബ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ 2 വെബുകളാണുള്ളത്. ഒന്ന് സർഫേസ് വെബും ഒന്ന് ഡീപ്പ് വെബ്. 2 വെബ് ഏതൊക്കെയാണ്? ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് സർഫേസ് ആൻഡ് ഡീപ്പ് വെബ്. സർഫേസ് വെബ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഓപ്പൺ ആയിട്ട് കിടക്കുകയാണ്, ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും കയറി പോവാം. പെട്ടെന്ന് ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും ഓടിച്ചെന്ന് കയറി ചെല്ലാവുന്ന ഒരു വെബാണ് സർഫേസ് വെബ്. ഗൂഗിൾ പോയി സെർച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നു, യൂട്യൂബിൽ പോയിട്ട് സിനിമ കാണുന്നു, ഇതെല്ലാം ആർക്കും എപ്പോൾ വേണമെങ്കിലും ചെയ്യാവുന്ന കേസാണ്. ഡീപ്പ് വെബ് അങ്ങനെയല്ല, പെട്ടെന്ന് ഓടിക്കയറാൻ കഴിയില്ല. കയറണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊരു യൂസർ ID വേണം, ഒരു പാസ്വേഡ് വേണം. യൂട്യൂബിൽ പോയി സിനിമ കാണാം. ഈ സിനിമ കാണുന്നത് ആമസോൺ പ്രൈമിലോ ജിയോ ഹോട്ട്സ്റ്റാറിലോ നെറ്റ്ഫ്ലിക്സിലോ ആണെന്ന് കരുതാം, ഓടിപ്പോയി കാണാൻ പറ്റുമോ? അവിടെ നമ്മൾ ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്യണം, റീചാർജ് ചെയ്യണം, പൈസ അടയ്ക്കണം, എങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ കാണാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പോൾ മൊത്തം ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിൻ്റെ, പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, ടോട്ടൽ ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റിൻ്റെ വെറും 10% മാത്രമേ എന്തുള്ളൂ? സർഫേസ് വെബ് ഉള്ളൂ. ബാക്കി 90% ഡീപ്പ് വെബാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ചോദിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്, ഈ ഡാർക്ക് വെബും ഡാർക്ക് നെറ്റും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇതെവിടെയാണ് കിടക്കുന്നത്? ഡാർക്ക് വെബ് അങ്ങനെ ഒന്നുണ്ടോ? ഡാർക്ക് വെബും ഡാർക്ക് നെറ്റും ഉണ്ട്. പല ആളുകളെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. മയക്കുമരുന്ന് കച്ചവടം നടത്തുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ, പലരും ഓൺലൈനിലായിട്ട് ഡ്രസ്സ് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന പോലെ ഓൺലൈനിൽ പോയിട്ട് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്ത് വീട്ടിൽ കൊറിയറായിട്ട് മയക്കുമരുന്ന് എത്തുന്നുണ്ട്, MDMA ഒക്കെ പോലത്തെ മയക്കുമരുന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ ഡാർക്ക് വെബ് ഡാർക്ക് നെറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഒരു കാര്യം നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ഈ ഡീപ്പ് വെബിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിലാണ് ഈ ഡാർക്ക് വെബ് കിടക്കുന്നത്. നേരിട്ട് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ആയിരിക്കും അതിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ ഭീകരമായിട്ടുള്ള എന്തൊക്കെയോ കണ്ട്, മനുഷ്യനെ കൊല്ലുന്ന രംഗങ്ങൾ, മൃഗങ്ങളെ കൊല്ലുന്ന രംഗങ്ങൾ, മയക്കുമരുന്ന് കച്ചവടക്കാർ, ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കുറേ കുറ്റങ്ങൾ. ഇത് മാത്രമല്ല, വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒഫൻസ് അതിൽ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? ചൈൽഡ് പോണോഗ്രഫി. 18 വയസ്സിന് താഴെയുള്ള കുട്ടികളുടെ സെക്ഷൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും വീഡിയോസും ഷെയർ ചെയ്യൽ, ഇങ്ങനെ പല ഒഫൻസ്, ഗുരുതരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒഫൻസ് അതിൽ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതിലേക്ക് ആരെങ്കിലും ഓടിച്ചെന്ന് കയറി ഗൂഗിളിലൊക്കെ പോയിട്ട് സെർച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നേരെ ഡാർക്ക് വെബിലേക്ക് കയറി പോകാൻ ആരും വിചാരിക്കണ്ട, കയറി പോകാൻ പറ്റില്ല. ഇത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കുറേ ലിങ്കുകൾ വഴിയാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ IP അഡ്രസ്സ് വഴിയാണ്. ഈ ലിങ്ക് ഓർ IP അഡ്രസ്സ് വഴിയാണ് ഇത് പെട്ടെന്ന് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഞാൻ സ്പീഡിൽ പറഞ്ഞു പോവാം. ഇതിൽ പോയി ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ലിങ്കിൽ പോയി ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാലും പെട്ടെന്ന് ഓടിപ്പോയിട്ട് നേരെ ഡാർക്ക് വെബിലേക്ക്, ഡാർക്ക് നെറ്റിലേക്ക് പോകാൻ കഴിയില്ല. പിന്നെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് പോകുന്നത്? അതിൽ പോകണം, അതിൽ ലോഗിൻ ചെയ്യണം, നമ്മളൊരു യൂസർ ID കൊടുക്കണം, പാസ്വേഡ് കൊടുക്കണം, ചിലപ്പോൾ റീചാർജ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും, ക്യാഷ് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരും. ക്യാഷ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത് പല ബാങ്കിങ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് UPI ആയിട്ടായിരിക്കും. ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഭൂരിഭാഗം അവിടെ ക്യാഷ് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നറിയോ? അവിടുത്തെ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻസ് ക്രിപ്റ്റോ കറൻസിയാണ്. ക്രിപ്റ്റോ കറൻസിയെ കുറിച്ച് പഠിപ്പിച്ചെന്നുണ്ടാവും, നിങ്ങൾ E-commerce എന്തെങ്കിലും പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് എ വെർച്വൽ മണി അല്ലേ? ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ പ്രകാരമാണ് ഇത് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഉണ്ട്, ക്രിപ്റ്റോ കറൻസി ആയിട്ടായിരിക്കും. ഓക്കെ, ഞാൻ അവിടേക്ക് പോകുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ പോയി ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ആരൊക്കെയാണ് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള സൈറ്റുകളിൽ കയറിപ്പോയത്, ഏത് ഫോണിൽ നിന്ന്, ആ ഫോണിൻ്റെ IME നമ്പർ എത്രയാണ്, ആ ഫോൺ ആരാണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്, അതിലിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന സിം ആരാണ്, അതിലുപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ആധാർ കാർഡ്, അഡ്രസ്സ്, ഡീറ്റെയിൽ, അവരുടെ ലൊക്കേഷൻ ആരാണ്, ഇത് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സംവിധാനം പോലീസിൻ്റെ സൈബർ പോലീസും സൈബർ ഡ്രോമിനുണ്ട്. ഇത് അയച്ചു തരുന്ന അഡ്രസ്സ് പ്രകാരമാണ് പോലീസ് ഓപ്പറേഷൻ P ഹണ്ട് പ്രകാരം വീടുകളിൽ പരിശോധന നടത്തുന്നത്. മനസ്സിലായോ ഓപ്പറേഷൻ P ഹണ്ട് എങ്ങനെയാണ് പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നതെന്ന്? അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളൊരു കാര്യം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, പല ആളുകളും അറിവില്ലായ്മ കൊണ്ട് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള പല സൈറ്റിലും ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ട് പോകും. നമ്മൾ 3 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് എപ്പോഴും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാൻ പറയുന്നത്. എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? ഫോൺ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ എന്താണ് 3 കാര്യങ്ങൾ? തിങ്ക്, വെരിഫൈ, ക്ലിക്ക് അല്ലേ? തിങ്ക്, വെരിഫൈ, ക്ലിക്ക് ഓർ ഷെയർ. 3 കാര്യങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാനായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പറയും. നമ്മളെല്ലാം ക്ലിയർ ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും, എങ്കിൽ പോലും ഹാക്കിംഗ് സംഭവിക്കാം. ആ ഹാക്കിംഗ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് വരുന്നതെന്നറിയോ? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഓരോ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് പോയി ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ, പല സൈറ്റുകളിലും കാണുമ്പോൾ പോയി ഇൻസ്റ്റാൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ കൊടുക്കുന്ന യൂസർ ID യും പാസ്വേഡും, നമ്മൾ യൂസർ ID യും പാസ്വേഡും, നമ്മുടെ മെയിൽ ID യും നമ്മുടെ പാസ്വേഡൊക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്നു, നമ്മുടെ ഫോൺ ഹാക്കാവാം. ഇതൊന്നില്ലെങ്കിലും സംഭവിക്കാം. പബ്ലിക് വൈഫൈ എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പബ്ലിക് പല സ്ഥലത്തും ഓപ്പൺ വൈഫൈ കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, കണ്ടില്ലേ? ഓപ്പൺ വൈഫൈ ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പലപ്പോഴും പലരുടെ ഡാറ്റാസ് നഷ്ടപ്പെടാം. നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഒരെണ്ണം, നമുക്ക് ഇനിയും ചാൻസ് ഉള്ള ഒരെണ്ണമാണ്, എല്ലാ പ്രീക്കോഷൻസ് എടുത്താൽ പോലും ജ്യൂസ് ജാക്കിംഗ് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? എന്താണ് ജ്യൂസ് ജാക്കിംഗ്? ഈ പബ്ലിക്കായിട്ടുള്ള പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോൾ, നമ്മൾ യാത്രയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ, പല സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നതാണ്, അവിടെ എന്തുണ്ടാവും? അവിടെ ഈ പോർട്ടലുകൾ, നമുക്ക് മൊബൈൽ ചാർജ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ ചാർജ് കുത്തും ഇല്ലേ? നമ്മൾ ചാർജ് ചെയ്യും പോയിട്ട്, നമ്മൾ ഈ ചാർജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് അവിടെ അവരവരുടെ കേബിൾ ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിലെ എല്ലാ ഡാറ്റാസും അങ്ങോട്ട് കോപ്പി ചെയ്യും. നമ്മുടെ ഫോണിൽ ചാർജ് കയറുന്നതിനോടൊപ്പം ഫോണിലെ എല്ലാ ഡാറ്റാസും അവരുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ ജ്യൂസ് ജാക്കിങ് സംഭവിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാം വളരെ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്. നെക്സ്റ്റ് സെക്ഷൻസ് ഒന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല, പെട്ടെന്ന്. ഈ മെയിൻ സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡിനെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു നേരത്തെ. മെയിൻ സൈബർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഫ്രോഡുകൾ, അതിൽ അതിൻ്റെ സെക്ഷൻസ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ, IT ആക്ടിലെ സെക്ഷൻസ് ഞാൻ ഡിസ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ അതിൽ വരുന്ന ഫ്രോഡുകൾ ഈ വെർച്വൽ അറസ്റ്റും ഫിഷിങ്, സൈബർ ബുള്ളിങ് പറഞ്ഞില്ല തോന്നുന്നു അല്ലേ? സൈബർ ബുള്ളിങ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആളുകളെ അധിക്ഷേപിക്കുന്ന പരിപാടി, ആൾക്കാരെ വ്യക്തിഹത്യ നടത്തുന്ന പരിപാടി, മോശം കമൻറ്റുകളിട്ട് ആളുകളെ അധിക്ഷേപിക്കുന്ന പരിപാടി, ഇതെല്ലാം വരുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. നമ്മൾ സെക്ഷൻ 66C ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ, IT ആക്ട് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു. അതുപോലെ വെർച്വൽ അറസ്റ്റ്, ഹണി ട്രാപ്പ്, ഓൺലൈൻ ചീറ്റിംഗ്, ഇങ്ങനെ കുറേ സംഭവങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു. ഇതൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് ഈ സൈബർ വേൾഡിൽ സംഭവിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഡീറ്റെയിൽ സംഭവമില്ല, കുറച്ച് 5 മിനിറ്റേ ഉള്ളൂ നമുക്ക്. ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ്, സൈബർ ത്രെഫ്റ്റ്, ഇതെല്ലാം ഞാൻ IT ആക്ട് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോട് ഡിസ്ക്രൈബ് ചെയ്ത കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. നെക്സ്റ്റ്, ദി ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ക്ലാസ് നേരത്തെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ AI കുറിച്ചല്ല ഞാനിവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്. അതിലെ കുറച്ച് സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡുകൾ, അതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഒഫൻസുകൾ സംഭവിക്കാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെയാണ് ഇവിടെ ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു പോകുന്നത്. മെഷീൻസ് ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് AI എല്ലാത്തിലും യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. നമുക്കിനി അത് പോലീസുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട്, നമ്മുടെ സുരക്ഷയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പല കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് നമുക്ക് പെട്ടെന്ന് വളരെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ബാങ്കിങ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, എന്തായിക്കോട്ടെ, പലരും കൃത്രിമത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നു പറഞ്ഞു. ഇപ്പോൾ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഇപ്പോൾ പാലക്കാട് ഒരു മർഡർ നടന്നപ്പോൾ, ഒരു ഇരട്ടക്കൊലപാതകം നടന്നപ്പോൾ ഒരു പ്രതിക്ക് വധശിക്ഷ കൊടുത്തു ഇല്ലേ? കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം നമ്മൾ ന്യൂസിൽ വായിച്ചു. ഈ വധശിക്ഷ കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞ് അതിനുശേഷം പബ്ലിക് പ്രോസിക്യൂട്ടർ നടത്തിയ പത്രസമ്മേളനത്തിൽ ഒരു കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു, ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചോ നിങ്ങൾ? പ്രതിയുടെ അക്യൂസ്ഡിൻ്റെ അഭിഭാഷകൻ ആള് ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചു. എന്താണ്? ChatGPT നിർത്തിട്ടാണ് ആള് കോടതിയിൽ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചത്. അവിടെ AI ഉപയോഗിച്ചു ഇല്ലേ? ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചു. അതിൽ നിർത്തിട്ട് പോലും ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ അവിടെ വന്നു. എവിടെ വന്നു? കോടതിയിൽ പോലും. എന്തിന്? ഒരു മർഡർ കേസിനാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്. ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നത് കോഡിങ്. ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പം നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ AI, ഇതാണ് നമ്മൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യം. AI ഇൻ പോലീസിങ്ങിൽ നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സേഫ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗമാണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ പറയുന്നത് CCTV അനാലിസിസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ USFI ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് തുടങ്ങി. ഇപ്പോൾ ശബരിമല വളരെ തിരക്കുള്ളൊരു സ്ഥലമാണ്. ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിനല്ല കോടിക്കണക്കിന് ആളുകൾ വരുന്നൊരു സ്ഥലമാണ്. ഒരാൾ അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് മിസ്സിംഗ് ആയ ആളെ പെട്ടെന്ന് എങ്ങനെ പിടിക്കും? നിങ്ങളവിടെ ഫോണും കൊണ്ടുപോയാൽ ഫോൺ ചില നേരത്ത് അവിടെ ഹാങ് ആവും, വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഞാൻ ഒരുപാട് ശബരിമല ഡ്യൂട്ടി ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ആളാണ്. ഫോൺ ചിലപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയെന്ന് വരില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് ആളുടെ ഫേസ് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസിന് കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, അവിടെ നിന്ന് പോകുന്നത് സന്നിധാനം വരെയോ പമ്പ വരെയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എത്ര വരെയോ എത്തുന്ന ഒരുപാട് CCTVകളുണ്ട്. പോലീസിൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ ദേവസ്വം ബോർഡിൻ്റെ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ CCTVകളിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒന്നിൽ ആളുടെ ഫേസ് പതിഞ്ഞാൽ ആളുടെ ലൊക്കേഷൻ നിമിഷ നേരം കൊണ്ട് കിട്ടും. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ CCTV നമുക്ക് വളരെ യൂസ്ഫുള്ളാണ്. അതുപോലെ അക്യൂസർ പല കേസുകളിലും നമുക്ക് ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള CCTV വളരെ പ്രയോജനപ്പെടാണ്, വളരെ യൂസ്ഫുള്ളാണ്. അതുപോലെ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഫോറൻസിക്, സൈബർ ക്രൈം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേഷൻ എല്ലാം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈവൻ ദ ട്രാഫിക് കൺട്രോൾ നമ്മൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ വലിയ ട്രാഫിക് ബ്ലോക്ക് ഇല്ല. എറണാകുളത്ത് ഈ വൈറ്റില ജംഗ്ഷനിലൊക്കെ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ, കുറേ നേരം അവിടെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ചിലപ്പോൾ 10 മിനിറ്റ് 15 മിനിറ്റ് ഒക്കെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്താലും വീണ്ടും ബ്ലോക്കിൽ വിട്ടു. ഇത് അവിടെ ഒരു നിശ്ചിത സമയം കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. ഒരു 50 മിനിറ്റ്, ഒരു 60 സെക്കൻഡ് ഒരു ടൈം ഒരു ടീമിന് കൊടുത്താൽ, ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് കടത്തിവിടാൻ 60 സെക്കൻഡ് കൊടുത്താൽ, ഇപ്പുറത്ത് 60 സെക്കൻഡ് കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, പക്ഷേ ആ ടൈം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർക്ക് കയറാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. 60 സെക്കൻഡ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ എത്തിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് വീണ്ടും പോകാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഇതൊരു AIക്കാണ് കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുക. അവിടെ ട്രാഫിക് കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന AI ആണെങ്കിൽ AI നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയ്ത ഭാഗത്താണോ ആ ബ്ലോക്കുള്ള സ്ഥലത്ത് ഓപ്പൺ ആവും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള വളരെ യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് പോലീസിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ടൈം ഓവറായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ചാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്. ഒന്നാമത് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി ആക്ട്, IT ആക്ട് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. ഇപ്പോൾ 124 സെക്ഷൻസ് ആൻഡ് 14 ചാപ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. നമുക്കെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. വളരെ യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് സെക്ഷൻസ് എല്ലാവരും അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ടത്, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ദ കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, ബാങ്കിങ്ങുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് ഇ കോമേഴ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നമ്മൾ അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കുറച്ച് സെക്ഷൻസും അതിൻ്റെ പണിഷ്മെൻറ്റുകൾ, കുറ്റങ്ങൾ, ശിക്ഷകളാണ് ഞാനവിടെ നേരത്തെ നിങ്ങളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്തത്. ഇപ്പോൾ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞു. പിന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ അതിന് ശേഷം എന്താ പറഞ്ഞത്, അവിടെ സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡുകൾ എന്തൊക്കെയുണ്ട്, ഈ സൈബർ കുറ്റകൃത്യങ്ങൾ, അതിൽ വരുന്ന ഓരോ ചീറ്റിങ്, തട്ടിപ്പ്, എങ്ങനെ നമ്മളെ സേഫ് ആക്കാം, നമ്മളെങ്ങനെ സേഫ് ആക്കാം. ഒന്നും ചെയ്തില്ലെങ്കിലും എല്ലാം ക്ലിയർ ആക്കി പോയാലും ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഹാക്കിങ്ങിൽ പെടാം. അതിനുള്ള ഐഡിയ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു അല്ലേ, പബ്ലിക് വൈഫൈയും ജ്യൂസ് ജാക്കിംഗ് ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. ഇതൊക്കെ വേണമെങ്കിലും സംഭവിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും മറ്റു കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക. ഇതാണ് നമ്മളെ ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇൻ്റലിജൻസ് ഉപയോഗിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് ടെക്നിക്സ്. നമ്മുടെ ടൈം ഓവറാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, 3 കാര്യങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക. ഞാൻ ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞു, തിങ്ക്, വെരിഫൈ, ക്ലിക്ക് ഓർ ഷെയർ. ആദ്യം ഒന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുക, പിന്നെ വെരിഫൈ ചെയ്യുക, അതിനുശേഷം ക്ലിക്ക് ചെയ്യുക. എന്ത് സാധനമാണെങ്കിലും നമ്മൾ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഇൻ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ്. അപ്പോൾ IT ആക്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് സൈബർ ക്രൈം ചെയ്യാനുള്ള പണിഷ്മെൻ്റ് അല്ല, പലതിനുള്ള ലീഗൽ ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റിയാണ്. ഗിവിംഗ് ദ ലീഗൽ ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി ടു ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ സിഗ്നേച്ചർ, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡാറ്റ, ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡോക്യുമെൻറ്റ്സ്. ഇതിന് ലീഗലായിട്ടുള്ള ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് IT ആക്ട് സെക്ഷൻ 2000 ആൻഡ് ദ അമെൻമെൻറ്റ് ആക്ട് 2008. ഇത്രയാണ് നമ്മളിവിടെ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ളത്. കാരണം ഇനി കൂടുതൽ സൈബർ ഫ്രോഡുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് സംഭവങ്ങളും കഥകളൊക്കെ പറയാൻ സമയം ഒരുപാട് പിടിക്കും. ഞാൻ അതിലേക്ക് കൂടുതൽ പോകുന്നില്ല. ഏതായാലും നമ്മുടെ ടൈം ഓവറായി. അടുത്ത ഫാക്കൽറ്റി അവിടെ വെയിറ്റിംഗ് ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഏതായാലും ക്ലാസ്സിലേക്ക് എന്നെ ക്ഷണിച്ച ഈ കോളേജിലെ കൊമേഴ്സ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലെ എല്ലാ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ്, അധ്യാപകർ, ക്ലാസ് ഇത്ര നേരം കേട്ട പല കോളേജിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന എല്ലാ സ്റ്റുഡൻസും, എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ താങ്ക്സ് പറയുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡൗട്ട്, എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ചോദിക്കാം. നമുക്ക് മറ്റൊരവസരത്തിൽ വീണ്ടും കാണാം. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
Thank you, S.A. Jayakumar sir, for highlighting the powerful dual-edged role of technology innovation and digital security in modern commerce.
I would like to welcome Dr. Robinson sir, Dean of Academic Affairs, to present the memento to S.I. Jayakumar sir. We gladly present this memento to you as a small token of appreciation for sharing your highly relevant expertise.
The future belongs to those who anticipate change, embrace innovation, and lead the vision. Understanding emerging trends is essential for every aspiring commerce professional.
The moment now belongs to insight, experience, and excellence. We respectfully invite our esteemed speaker, Dr. Karuna K. Ma'am, to address this August gathering for emerging trends in commerce and management.
So warm good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Karuna Nair. I'm the head of the department and vice principal of Saharida College of Advanced Studies. I think I'm seeing most of my own students here. And I hope there are also others from other colleges. Right, so the topic, as you can see here, we are going to discuss for the next 60 minutes. We'll be discussing about the emerging trends in commerce and management. So I'll try to, discuss it in such a manner that for the first 15 minutes, we'll be talking about the emerging trends in commerce, why we need to understand the trends in commerce. Then we will also be discussing for the next, after that, we'll be discussing for 10 minutes about the emerging trends in management. And probably we'll also discuss in more detail about the various career opportunities that you can look forward in commerce and management, and also the future challenges, right? So let's start. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. How many of you have purchased something online in the last 1 week or 2 weeks, or maybe in the last month? Can you raise your hands? How many of you have purchased? Yes. How many of you have done online orders through Swiggy or Zomato? How many of you purchased? Yes. How many of you did a GPay or a UPI payment in the last? Yes, most of you. Now, this is one question why what I shouldn't be asking, especially after I heard what my previous speaker spoke. How many of you have used ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, Claude for your studies in the last few days? No, I'm not expecting an answer for this because I know almost all the hands will go up. Anyways, so with that itself, we are already in the path of changing commerce, isn't it? Knowingly or unknowingly, we are already along with commerce, the changes which are happening in the commerce and management. It is all about disruption in technology. We are looking at technological changes. We are also looking at change in the behavior mindset. We are also looking at global connectivity through the internet access, right? We are also looking at sustainability as one of the key factors while you are ordering for a product, or most of the companies are coming out with products and services based on sustainability as their key focal point. So earlier, at least 10 years back, when we were forced to go to a store in order to purchase something, if you wanted to buy a book, you would go to a store wherein you would buy a book, right? Or a notebook or a dress or whatever. You would go to a physical store wherein you would go and buy something. But today, is that the situation? Is that the situation? Do you actually have to go to a physical store in order to buy something? No, right? You take out your phones, you go to Flipkart or Myntra or Nykaa or Amazon, whatever shopping sites are available, you browse through it, you check whatever products you require, maybe thousands of them, maybe hundreds of them. You would be browsing through, you will be checking prices. You'll be checking prices, you'll be browsing through, right? And you will finally make the purchase, right? So there is a significant shift in the way we do things, especially after COVID, because technology is at the center of everything. That is true in the case of commerce as well, right? So we've moved on from physical stores to physical brick and mortar stores to online shopping. Now, online shopping has also given way to mobile shopping, because today mobile is the most important device which you use for any shopping or any activity per se, isn't it? So now it is also the age of integration of experiences through various platforms available. Now, why is it important for us to learn all these things? Or why are we talking about this in the first place? നമ്മൾ എന്തിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാ ഇത് ഇപ്പൊ ഇതിനെ കുറിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കണം എന്തിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാ? Why do we speak about it at all? The reason being, you are the future professionals who are going to navigate this dynamic change, which is happening in this commerce management scenario. So it is important that you understand what is happening around you in today's parlance. So I have a list of recent trends which I would like to rate in the order of 1 to 10. So the first one in my list is always the digital commerce, the evolution that has happened in the digital space. So we already have discussed about it. So we have already discussed about the changes in the digital parlance per se. Amazon, Nykaa, or Myntra, or Flipkart, they have already revolutionized as to how we make the purchases, isn't it? So there are several factors which actually contributed to all this. One is increased access to internet, increased access to mobile phones usage, convenience, home delivery. We don't want to go out unnecessarily for purchases. We want to sit at the convenience of our home to do the purchases anytime, 24/7. It is possible, right? And most importantly, secure digital payments. Because in the last few years, we have seen so much change which has happened in fintech or in the UPI payments, India being the largest country wherein UPI payments transactions happen on a second-to-second basis. And that also gives various benefits to the companies because, customers are available 24/7. They don't have a time wherein they have to close the shop and go. You have customers at any point of time. Then you're accessible to global customers sitting at Thrissur. You can purchase from US, or you can purchase from Canada, or sitting in Thrissur, you can sell to US or Canada. So that gives companies a wider reach, better inventory management. You don't have to pile up stock. You don't have to, create large inventory wherein you are going to hold your assets for a long time. No need of all that, right? So all these things have brought in phenomenal changes in the commerce as such. We are looking at online marketplace. We are looking at payment innovations. We are looking at customer experiences. All these things have changed the consumer mindset. As a consumer, our mindset is right? You want personalizations. You want things to be customized as per your need, right? And supply chain digitalization that has brought about a lot of changes, right? So that is the first one in the top of my chart, wherein the change, wherein I'm looking at as per the emerging changes. The next one is AI and commerce. Already, sir already AI ne kurichu paranju how it is helping the police department in terms of various activities. But what about AI and commerce? I'm sure some of you would have heard of ATS-friendly resumes, isn't it? What is ATS-friendly resume? Anyone? That is something that is going to affect us in the near future. Your placement cell would have told you that you should be preparing ATS-friendly resume. What is ATS? Anyone? Okay, you can make a note of it. ATS is Applicant Tracking System, wherein the resume that you post for any job per se would be screened by an AI software. So if the job requirement asks you, if the job description is for accounting or the role of an accountant, then you should mention the skill set which specifically says that you are suitable for that particular role. But if you put in your resume that your hobby is singing, dancing, your skills are in drawing or painting, probably your resume would not be picked, because it depends on various keywords, key searches, which makes the AI understand that this is suitable for that particular role. So that there itself the impact starts as far as we people are concerned. So in various fronts, I was very fortunate, or to experience something new very recently, because I am one of the referral points of my college, wherein students who got placed in a company, there were calls from the reference of the company. So I didn't know initially that I was speaking to an AI chatbot at that point of time. That sounded really very human, but later on I understood that I'm actually conversing with an AI, which is asking about references of that particular person, whether this person was a student during this time, and what were the features of that particular person, what are the qualities of that particular person, just like the reference would have been done by a human. Last year it was done by a human, but today it is done by an AI. So that is the kind of changes which is happening in various aspects, right? So banks use AI for fraud detections. I'm sure most of you, if you have searched something online, the first pop-up that would come is that of an AI chatbot. That would ask you, how are you? May I help you? What is your name? My name is this. What is it that you want? I'm sure all of you have seen that chatbot, isn't it? So what is that? That is all AI. Now, I'm sure if you have searched for a movie, or if you have watched a movie in Netflix, it would definitely give you recommendations based on your watch history. How does it happen, right? So knowingly or unknowingly, we have already embraced all these things. Though we say that AI is not good, or AI is not, of course, we have our own limitations to all that, but still, knowingly or unknowingly, it has become part of our life. The next one, so then the second important change which has happened in this commerce and management scenario is AI. And the third one is data. I'm sure all of you are aware of the importance of data, isn't it? When you make a purchase online, then you are generating a data. When you make a payment, UPI payment, you are making a data. You're contributing to the data. If you even click a like in Instagram, then that is also a data. There are companies who require all these data. Now, why do you need that? Why do companies need all these data? It is required because they use these data in order to predict trends. Gone are the days wherein companies would produce something which they feel are good for the customers, and the customers, they spend money in order to advertise, they spend money in order to create awareness for the customers and all that. Now is the age of data. We are talking about predictive modeling, wherein companies use these data in order to predict trends. Companies use these data in order to understand the customer's needs, what kind of services, what kind of products are needed. The loan facility, you also get sometimes, you get recommendations, or you get messages from banks or credit agencies saying that this much amount of loan has been approved for you. You've never asked for it, but you get messages like that. How do you get it? Based on the data, what you have left in the digital space, right? So that is called data analytics, which is again a very important aspect as far as commerce is concerned. Now, all this revolution has happened because of the revolution in fintech. Fintech, I'm sure all of you know, is financial technologies. As the name itself suggests, fintech is technology involvement in finance. So we know Razorpay or Amazon Pay or GPay or PhonePay, or all those pays have revolutionized the payment scenario in the country. That's the reason why I told you that India is the largest country wherein we are using UPI payments. There was a time when we were ridiculed by even the insiders as well as the outsiders. Even developed countries like US do not have so many transactions happening per second using fintech. So that is one revolution that has happened. You go to a vegetable vendor, they have a UPI scanner. You go to a street vendor, you have a UPI scanner wherein you can make the payment. You get into an auto rickshaw, there you have a UPI scanner, right? So that all accounts to fintech. Now, it's not just UPI alone now. The scenario has changed, it has improved, or it has advanced further. You can go for lendings, you can approach for loans online. Earlier, if you want to get a personal loan, you will have to go to your bank, submit all your KYCs. They would ask you to come at least 2 or 3 times before they approve your loan. But today there are websites like Credbee, there are websites like LaneDane, wherein if you are complying with the regulations, regulatory norms, if you have your KYC ready, then you can apply for the loans and get it without much lose of time. Now, insurance, that is another area, InsurTech. Earlier, we only knew about LIC, or at least 20 years back, or while I was your age, probably I was looking at LIC. Then came privatization. We saw other players coming in, like HDFC with Standard Life, or BNP Paribas, or we also saw ICICI Prudential, a lot of people. But today, we don't even need all those. We have websites or companies, online platforms that cater to your insurance requirements, process claims, even manage KYCs, or when you cover yourself properly. And there is also this RegTech, or regulatory technologies, wherein with the help of the industry regulatory bodies, like in the case of insurance, you have regulatory bodies like the India InsurTech Association, which is in collaboration with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is regulating these insurance bodies with technology. Razorpay now use fraud engines, AI engines in order to detect fraud. We have Zerodha, which is using algorithms in order to understand insider tradings as per the SEBI regulations. So all these things are part of the digital transformation that is happening in our day-to-day life. Now, the next one is blockchain. I'm sure all of you have heard of blockchain. Sir was talking about crypto. The previous speaker was speaking about cryptocurrency, how you could use digital transactions and all that. I'm sure you are all students of accounting and management, right? So in your first year, maybe you've heard about journals and ledgers. Yes? You know what is a ledger, isn't it? Wherein the transactions are being posted. So what happens if you have a ledger in your firm, you have a transaction with a party A or a party B, you record it in your ledger. The party A or party B will also be recording the same in their ledger. Can you see it? No. You can only see what you have recorded in your ledger. But imagine there is a ledger which records all these transactions. Okay. Whether all the parties involved have access to all that. They can look at it. It is transparent. How does it function? That is the advent of blockchain technology. I'm sure crypto, you all of you are familiar with. You have heard the terms called Bitcoin or Ethereum. All these terms are familiar for all of you, isn't it? Now, tell me, is it a legal tender? Cryptocurrency, is it a legal tender in India? Yes? Say yes or no. Whatever be it. Is it a legal tender? Because it is called as a currency? Now you get the hitch. No. Is it taxable? Is it tradable in India? Cryptos, are they tradable in India? Yes, it is tradable. We have sites like CoinSwitch, we have sites like CoinDCX, we have sites like WazirX, wherein you can trade crypto. Just like how you trade assets or how you trade stocks, which comes under the purview of the income tax, capital gains. Crypto is also taxable as per the Income Tax Act at 30%, right? But you need to be careful, right? That is the most important thing. It is not a legal tender. It is considered as virtual digital asset. Cryptos are considered as virtual digital assets, right? So now we are looking at smart contracts. What is a contract? I'm sure all of you know a contract. Yes, an agreement between two parties, right? Just an agreement between two parties. Okay, anyways, I'll not go into details of it. Okay, it's an agreement between two parties. Now, that is normally in a physical form. Then an agreement, you would write it in a physical form, seal it, stamp it, right? And you keep it, you promise to fulfill whatever is mentioned, the conditions what you have mentioned in it. Now, what if there is a physical contract wherein if the conditions are met, things happen automatically. For example, you say that I'm ready to purchase this much of your product at this price. So if the price comes to that, the system automatically places the order. The system automatically sends the inventory. The system automatically receives the inventory at the other part. The system will automatically make the payment. Imagine how things are going to happen, right? So you don't require a series of people to work for all this. You don't require a good number of people in the purchases to handle inventory, to place the orders. You don't require a good number of people to work in the accounts department to make the payment, right? It is all done electronically through blockchain. Now, if you have purchased something online, you get a message saying that this will be delivered within this day, right? You place an order today in Amazon, they say that it will be delivered day after tomorrow, right? And day after tomorrow morning, you get a message saying that your order, or immediately you get a message saying that your order is processed, it is moved, dispatched. You get all those details, right? How does it happen? Have you ever thought of it? How does it happen? It is real-time tracking. The technology behind that is blockchain, right? So there are a lot of things blockchain has brought about. Decentralized financing, I already told you. You execute a contract, you forget about it. If the conditions are met, things happen automatically. Next, I don't have to tell you, social commerce. The next revolution which has happened, which has changed the way how we purchase or how we buy things, or even demand for certain products, it is through social commerce. All of you are users of Instagram, all of you are users of Facebook, all of you are users of WhatsApp, right? There are a lot of options which all these platforms cater to in buying and selling. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this program called Karika. How many of you have heard of Karika? Yes. In our state of Kerala, they were one of the, earliest influencer marketers. When Lolan would say that, okay, I could get this job because of the entry app, right? Or, when George would say that I could start this business because of Muthoot FinCorp, we never realized that, okay, they are saying this because it's a paid promotion, right? That is called as influencer marketing. But now we have a lot of other people who are doing it. There are live shows which are happening. I don't have to speak about it because you people are, best advocates for it than me, right? If you want to purchase a product, what would you do? You would go to that influencer, check out what he or she has done, or what he or she says, what kind of reviews are given, right? And you would also check out the recommendations and all that, and then you take this decision. So earlier we used to ask, how did you decide to buy this product? So normally it is either through advertisements, it is either through the reviews by the people who have used it. Now it is influencer marketing. So a lot of changes because of social commerce, especially influencer marketing, live shopping experiences, and all that. The next in thing. So till this point, we were discussing about the changes that has happened in marketing front, in the finance front. Now let's look at the HR front. I don't know if I ask you how many of you want a permanent job. No, I'm not going to ask you because I don't want to get the shock of my life, but still. I would at least, I feel that half of the people sitting here would say only raise their hands. The other half would not. Because that is a mindset. People don't want to take permanent job. They don't want to commit themselves to one organization for a long, long time. I think that is all gone probably with my generation. That would end. Now it is all about projects. You people come together for a project. You execute it. You put in your skills for the completion of that particular project and you move. You go to some other project. That's how things work, isn't it? So, which is good. For the companies also, it is good. They don't have to spend so much of their time investing, training employees. People are only looking at projects wherein they get experts in that particular area. They come together, execute the project, the contract ends. Just like a special contract or an independent contract. So that is called as gig economy. This concept started, we are all very familiar with Ola or Uber, or we have Swiggy's, we have Instamart, we have Zomato, Zepto. All these things, they have revolutionized how the unorganized sector works. So that is another change. So this actually requires companies to formulate policies, formulate bring in changes in the employment contracts, bring in changes in terms of employment satisfaction, regulatory policies. A lot of changes are happening. And the most important part is sustainability. We are in this age of climate changes. We are looking at catastrophes due to climatic changes. So there's a lot of pressure on part of companies from the regulators to come out with products, to come out with services which are sustainable. So not only the products, but even the infrastructure. It requires certain standards to be met in terms of ESG. I'm sure all of you are familiar with what is ESG. ESG is ESG? Is that the first time you're hearing? Yes, environmental, social, and governance. A small correction there. It is all related to the goals, but it asks for environment, social, and governance. Wherein, when you are a company, you are focusing on coming out with products and services which are reducing carbon emissions, renewable energy, waste management. All these things should be part of your goals. If it is social, then you are looking at, your company should be looking at employee welfare, diversity, community development. And if it is governance, you are surely asking for ethical governance, transparency in leadership, creating stakeholder values. Because only then the organization will be able to sustain. So that is another major change that has happened. There are various boards which are constituted by regulatory bodies in order to check the governance, the implementation of ESG practices in companies. In terms of job roles also, there are various openings nowadays. We'll be looking at all that in the last part of the talk. And finally, it is globalization. I don't have to tell you about globalization, isn't it? We already know that sitting here, you can purchase from any part of the world. Now, why is it, tell me, why is it that the closing of the Hormuz Strait affected us? Any idea? Yes, true. So, yeah, and what about the US sanctions? When there were US sanctions, we were not able to sell our products in US, but what did we do? That actually opened doors for other country. We approached various other countries like the Europe in order to sell the product, isn't it? So globalization, that is what is called as globalization. Now, regional comprehensive economic partnerships, partnerships like the USMCA, we have the BRICS, our own BRICS, wherein there are regional concentrations where we enter into agreements in order to buy and sell. It is creating a lot of changes in the commerce scenario. Now, localization strategies. Now, this has actually brought in localization strategies. Let me give you a very simple example. I'm sure all of you eat Lays. Yes? You're all fans of Lays? Is there someone who does not eat Lays? No, right? Okay. So, what all flavors of Lays? Earlier, while I was a student, I could remember only one classic Lays. The normal, the classic Lays, the potato wafers, wherein it was nothing but the potato wafers and the salt. But what all flavors do you have now? Lot of flavors, right? The Maggie. In my childhood, there was only this one simple Maggie, the 2-minute Maggie. What all types of Maggie do you have now? N number of varieties of Maggie, isn't it? With indie flavors, isn't it? The Korean flavors. Why? That is called as localization, right? You're marketing a product. If the product has to be accepted, then it has to be local, or it has to be suitable to the customers wherein you are selling it. So localization, and that also calls for the cross-cultural management. You have to take into consideration the culture, the ethos of that particular place. So all that asks in terms of globalization. Now I quickly move to the recent trends in management. So till this point of time, though we were talking about commerce, now I would just take a quick pick at the management changes also. We all know management, we've learned theoretically that management is all about post-corp, isn't it? Planning, organizing, staffing, directing, controlling, right? That is all fine. But today is the age of agile management. Everything happens quickly. Agility, that is the most important thing, right? So as I already told you, we have cross-functional teams. We have iterative processes wherein you are only looking at short cycles. You're not looking at long cycles. Things are broken down into small things, which, small activities, small processes that can be completed within short span of time. The inventory comes in only just the time wherein you're going to produce something. There is no overpiling of stock. No, there is no over investment in the stock, right? There is no supply chain lag and all that. And there is rapid adaptation. Because when the processes are small, when there is no huge inventory, whatever change is happening in the consumer mindset or in the market, you can adapt to it easily. What happens? You have huge inventory, you have huge stock, but still the customers' demand is changing, but still you cannot do anything about it because you have huge stock, right? So it calls for continuous improvement. So that is one major change in management scenario in terms of agile management. I'm sure you've heard of this term, design thinking, isn't it? Anyone? Today is the age of design thinking. You've not heard. It is important that you go and do a certification in design thinking, because that is the next important revolution that is going to happen. For example, in earlier days, as I already told you, company would come out with a product. They would deliver the product, and they would create awareness to the consumers in order to buy the product. But today, with predictive analytics and all that, you understand what the consumer needs, what the problem is, identify the problem first, and find solutions to it. So this is the new mantra for management: empathize. You have to understand your customers' needs, wants, desires. Empathize, understand their problems. Then based on that, you define you have a clear problem statement. And based on that, you ideate, you come out with solutions, you find out innovative concepts, and you generate it into a product, you generate it into a prototype, and then test. This reduces failures in the product and service sector. So that again takes you to the first slide of agile management. So there is a significant change which has happened. The next, we already spoke about gig economy. Now we are also looking at hybrid, isn't it? It's not just you don't have to go to office every day. You can sit in remote location and work. You go to office once in a while, right? So all that in management terms and human resources terms, it has brought about a lot of changes: flexible schedules, digital workspaces, work-life integration. All these things have been brought out in this few years after COVID, especially with the hybrid work integration. And finally, in the management scenario, we are looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion. I already spoke about it while we were discussing about sustainability. It is important that companies do diverse hiring. Diverse hiring means you need people of all the genders, of all ages, of all diverse cultures, different languages, different abilities, different educational backgrounds. Workplace have to be inclusive, because only then companies feel that there will be creativity, there will be innovation, and it will lead to employee satisfaction. So there are various programs by all the companies wherein you have equity programs, wherein there is gender equality in the organizations, belongingness initiatives wherein people feel that they are also part of the company. They feel happy to come to the company. There are a lot of initiatives like that. And finally, it is the ethical leadership. So it calls for ethical leadership, which means the leaders have to have integrity, transparency, accountability, and should be able to get the stakeholders' trust. So all these things are important in terms of management nowadays. Now let's quickly take a look at the emerging careers. From whatever I spoke in the last 30 minutes, let us quickly look at what all changes are happening in the careers, which is what you should be focusing on. So traditionally, there were a lot of, as far as a commerce student or as far as a management student is concerned, there were traditional roles like accounting, finance, management. After you complete your BCom or your BBA, you would go to an MBA, wherein you would be getting an MBA of your, which you feel, okay, this might be something which is suitable for me. And you end up in a career, in a traditional role, and after some time, you become redundant, or you don't know what to do with your life or career, and you fall back. So today is not that age. There are new specializations emerging in terms of whatever changes we discussed till this point of time. There were new roles which are emerging in terms of data, ESG, fintech, digital marketing, and cross-functional skills are also valued. Employers, they want people who are multitasking. who have not just one skill but multiple skills, who can combine communication skill with technological expertise or communication skill with leadership. They want people who can work in hybrid departments. And they want people who can look for global opportunities. You can work remotely in any part of the world. And I mean, sitting in Thrissur, you can still work for a US company. Or sitting in Thrissur, you can work for an Australian company. You can do US taxation. You can do Australian taxation. You can do, Canadian taxation. It all matters if you have that skill. So traditionally, we know one major area is the accounting career. So there used to be accountants, accounts executive, junior accountants, senior accountants, cost accountants, right? The accountant എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളെപ്പോഴും BCom കഴിഞ്ഞാലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ MBA കഴിഞ്ഞാലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ MCom കഴിഞ്ഞാലോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ BBA കഴിഞ്ഞാലോ നിങ്ങളൊരു ഫിനാൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കരിയറിലേക്കാണ് നിങ്ങൾ പോകുന്നതെങ്കിൽ നോർമലി നിങ്ങളൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടിങ് നിങ്ങളുടെ അക്കൗണ്ടന്റ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത്. But today that has changed. Okay, it is no more just accounting. Now it asks for your expertise in management accounting, wherein you can partner with business leaders to drive strategies in budgeting, performance analysis. You can even work in forensics. Sir was talking about forensics. Even in accounting, there is forensic accounting, wherein you would be understanding about frauds happening, financial frauds which are happening, discrepancies which are happening in the accounting terms and conditions, irregularities and all that. So forensic accounting is another area. There is also this international accounting. International accounting, I'm sure all of you have heard of IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standards, or you've heard of US GAAP. Tell me, what is the accounting that we are using in India? Are we using IFRS? What is it? Have you heard of Ind AS? No? Okay, you can go and check out. It is Ind AS, Indian Accounting Standards, which is converged with the IFRS, right? So we need people who are experts in IFRS. There are various certifications which are available for it. There are also accounting technology wherein people are conversant with ERP softwares. I'm sure all of you have heard of Tally. Tally is not the only ERP software. There is also the software by SAP called as FICO. So there are requirements for people who can handle all that. So in order to enter into such careers, these are more lucrative careers, you can seek professional qualifications like the CMA, CMA India, CMA US, or the CIMA. These are all the qualifications what can lead you to professions like management accounting. Or there are certifications in forensic accounting. You can be a CA or an SCA and also have a certification in forensic accounting, which will take you to forensic accounting. International accounting, you can, even without any CA or CMA, you can work on certifications in IFRS, which will help you get a job in for international accounting. Apart from that, we have the next one is the finance careers. So normally, after completing BCom Finance or after completing BCom, you would go to an accounting job. But is it finance actually? No, there is a difference. Accounting is different and finance is different. In finance, you are looking at corporate finance, which actually drives businesses' growth by accumulating finance, disbursing finance, right? Taking finance decisions. You are doing investment analysis. You are also looking at risk management. If I'm sure some of you have already studied about cost of capital, return on investments and all that. So you procure finance from some place, you invest it in some other place, you get returns for it, right? And it actually adds value to your customers. So you will be dealing with all that in the finance career. You can also work in financial planning and advisory. You would require certifications like CFA, Certified Financial chartered financial analyst or certified financial analyst are all certifications which will help you in doing all this. Or you can even look for certifications like FRM, financial risk management, which will help you get into careers like in finance. Next one is banking. We all know about the traditional banking, right? After you complete your BCom or BBA, you would want to get into a bank. You would, get a job in Federal Bank or South Indian Bank, spend your time happily. But today's scenario is different. Banks do not require just people who sit in the desk, collect money, do the postings. They don't want that. For that, they have automated systems which does all that. They want people who can handle their HNIs, who can handle their assets, who can give their customers advices on investments. So recently I got a call from a bank asking if I have students who have completed CFP or CWM, because they are going to have an opening like that. So you require certifications in finance, or in banking or in asset management or wealth management, like the certified financial planner, which is a US certification. Or you would require certifications like CWM, certified wealth management, which is again a US certification. These are the only certifications in India wherein, that gives you the power to work independently in India. You can earn such certifications to enter into careers like that. Taxation, another very important area. Normally we say that, okay, tax, it is a job of a CA, right? Yes, it is a job of a CA, but there are a lot of CAs now. It's not just the Indian CA, which is kind of difficult to crack, I understand. But we have ACCAs now. We have CPAs now, right? That takes you to good opportunities in taxation and auditing. Companies require people who are conversant in US taxations. Companies require people who are conversant in Australian taxations. Even if you are not a CA or a ACCA, there are certifications like EA, Enrolled Agent, which is again a US certification which will help you get into a US taxation job. So that is another very important area. Auditing, I already told you. We all know of CA or ACCA, but we have never heard of this certification called CIA, Certified Internal Auditor, which is again a US certification which will take you to the job of an auditor, but as an internal auditor. In India, the internal auditing is done by people who are doing their articleship in a CA firm, right? Or people who have at least reached the final stage of CA. But there is also the special qualification called the CIA, Certified Internal Auditor, which will take you to careers in auditing. Next is business analytics, right? We already discussed about various opportunities that is going to happen in using data. So we know there are various opportunities, which is the in thing now. Even if you don't want to take up all these specializations, qualifications, all you need to do is have a good certification in Excel, an advanced Excel. You can enter into careers like data scientist, business analyst, or analyst consultant. Have a certification in Power BI, have a certification in Tableau. This will give you opportunity to work as business analytics consultants and data scientists. Digital marketing, that is another very important area nowadays, or most of you would be willing to venture into. SEO, content strategist, e-commerce managers, right? These are all the areas that are emerging now. And finally, the ESG careers. I already told you there is huge requirement for people to work in ESG. We want people as ESG analysts. We want people who can look into the ESG compliances of the companies. We want people to work as impact investors, in the sense like people who the company is taking up opportunity or taking up initiatives in ESG, but whether it is impactful or not. We want people to analyze all that as impact managers. Corporate social responsibility, all of you are familiar with. But there are also managers who manage the corporate social responsibilities. These are all employment opportunities, what I mentioned. Now, what about entrepreneurship? You could be a startup founder, right? You could be a social entrepreneur. You can even be a franchisee owner. Or if you don't want to venture into any of those, investing your money, the simplest thing that you can do is, if you have enough ideas, but you don't want to make your own investment and venture into a business, you have that fear factor for that risk taking. What you can do is, you can even be an innovation consultant. There are companies who want people to consult, give them ideas which can be converted into products or services. What are the technical skills that you require? So I just skipped that because I already mentioned about the various certifications that you can seek, in order to end up in such careers. So these are the minimal technical skills that you require. One is data analytics, financial modeling, digital tools, programming basics like understanding Python, SQL. It is not just limited to the IT professionals. We all need Python, SQL and all that. Python in finance is very important area wherein you have to work. Because if you want to enter into fintech, you have to have an understanding of Python. You have to have an understanding of AI. So for that, all these skills are important. So invest in such skills. Apart from that, in order to enter into a good career, you would also require soft skills like communication, critical thinking, collaboration, adaptability. These are all very important. So finally, in this career roadmap, it is important that you build a very strong educational foundation. You develop technical as well as soft skills, gain experiences through internships and projects, and if possible, pursue professional certifications which will help you enter into a good career. So with that, let me conclude. Today is the age of change. Change is the only constant, right? And so embrace change, go for digital transformation, build diversity in yourself so that you are ready to accept future ready skills. Stay curious, keep learning, and prepare for the emerging opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for an enriching session that broadened our perspective on the evolving world of commerce and management.
As a token of our sincere appreciation, may I request our Controller of Examination, Dr. Tom Cherian, sir, to present a memento to our esteemed speaker.
Hello. Powering right through the afternoon slum, we now dive deep into the fascinating psychology behind financial decisions.
We are thrilled to invite Dr. Vineet KM to lead our next session on behavioral finance, titled Behavioral Finance, a Research Perspective. Sir, we welcome you.
Sí. cheek, cheek. Cheek, cheek.
with a session on behavioral finance, which is one of the live research trends in the topic, especially in commerce and management, let it be in finance, marketing, or any multidisciplinary perspective. So that is why I said I would like to talk about the same in a research agenda so that the students can pursue research on the same at a very easy way. So those students who are studying or those researchers who are studying finance and accounting should be very familiar with these phases in finance. They are known for their contributions in classical finance theories. For your convenience, I have mentioned the names. If I don't mention the names and only put the faces, it will be very difficult to recognize. So the people involved include Mr. Sharp, Mr. Modigliani, Mr. Miller, Mr. Farmer. These people, these are actually not misters, they are doctor. But why I said Mr. means I respect them that much because their contributions in finance made this beautiful field of knowledge what it is today. But the classical field of knowledge, what we have, is changed. It evolved over years, it evolved over decades. Till 1950s, 60s, there was nothing called an accepted field of knowledge of finance. Most of the students are learning to become professional accounting, but please understand that such a field was not truly recognized. Even finance was not truly recognized by the veterans of economics. So only after 60s and 70s, people started accepting that there is something more. And to quote my favorite person in economics, Richard Thaler, a Nobel laureate, he says, when an economist says the evidence is mixed, he means, what it actually means is that the theory says something and practically something else is happening. You might have learned many theories which are not actually happening in practice. So that is what Thaler means. And Richard Thaler is a Nobel laureate with University of Chicago, teaching with University of Chicago, and thankfully he won Nobel Prize during my teaching career so that I could incorporate a lot of his ideologies during my teaching process. He won his Nobel in 2017. And my research scholar is also pursuing research in the same. So what happened to finance discipline after this classical definition? Number one, the number one person here is Daniel Kahneman, another Nobel laureate, who contributed much into the psychology of finance. People started telling that there is something called as, there is a psychology of finance, there is something called as mind matters in finance. The classical economics never agree with this aspect. We could have learned in schools the rational man hypothesis or the economic man hypothesis. People say that a person takes decision after considering all the possible choices, all the possible consequences. But actual decisions are not taken like that. People take decisions out of some whims and fancies, some biases, some side choices. So he started telling about this. Second person, Tversky, in the prospect theory, and Richard Thaler, Robert Schiller, Hersh Schefrin, and Stateman. And these people has contributed into this discipline in such a way that now even this behavioral finance itself is identified as a discipline. In finance, behavioral economics or behavioral finance is now identified as a discipline. That much this discipline has grown. You can pursue research, you can pursue competent research in this particular domain. So, why 3 Nobel Prizes? Have you seen any Nobel Prize in accounting? 3 Nobel Prize in behavioral finance. So, it is something worth studying, right? And to quote World Economic Forum report, accounting is one of the largest dying subjects in the world. Because once an entry is made in the voucher is printed in an ERP, maybe Tally or SAP or whatever ERP, you just print the voucher, all the statements can be taken up with that particular entry. You need not want the debit to what comes in and credit to what goes out. You don't want that, right? Everything is done by the system. So accounting, technically, it is one of the most dying subject. We want analysts, we want interpreters, we want predictors. Then behavioral finance comes in. Not just people who want who know that debit what comes in and credit what goes out. So there, this logic comes out. So Daniel Kahneman for his psychology in economics, he won in 2002. Robert Schiller for asset pricing volatility and behavioral economics, or otherwise most popularly called as the nudge theory, NUDG, nudge theory. He won the Nobel Prize single-handedly in 2017. And the book was actually written in 2008, and the final nudge book was written in 2012. The book is available for free download, as we know, in different platforms. Otherwise, you can buy the book because it is such a beautiful book to read for any person reading commerce, management, and finance. What are the fundamentals of this aspect when you take about a research perspective as a learner, as a layman? Number one is bounded rationality. Thanks to Herbert Simon, another Nobel laureate. Bounded rationality says you don't consider all the possibilities. For example, when you you want to study one particular course, say BCom, you are a resident of Irinjalakuda. Do you think all the colleges in Kerala or all the colleges in India or all the colleges in the world? You have a bounded rationality of considering your limited choices. As a classic example of bounded rationality, you consider only very limited choices, not every choices, every possible choices. Because I have heard such a question from a parent, sir, which is the best college to learn BCom in India? BCom in India, that was the question. I said this X is the college because it's a recorded session. I said that as per Times of India ranking and India Today ranking, this college X is the number one college in India. So like that, there are people who want the best in the country. There are people who want the best in the world. So your bounded rationality determines what you want to. That's the same thing. And so example, consumers choosing more expensive brand because they associate higher price. There is also a relation like that. Then bounded willpower also. When we want to take a decision, there are people who have a bounded willpower. Some people are really, whatever happen, I will do it. That kind of an attitude is there. But some people have a very cautious mind of it. We call it as risk averters in finance. They don't want any kind of a risk. Even while driving, some people have always hand their brake, one leg will be on the brake. There are defensive drivers and there are aggressive drivers also, right? Same way, it is bounded willpower, bounded self-interest. Bounded self-interest also matters when it comes to decisions where individual care not only about their own utility but also the fairness of others' welfare. We call it as sustainability or social responsibility. The most important topic of recent. You might have seen these words, ESG, these kind of keywords comes in here. Then what comes in is loss aversion. One of most famous behavioral issues where the losses are perceived as more painful than an equal amount of gain is pleasurable. That to quote an example, you win a lottery of 5,000 and you lose that lottery of 500 ticket. For example, it was a bumper. That you don't feel a pleasure of that 5,000, but you feel it very painful to lose that 500 without winning anything. So you don't take a ticket. A person with such a loss aversion will not take a ticket. The opposite person will take a ticket because he values that 5,000 or 500 more than the loss. He is ready to take the loss. And that is where we have studies on lotteries, how people take lotteries. Then social preferences and norms. And please understand, Kerala is the only state having official lotteries being run. Officially. Unofficial lotteries are run in different states, but officially we have only Kerala is only running that. So such long studies, behavioral studies are getting done in Kerala. Even you know that the government is running that department. So in social preference and norms, the people are influenced by what others do, and their desire will depend on that. You have your own example. Your friend's decision affects your decision. Your friend is choosing one particular course. If possible, you will also choose that particular course. Let it be an MDC, let it be a minor, whatever it is. That choice has a social desirability on your decision. That is a social norm. Heuristics and related biases. For example, there are mental shortcuts. That is, you believe on the wizard inside you. That's the term Richard Taylor quotes on his book, believing on the lizard inside you. In Malayalam, they say the palli jalachoppe satyarikum. That kind of way, you believe that without a rational thinking, you believe that it is a correct decision. So heuristics and biases affects your decision. And there is sometimes anchoring also done. Anchoring example, sometimes you have some price anchors. You go to a textile shop, you see first item shown maybe of 999, second item may be shown at 699, and now you feel the 699 very cheaper than the first one because you are anchored with the first price level. It is called as a price referencing effect or an anchoring effect, as a financial anchor. Similarly, you consider two interest rates for a home loan or a personal loan. At a banker, you go for one bank is offering it a 12% interest rate, and you go to another bank, they say that we have only 10% or 11%. So you feel it very cheaper because you got the initial anchor of 12%. Reverse is also there. You can feel the other one very higher when you have a lower anchor at the beginning. So this is called as anchoring bias, getting anchored on the first impression. Then availability heuristics, similar to bounded rationality, because you don't know what are the all actual choices in the market. So you limit yourself, your choices within the availability. For example, this college being very large, your choice of minors and majors may be better. But in a very small college like mine, in fact, I am the FUG nodal officer. So our students will have a very limited choice of minors and MDCs. So availability heuristics will affect, plus the social norms, the friend's choice may affect their choice of minor and MDCs. So behavioral bias will happen. Prospect theory, that is, people evaluate outcomes relative to a reference point and exhibit a risk-averse behavior. That is a classic example or the classic theory in behavioral economics. Example, a person may reject a 50-50 gamble offering ₹1,000 gains or losses, but take unnecessary risk to recover a loss of 1,000. A 50-50 chance of gamble of 1,000 is like you may get it or may not get it, but you will not lose anything. But you will take more pain to avoid a loss of 1,000. As I said, loss aversion is more painful. Framing effect, almost similar to anchoring, but slightly different. Decisions are influenced by how information is presented rather than the information itself. That is, even if it is something bad, people present it in a very polite way. There are brands which were banned by our advertising commissions or legal authorities for the items presented in a particular way. For example, Zero Maida is a brand marketed. So people believe that as a nudge, people believe that it don't contain any maida, you can use it. But in the court, the case came in because in ingredients it uses maida. So a consumer case came in, and they argued in the court was that Zero Maida is their trademark, not an offer. Zero Maida was a trademark and was not a offer. And they won the case. They tried to win the case, but on a higher authority banned the product. They said this product cannot be marketed. You know the case of Britannia biscuits and like that. Arrowroot biscuits is being marketed, right? What is the percentage of arrowroot in that particular biscuit? You just check the ingredients. It would be 0.3 percentage, roughly. 0.3 percentage means for 1 kilo maida, there will be 3 grams of arrowroot sprayed upon. And that is the arrowroot biscuit. Not only Britannia, whatever brand it is, this happens in the Parle, let it be Parle or whatever, the marketed products, we have to check the ingredients. So that is why we say Jago Grahak Jago, consumer right movements. So this is needed in the framing. So people frame into some category. So in marketing also this behavioral economics comes in. Limited attention. People often fail to process all the information because we have this information. It is printed. It is these are printed information available. Still, we don't check it. We don't check even the expiry date. I'm afraid much of the people don't even check the expiry date. So there are people who don't check this information even if it is available. So decisions will be problematic. We don't assess the risk properly. When it comes to financial products, it is very difficult. Let it come to blockchain, let it come to cryptos, the item gets more complex. Status quo bias, very common to youth and people like me also. We are happy with what it is. Let us go like this. Status quo bias. I don't want any risk and I don't want any gain. Let us go like this. Status quo bias. Sometimes it happens. It's a tendency to stick with the default options. Whatever is default there, I can click on that. I don't make any choices. I just go by whatever it says. Reverse. People will have a overconfidence. My student did a project on this. I guided the same. Association between the perception on critical illness insurance and overconfidence bias. That is, people have desire to have insurance right. Some people say that I need insurance, some people say I don't want insurance. And what is their level of overconfidence on the same, their health insurance aspect. So we could associate that a person with a high level of overconfidence bias will have a low level of perception towards insurance. And this was proven with the correspondence analysis, and we published the paper in National Journal of Management. We presented the project in All Kerala contest and we won the prize. It was an undergraduate project, not any PG or something like that. It was an undergraduate project. So you can pursue research on that and do good work. It's a socially relevant project. Critical illness care is a need of the hour, right? So, but there is a reverse angle. If you get too much insured, the hospitals can loot you for the health insurance aspect. That is also a problem. So get properly covered, not too much covered. Emotional influencers. We are fed up with social media influencers. They influence almost anything. The product that they are yet to endorse is the comfort stations. Almost everything is they're endorsing. Even comfort stations are getting endorsed. They endorse the 7-star buses with a comfort station, I would say. So almost any product is getting endorsed by influencers. So this is also affecting our homophily dimensions of decision making. In research, it is called as homophily dimensions of decision making. So what here in economics we can call it as a nudge. A nudge is a very small feature of environment that will attract your attention and alters our behavior. For example, in the most famous book by Taylor, the cover page shows a mother elephant and a baby elephant. How does they communicate each other? The baby elephant will be just nudged by the, I mean, just pushed by the mother to attract attention. This gentle push is called as the nudge. So if you are just gently pushed by your friend or your mentor towards a good thing, towards something good, it is a nudge. It is not a compulsion. It is not a law. It is not education. It is just a prompt towards doing something. You can do it or you cannot. You may not do it. It is not compulsive. If it is compulsory, it is not nudge. That is the definition. If it is compulsory, it is not nudge. So that is the definition. Nudge is a concept which says that a positive reinforcement. So let's talk it as the rationality angle. As I said, you are avoiding the thinking too much and trust the gut. Normally people just trust the gut because you have a thought process in our mind and believe that yes, my decision is correct. But we have a brain issue or information processing issue of getting a wrong decision. For example, these are examples given in the book. Thanks to social media, most of these questions are familiar to you. Let me just take an example of the third question. In a lake, there is a patch of lily pad, I mean lotus flowers or something like that. And every day, the patch gets doubled. The number of flowers will get doubled. And if the pond or lake is getting filled in 48 days, what will be the time taken to make it fill half? Every day it will be doubled, it is said. So if it is completely filled in 48 days, what will be the time taken to fill it in half? So your gut answer normally comes as 24, half of 48. You need not answer. I will just go ahead with it because you are here not to answer questions. But I'm just telling you that a fact. Normally you have a problem to divide it by 2. 48 by 2. And you have a gut answer of 24, which is wrong. You have to think of the previous day. From 47th day, it should be half of it. Because it is getting double on the next day. On the 47th day, it was half. So as per theory, 48th day, it should be double, right? So it is filled. So 47 was the correct answer, but most of the people would be thinking of the wrong answer because we are normal. If you're thinking of the wrong answer, there is no issue because we are normal. We have behavioral biases. People are normal. We have behavioral biases. The slide is already with you. The document is already given with you. So you can share it with and read it. The book is also publicly available. So please read these kind of things to understand the influence of wrong decisions. How we are misled into wrong decisions. So these would be the correct decision. 47 days will be the correct answer. Why? We are normal. The answer is we are normal. Very, very simple. Because the economist concept of being rational do not actually exist. People are not rational, people are normal. Because there can be exceptions. Of course, there can be exceptions, but normally we are normal. Another example. We have two investment options. A guaranteed return of 500. A 50% chance of winning 1000 and a 50% chance of winning nothing. Project A and project B. In finance, you have these problems, right? So which one would be selected? Which one will be chosen? A good number of people will select number A because it's a guaranteed return of 50. They don't want to take any risk. So risk averters will be taking the option A. Risk seekers will be taking the option B because they have a chance of winning 1000, right? But as per the rules of finance, the expected return of both these projects will be same. I'm sorry, I have not worked it out. If you work out the value, expected return of both this project is 500, because 500, the first case it is 500, it is expected return is 500. Second case 0.5 into 1000 plus 0.5 into 0, that will also give 500. So expected return of both the projects are same. So what makes you choose different? Again, the reason is we are normal, we have biases. So there are some people are risk seekers, some people are risk averters. So what are the major biases? Some of these items we have already discussed. Anchoring, availability, representativeness or social norms, optimism and overconfidence, gains and losses, status quo, framing, temptation and mindless choosing. That is, you are just blindly taking. We call it as at times the gambler's fallacy. We call it as gambler's fallacy. For example, a gambler or a person regularly takes a lottery, believes that he has no trajectory or no history of winning anything for the last 10 years or 20 years. Still, today when he sees a lottery seller, he believes that this ticket is for me. You can see n number of people like that. People who lose money like that. That theory called as gambler's fallacy. In Malayalam, fallacy Muta Sorgam. Mandamara Sorgam. And gambler's fallacy happens like this. And that is where these lotteries and these kind of things works out. Because you keep on taking gambles. Because you believe that you will win one day or the other. Actually not winning anything. You have seen movies where people commit suicides after taking too much of lotteries, getting in debt traps. It happens like that. Then mental accounting. Mental accounting also happens, you overvalue things or you undervalue things. This happens in mental accounting. And following the herd. That is, everybody is going abroad, I am also going abroad. Following the herd happens. So nudge will normally talk you into incentivized approaches, understanding the theoretical mappings, understanding the default options, giving the feedback to the person, and expecting errors in decisions and structuring complex choices. That is the basic idea of nudges. And in the book, they give n number of examples for nudges. This is only for you to read out. I am not going to explain it. Those who are interested to read, please read, because it's a must read for people interested in reading. Again, you will see n number of nanmamarams around charity contributions. Can you take it as a nudge? The question is, if you are forced to contribute, if you are not given an exit option, it is not a nudge. As I told in the beginning, if it is compulsory, then it is not a nudge. It should be optional. I should be given the option to put in or put out, opt out. This should be there. Then again, a classical example of a nudge, which is not a nudge, says that nudge does not mean that you push the person that much that he is disturbed. Again, it is not a nudge. I mean, you are too much advising him, too much mentoring him or her, whatever. This is also not nudge. Again, charity functions, evaluation functions, music nights or bhajans, whatever, you concerts, these kind of things happen at a very high ticket rates with a complement of charity. This need not be called as nudges. How can the behavior can be influenced in this angle? Number one, making it a fun. For example, as you quote in fish philosophy, you can search in Google for fish philosophy. There is a theory like that in 1970s, which evaluated very much playful, very similar to some TV shows, which says that this evolved in a fish market actually. That it's called as a fish philosophy, and they say that whether you like your job or whether you don't like your job, it is your job. You are to do it. So please do it playfully. That is fish philosophy. Have fun out of it, and when you do it with fun, it becomes an entertainment, and it will be very much worthful for others to watch. Example, as I said, it happened in the fish market. Fish market was very, as you know, fish market will be dirty normally. Normal rural fish market in a foreign country. And due to the bad smell and bad behavior of people, demoralized behavior of people, customers started opting out. They started not coming in numbers. So sales revenue reduced. So as a correction mechanism, somebody told that we should do something. We should change our system. So they just clean the environment and put some music on. Everybody likes music, so they just put on some music in the market. Had it been in the foreign market, people start during their shifting of the fish baskets, people started making nice steps. It is not anyway. It is not in what you call the Malayalam movies or Tamil movies. It is in foreign market. So they started making small steps while making the fish baskets, and they started dancing. They started even doing some flips. You know how the foreigners flip in the air. They started doing some magic tricks like that, and slowly they started enjoying doing this. And people started coming in good numbers to watch this. Not only to purchase fish, but also to watch this. Revenue increased. So when a change is made playful and it is engaging, people will come in good numbers, revenue will be increased, and you normally will get better results. Then make it easy. You should not be keeping anything at a higher level. For example, again in Nudge book, it is said that getting a good diet is a classic example. But the dietary food, for example, if you are having some fruits at home, it should be kept on the eyesight of the table. In some homes, you have fruits ready to be eaten in the table, right? Dining table. It will be ready to be eaten. Why? It's a classical nudge. It is good to have fruits so that your digestion is better. So it's a classical nudge so that somebody who is feeling hungry in between, you can have that particular thing. And at least in Malayalam we said anganengil athalalata. That is the way in which people push fruits into children. Again, it's a nudge, classical nudge. Then slow down the process. Don't hurry up. Slow down the process and utilize all the senses. We call it in marketing, we call it a sensory marketing. In marketing, we say sensory marketing. It should appeal to your eyes. It should appeal to your noses, ears, and all possible senses. That's why colors are important. That is why music is important. That is why smell is important. That is why the total presentation is important. So in sensory marketing, we call for this. Only when we feel to buy that product happily, then give feedback and visualize the end result. Normally, even at the exams, that is my personal strategy. I always visualize my day after the exam. When I have an exam stress, I visualize my day after the exam. And in my SSLC days, it is not like your SSLC. Your SSLC exam will be one exam per day, right? During our time, it was 2 exam per day. So what I did was, at those days it was telephone was not really available. So I just bought some postcards and I wrote a letter to all my friends that we will have a cricket match after the last exam. As per my plan, everybody went to the beach and played and enjoyed the last exam. after the exam. SLC was the so-called most critical point of lifetime. So visualize the end result. Another example of nudge, upselling. You go to a vegetarian restaurant, you order a ghee roast, vada will accompany. Upselling. You go to chicken or McDonald's or those kind of places, they will ask something else, something else. Any good salesman will always say, what else, what else, something else. That would go fine. They will not say, shall I take the bill? That won't be asked normally. They will always ask, what next, what next, because what to be sold next. And that is why product placement is also important in movies. Product placement is also important in shopping carts, also very important. You find beautiful products, the most important products placed very near to the cash counters, which is pester powering the students, sorry, or the kids. For example, chocolates, Kinder Joy, those kind of things will be very close to the cash counter, because we won't be normally buying these things, but while we pay, the kid will be nudging you and you will just end up buying it. So pester power, PESTER, pester power, the power of the kid to buy. That is pester power. That will also function. Again, you get 5-star rating or full rating of a particular item in a particular example. It's a classical nudge in behavioral studies. You believe it to be true. Of course, there are paid reviews, fake reviews. I got a fake review request from my friend itself when he started his HR consultancy. I said, I'm a teacher, I cannot endorse an HR consultancy which I don't know. Because even if he was the CEO of that company, because you just start the company, let me know about the company track record, I will rate you. Don't ask me to give a fake review, because I have a standing record. So trusted reviews are trusted. The most important nudge message that you get: whoever forgets your birthday, your bank will not. Your boyfriend may forget it, your girlfriend may forget it, your family may forget it, but your bank will not. They will give you a truly good happy birthday message in your account. So again, classical nudge. The most important nudge example is the Amsterdam airport example. These are Google images, right? I have not created this. These are Google images. In the Amsterdam airport, we male people have a very bad image of using washrooms. It is known that the male people won't flush. So in the Amsterdam airport, what they did was they they put a sticker of an insect in the urinal, so that everybody started flushing first. So the flushing behavior improved. That was the result of the study. Another example of nudge, whether good or bad, you can decide, but it's a classical example of nudge. Google had a food experiment. We know we also had food today. Assume a buffet, a classical 7-course buffet you have. Which are all the items that would you have more? Will you have salads, vegetables, veggies? You will be going for where the non-veg specialties are there, where the desserts are there, right? But these are not actually good for the health, dietary health. So Google, what they did was, they did not cut the menu. They did not cut the menu. What they did was, they initially put all the good ones in the row of the buffet row in the lunch time. What they did was, the initial row was filled with all those good items, and only at the end of it they put the so-called bad items or the heavy items. So when you start taking these items, everybody is taking, so I should also take it. So people started taking these items. Normally your stomach gets filled in and they consume less of the harmful items. So diet behavior got better. A better diet behavior. you have staircases that can sing like a piano. In the right side, there is my daughter and my scholar's daughter. That is at the MG Road Metro, Ernakulam. That was, now it is not there. It's not working. Few years back, it was working. So still, since she was from Kannur, so I just brought her and make them run on this staircase so that it will sing Sarigama Patanisa. Laser lights were connected at both ends of the stairs, so it will sense our step and correctly bring the sound. What will happen if that item is there on the staircases? Will you use the staircase or the lift? Normally, for the interesting purpose, you will use staircase. Nuts. So, to make people run, to make people walk, to make people use the staircase, nudge is used. A classical example, the discounts offered. Again, the water can shows that water is worthy of it. This is replicate. This is a foreign example, but the same is now you can witness the same in Sacred Arts College, Tevra, copied from this example. That is, for every steps you are burning your calories. So that will say how many calories you have burned with your steps. Again, a nudge. In Kochi Metro, if you are traveled, you can see this. There is a portion for walking and there is a portion for standing, even in the escalator. Even while the escalator is moving up, you can walk. Some people will say, is he mad? Why is he walking? But it is good to move. To live longer, it is good to move. And that is why I was not standing there to talk. Because if I stand idle for a very long time, already I am obese, it would be very bad for my life. I am expected to move. And what happens with the lift also, they recommend not using the lift. In a shopping cart, supermarket, they say that stop using plastic bags. Now, we already know that by government laws, it is blocked up. Just a cartoon to say that electric energy is as good as burning it out. It's a default option item. Whenever you buy anything on your mobile subscription, one item will come up as a recommended option. You call it as a default nudge. This plan is recommended like that. You recharge your phone in Google Pay, they will have a recommended list. Recommended for you. Default nudge. Getting short of stock nudge. Again, with social media icon and without social media icon, selling pages are used. Nudge. Competition nudge is also used. That is, you can encourage people to use it. That is why these social media influencers say that you should comment, like, and subscribe, and you will be selected for the prize. Competition nudge. Commercial nudges will give you insurance protection, special offers, pushy salespeople, as I said, and special offer for mortgage deals also. And nudging in daily life will give you evaluation like transparent choices, retaining choices, good reason to believe that the nudge is warranted. Nudge may not be enough because to reduce smoking rates, we need policies which really tackle core problems. Nudge is not enough because you cannot say that no smoking board will not stop smoking. It requires something else. Because I teach students on analytics, I take data of cardiac patients. They have smoking disease, so smoking habit, obese and non-obese, and cardiac disease. I ask them to regress, run a regression, which is the most important reason. Than obesity, smoking is the reason. So with such reasons and evidences, you can train from the root and that will result as a nudge. And these are research options. Those who are interested to learn about it, just search for mind space framework in Google. you will get data. Nudges in daily life, again Sunstein. Sunstein is the co-author of Richard Thaler in that book, but he did not won the Nobel Prize. I'm not happy with it because the only one author of the book won the prize. And there are different terminologies. Towards the end, the curse of knowledge and delusion of competence, that is the Dunning-Kruger effect, might be very familiar to you because of Shashi Tharoor. He posted in social media the Dunning-Kruger effect. Because the more you learn about something, then you understand you know less. In the beginning of learning, you believe that you know more, but the more you learn about something, you know only less. That's the beauty of learning. And that is where it's called as Dunning-Kruger effect. Just search Google, you can learn again. ChatGPT is there, but it can mislead you because ChatGPT will, for example, we say that it's a very positively affirming software for co-piloting. Because if I say that I killed a person today, oh, that's a very good thing. We have a very lot of people being killed every day. That will be the affirmation given to you. So it is not that always good to use ChatGPT, talk every day to it, but still you can ask for comments. There are n number of related comments. I have given these notes to him, the coordinators. Please make use of it. Elaborate on the topic so that you can have more and more exposure on the topic. And there are famous market anomalies. When you're talking to financial markets, you know the January effect, the weekend effect, the momentum value effect, the size effect, the low volatility effect, equity premium effect, and post earnings news effect. All these kind of market, this happens in the financial market or stock market. These are results of behavioral studies. Again, to conclude, what can be done by students or researchers? You can study about behavioral finance in the AI era of n number of topics. You can study about neurofinance. Yes, sky is the limit. You can study about fintech developments in connection with behavioral finance. Gamification is truly a magnificent tool in learning. Behavioral finance with sustainability, ESG, great in learning, and I have already got my scholar awarded in ethical investing. And multidisciplinary perspectives for behavioral finance, you can study with the help of psychology, data science, neuroscience, sociology, marketing, and public policy. As I said, sky is the limit once you zero in a particular topic. You can connect with different dimensions and learn further. Future research can answer how does AI affect investor biases, the gender-based effects, the behavioral ESGs, digital literacy, and behavioral cybersecurity, which was discussed in the morning time. And promising methodologies in future should be mixed methodology and not just a cross-sectional surveys. And we need experimental methodologies. We need sensory assessments, and that would be better to study behavioral economics. And in fact, in Christ University, Bangalore, I personally visited the lab over there to study behavioral economic studies in using these labs. And how this contributes to sustainable development, it contributes to sustainable development 4, 1, 10, 8, 12, 13, 9, and 16. And you can directly contribute to the world welfare, total well-being. And to conclude, behavioral finance complements rather than replaces classical finance. So we need a better public policy to address all these issues assist. So markets are moved not only by information, but also by human interpretation of information. Because as I said, information is available, but how we interpret is what we more matters. Thank you.
That gave us a completely different lens on how human behavior actually shapes market movements. Thank you, sir.
As a gesture of gratitude, may I request Dr. P.L. George, coordinator of Become Tax, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Vineet sir.
Good afternoon. So I understand that you won't be able to give a louder good afternoon because most of you been sitting here for at least a couple of hours. So I understand basically design thinking talks about one core value, which is empathy. So I'm being empathetic to you so that I can understand the way in which you will be sitting here. So show that kind of empathy to me as well so that we'll be both on the same page. So I understand that marketing management is a topic that we all must have learned already, right? Is there anyone who hasn't learned marketing management as a subject here? Okay. I think so. I assume that you have all learned the basics principles of marketing management, so it makes things easy for me. So now my intention is here. When we talk about marketing management at the core level, it all begins with the 4 P's of marketing, right? We all know that: product, price, place, and promotion. So is there anything beyond that which will add value or more perspective to marketing? That is what we are trying to explore today. Now I'm adding an element of design thinking because that is one area that I have recently got in love with, design thinking. So we are trying to have an integration of marketing management with design thinking. Okay. So let's begin with this. It's very classic, age-old concept of marketing, the 4 P's of marketing. Could you please settle down so that it will be easy for me? I'll resume once you're all settled down. Okay. So the organizers want you to step in front. Okay. No, organizers, it is fine. Okay, they can be there. No issues at all. Okay. See, if you are planning to sleep, the front rows are more comfortable, I would say, because I would be focusing more on the back rows. So you can come forward, no issues. Okay, we'll wait for a couple of minutes. Let them come forward. Are we all good? All settled? Please sit down. Okay. So now this is classic, right? Everything connected with marketing. If you're trying to evaluate a marketing issue or a problem, if you're assessing a case study, this is where we all begin with. We'll try to dissect that particular case based on the 4 P's of marketing. Is there anything wrong with the product? Is there anything wrong with the price? Is there anything wrong with the promotion strategies or with your physical distribution strategies? We'll be dissecting that case based on this particular formula that we all know, the traditional 4 P's of marketing. Now let's assume that you have built your marketing in such a way that you have a better product. So we are trying to compare this with a different product that will be available in the market as your competitor. So you have the better product. There is no other product which is better than you. You have got a very competitive price as well. Your price is also really good. You have a wonderful, excellent promotional strategies as well. And let's assume that you got your physical distribution also intact, spot on. But yet, is it possible that the customer still chooses someone else? And if it does, what could be the reason? So I'm trying to follow this up again. You have the better product, you have a competitive price, and you have excellent promotion strategies as well, including your physical distribution. If still your customer prefers to choose a different product, what could be the reasons? Any suggestions that you have? You have everything right, but still your customer prefers something else. Any I'll take one answer from anyone. Yeah, please. It could be trust. Okay, I don't trust this brand. I trust or I prefer a different brand. Could be brand loyalty or anything. So that's a great answer. Anything else? So let's see that a whole total of their experience, which comes from obviously trust. There could be an emotional connection. There could be other value perception. There could be many other reasons which enables that particular individual or customer to prefer a different brand, given the fact that in all the 4 P's of the marketing, they are inferior to you. Their product may not be as good as yours. Their promotion may not be as good as yours. Their pricing may not be as good as yours, but still they choose that particular brand over yours because 4 P's of the marketing is not counted as individual compartments. They all add value to customers' journey as once. So just like this representation here, a customer is having a journey and all the 4 P's of marketing is together adding value to his journey. So I'll just introduce a case with you. Okay, this is from Marlboro, the cigarette brand. Okay, are you familiar with that brand? I'm not asking whether you have used it, but you're familiar, right? Now in 1960s, there were about 45 cigarette brands, prominent brands in the United States of America. And by that time, the industry was put into a critical situation because the US Congress, the government of United States of America, has published a research report, a medical report, declaring that tobacco smoking will cause cancer. So until that moment, there were rumors, people were debating and all, but there was no other official confirmation or clarification regarding whether tobacco smoking would create cancer or not. But after ending that long lasted debate, US government has openly declared that yes, tobacco will cause cancer. Now let's assume that you were all cigarette manufacturers in USA during 1960s. Your business is now at risk, right? Why? Yesterday there was a customer who took 50 smoke out of your cigarettes. Today he'll be afraid to do so, right? He'll be thinking of his health. He'll be afraid about getting cancer. So your sales figures would definitely come down. That's very obvious, right? Because of such a report has come down. Now people are afraid of this because government has officially confirmed that this will cause cancer. If you smoke, you will get cancer. Such a declaration has come. So obviously there is risk and people are expected to smoke less. That will definitely reduce your sales. Is that a potential risk for you as a manufacturer? Yes. Now I'm asking you, how could you get rid of this situation? How could you manage this situation which is critical? Do you have a marketing strategy that can be employed now? Any random ideas? Again, I'll take one, then I'll move on. Okay. If you were in their shoes as a cigarette manufacturer, what would you have done? Any ideas? Just think of a marketing campaign. Just propose me a campaign that can be put on air so that people would be more likely to consume again. Any ideas? So during that time, in the first time ever in the history of cigarette industry, a particular profession started appearing in advertisements. Which profession was that? Could you make a guess? Sorry? Not movies. I'm talking about A cigarette company doing an advertisement featuring a particular profession, a person from a particular profession started to appear in those advertisements for the very first time in history. Who would that be? So now what is troubling the consumers now? They are afraid of their health. If I smoke this, I might get cancer. So cigarette companies started featuring a particular profession in their advertisements. Who would that be? No? Please, yes, louder please. Make a guess. Let it be wrong, no issues. Okay, so an MBA college is advertising. This is the best MBA. Who's most suitable person to do that? From whom would you take that recommendation? This college is good. It would be from your. So you're planning to do an MBA. Where would you seek your advice from? It would be from your. Okay, seniors, all right. I was expecting teachers. Would you take expertise from your teachers, right? Because you assume that your teacher could be, your professor could be a person to give you that advice. So take that context into the situation. So the cigarette companies will start featuring who in these advertisements? Doctors. Wonderful. Now there is a doctor coming up, wearing the stethoscope and all, and he's saying, it's okay, I smoke this particular brand. No issues. So when people see this ad, they will feel like what? Okay, a doctor is telling us this brand is fine. Then I can trust this brand. Rather than a celebrity coming up and telling you, if a doctor is being featured in a cigarette advertisement, people are more likely to trust this brand because it comes direct contact with their health and life, right? It's a death or life situation, so they will trust a doctor. Most of the America cigarettes companies in 1960s started featuring doctors for their advertisement, except for one company, which is, of course, Marlboro. Because if you started featuring doctors in your advertisement, which emotion of your customer is that you're targeting? Yes? They are having what now? Not about trust, I'm talking about a different emotion. Trust is also a valid point, but they are now what? Cigarette will cause cancer, so they're afraid, right? There is a fear in their mind. And all the companies started featuring doctors telling them, okay, no problem, it's okay. So we were trying to console them, right? So it's more like someone who doesn't know how to swim, he's about to practice, and you're all in the pond, you're encouraging him to jump. What you will be saying? No issues, we are here, just jump, no problem, we'll take care of it. This is what you'll be doing, right? So your customer has got fear and you're trying to console that fear. Make sense? It's a wonderful advertisement or marketing strategy, right? No questions asked. Marlboro did something else. They told an American man that you are a man. You are expected to take challenges. You should not be afraid of your life. You should be out in the open plains, fighting with this nature. What does a cigarette could do? This is what Marlboro marketed. They never thought of addressing fear. They thought of addressing that adrenaline in a man's body. So they started featuring a character called Marlboro Boy, a cowboy figure. Marlboro Man, not boy, Marlboro Man. A cowboy figure featuring with a cowboy suit and all, wandering around the American plains in a horse as a symbol of freedom, courage. So an American individual who's watching this advertisement would feel like, I'm being free, I'm being wild, I'm being adventurous when I smoke Marlboro. So rather than addressing fear that just like any other normal person would do, Marlboro started addressing a different aspect of it. So they all had the same product, which is cigarette. They might all had a very same price. Promotion strategies could be almost same, distribution could almost be same, but again, the way in which this particular company started portraying their product made a huge impact. And that strategy and mindset helped Marlboro become the brand that it is now. Another story. Have you all, I think, how many of you had used this brand Complan while growing up? Huh? Complan, yeah, okay. We have Complan boys and Complan girls. You remember those advertisements from Complan? The typical default pattern of a Complan advertisement would feature invariably two kids. One is a tall kid and the other one is a short kid. And obviously, each of these kids will have a mother also in the advertisement. So the short begins like this. The director of this advertisement will plan it like this. It's a morning time. Both of the children are going to school. They all both live happily. Cut to the moment when they return from school. How would they return? The tall boy comes back. So there is a gate. He doesn't open the gate. He jumps over the gate. And he has what? A trophy or a medal. He has won something. He's so energetic, so happy. He hugs his mother. Total happiness in that house. Cut to the other boy comes home. How would that boy be coming? He's obviously very, very sad. He's sad. He might have got defeated by somebody else. He has lost something. He's so gloomy, so disappointed. He comes back. So mother embraces him and she peeks into the other house where the celebration is happening, and she sees through the window that the other mother is feeding her son with a cup of Complan. So do you think that Complan is intended for kids? Complan has never been marketed for kids. It was marketed for mothers. Because every mother having a short kid will feel like a sword is getting into her heart. There will be a guilt feeling. She will be guilt trapped in such a way that she will go to a supermarket. By all means, she will buy a packet of Complan and start feeding her son or daughter. So Complan was never targeting kids. They were targeting mothers. So I would call it as emotional guilt trapping. Whether it is right or not morally is another story. We are not concerned about it because we are doing marketing. So again, this is how, along with the 4 P's of marketing, you get into the journey of an individual. Understand how their emotion work, understand how their aspirations work, and integrate your marketing plan into that. So this is how we go beyond the traditional 4 P's of marketing. Okay. So what is the next slide? Where is the presentation? Okay. Anyway, I'll continue. So the idea of marketing is, in fact, I had few images without which it is difficult to progress. We'll be getting it back soon. Okay. So now, product converts itself into experience. Price gives perceived value. Place gives convenience and access, where promotion gives conversation and participation. Now, are you familiar with these two brands? Very popular, right? Now, I want you to think of Colgate first. And I want you to tell me the words that might come to your mind when you think of this particular brand, Colgate. Any random words. Like if you're thinking of Mohanlal, you would feel like Bharat, Lieutenant Colonel, likewise. Okay. What would you think of when you hear the term Colgate? Strong teeth, white. Okay. This side comes. Okay. So you can add your points on both sides as well. What if it is Colgate? Somebody said white teeth and all. It is more in the perspective of what? Please tell me something. Smile, okay. Smile comes to your mind. Is it these terms? Oral health, cavity protection, it fight germs, strong teeth, confident smile, right? More about health and all. But if you think of close-up, what would come to your mind? There is a song, good breathe, confidence. Yeah, you're getting there. Again, what else? There's a song. Which song was that? Okay, I'm not. You remember that, right? Long-lasting freshness, confidence boost, made for celebration, romance, youthful spirit, dance, energy, vibes. Both of them are what? Both of them are toothpaste. But yet, they have marketed themselves in a way that both of them offers you a different value. We call them as positioning in marketing. You're familiar with it. Now, BMW and Mercedes. What are the figures that might come to your mind? BMW is for whom? Who would like a sporty feel of its car? Who would like to drive the car? And Mercedes is for classy kind of people who would like to have a chauffeur. There would be a driver for him. He'll be there in the back seat. Two car companies, luxury brands from the same country, which is Germany, offering cars, luxury cars, but yet their marketing communication goes in a different way that they will understand. We are not selling just cars, but we are selling different kind of value proposition to two different kind of people. Burger King and McDonald's, you had your lunch, right? So no issues in offering an image of a burger. Both of them sell burgers. What's the difference? Burger King offers occasional specialities, whereas McDonald's offers convenience and fast food. So if you're hurrying to your railway station, you want to catch the train in 30 minutes, you have about 15 minutes in between, you will hit a McDonald's because it is convenient. But if you're taking a girlfriend to an anniversary or what, you will not be taking her to McDonald's because it is cheap, it is convenient, it's not occasional and special. So if you're looking for that kind of an experience, you take her or take him to Burger King. You can see actually their advertisement, how they differentiate themselves. Now, tell me, think of one brand you genuinely love. Don't tell me now, just think of one brand that you genuinely love, not any brand. You might need a moment there. Okay, which brand I like the most? Think. Okay, everyone, please think. 10 seconds, I'll ask a question. So you need to have one brand that you genuinely love, or love at least. Not let's keep genuine about. Okay, now, so you have a name in your mind. So could you tell me, anyone, which of the 4 P's have made you get into that particular brand? Which particular P in the 4 P's of marketing made you start loving that brand? Is it possible for you to get a particular answer? Like, okay, I love this brand because of the price. I love this brand because of the promotions that they have. Do you have a particular answer? Anyone? Or is it like, okay, no, I can't get there. I love this brand, but I can't say whether it is because of the product or because of the price. Are you confused or do you have a definite answer? Is there anyone who has got a definite answer? It is very much possible, I'm just asking. So if you're being genuine with me, none of you could pinpoint a particular reason why you started loving this brand. It could be a multitude of reasons, and how these brands might have influenced you is nothing but they have got into a journey of experiences. Now, we are focusing, when we are trying to integrate design thinking into marketing management, don't begin with the product. We are not, as marketers, we won't be beginning with the product. We'll start beginning, or we'll begin with the human being. Now, since you got that idea, tell me, when you buy Starbucks, what is actually that you're buying? Are you buying a coffee, or are you there for something else? If you've been to Starbucks, why are you there? Are you there to buy coffee? Then why are you there? No, it's not necessary that you should need an answer, because most of those such things happens in your subconsciousness. Usually what we say is Starbucks is a third place for you. So essentially every individual should have 2 places. You have 2 places. One is definitely your home, and the second one as students is your college. Is there a third place where you feel like I belong here? You might be having a favorite cafeteria, you might be having a favorite hangout space where you hang out with your friends. That is your third place. So Starbucks brings out a value in such a way that every individual who went there or go there feel like this is a place that I belong. That is why you can get into a Starbucks, order a coffee or something, and you can remain in that shop for about any hours. Nobody will come and bother you, right? You can be there will be Wi-Fi, there will be music, you'll be getting your coffee, and you can be there. You'll feel like you belong to that place. So you're buying actually a third place. You're buying belongingness when you interact with the brand Starbucks. When you buy a brand Rolex, are you buying a watch or are you buying something else? You might be buying what? An achievement, a moment. You might be buying prestige. It's not a watch. It is a symbol that you have achieved something. particularly in your life. It could be a moment, a milestone. It's my marriage, I buy a Rolex. Okay, I've achieved so much in my life. Okay, I've acquired this particular company. Now I'm the owner of this company. Let's celebrate. I'll buy a Rolex. Milestones are being marked. When we talk about Lego, when you play with Lego, when you buy with Lego, what actually you're buying is not some piece of plastic, but you're buying what? Creativity at large. When you're buying Rolls Royce, you're buying a unique sense of identity or class. It's not a car that you're buying. If everybody who had enough money were allowed to buy Rolls Royce, we would have so many Rolls Royce. But not everybody gets to buy Rolls Royce, because Rolls Royce itself identifies as the monumental identity that an individual can have. So someone is driving a Rolls Royce indicates that, okay, this person has achieved so much in his life that marks his status. So when we actually interact with brands, it's not actually the products that we are getting, but something else. Now, since we are into this context, this person here is looking for buying some, what do you call this, drills. Okay, so you have the idea, right? So what is this man trying to buy? And don't think that this is an objective question. Any answer could go, because marketing is more or less subjective. So tell me, I am expecting your answers. If this man is looking to buy a drill, in this context, what is he trying to buy? There is a famous American quote that will connect with this. So I just wanted to introduce to you that. Okay, take 10 seconds and give me an answer. What is he trying to buy? Yeah, anyone? Again, it's quite subjective. So any answer you give would be right eventually. Yes, sir? Yeah. Help. You're trying to help, okay? Help is he wanted to help somebody else, okay? Helper. So you're talking about employment. You want to get a job. Okay. Oh, so that drill should work as a helper for his job. Okay, fine. So he's thinking of that. This particular piece of instrument should help me get the. Okay, that is one good answer. Again, I'm telling you, this may not be the answer that I will show you, but again, everything that you say is right here. Anything else? You may be looking at a brand, right? There could be many brands like Makita and Bosch, so many brands. So you might be looking for a brand, the brand value. That could be the. I'll take one more from you. Sorry? Useful. Okay, utility. That's what you're thinking. Yeah, please, somebody said again. He might be thinking of price. Okay. Quality. All right. So I'm happy that all of a sudden you're all responding. Thank you. Okay. So the American saying goes like this. Customers don't want a quarter-inch drill. They want a quarter-inch hole. Maybe in a piece of wood or in the wall that they are working on. They're not looking for a quarter-inch drill. They are looking for a quarter-inch hole. So the understanding should be what? When you sell a product, should see the other side of the game. What exactly the customer wants to do with it. Now I'm telling you, this is not yet design thinking. Design thinking is beyond this. So I want you to go one more layer and tell me what exactly is behind this. So I'm telling you, this man is about to buy a drill, and the American saying goes like this. He doesn't want to buy a quarter-inch drill. In his mind, he's thinking of a quarter-inch hole. I want to have a quarter-inch hole in that piece of wood. That is why I'm buying this. Okay, but I'm telling you, design thinking is beyond that. Can we go beyond? And can we find out, is this really what this man wants? One more step beyond. One more step deeper. Any answers? Again, purely subjective. Anything that you give here is true. I mean, right. And I welcome all sort of answers. Yes. Yeah, please. So if it is not a hole, then what else? So drill is your first layer. A hole is the second layer. What is the third layer? That is my question essentially. Yeah, please. A house. Okay, you're getting almost there, all right. So you want to construct a house. That's good. That is good thinking. Anything else? Again, please comment something. Eventually, it will be right. There is no wrong answers in marketing. You want to fix things, okay? You want to make something fixed, all right? Again, they are all right answers. There is no wrong answers here. I'll take one more from you, maybe. Someone from the last rows, okay? You want to try? Okay. So this man might be thinking of hanging a family portrait in the wall. So that is a third layer. Again, I'm thinking this is just an example. Anything that you say goes right. So this man thinking of, first he begins this thought process with, okay, I need to hang my family portrait in the wall. So then for that I need a hole, and for that I need a drill. And again, there could be other layers to this process. How deep can we go? That is the question. And design thinking is that domain which will help you to understand the underlying layers of a customer when he is about to buy things. And make no mistake, those companies or those marketers who understands these inner layers better would excel in competition. They can outperform any other competitor in the market. Now when I say we can go beyond 4 P's of marketing, this is what I'm trying to tell you. And if you understand the concept, welcome to the world of design thinking. Layer by layer, we go deeper and deeper to understand the customer journey. And the companies which understand us better will definitely excel in competition. So until this moment, do we have a track now? Are we clear about the concept? What is design thinking? What is marketing? And how could this work your way out in competition? Are we clear about this? Do you have any doubts till now? Okay, great. So this is design thinking, basically. Now this is some, usual classroom stuff. Design thinking is a 5-step process. It begins with empathizing. I've told you, design thinking is all about empathizing. I am empathizing with you because I understand that you'll be so tired, you'll be after your lunch. So if I'm having so many bullet points and text in my presentation, you'll probably be struggling. So I thought of that and I brought in pictures and examples so that we can both benefit from it. And you're empathizing with me, you understand that this man might have traveled 200 kilometers. He's coming there just for a 1-hour talk. So let's show some empathy. Let's smile at him and let's give him some answers so he'll also feel happy. So it works for both of us, right? So empathy is a beautiful thing that can do magic. So design thinking begins with empathy. Who do you empathize with? You empathize with your users, with your customers. You should understand what exactly are they looking for. This man might need a wall with his family portrait. Understanding that, just hypothetically regarding that example, go deeper and understand your users in a much wider perspective. You begin with that. You follow it by, okay, he might be having that emotional urge to do something. He might be having that problem. Give it a very clarity. Give a kind of definition which would give you clarity about his ambitions. Then create an idea, build a prototype, test, and you will work in iteration. What is iterating means? You try something. If it is not working, make necessary improvements, test again. It still fails. Work again and do this thing in a cyclical process. So that is iteration. So these are the 5 processes basically. Now I have a story for you. I'll tell you how somebody actually understood, okay, this is design thinking, and actually went deeper into understand what a customer really wanted. Are you familiar with this brand? It's AI generated, but which brand is this? Jeep. Chrysler Motors had this brand. This is from the 1980s, Jeep Wrangler. This particular car was a huge success in the US in the 1970s and 1980s. And just like any other brands, this car made a lot of profit to Chrysler Motors, and they thought of upgrading the car, which is very obvious, right? You've been working on a particular brand for so long, you will obviously upgrade it. Could you recommend some upgradation to this brand? I have the next image coming up with upgrades. So can you recommend something? What can be done? is a 1980 model car. How can you improve this car? Bring a roof. Very good. Okay. All right. You're in the right way. Yes. Maybe one more. You are all into modification, right? Because our chief minister now allows it. Okay. Yes. Steering. Okay. You're getting into deeper thoughts. You want what? Steering? Power steering. Oh, this is not power steering. You can say them from your image, right? Okay. It's not power steering. So let's add power steering. Okay. And they made such modifications because Chrysler had one intention. This Jeep was opted by a niche segment of the market. They wanted to bring the game to the general car market so that other customers would also be interested in buying this car. And they've introduced some modifications. Now take a good look. This is how the car was. And this is how they modified it. Okay, we got a roof, we got a power steering, and we got some other changes as well. Which one would you like? This or this? Okay, let it be. Don't tell me because you all have your own opinions. So this is the older one, this is the new one. So I'm telling you again, this was a car which was selling so good. It was making good money for Chrysler Motors. They made a change, sales dropped. What would have went wrong? And Chrysler was amused. They were thinking that, okay, already certain group of people loved this car. We brought in some luxury, we brought in a roof and everything. So they were expecting the sales would go double or multiply. The sales plummeted, sales went down. Tell me what went wrong. Any ideas? Again, it is easy for me because I already learned this. So it's not easy for you, but still you can try. What could have went wrong? You want to try? Okay. So they tried so many things. Yeah, please. You want to say something? Ah, great. What went wrong with the headlights? First one was a circle. It was a round headlight. And it's a rectangular headlight. Is it a big deal? No, right? It's not a big deal. They are saying it's not a big deal. Why do you think so? In fact, it's the most brilliant answer. And it took Chrysler Motors about 2 or 3 years and some $1 million to understand this. What is with round headlights, circular headlights, rectangular headlights? What is wrong with them? Everything goes, right? It's a car. Okay. So Chrysler couldn't find a clue. They've tried so many things. They couldn't get the sales ready. So they brought in some of marketing management's biggest game changers ever. A French guy, a French psychoanalyst, Mr. Cloiter Raphael. Have you heard of this person? Are you hearing this term for the first time? Read about him after this session is over. He was brought in and he was assigned with the task that we are facing struggles with this particular brand. This was the car, we changed into this. Now nobody wants our car. What should we do? So he went in for a market survey. That is basically what you do, right? You are having a problem, you collect information. So this man was usually expected to go and survey and collect data, but instead of doing that, he selected some focus groups and he asked only one thing, one question for an individual. What could be that question? Don't say what is wrong with this car. No. He asked a different question. What could be that question? So think about 10 seconds again and give me a question that you would have asked. This is a multi-million-dollar question. The company is at stake. Okay. What do you like about this car? The old car. What do you like about it? The old car could be a question. Okay. But he didn't ask that. Okay. Anything else? I'll take one more question. 1 second. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why you? No, they were not choosing this car. So you're talking about the old car. Why did you choose the old car? Okay. That's a good question, but that is not what he asked. He asked something about what is your most lasting memory of a Chrysler Jeep? What is your most cherished memory about this particular car? This is the only question that this man has asked. What is your memory about this car? What is your most cherished memory about this car? And people started talking. They started telling him, okay, when I was a kid, my father took me for an adventure trip through the American open lands where we, chased horses with this car. We went into a trail where no other ordinary car dared to get in. No other car in the highway was daring to get into that particular trail, but we got there because we were driving a Jeep. We went into that hill. We saw the sunset. We crossed a river, or we crossed through a stream. This is what kind of experiences or memories most of these respondents told him. He came back to Chrysler and told him, Americans had a very subtle but powerful image about this car in their mind, which they considered it as a wild horse. And no horses has got a rectangular eye. You immediately bring back the circular headlights. Because for Americans, a Jeep was a symbol of what? Wideness. So the other cars, they drive through a highway. We don't take a highway. We can go to a trail which is not chosen by any other brands, just like a wild horse which is roaming freely with all that power. And rectangle was never a natural shape. So this is not things that are loud. This is things that we cannot tell them. What is wrong with this? Okay, something is wrong, but I can't tell you what exactly is wrong. But after understanding this, after asking these kind of question, Mr. Cloyter-Apile understood that there is an emotional connect for this particular brand in the minds of Americans. And the first suggestion that he made was, he's right. Bring back the round headlights. And this is even written in Chrysler's website alone. You can read about this after this session. How could they be forced to bring back the circular headlights? And they brought in back, and the new model, the face of Chrysler, became an instant success. And they never had an option to go back to the rectangular headlights. So if you think about this, if you're talking only about 4 P's of marketing, we'll talk about, okay, is there anything wrong with my product? No, product is really good. Price is good. Promotion is good. Physical distribution is really good. But there is something that the 4 P's of market cannot explain, which lies in the inner layers of a customer. He might be having a different emotional attachment to that particular product. He might be having visions about that product. He might be having aspirations about that product, which is not expressively mentioned, cannot be expressively mentioned. And we need marketers like this, marketers like you, to go deep and understand those emotions. And this is the story of Chrysler. Now, if you talk about the modern day marketing, customer's journey has to be closely followed by every company. You are enjoying a holiday in a hotel. It's a pleasant stay, wonderful amenities, you're enjoying it. But you got stuck up during your checkout. It sucks. And that might have ruined a 3-day of your happiness. You might have enjoyed the stay so much, okay? But the last moment, the check-in, maybe it is only 15 minutes or 20 minutes, but that 20 minutes or 15 minutes of bad experience might have ruined a beautiful 3 or 4 days for you. And you will have a lasting remark or a memory of that wrong experience that you had with that particular brand. You are enjoying a meal or a dinner with your family in a restaurant, okay? You are enjoying a meal with your family in a restaurant. The food is really bad. You are having higher expectations, but unfortunately, the food you got went really bad. Okay, but the moment you are about to leave, the restaurant brought in a surprise dessert on the house. Maybe they somehow realized that there is a birthday happening or something. They brought in a surprise dessert which you didn't order or you didn't expect it. That small act could lift up the spirits. Even though the main part of your experience was ruined, just because of the last 20 seconds or 1 minute of joy that you had, that surprise the company was able to generate, you will leave the restaurant with a lasting experience. Online shopping. You had a wonderful online experience, got the right product, price was really good, you ordered it, but something went wrong, you were trying to get a refund or you're trying to get a return, then the company says, okay, you have to do that, you have to present that, you have to present this, you have to call him, you have to call this. Your experience is ruined. So the 4 P's of marketing predominantly doesn't address the entire part of a customer's journey, but design thinking focuses how you can follow the complete journey a customer is having. This is the IKEA story, right? It's a furniture brand. So they wanted this in a way that customers will be part of the production itself. So every time when you, let's assume that you have made something on your own, you'll have a proud feeling about it, right? So this is something that I've made with my own hands. You remember your first omelette, or you remember the first dosha that you made. Everybody else in your house would be mocking you. What kind of stupidness is this? But again, you're proud of it, right? This is my dosha. I made this. I'm proud of it. And you'll pretend like this is great. You'll eat it, even though it's really bad. You'll have some kind of affection to it. So what IKEA did is, they brought in a different way of making things where they will only be selling you what? The pieces, you take them home and you assemble by yourself. So when you're in the home, again, you're being part of that experience. And every time when you see that furniture sitting in your hall or in your bedroom, you'll feel like this is my brand with the name of IKEA on it. So IKEA is the brand who actually owns it, but you also feel a sense of ownership. So that is kind of a collective ownership. Without much, obviously we are getting a good price because the manufacturing part is shared by ourselves. Plus, we are also becoming a part of this process. So we'll feel kind of affection towards this brand. And till the moment that we remove that particular furniture from your house, until it is there in your house, you'll always think of that brand as something that is your own. So this is how you kind of bring the user experience more integrated so that the customers would feel like they are part of this journey. So we are talking about this. A customer in his journey, how you could integrate your elements so that he will feel like we are walking with him. We are part of this journey. This is what design thinking tries to achieve. Now, are you familiar with this brand? Tropicana thought that, okay, we have a very successful brand. So it's been like 10 or 15 years we've been using the same packaging style. So let's have a new packet. They changed it. You like it? So you are guessing that obviously people didn't like it. Be very honest. Do you like this or not? Do you like this or this? So let's call this A and B. How many liked A? Okay, there are few. And for B, there are few, okay? So for those who didn't like B, why? Tell me why. And I'm telling you, product didn't change. Okay, packaging is part of product technically, but the juice that you're getting, that didn't change. Still you hate this new model? Okay, this is exactly what the customers also said. Okay, they didn't like it at all. They said, no, this tastes different. We don't need this. Tropicana suffered. Only thing they did is they thought of something very proactive. We've been selling the juice in this particular carton for 5 or 6 years. Let's give a fresh experience for our customers. With all their hearts, they did this, and customers said, no, we don't need this. They were drinking the same juice. Nothing changed. But yet, they felt like it's synthetic. The taste has changed. The components have changed. Why? What would have happened? Now let's take some visual clues. No pulp, original. There is an orange. There is a straw that is plugged into that particular orange. And here is a glass. And there is also, it shows a squeeze from fresh oranges, 100% orange, pure and natural. Everything is there. But an orange there, here. We have an orange. And here we have a glass. So that kind of give an impulse to the customers that they've changed from the organic way to synthetic way. And they were started drinking the pulp or the juice with that impression in their mind. Automatically, their senses told them that, okay, there is something wrong with this. it is like I am bringing a wine for you. It's a very exquisite wine. It's very costly wine. I took 2 students from you, and the first person I'm giving the wine, I'm calling the help of the hospitality management students. So they're bringing it like this, and they are offering you. So it's all premium setting that you're given with. Same wine poured into a glass, and somebody with a lungi and all, with a talaiketta, and giving you this. Both of them would drink the same thing but feel entirely different taste, because the way that wine has been served to you tells a lot about the quality of it. So again, without understanding these impulses, they haven't changed anything. Product is the same, price is the same, promotion strategies, again, everything remaining the same, but they have changed something, given a huge impact on the product. So this is how you should understand. This is how you should go read beyond lines. This is how you should take layers in your customer's mind and understand how they might be thinking. Okay, now integrating marketing management and obviously design thinking, what does the future be like? We had segments of market, and we'll now have individuals. So we call that as what? Hyper personalization in marketing. With the right design thinking, and of course we have technology to help us as well, we'll be having this ability to go individually. What does she likes? This is what your mother would be doing, right? When she cooks dosha for you. Okay, there are 3 children. The eldest one likes it crispy. The middle one likes it in a different way. The third one likes it in a different way. She understands it, and she serves you the way that each of you like it. Similarly, the right design thinking aspect would help you hyper personalize in future of marketing. And instead of marketing campaigns that runs through advertisements or during television, runs in television programs during like events like FIFA World Cup or IPL, what we'll be having is continuous experiences. You're being part of journey of this brand, and you feel like I am also part of this journey. And selling products, instead of selling products, you will be solving problems. So I'm not just selling something to a random individual. I'll first understand what this person really needs, then I'll create a solution for it. Then I'll tell him, okay, I have a solution for your problem. So rather than finding customers for your products, you're finding products for your customers. Rather than finding customers for your products, you're finding products specifically for your customers. Then customer feedback, you will have customer co-creation. In your design process itself, you are taking part of taking customer feedback. So you don't need a feedback after you get the product delivered to him. You already got the feedback the moment you started creating this product. You're co-creating. The customer is being part of the creation. I'm not telling you that customer is there in the manufacturing room. No. Every time you design or conceptualize this product, customers' intentions, desires, ambitions are in your mind. And finally, prediction of customers is age old. We will be designing with customers, so there is no need of prediction. If a company is working alongside with me, they don't need to predict how I am going to react, because they know what exactly are my expectations, because we are co-creating and designing together. And I would like to conclude here, the best marketers of the future, I'm expecting you all to become the marketers of future. They will not simply understand markets, they will understand moments. This is where the hyper personalization get into play. They will understand frustration, pain points, aspiration, delight, decisions, delusions, everything connected with a customer. They will go beyond layer by layer, and they will understand how this is going to work, and they will create products. And finally, don't market to people, we would like to design with them. Many companies are already doing this. So why do Starbucks write your name while they serve that coffee to you? They will ask for your name, and they will write it, right? Because when you get it, you will feel like I belong here, this is mine. That is why they prefer like exactly why it would be written by hand. They could have thought of a sticker, they could have simply called the name, but they're not doing it. They want your name to be written. And specific one more example from Starbucks. Traditionally, Starbucks operated in such a way that there is an interaction which is very warm between the customer and the barista. So I'm in the queue, she is the barista, she'll ask me, how am I doing? What is about your work and everything. There is a personal chit chat between the barista and the customer. Traditionally, Starbucks as a company operated based on this principle. So I'll feel like what I belong here. This model has got a problem. What is it? So there is a chit chat happening between barista and the customer. I'm telling you there is a problem in this model. What is that problem? It is time consuming. Very good. So what happens? There is another person who's just after me. He's waiting. He's watching his and he's looking his in his watch. He's frustrated because the barista is taking too much of my time. And the moment when I get there and barista is wishing me, I won't be wishing her back because I'm already frustrated. So when the customer started increasing, Starbucks realized that, okay, I can add value to the customer experience, but not in the way in which I've been doing this. Because I'm keeping on doing this, most number of customers would be there left in the queue. So what they did is they started inventing technology. Now they have certain platforms which enables them to understand your customer, your preferences. Okay, this man would like to have this coffee made in such a way if it is a Friday late afternoon. And if it is raining, this man would prefer his coffee like this. So they have an app in your phone which tells them exactly how you would like your coffee. So the part where the barista and the customer interact is now transferred to a platform in your mobile app where the app will read your preferences and tell Starbucks this man or this woman would prefer his or her coffee like this. So personalization is being offered in an impersonal way. So this is the future. So I would like to conclude by telling you, we don't market to people, we want to design with them. So whenever you're trying to create something unique, whenever you're trying to create a company, we are trying to manufacture something or service, something that is to be offered and sold, think that your customers need to be understood completely. And rather than creating a product and calling customers, come and buy this, tell them that we created this together and this will add value to you. Now I'll have few seconds to take some questions or feedbacks from you. We have about 6 minutes left. Do you have any queries to make? So I've kept 5 minutes for Q&A in my default plan. Is there anything that you want to ask me? Okay. So I urge you to read about marketing, the examples that I've told you already. And it's a wonderful job. One of the highest paid creative jobs in the world lies in marketing. You remember how Xiaomi has changed its logo? You recall it? Have you ever noticed it? Go and check. There was a change in the Xiaomi's logo. I believe it was a rectangle and the designers have done what? Rounded off the edges, corners. So it's not a circle anymore. And for that simple realignment of their logo, just get it from the Google, how much did the company charged Xiaomi? Just for that slight tweaking in their logo. So I'm telling you again, marketing is a wonderful creative job. It offers a lot of payment. And I'm also pursuing a little bit of research in marketing. I never liked marketing, to be very honest, when I was a student. But the moment I started teaching marketing, that is where I started loving the subject. Okay. So once again, I thank Christ College and the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. And it was really professional. The way there was a lot of student organizers, the way they communicated, they've taken care of me and everything was professionally set. And it is amusing that even after the 9th speaker has completed, we are still on clock. We are keeping the time exactly as it is. So that's a great thing. So appreciation to Department of Professional Studies and Christ College. Thank you so much for having me. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manu Antony, sir, for those highly innovative, out-of-the-box marketing strategies and brilliant consumer engagement ideas.
I would like to welcome Dr. K.O. Francis sir to present a small token of appreciation to our respected guest speaker.
Entrepreneurship is the driving force behind innovation, leadership, and sustainable economic growth.
May this session inspire fresh perspectives and meaningful conversations. We now have the privilege of inviting our distinguished speaker, Dr. Archana Aravindan ma'am, to the podium to speak about entrepreneurship development, building the leaders of tomorrow.
Good afternoon, one and all. Good afternoon. So this topic is not that nerve-wracking. I understand it's the afternoon time, so I won't take much of your headspace. So today we are going to understand what is entrepreneurship, how to be an entrepreneur, and basically in today's changing time, what is the benefit of being an entrepreneur? Earlier, when students used to finish their graduation or post-graduation, it was mostly about getting a private job or a government job. But now, students have started believing in being job creators rather than taking up jobs. So understanding who is an entrepreneur becomes very important. The famous George Bernard Shaw has said that entrepreneurs are those who make things happen. They are not someone who follows the rules that are set by other people. Instead, they make their own rules. So let's dig in and understand who is an entrepreneur. Basically, this word means to undertake. Undertake risk, undertake profit, undertake employability. That is why entrepreneurs have been named so. An entrepreneur is a person who brings together the factors of production and combines them into a product. Basically, being an entrepreneur is very different from being a businessman. A businessman is basically someone who engages in buying and selling of products, whereas an entrepreneur does the same thing but has innovation added to it. So, being an innovative businessman makes you an entrepreneur. So, an entrepreneur primarily goes through these 4 phases before he starts a business. For example, let's take your student community. A student is complaining, one of your friends is complaining that, oh, I didn't get affordable second-hand books. Okay, just casually he's saying a statement. Listening to the statement, some of your friends decide to start just an Instagram page where your seniors can sell their used books. Now here, an entrepreneur is coming into existence. Primarily, they understood the idea from the statement that there is a scarcity for second-hand books. That comes to the second stage, that is identifying the opportunity. So when there is scarcity, obviously there is demand. So the third phase is basically matching the idea to the opportunity. So in our college, students want second-hand books, and now there is an opportunity to provide them with that particular product. Lastly, you reach to the solution, that is exploiting the opportunity to build something of value. So Instagram is something that we can use for free. So an innovative thinker starts an Instagram handle and starts earning money through that particular handle. Now this is termed as being an entrepreneur, where there is an idea, identifying the opportunity, matching the idea with the opportunity, and finally you are exploiting the opportunity. So an entrepreneur is basically someone who is starting a new venture. A manager will never be an entrepreneur, but an entrepreneur has to be a manager. They have to manage all the people in it. They have to manage the resources. They have to manage the risk that is associated to it. And they can also have their own share of profit. So flexibility of time, all these things are the perks of being an entrepreneur. But the flip side is that the risk associated to it is completely handled by a single person. So he has to be a manager, and together with that, he is his own boss. So primarily, these are some of the factors that compare a manager to an entrepreneur. Now comes, these are three familiar words that we all have been listening to: entrepreneur, entrepreneurship, and enterprise. I can simply say an example through which you will be able to understand. Can I shift to Malayalam, sir? Is it fine? Okay. Cooking cheyyunnavarundavullo alle ivide. So basically, if you like to cook, you are a chef, even in your home. So when you are a chef, you are primarily an entrepreneur. Ningal cheyyunna cooking aanu endu entrepreneurship. And if you think about taking that cooking forward and you want to make money out of it, you start a restaurant. And that is what is termed as an enterprise. So entrepreneur being a person, entrepreneurship being the process, and basically the object is termed as enterprise. Now let's understand what is entrepreneurship. Primarily, it's a process whereby an individual or group of individuals use organized efforts to pursue opportunities. Now, this is a very interesting statement. Zomato and Swiggy ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നവരിവിടെ എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ടല്ലോ അല്ലേ? Basically, when this particular tech handle came into existence, restaurants ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എല്ലാ restaurantsഉം food delivery അവർക്ക് പറ്റുന്ന regionsൽ അവർ ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. And we all were consumers at that point of time as well. അല്ലെ, നമ്മൾ റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റിൽ പോവും, ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കും. പക്ഷെ ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവായി തിങ്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നവരാണ് എന്തായിട്ട് വന്നത്? The very much used Zomato and Swiggy എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആപ്സ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. They started making profit out of just being an intermediary between the producer and the consumer. Now this is termed as entrepreneurship. The process of creating value by bringing together. റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റിനെ ഒരുമിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു, കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സിനെ ഒരുമിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു, അവരുടെ ഇടയിൽ ഒരു ലിങ്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് they are adding value to that particular service. And this is termed as entrepreneurship. Now, when do you want to be an entrepreneur? Basically, if you are someone who is strong-willed, who wants their freedom to be intact, who does not like to compromise with other standard, you are one of the right persons to be an entrepreneur because you are your own boss. Then if you enjoy doing something, for example, now let's take Instagram and YouTube. It is filled with influencers and creative thinkers, isn't it? And I have many a times thought, oh my God, early in the morning, getting up and standing in front of the camera and just saying the same things. But it is out of passion. They love doing it. So it does not get boring. Being creative. Now that is very important. We all have our own social media accounts, but I think there would be very few who would be following one another very frequently. ഒരാളുടെ ഹാൻഡിൽ കാണണം, എന്താണ് അവർ എഴുതുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് എന്നൊക്കെ അറിയണം എന്ന് തോന്നിക്കുന്ന വളരെ കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാരെ ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ. അവരാണ് ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് thinkers. Then you want your own schedule. For example, if you have your own business, you are not going to sign any register book. നിങ്ങളെ പേടിപ്പിക്കാനോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കാഷ്വൽ ലീവ് തരില്ല എന്ന് പറയാനൊന്നും ആരുമില്ല. So you are a free will person. You have job security. Now that is a bit tricky. If your business is successful, if you are earning profit, and if you know the right investment, then alone you get what is termed as security. കാശ് കിട്ടുന്നതിനനുസരിച്ച് ചെലവാക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണെങ്കിൽ ബിസിനസ്സിന് ഒരിക്കലും പോകരുത്. But if you know the right investment, yes, entrepreneurship is one of the best options. Then you obviously make more money. Now, I am a teacher. My retirement age is 2046. അപ്പോഴാണ് ആ ഇയർ വരുന്നത് എൻ്റെ റിട്ടയർമെൻറ്റ്. എനിക്ക് ഇപ്പം ഇരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം what are the perks that I will be getting. I can get it in the correct fixed amount. Not a penny more, not a penny less. But business is not like that. The more you have innovative ideas, the more you know how to implement it, the more you will be making profit. So these are some of the perks of being an entrepreneur. And finally, you become one of the recognized persons in the community. Now in Christ College, one of the famous alumni that you have is Kochau Sep Chitlapalli, isn't it? Now he is renowned for his business actions. And together with that, with the charity work that he does, you get a special position in the society. So these are the perks of being an entrepreneur. Now, when you are a person with a creative idea, obviously you are termed as an entrepreneur. But when you get into the action or the process of creating something, you are doing what is termed as entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur has to be an organizer, whereas an entrepreneurship is an organization. So physically, if you are taking your passion into an four wall, you are taking up what is termed as entrepreneurship. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസേഴ്സോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയിൽ ക്രിയേറ്റീവായിട്ട് പോസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് അവിടെ നടക്കുന്നില്ല. യു ആർ ബീങ് ആൻ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ എലോൺ. പക്ഷെ അതിന് നിങ്ങളൊരു ഓഫീസ് സെറ്റപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ നിങ്ങളുടെ അടിയിൽ if you are keeping employees, if there is profit happening, you are paying taxes, then alone you are becoming an entrepreneurship process-ലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ കടക്കുന്നത്. And creation is very important. You have to create something new. For example, ഇപ്പോൾ war വന്ന സമയത്ത് there was shortage for LPG gases. All of a sudden, you would have seen a large number of cars are being shifted to EV. പണ്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ ഗ്രീൻ ബോർഡ് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള കാർസ് കാണാൻ പറ്റി. അതേമാതിരി തന്നെ വീടുകളിൽ സോളാർ പാനൽ എഫോർഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ ആ ട്രാൻസിഷനിലേക്ക് വളരെ ക്വിക്കായിട്ട് വന്നു. Now this is what is termed as entrepreneurship. ഇത് കറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ആ ടൈമിൽ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നവര്. For example, the first people who brought these solar panels are termed as the real entrepreneurs. ഇപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇമിറ്റേഷൻ ആണ്. പണ്ട് ചെയ്തതിനെ ഇമിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന entrepreneurs ആണ്. So there is nothing wrong, both are right. So having something creative to solve people's problem makes you an entrepreneur and you are getting into the process. Now let's understand what sort of an entrepreneur you want to be. ഇതിൽ തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് റേഞ്ച് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ചിലതൊക്കെ നമ്മൾക്ക് കുറച്ച് ഫെമിലിയർ ആണ്, അതൊന്ന് നോക്കാം. First one is innovative entrepreneur. Innovative entrepreneur is someone who has brought something new that never existed. Now the solar panels that came initially was said to be something that was done by an innovative entrepreneur. ആദ്യം വന്നത്. So when there is something new happening, obviously you will become the giants of that particular field. Now, for example, Elon Musk. He has understood that in this planet Earth, most of the opportunities have been used up. So what he is doing, he is investing most of his money through satellites and rockets. He is excavating what is happening outside our planet. ഇനി അവിടെയാണ് സാധ്യത. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയാണ് നമ്മൾ എന്ത് പറയുന്നത്? ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സ്. Then comes imitative entrepreneur. From this very picture, you will be able to understand some people are doing certain things and we try to copy it, but with a change. A change maybe it could be the region that is being dealt with. For example, Swiggy and Zomato, urban areas വളരെ ഫേമസ് ആണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇത് കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് റൂറൽ ഏരിയാസിലുള്ള ചെറിയ കഫറ്റീരിയക്കാർക്കും എന്ത് ചെയ്യാം? അവരവരുടേതായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഫുഡ് ഡെലിവറി സിസ്റ്റമോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫുഡ് ഡെലിവറി ആപ്പോ അവർക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റും, which is accessible to their own community. Now this is termed as imitative entrepreneur. You're copying something or somebody's idea, but with a little bit of twist. Then comes Fabian entrepreneur. Fabian entrepreneurs are primarily those who have a reluctance to adopt new changes. അവർ ആദ്യം തന്നെ കയറിയിട്ട് ഒരു ടെക്നോളജിയും ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യില്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ചേഞ്ചും അവർ ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യില്ല. They really are very cautious. Now when you're cautious, there are two sides to it. നിങ്ങൾ റിസ്ക് കുറവാണ് എടുക്കുന്നത്, പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഗ്രോത്തും എന്തായിരിക്കും? കുറവായിരിക്കും. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു ബെസ്റ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ് UPI. When UPI came into India, it was the giants who accepted it first. The corporates, the persons who knew that, okay, technology can be safe. അത് വിശ്വാസമില്ലാത്ത പലവരും ഈ UPI കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരുന്നില്ല. Understood? Now they can be termed as Fabian entrepreneurs. Then comes the rigid ones, that are the drawn entrepreneurs. ഡ്രോൺ ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സിന്റെ പ്രത്യേകത, ഇനി ടെക്നോളജി എത്ര തന്നെ മാറിയാലും അവരത് അഡോപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യില്ല. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു നല്ല എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ്, മേ ബി നോട്ട് ഇൻ ദ കേസ് ഓഫ് ബിസിനസ്, പക്ഷെ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ്. നമ്മൾ കോമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആവുമ്പോൾ അതും പറയാലോ. ഇന്നും നമ്മുടെ വീടുകളിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് പലപ്പോഴും FD ആയിട്ടും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗോൾഡ് ആയിട്ടും ലാൻഡ് ആയിട്ടും മാത്രമാണ്. ഈ മ്യൂച്വൽ ഫണ്ട് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ there are still people who are very reluctant to invest into it, because they feel, okay, the money is going to completely vanish. Now, when that is the mindset, you are termed to be a drawn person, or here it is a drawn entrepreneur. Then comes business entrepreneur. Business entrepreneur എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ they are people who are engaging in the format of business. Now business ന്റെ ഒരു വലിയ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ്, do you know the person who is in this pic? Who is it? Oprah Winfrey. Actually, she is famous for taking the, what to say, interviews of very famous personalities. But what makes her special is that she was one among the very few who started this particular concept of interviewing people. So it was not an easy ride for her. And when she started becoming famous, she started accepting funding to her project. അവരുടെ പ്രൊജക്ട്സിലേക്ക് ഫണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ള ഐഡിയ made her a businesswoman. So she shifted from being an interviewer to becoming a businesswoman. And she used her fund for basically charity purpose. Because she is a traumatized person, she could relate to it. And she started helping a lot of people in the African country, and education like അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ she is one of the leading women entrepreneurs, falling under the category of business. Then comes trading entrepreneur. Trading entrepreneur വളരെ ഫേമസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എക്സാമ്പിൾ നമ്മൾ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന Amazon, Flipkart. What do? They get the products from the producers and they become the link. They trade it to the consumers. This is termed as trading entrepreneurs. Then comes industrial entrepreneur. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ ഓൺടർപ്രണറും നമ്മൾക്ക് അറിയുന്നത് തന്നെയാണ്, പക്ഷേ അവരുടെ സ്കെയിൽ കൂടുതൽ ലാർജ് ആണ്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ടാറ്റ മോട്ടോഴ്സ്, ഓൾ ദീസ് പീപ്പിൾ, ദ അദാനീസ്, they are termed as the industrial entrepreneur because they are producing materials that is basically for the manufacturing of industrial resources. Corporate entrepreneurs, something that we all know, the Mukesh Ambanis, then everyone else, the Birlas, the Tatas, all of them again fall under the category of corporate entrepreneurs because their business was initially started with 5 people, but now they have more than 5 lakh people under their organization. So this scale of expansion creates what is termed as corporate entrepreneurs. ഇപ്പോൾ വരുന്ന ഒരു വളരെ ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വിങ് തന്നെയാണ് അഗ്രികൾച്ചറൽ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ. സോ വി ക്യാൻ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഓക്കെ ദീസ് ആർ ഫാമേഴ്സ്. ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോ മോർ ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. യു ഹാവ് ഹൈഡ്രോഫോണിക് ഫാമിംഗ്. ഹാവ് യു ഹേർഡ് ഓഫ് ഇറ്റ്? ഹൈഡ്രോഫോണിക് ഫാമിങ്ങിൽ എന്താ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നമാണ് ദ അഡൾട്രേറ്റഡ് സബ്സ്റ്റൻസസ് ദാറ്റ് വി ആർ യൂസിങ്. ദ സോയിൽ ഹാസ് ബിക്കം completely zone out. നമുക്കത് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത അത്രേ നാശമായി കഴിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. So through water and air there is an option to create farming. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു വലിയ സ്റ്റോറി തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ നാളെ ജോലി കിട്ടി പോകുമ്പോൾ Amazon and Google in the Hyderabad, they have hydroponic counters in their building where you can purchase these vegetables and they are showing it to you in live how they are producing it out of air, and it is very interesting. So ഇതൊക്കെ പുതിയ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സ് ആണ് of taking something conventional to the most progressive end. Then comes the technical entrepreneur. Obviously from the term you will be understanding ഏതിലേക്കും നമ്മൾക്ക് ടെക്നോളജിയെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റുകയാണെങ്കിൽ that is termed as an technical entrepreneur. For example, ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അമ്പലത്തിൽ പോണേക്കാൾ മുന്നേ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പള്ളിയിലോ അമ്പലത്തിലോ വേറെ ഏത് പ്രേയിങ് പ്ലേസസിലായാലും അവിടുത്തെ എല്ലാ ഓഫറിങ്സും നമ്മൾക്ക് വെബ്സൈറ്റിലും ഓൺലൈനിലും ഇന്ന് ബുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പായസം എന്ത് വേണമെങ്കിലും യു ഗെറ്റ് ഇറ്റ്. നൗ ഹിയർ വാട്ട് ഹാസ് ബീൻ ഡൺ, പണ്ട് ഈ ലൈനിൽ നിൽക്കുന്ന സിസ്റ്റത്തിനെ ആരോ വിഷൻ ചെയ്യാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ഹിയർ ടെക്നോളജി ക്യാൻ ബി ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റഡ്, ഹിയർ ക്യൂയിങ് സിസ്റ്റം ക്യാൻ ബി ബ്രോട്ട് ഇൻ. നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുന്ന ഓപ്പറേഷൻ റിസർച്ച് അതിനെയൊക്കെയാണ് ഇവിടെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഈ യൂസിങ്ങിനെ, ഈ ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ അപ്ഗ്രഡേഷനെ ചെയ്യുന്നവരെയാണ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. Then comes non-technical entrepreneur. The non-technical entrepreneur is someone who is helping the entrepreneurs to make business. For example, your friend starts a business and you are promoting that particular business through your handles. Social media share, WhatsApp. All these things makes you indirectly a non-technical entrepreneur. Is it clear? I do understand all of you are dead tired and sleepy. But the event is totally different. So let's stay together and make it a success. The next one is professional entrepreneur. Professional entrepreneur is again where the scientists, the engineers are creating something new and giving it to the community, and swiftly they change to another project. ഇതിനെയാണ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ഓൺട്രപ്രണേഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഇന്ന് ഡെർമറ്റോളജി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സ്കിൻ കെയർ ആണ്. There are doctors even from America who are giving you consultancy through the web, where they will be scanning your skin through the, what to say, I think some technology, I don't know the name obviously, but they are able to get the right composition of your skin and they are giving the right treatment. ഇപ്പൊ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ എന്താ സംഭവിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് ബിസിനസ് മെൻ ആവുകയാണ്. ഓക്കെ, ആൻഡ് ദേ ആർ ചാർജിങ് മണി ഫോർ ഇറ്റ്. Then comes spontaneous entrepreneurs. Spontaneous entrepreneurs നമ്മൾ ചുറ്റും കാണുന്നത് തന്നെയാണ്. പെട്ടെന്നൊരു ഐഡിയ വരുന്നു and instantly they make money out of it. For example, you are someone who loves to make something handmade, and you were making and making, but suddenly one day you feel that, okay, let me sell it for 10 rupees or 20 rupees. And from there, the spark of being a business woman or businessman starts. This is termed as spontaneous entrepreneur. Then comes induced entrepreneur. Induced entrepreneur എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ you are basically motivated. ഏതെങ്കിലും സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുന്നത് കണ്ടിട്ട് you are getting into the idea of being an entrepreneur. So the technology could be one factor. Initially ഈ ടെക് ഉണ്ടതിനേക്ക് മുന്നേ അധികം ആർക്കും ബിസിനസ് അത്ര താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് ടെക്നോളജി എല്ലാം ഈസി ആക്കിയപ്പോൾ we feel that we are not limited to a particular region. Instead, the whole world could be our market. So, ഈ ഒരു expansion വന്നപ്പോൾ a lot of induced entrepreneurs have been created. Then comes motivated entrepreneur. Motivated entrepreneur is again someone who made money from a very small business and then thinks of making it a large scale business. Motivated entrepreneurs പൊതുവെ അവരുടെ സ്കിൽ ആൻഡ് എക്സ്പെർട്ടീസ് കാരണമാണ് അതിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നത്. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ പെയിന്റേഴ്സ്, വി ഓൾ പെയിന്റ്, ബട്ട് ദർ ആർ എക്സെപ്ഷണൽ പെയിന്റേഴ്സ് ഹു ഡു ഇറ്റ് ജസ്റ്റ് വാട്ട് ടു സേ ഫാബുലസ്ലി. സോ ദേ ബിക്കം വാട്ട് ഈസ് ടേംഡ് ആസ് മോട്ടിവേറ്റഡ് ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ. അപ്പൊ സ്കിൽ ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ടതും എക്സ്പെർട്ടീസ് ഉണ്ടാവുന്നതും ഇതിൽ വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. These are just technical terms. First generation entrepreneur, the Dhirubhai Ambani was one of his first generation entrepreneur. There was no legacy behind him. He was the first founder. The inherited or the second generation entrepreneurs is obviously their son, Mukesh Ambani, and even in Tata and Birla, they all conduct the business in that particular format. Now, the Anant Ambani, all those people, the next legacy will be falling under the third generation. Obviously, they have it easy. They have a well set up business and they have the responsibility of running and making it even more higher. Now, if you want to be an entrepreneur, what is the process of engaging in it? Primarily, it is developing a business plan. You want an idea. Then you have to look for the right resources. നിങ്ങളുടെ ബിസിനസ്സിന് പറ്റിയിട്ടുള്ള റിസോഴ്സസ് എവിടെ കിട്ടും എന്നുള്ളത് അറിയുക. ഇതിനൊക്കെ നമ്മൾക്ക് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈവൻ കോളേജ് ഇസ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസസ് വെയർ യു ഹാവ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ടാലന്റ് ആൻഡ് എ ലോട്ട് ഓഫ് ടൈം. If there are someone who is interested in doing business, you can take these concepts and make it into a practical application. Because last time when I came from your group itself, there were many whom I knew that they were doing business. Album creation, idellam cheyyunnavaruണ്ട്, baking and all those things. പക്ഷെ scale up ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ you should have a plan. After that, you should have the resources. Getting it in the right place at the right time at the right price. Then comes managing that resources and the people. Managing company എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ managing people എന്നാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. Even if it is 2, even if it is 3, you have to manage these people. Then comes harvesting. That means you have implemented and you're going to get what are the results, what are the outcomes. It could be a profit, it could be a loss, but you should have the grit to get up even if it's a loss. And that is something that every business person has to think. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ബിസിനസ് എല്ലാവർക്കും പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമല്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നമ്മൾ എപ്പോഴും ഈ ചിക്കൻസ് ഹാച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് മുന്നേ കയ്യിൽ കോഴിമുട്ട കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വി തിങ്ക് ഓക്കെ ദിസ് ഇസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു ബി 100, ദ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇസ് ഗോയിങ് ടു ബി 1000, ഇനി ഞാനൊരു പോൾട്രി ഫാം ഇടും. പക്ഷെ ഇങ്ങനെയല്ല പോവുക. പലപ്പോഴും ആദ്യത്തെ അറ്റംപ്റ്റിൽ തന്നെ യു വിൽ ഫേസ് ലോസ്. ബട്ട് ഇഫ് യു ആർ കോൺഫിഡൻറ്റ്, യു ഹാവ് ടു മേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് എ ലെസൺ and you have to change the narrative. Then comes you are discovering. ഈ ലെസൺസിൽ നിന്നാണ് പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ പുതിയൊരു മെത്തഡോളജി ഡിസ്കവർ ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. Okay, so even if it is a loss, you should not name it as what to say ഒരു നഷ്ടം, പക്ഷെ അതിന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഒരു പാഠമാണ് പഠിക്കേണ്ടത്. So, obviously, the risk that is associated to entrepreneurship is financial. നമ്മൾക്ക് നഷ്ടം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സാമ്പത്തികമായിട്ട് വളരെയധികം ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകൾ നേരിടും. Together with that, there is a lot of personal risk associated to it. നമ്മളൊരു 9 to 5 job ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ usually you finish the work and you are done. After 5, there is no taking work home. But for a business, it won't be like that. You might have to take your work home. നിങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ കിട്ടുന്ന സമയം വളരെ കുറവായിരിക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ആയിരിക്കണം നമ്മളെ വീട്ടിൽ കാത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതർവൈസ് പേഴ്സണൽ റിസ്ക്കും കൂടുതലാണ്. Obviously, there is career risk. പല ബിസിനസ്മെൻ പീപ്പിളും അവർ MBA പഠിച്ചിട്ടല്ല ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. They were people who were intending to be engineers, doctors, scientists, and they stop their profession in between and they take up entrepreneurship. So, if there is a loss, പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾക്ക് തിരിച്ചൊരു കരിയർ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ, if it is too late, it would be difficult. Then there is psychological risk. നമ്മൾ ഈ കേൾക്കുന്ന എല്ലാ സക്സസ് സ്റ്റോറീസും സക്സസ്ഫുൾ പീപ്പിളുടെ ആണ്. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ഹാർഡ്ലി വി ക്യാൻ കൗണ്ട് ഇൻ നമ്പേഴ്സ്, isn't it? നമ്മൾ വായിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള, നമുക്ക് അറിയാൻ താല്പര്യമുള്ള ബിസിനസ്സുകാരുടെ കഥകൾ വളരെ കുറവാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇതിൽ എത്രയോ ലക്ഷങ്ങളും കോടികളുമായിട്ടുള്ള അൺസക്സസ്ഫുൾ ബിസിനസ് പീപ്പിൾ ഉണ്ട്. ബട്ട് വി ഡോണ്ട് ഹിയർ ദെയർ സ്റ്റോറീസ്. സോ സൈക്കോളജിക്കൽ റിസ്ക് ഇസ് വെരി ഹെവി. If you have the grit and the strength to address it, then only be an entrepreneur. Next is understanding what are the traits of being an entrepreneur. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലാണ് ഒരു ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ ആവാൻ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ യോഗ്യതയുള്ളത്. The first one is the ability to take initiative. പലപ്പോഴും ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഇവന്റ്സ് ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ you can see that the teacher has given opportunities to the whole class, but there would be a very few who would get the limelight of it. ഈ ലൈംലൈറ്റിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾക്ക് ശരിക്കും അവരിൽ ഒരു ലീഡേഴ്സിനെ കാണാൻ പറ്റും. This happens very much in Kerala Varma campus. We have a lot of events being conducted and that is totally conducted by the students. ഈ കണ്ടക്ഷന്റെ ഇടയിൽ നന്നായി സംസാരിക്കുന്ന, അതിനെ ലീഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരും ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന പൊളിറ്റീഷ്യൻസ് ആണ് ഫ്രം കേരള വർമ്മ, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിംഗ് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ബിന്ദു ടീച്ചർ. So these people had that initiative taking capacity in them. Then comes looking for opportunities. ഈ മൈൻഡുകൾ ഒരിക്കലും ഒരു CV കൊടുക്കുന്നതിലോ എൻട്രൻസ് എക്സാം എഴുതുന്നതിലോ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നവരായിരിക്കില്ല. They always want to get opportunity from nowhere. ഇങ്ങനെ സംസാരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ if there is a spark, they would invest and they would think about it. Then persistence. You will fail. Undoubtedly you will fail, but you have to stay focused with your values and beliefs. Silent. There is information seeker. Information seeker ഒരു വലിയ എബിലിറ്റി തന്നെയാണ്. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾക്ക് ചാറ്റ് GPT ഉണ്ട്, വെബ് ബ്രൗസിംഗ് ഫെസിലിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ എത്ര പേരാണ്, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ നമുക്ക് ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ വേണ്ട, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ജോലി ഏതാണ് എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇന്ന് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പണ്ടത്തേനേക്കാൾ കുറവാണ് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. ബിക്കോസ് ദർ ഇസ് അബൻഡൻസ് ഓഫ് ഓപ്ഷൻ. ഓപ്ഷൻസ് കൂടുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾക്ക് എന്ത് ഡിസൈഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, ഞാൻ ഇനി എന്താവണം. സോ ദ സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഹാസ് ബിക്കം ഈവൻ മോർ വേഴ്സ്. പക്ഷേ ഒരു ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ ആവാൻ താല്പര്യമുള്ള ആൾക്ക് ഈ കൺഫ്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. They have their own judgments and beliefs. And they are quality conscious. പലപ്പോഴും ഇന്ന് ബിസിനസ്സുകൾക്ക് പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു വലിയ വീഴ്ച, we only calculate the numbers, the profit. We don't calculate about the quality that we are providing. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇതിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും നല്ലൊരു സെനാരിയോ ആണ് റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ്സ്. മുക്കിലും മൂലയിലും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾക്ക് റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ്സ് കാണാം അല്ലേ? ഒപ്പം ഫുഡ് വ്ളോഗേഴ്സും കൂടി ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് കേരളത്തിന്റെ തന്നെ ഇന്ത്യയുടെയും തന്നെ പല ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നാണ് ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കാൻ അവിടെ എത്തുന്നത്. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു വലിയ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഫീൽ ചെയ്തത്, ഞാൻ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ ഭാരത് റെസ്റ്റോറന്റ് അവിടെയാണ് നിൽക്കുന്നത്. I saw 2 Punjabis who came all the way from North India. Actually, they are bikers. And they are coming in search of Bharat Hotel, saying that the palak paneer over there is tremendous. നമ്മുടെ ഈ തൃശ്ശൂരുള്ള പാലക് പനീർ അവർക്ക് ഭയങ്കര സംഭവമായിട്ടാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. സോ ദിസ് ഇസ് ദ ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ്, അണ്ടർസ്റ്റുഡ്. അപ്പൊ ഈ ക്വാളിറ്റി കോൺഷ്യസ് ആവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമാണ് നമുക്ക് നല്ല പ്രൊഡക്ട്സ് കൺസ്യൂമറിന് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. If you are someone who wants profit, give it in writing. That business is not going to last. So uncompromised ആയിട്ടുള്ള ക്വാളിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണെങ്കിൽ, yes, you can take up entrepreneurship. Now this is another term, that is intrapreneurs. Intrapreneurs എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ within the organization, when you discover or innovate something new, you become an intrapreneur. For example, Google, Amazon, ഇതിലൊക്കെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നവരാണ് അതിന്റെ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർസ് ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. പല പ്രൊജക്ട്സും കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അതിന്റെ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഒന്നും അല്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ അതിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അതിലെ എഞ്ചിനീയേഴ്സ് ആണ്. So they are termed as intrapreneurs, who are working within the organization and giving claim and acclaim to the company they have been employed. ഈ ഇന്റർപ്രണേഴ്സിന്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത, they are very talented. ഈ ടാലന്റ് ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ they think of starting a business when they are working. ഇതെന്ന് വളരെയധികം കണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് തുടങ്ങുക. സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സിന്റെ എണ്ണം ഇന്ന് വളരെ കൂടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. Because the government support rendered to entrepreneurs is high. പലതരത്തിലെ program, Make in India, then there is Mudra Yojana. All these things are basically to promote what is termed as entrepreneurship. Understood? Then there is another term, that is co-preneurs. Co-preneurs is basically couples who work together. Now, we couples to work together എന്നുള്ളതിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നതാണ് Cafe Coffee Day. Have you heard of it? Actually, the primary founder of that particular concern, he committed suicide. There was a big debt. His wife was working with him, പക്ഷെ അന്ന് സൈലന്റ് ആയിരുന്നു. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അവർ കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി ടേക്ക് ഓവർ ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ now Cafe Coffee Day is again one of the leading cafeterias in India. Now this is termed as co-preneur. പണ്ട് സൈലന്റ് ആയിരുന്നു എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഡിഫറൻസ് ഒഴികെ, if there is intention, there is a lot of chances where you can do work together as a couple. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു വലിയ ഫേമസ് ആയിട്ടൊരു in YouTube you can find, I don't know the name, ഹിന്ദിയിലാണ്. അവര് രണ്ട് ബെസ്റ്റ് ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് ആണ്, മാൻ ആൻഡ് എ ലേഡി. ഇവര് ഒരുപാട് ട്രാവൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു, വളരെ ഫണ്ണി ആയിട്ടാണ് ഇവര് വീഡിയോസ് ഇറക്കുന്നത്. I know this is weak, I should get the right names, but they are very interesting to watch. So ഇങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്ന, കൊളാബറേറ്റീവ് ആയി ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിനെ നമ്മൾ co-preneurs എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. You can even start this with your friends. Then comes ultrapreneurs. Basically ultrapreneurs എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ they are super competent team. Super competent ടീമിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആണ് ഇപ്പൊ സ്റ്റിച്ചിങ്, ടൈലറിംഗ് എല്ലാവരും ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട് ഇല്ലേ? ബട്ട് വെരി ഫ്യൂ ഓഫ് ദം ഗിവ് ദ അഡ്വർടൈസ്മെന്റ് ഓഫ് 1 മണിക്കൂറിൽ അടിച്ചു തരുന്നു എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ they fall into the category of ultrapreneurs. They have a team for every individual action of an ordinary event. ഒരു ഡ്രസ്സ് സ്റ്റിച്ച് ചെയ്യണ ആൾക്കാരെയൊക്കെ അവർ ചെറിയൊരു ടീമാക്കി 1 മണിക്കൂറിന്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ അവരെന്താ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, 1-2 ദിവസം എടുത്ത് കൊടുക്കുന്ന പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് 1 മണിക്കൂറിൽ ഡെലിവറി ചെയ്യാണ്. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു now for even for baking and all these things you find instant delivery. ബ്ലിങ്കിറ്റിലൊക്കെ ടൈമാണ് അവർ കൊടുക്കുന്നത്, within 5 minutes. Now even in Amazon you have the same day delivery. Now what they are doing is that from entrepreneur they are becoming ultrapreneurs. So what are the traits that you should have to become entrepreneurially competent? Basically, knowledge, motive, and skill. This is something that you should be having. Knowledge എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ in-depth knowledge of what you want. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ളത് എന്താണോ? ചിലപ്പോൾ കളിക്കുന്നതായിരിക്കാം, ഗെയിമിംഗ് ആയിരിക്കാം, ചിലപ്പോൾ വെറുതെ വർത്താനം പറയുന്നതായിരിക്കാം. ഇന്ന് ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ ഒരു കഫറ്റീരിയ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. It is named as Healthy Minds, where there is slot, there is people only to hear you with a cup of tea. എന്താന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഇമോഷണൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസ് കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്ന ഈ കാലത്ത് ആൾക്കാർക്ക് വർത്താനം പറയാൻ ഇന്ന് ആൾക്കാരില്ല. ചൈനയിലും ജപ്പാനിലും ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പ് ആണ് ആപ്സിലൂടെ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഫോർ 1 hour they charge you money. They become your friend. They will hear you. You can go to the mall with them. They will drop you wherever they want. So this is termed as what? Knowledge. നമ്മൾ എന്താണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ക്ഷാമം അതുമ്മ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു കഴിവ്. Then comes skill. We all know about emotional intelligence. ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പ് ഇല്ല, ലോൺലിനെസ് ഉണ്ട്, ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ കേൾക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇതിനെ ഒരു ബിസിനസ് ഐഡിയയിലേക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ വളരെ കുറച്ച് പേരെ തിങ്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. So this type of a skill is required to be an entrepreneur. Then obviously you need a motive. എവിടെയാണ് ഒരു ബിസിനസിനെ കൊണ്ടെത്തിക്കേണ്ടത്? Where you want that business to reach? What is your intention behind that business? It is very important. So, acquire what is termed as hard competence. Hard skill competence എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. When you get that certificate, you are becoming a hard skillly competent person. Then what comes together with it is soft skill competency. For example, ഈ സെയിൽസ് പേഴ്സൺ ആവുന്നത് നമ്മൾക്ക് തോന്നും എല്ലാവർക്കും പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം, വിറ്റാ പോരെ എന്നുള്ളത്. ബട്ട് യു നീഡ് എ വെരി പെക്യൂലിയർ ടാക്ടിക്സ് ടു സെൽ സംതിങ് അറ്റ് ദ പ്രൈസ് ദാറ്റ് യു വാണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ട ഒരു വിലയ്ക്ക് ഒരു സാധനം ഒരാളെ പറഞ്ഞ് ഫലിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള കഴിവ്. ദാറ്റ് ടു ഡെയിലി, നോട്ട് ജസ്റ്റ് 1 day. യു ആർ ഡൂയിങ് ഇറ്റ് ഡെയിലി. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ സ്കില്ലുകളെയാണ് നമ്മൾ എന്ത് പറയുന്നത്? സോഫ്റ്റ് സ്കിൽ competency. ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങളൊരു പാർലറിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ the next day they call you asking for how was the service. You can give your feedback. Understood? അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു അപ്രോച്ച്. അപ്പൊ ഈ വിളിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഓർക്കണം, അവരൊരിക്കലും നമ്മളോട് നല്ലത് മാത്രമല്ല പറയുക. ആ ദേഷ്യപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾക്ക് ദേഷ്യം വന്നിട്ട് ആ ഫോൺ വെച്ച് ഇനി ഞങ്ങളുടെ അവിടേക്ക് വരണ്ട എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരാളാണെങ്കിൽ they don't have soft skill competency. Instead, you must have the ability to listen to it and work on it. So, either develop ചെയ്യാനും psychologically and scientifically there is a method that is termed as Kakinada experience. Now here, primarily there is 4 steps that you have to follow. അത് entrepreneur ആവാൻ മാത്രമല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിനുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടിയാണ്. എന്ത് കാര്യം ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാലും ആദ്യം തന്നെ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത് റെക്കഗ്നൈസ് ചെയ്യുക. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, വെൻ യു റൈറ്റ് എൻ അസൈൻമെന്റ്, മേ ബി യുവർ ഹാൻഡ് റൈറ്റിംഗ് ഇസ് ഗുഡ്, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് എ സ്ട്രെങ്ത്. മേ ബി യു നോ ടു ബ്രൗസ് എഫിഷ്യൻ്റ്ലി. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർ 10 പോയിന്റ് എഴുതി, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് 20 പോയിന്റ് എഴുതാൻ പറ്റിയാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചാറ്റ് GPT കൂടുതൽ നന്നായിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ അറിയാം. ഓർ മേ ബി യു നോ ടു make it beautiful and colorful. That means there is a designer competency in you. Like that, whatever you do, understand your competency. Then comes self-assessment. Through the self-assessment, you will be able to understand what are your strengths. Together with that, you have to understand what are your weakness. അപ്പോൾ വീക്ക്നെസ് ഉള്ള ഏരിയകളിൽ നമ്മൾ പോയി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യരുത്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ കരിയർ ഓപ്ഷൻസ് ചൂസ് ചെയ്യരുത്. പലപ്പോഴും ഇത് 11th സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡിലെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പറ്റാറുണ്ട്. വീട്ടിൽ നിന്നുള്ള പ്രഷർ കാരണം സയൻസ് ഒക്കെ വളരെ ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ആയിട്ടായെങ്കിലും നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അതെടുത്ത് പഠിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങും. വെൻ യു സ്റ്റാർട്ട് വർക്കിംഗ് ഓൺ ഇറ്റ്, ആഫ്റ്റർ എ പോയിന്റ് യു കാൺട്ട് മൂവ്. നമ്മൾക്ക് ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഒരു ക്ലാസ് കേൾക്കാൻ തോന്നില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് യു ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് ദ കമ്പീറ്റൻസി ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് സബ്ജക്ട്. നേരെ മറിച്ച് ഇതേ കുട്ടി ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒരു കോമേഴ്സിലോ ഹ്യൂമാനിറ്റീസിലോ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ദേ വിൽ സ്കോർ എ റാങ്ക്, because they are more ingrained into understanding concepts. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ വർക്കിംഗ്, ഒരു ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ അക്കൗണ്ടിങ് ടാലി ആക്കുക, എത്രയോ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ആ ടാലി ആക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു എനർജി ഉണ്ട്. സോ ദീസ് ആർ ദ തിങ്സ് ദാറ്റ് യു ഹാവ് ടു ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ബിഫോർ ചൂസിങ് എ കരിയർ. ദെൻ കമ്പീറ്റൻസി അപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ. നന്നായി ബ്രൗസ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾക്ക് നമ്മളുടെ സ്ട്രെങ്ത്തിനനുസരിച്ച് എന്തൊക്കെ കരിയർ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് ചൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഇഫ് യു ആർ എ ഗുഡ് പെയിന്റർ, there is a lot of engineering aspects that you can invest into. Biology ishtamanengil, commerce ishtamanengil, now there are new sources, careers that is termed as human informatics. Human informatics എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മനുഷ്യന്റെ ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുക, അവരുടെ സൈക്കോളജിക്കൽ ട്രേറ്റ് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുക, ഏത് തരത്തിലെ ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ സൊസൈറ്റിയിലുള്ളത്, ഈ തരത്തിലെ സെഗ്രിഗേഷൻ ഓഫ് ഡാറ്റ അടക്കം ഇന്ന് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ജോബ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ഇതിനെയൊക്കെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് പലപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾക്ക് മിന്ത്ര അതേപോലത്തെ സൈറ്റ്സിലൊക്കെ യു ഗെറ്റ് റെക്കമെൻഡേഷൻസ്, isn't it? ഇന്ന ഡ്രസ്സിന്റെ കൂടെ ഇന്നത് പോവും എന്നൊക്കെ അവർ പറയുന്നത്. ദേ ആർ അനലൈസിങ് യുവർ ഡാറ്റ ആൻഡ് ടുഗദർ വിത്ത് ദാറ്റ് ദേ ആർ അപ്ലൈയിങ് ഹ്യൂമൻ ഇൻഫോർമാറ്റിക്സ്. അതായത് ഒരു പേഴ്സന്റെ സൈക്കോളജി, ഈ പ്രായത്തിലുള്ള ഒരാളുടെ സൈക്കോളജി എന്താണ്, അപ്പൊ അതിനനുസരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഫീഡ്സ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരുന്നു, അതിനനുസരിച്ച് കൺസ്യൂമറിസം കൂട്ടുന്നു. Now this is the last one. You have to be open to get feedback. നമ്മളൊരു കാര്യം ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ആണ് എന്ന് വിശ്വസിക്കാൻ ഒരിക്കലും പാടില്ല. Even if you are a student, even if you are an entrepreneur or an employee, you should be open towards feedback. And because feedback is very important, nowadays you have this particular thing everywhere. നമ്മൾ ഡിക്കാത്തലോണിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ you have to give feedback. Even after ending a call, നിങ്ങളൊരു കോൾ സെന്ററിൽ ഫോൺ ചെയ്തു, they ask for feedback. യുനോ ആപ്പ്, എല്ലാ ബാങ്കിങ് ആപ്സിലും ഏത് ട്രാൻസാക്ഷന് ശേഷവും ഇന്ന് ഫീഡ്ബാക്ക് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. So you should also, as a person, get the feedback. And when you do this process continuously, you are experiencing what is termed as kekinada. ഇതിന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഹാർഡ് സ്കില്ലും സോഫ്റ്റ് സ്കില്ലും കുറെയൊക്കെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ആൻഡ് ഡോണ്ട് ഫോർഗെറ്റ് ടു ജേർണൽ ഇറ്റ്. ഡോണ്ട് കീപ് ഇറ്റ് ഇൻ യുവർ മൈൻഡ്. ഇതെല്ലാം എഴുതി വെക്കുക. ഇന്ന് ഈ പ്രായത്തിൽ പറ്റുന്ന സ്കില്ലല്ല നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു 6 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ. So you should always have a graph of understanding where you are heading to. So റിസ്ക് ബെയറിംഗ് ബിഹേവിയർ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, റിസ്ക് എടുക്കാനുള്ള കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, യെസ് യു ക്യാൻ ബി ആൻ ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ. ടുഗദർ വിത്ത് ദാറ്റ്, എബിലിറ്റി ടു ചേഞ്ച്, അഡാപ്ഷൻ ടുവേർഡ്സ് ചേഞ്ച്. ദിസ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് സംതിങ് വി ഓൾ ഹാവ്. മോസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ പീപ്പിൾ ആർ വെരി കംഫർട്ടബിൾ ഇൻ ദെയർ ഫെമിലിയർ സ്പേസ്. ഫെമിലിയാരിറ്റി വരുമ്പോഴാണ് നമ്മൾക്ക് കംഫർട്ട്. ഇതിന്റെ ഒരു നല്ല എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് പറയാം. ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് അറിയുന്ന എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? റെഗുലർലി ഡ്രൈവ് ചെയ്യുന്നവര്. ഈ റെഗുലർലി ഡ്രൈവ് ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് ഒരു ഹാബിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ദേ വിൽ നോട്ട് ചൂസ് ന്യൂ റൂട്ട്സ്. ന്യൂ റോഡ് ആക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഭയങ്കര വിമുഖതയാണ്. എല്ലാവർക്കും അല്ല, ചിലവർക്ക്. അതിൽ എക്സ്പ്ലോറിംഗ് ടെൻഡൻസി ഉള്ളവരാണ് കൂടുതൽ ഈ ട്രാവലേഴ്സ് ആയി മാറുന്നത്. അല്ലാത്തവർക്ക് ആ സെയിം റൂട്ട് കൂടെ പോയില്ലെങ്കിൽ വളരെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. സോ this is something, if you have adaptability, you can be an entrepreneur. Then the ability to marshal the resources at his command. നമ്മൾക്ക് വേണമെന്ന് തോന്നുമ്പോൾ റിസോഴ്സസിലേക്ക് എത്താനുള്ള ഒരു കപ്പാസിറ്റി. Now this is again tricky. നല്ല കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ സ്കിൽ ഉണ്ടാവണം, നല്ല ഡിപ്ലോമസി ഉണ്ടാവണം, അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ് അതർ പേഴ്സൺ, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് എംപതി ഉണ്ടാവണം. ഇതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രം ക്രെഡിബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവണം. ട്രാൻസ്പെറൻസി. You have to be an honest person to be a good businessman. So if these skills are there, obviously you can think of choosing this as a career. And you have to be a good organizer and a manager. ഈ എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളെയും റിസ്കുകളുടെ കൂടെ ടെൻഷന്റെ കൂടെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഇതൊരു ഓപ്ഷനായി എടുക്കാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. So these are some of the characteristics that you can check into if you are thinking of being an entrepreneur. Action-oriented, leadership, discipline, self-confidence. All these things are very important. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് തൊട്ട് ഇന്നലെ ഉണ്ടായ ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ കോളേജിൽ വൈവ നടക്കുകയാണ് MCOM സ്റ്റുഡൻസിൻ്റെ. സോ ഏകദേശം 20 കുട്ടികളാണുള്ളത്. 18 കുട്ടികൾ വരെയും the teachers who came were not that happy with the project, okay, because they were not convincing them. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും വളരെ മൂഡ് ഔട്ട് ആയിട്ടാണ് പുറത്തേക്ക് വരുന്നത്. So one of the leaders in that particular class, she came up and she gave us her feedback after the viva. അവൾ പറഞ്ഞ 2-3 ലൈൻസ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് വളരെ ഇഷ്ടമായി. അതെന്താന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവർ ഇരുന്ന് ഗ്രില്ല് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്, ഇത് ചെയ്തത് ശരിയായില്ല, ഇങ്ങനെയല്ല ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. It was one thing that she said, "Ma'am, I'm very confident about the 2 months of work that I have done on this project. And my result and analysis is convincing and I can prove it to you in mathematical explanation." ഇത് പറഞ്ഞോടുകൂടി വൈവ കണ്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നവർക്ക് ഒന്നും പറയാനില്ല. They are scared. Basically അത് പറയാൻ അവൾക്ക് പറ്റുമോ ഇല്ലേ എന്നുള്ളതല്ല, പക്ഷെ ആ സെൽഫ് കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ടു കൺവിൻസ്, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. സോ ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ അഗെയിൻ, ഇന്ന് പലപ്പോഴും ബിസിനസ്സുകൾ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോകുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു വലിയ കാര്യം അതാണ്. വളരെ ലേറ്റ് നൈറ്റ് ഉറങ്ങുന്നവരും വളരെ ലേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് എണീക്കുന്നവർക്കും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമേ അല്ല ബിസിനസ്. Because the time management has to be 24/7. There is no Saturday, there is no Sunday. You cannot give reasons. So ഈ reasoning habit ആണെങ്കിൽ 9 to 5 job is the best. ഇതിനും again I have a life experience. My father-in-law is a businessman who is running business for the past 75 years. ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങളുടെ ബിസിനസ് എറണാകുളത്താണ്. ഈ ഫ്ലഡ് വന്ന സമയത്ത് the whole of Ernakulam district is in water. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ജീവന് വേണ്ടി ഓടുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ father-in-law, now it has been 20 years since I have been married, ഈ 20 വർഷവും അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ ക്ലോക്ക് എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് പറയാം. What he is doing at correct 5 o'clock, what he is doing at correct 4 o'clock. ഈ ഫ്ലഡിൻ്റെ സമയത്തടക്കം he went there, he opened the store and he is saying that customers will come. Customers will come for their need. It is not about money. അവരവിടെ വരുമ്പോൾ അവരുടെ എഫർട്ടിനെ നമ്മൾ വാല്യൂ കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത് ഒരു ബിസിനസ്സുകാരൻ്റെ എത്തിക്സ് ആണ്. ആൻഡ് വി വർ ബിവിൽഡേർഡ്. വി ഓൾ ആർ സിറ്റിംഗ് ഇൻ ഹോം, എവിടേക്കും പോവരുത്. ബട്ട് ഹി ഡിഡ് ഇറ്റ്. ഹി ഈസ് 82. 82 വയസ്സാണ്. അപ്പോൾ 75 വർഷമായി ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. അത്രയും ചെറുപ്പത്തിൽ. അപ്പോൾ ദിസ് ഇസ് നോട്ട് ദാറ്റ് ഈസി ടു ടേക്ക് അപ്പ് ആസ് എൻ കരിയർ ഓപ്ഷൻ. ആൻഡ് ഇഫ് യു ആർ ക്രിയേറ്റീവ്, ഡിറ്റർമിൻ, ഗോൾ ഓറിയൻറ്റഡ്, ഓപ്പൺ മൈൻഡഡ്. ഇപ്പോൾ കോവിഡ് വന്നു, a lot of things changed. A lot of business has become work from home. അപ്പോൾ ഈ രീതിയിലെ ചേഞ്ചസിനോടൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഫ്ലെക്സിബിൾ ആയി നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമാണ് ഇനി ബിസിനസ് തുടങ്ങാൻ പാടുള്ളൂ. ആൻഡ് നൗ ദ ടൈംസ് ഹാവ് ഈവൻ ബിക്കം വെരി ഡിഫറെൻറ്റ്. ഇന്നുള്ളൊരു ഐഡിയ ചിലപ്പോൾ നാളേക്ക് ഒബ്സലീറ്റ് ആണ്. അത്ര കുറച്ച് ഷെൽഫ് ലൈഫേ ഐഡിയകൾക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ ദീസ് ആർ ദ റിസ്ക് ദാറ്റ് കം വിത്ത് ഇറ്റ്. സോ ദ കീ ഡ്രൈവേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പ്, നിങ്ങൾക്കൊരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ ഇതിലുണ്ട് എന്ന് തോന്നാൻ പ്രൈമർലി ഡിജിറ്റൽ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ ഇസ് വൺ ഓഫ് ദ കീ ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ്. അതായത് എല്ലാം ഡിജിറ്റലൈസ്ഡ് ആവുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഏരിയയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ സ്കിൽസ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തോളൂ. Together with your graduation, get into courses that will make you digitally equipped. And when you do that, you can obviously learn about blockchain, AI, then cloud computing. ഇതിനെ എല്ലാത്തിനെയും പറ്റി വളരെയധികം ഡെപ്തിൽ മനസ്സിലാക്കുക. Become a skillful person. Then ഗവൺമെന്റ് സപ്പോർട്ട്. എന്തൊക്കെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് സപ്പോർട്ടുകളാണ് കിട്ടുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടാവുക. Then you can surely work on green and sustainable entrepreneurship. ഇപ്പോൾ റിസോഴ്സസ് കുറയുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ സോളാർ, അതേമാതിരി വേസ്റ്റ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ്, then all these areas, എയർ പൊല്യൂഷൻ കുറയ്ക്കുന്നത്, ഇതിനെയൊക്കെ പറ്റി തന്നെ നമ്മൾക്കൊരു താല്പര്യമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഫീൽഡിൽ നമ്മൾക്കൊരു ഓൺടർപ്രണർ ആവാൻ പറ്റും. Because there is need for renewable energy. Together with that, There is global market access. Today you are in India, but you're not an Indian businessman. You're a global businessman. അപ്പൊ ഈ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾക്ക് ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പിനെ ഒരുപാട് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. Obviously, ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ സെഷൻ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ സെഷൻസ് ഒന്നും പണ്ടില്ല. So you have avenues to get idea about entrepreneurship. And there is inclusive entrepreneurship. ഇപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡിസേബിൾഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരോട് കൂടുതൽ താല്പര്യമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവരെ ചേർത്ത് ബിസിനസ് നടത്താം. Women entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, rural entrepreneurship. All these things are area that is giving promotion to inclusivity. എല്ലാവരെയും ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുക. ഇതെല്ലാം എമേർജിംഗ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഓഫ് ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് ആണ്. നമ്മൾക്ക് സ്പേസ് ടെക്നോളജി ഉണ്ട്, ഡീപ് ടെക്നോളജി ഉണ്ട്, ഹെൽത്ത്, അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ, ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ടെക്നോളജി, then tourism and creative industries. ഇതിലെല്ലാം തന്നെ ജോബ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ആൻഡ് ഓൺടർപ്രണർഷിപ്പിന് സ്കോപ്പ് കൂടുതലാണ്. So with this, I would like to conclude that is people often say that motivation doesn't last. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു സൈക്കോളജിസ്റ്റിന്റെ അടുത്തൊക്കെ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തെറപ്പീസ് പലപ്പോഴും എഫക്റ്റീവ് ആവാറില്ല. എന്താന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ you have to practice this daily. It is like taking bath every day. So he is saying, well, neither does taking bath. കുളിക്കുന്നതും എന്താണ്, ഇടയ്ക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമല്ല, എന്നും ചെയ്യണം. അതേമാതിരി ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് ഉറപ്പുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രം അത് പ്രാക്ടീസ് ചെയ്യുക, ഡെയിലി ലൈഫിലേക്ക് റെക്കമെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുക. So, thank you. And I would really say, we all have to be self-sufficient. നമ്മൾ സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തമാവുക, ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻ്റ് ആവുക. ഇതിന് money is very important because it gives you option. But money is not the call. If you have passionate ideas, if you like to be different, if you like to lead a life that is interesting every day, become an entrepreneur and give employment to those who are unemployed. ഇന്ന് വളരെയധികം സ്കാൻഡൽസ് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അൺഎംപ്ലോയിഡ് കുട്ടികളെ കോക്രോച്ച് എന്നാണ് വിശേഷിപ്പിച്ചത് നമ്മളുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ. So these are statements that should create a spark in you to, what to say, vanish such statements. ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാവാൻ പാടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഐഡിയ ഇല്ലാത്ത ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ജോലി കൊടുക്കുക. And let us grow and help others grow. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words and valuable insights that have motivated us to think beyond possibilities and embrace innovation.
As a token of our heartfelt appreciation, may I request Dr. Linda Mary Simon ma'am to kindly present a memento to our esteemed resource person.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Actually, our topic is regarding fintech. Before that, you should know about what is the reality behind the financial revolution in the world. I'm sure that you all are associating with directly or indirectly finance or commerce. We should understand that all the revolutions and changes, all the technological advancement happened because of only one reason, that is making money. End of the day, as far as you are concerned, this college is concerned, the end result all are focusing is you want to end up with a great job with a great salary. Who is giving salary? It is by a corporate. And what is the ultimate aim of that corporate? That is doing business and making money. During 16th century, what happened is like when the business want to expand, one country in the world in the 16th century, they started the first central bank in the world, and that is a Bank of England. After that, every time, because of some need, because of some urgency, they have created each and every financial advancement. Take an example, it started with the Central Bank of England because they want to completely manage the banking system and money management system in the world. And later that leads to issue of bonds. I think you may be learning about the bond. It started from 16th century. After that, they have created concept of stock market. In theoretically, you may be learning the concept of stock market is for investors to participate, but practically it is a platform to raise the fund for corporate world because they want to make more money from that one. Even today in the business line, in all the financial newspaper, a new IPO is started today. The purpose of that IPO is bring money into the system, and by using the money they are making more money, or we can call it as wealth creation. And after the stock market, they created something called negotiable instrument. But the real technological advancement happened when they are first introduced a concept of a credit card, and that happened in diners club credit card. In during 1960, that credit card came to India in the same name, diners club. And after that, they realized that the cost of transaction when you goes to the bank, it's very high. I don't know whether you remember or not. Maybe 15, 20 years before, when I was a student like you, I want to pay amount to the university for writing the examination. I have to go to State Bank of India. That was the only bank which has got treasury. I have to be in the queue for 2-3 hours, make the payment in the form of a DD, and I'm getting a challan. And that university get the money only after 4 or 5 days, maybe it may be more than a week. And later they created a concept called ATM, and the first ATM was created by Barclays Bank. And what is the relevance of that ATM? I don't know whether you realize or not. If you directly go to a bank and you try to withdraw the money, the cost of the transaction comes to almost 25 rupees. And if you go to an ATM and withdraw the money from ATM, its costing is just 5 rupees. And the first time in India, HSBC Bank brought ATM in India. And later, each and everything happened. It's the purpose of making money. And as a student, you must know about one company if you are actually studying finance. And that company is created by Mikhail Bloomberg. I don't know whether you heard about or not. The first fintech company, we can call it as, the name is Bloomberg. I don't know how many of you heard about Bloomberg. Could you tell me? Anybody heard about Bloomberg? No one heard about Bloomberg? Today itself, you must go to, you must search about Bloomberg, because of Bloomberg, it's actually used by all the financial analysts in India. And they have a channel, they have a magazine, they have a platform called Bloomberg Terminal. And if you search in the net, you can able to see that Bloomberg Terminal has got a bigger keyboard, two very big screen, and you will get any kind of corporate and financial information related anywhere in the world. Any news related to finance happened anywhere in the world, Bloomberg is the first company to report that one. And you know, that is the first. Previously, the Bloomberg used to conduct a test for the students called Bloomberg Aptitude Test. And that company is working all over the world. Even in India, it is there. I have a fortunate to work for that, use the Bloomberg terminal when I was working as an analyst. And when the topic comes to financial technology, it is very close to my heart because I started my financial career in during 2004. I joined as a financial analyst at Mumbai-based company called Sykes and Race Equity India Limited. And there what happened is, like, as a Malayali, I was a little bit conservative because all the rest of the people were very aggressive. There is no difference between male and female over there. And what happened is that I was working in the research desk. I can able to listen a lot of noise from the nearby room. And later I came to know that that room is known as arbitrage room. In that arbitrage room, what happened is, like, it is a place of complete greed and fear. Full of greed and fear because they are dealing with, one person has to deal with the two monitor, two keyboard, and what they are doing in one monitor, it is full of BSC cash market, another monitor it is full of NSE cash market and futures market. Basically what these arbitrages are doing, they are actually looking for the price changes between these two markets, and they buy from one market and sell it in another market, and all these things has to happen within a short span of time, and it was not an easy job. And when I look at that room, it was full of, greed and fear. Means they can't able to control their emotions because they invest crores of rupees for one transaction, and that transaction is being completely funded by a broker. And it is almost, that room consists of people aged from 20 years to 60 years of age. They are experiencing how to make money from that one. And when I look at the keyboard, many of the keys were not there. For example, if I am using F3 key, F4 and F5 key is completely removed. I thought that it is because they are beating that keyboard very fast. Because of that, actually, it got unplugged from there. But intentionally, they removed the keyboard keys from there because they don't have the time to look at the key. That was the past phase you have to do a transaction like this. As on today, there is a segment called algo trading. I don't know whether you are aware or not. In Indian market, almost 70% of the transactions are done by high-end algorithm models. That means a machine is buying stocks, machine is selling stocks. And most of the algo tradings are happening in futures and option market. And as a student, you must know what exactly the journey of that financial revolution. If you look at here, as I told you, it started with 1916 credit card, later all ATMs. And I don't know whether you are aware what is the current scenario of ATM in India today. I hope you all remember COVID, right? After the post-COVID, what happened? The behavior of the people completely changed, and ATMs becomes very expensive for the bank. And in between, some interesting thing happened. That is, during 2004, in between there are a lot of other things. Internet banking came. I don't know whether you heard about a company called PayPal. Have you heard about a company called PayPal? What is PayPal does? What PayPal does? It helps for inter-country transfer of money. And in between 2000 and 2010, one interesting thing happened. That is 2008 financial crisis. I don't know whether you heard about Lehman Brothers. That is one of the best and most recommended risk managers in the world. 2008 financial crisis, that Lehman Brothers failed to manage their own risk, and that company completely collapsed. And the post that, some interesting thing happened in India. We have created a DPI system. Every student must know about that one. What is DPI? It's called Digital Public Infrastructure. We have to thank to the former Prime Minister of India, Manmohan Singh. He created a card, and that card actually revolutionized the Indian financial industry. And that card has got a number, and that card carries each and everyone's data. Could you tell me what is the name of that card? That card is Aadhaar card. By using Aadhaar card, India developed a digital infrastructure system that made complete turnaround. And for that, they have created one of the subsidiary of Reserve Bank of India, and the name of that subsidiary is called National Payment Corporation of India. That made, and as far as India is concerned, one of the models the globe recognized. So far there was no concept like that. They created National Payment Corporation. That organization manages all the payment system in India. As I told you, during, you know, 19th century, negotiable instruments are invented. After that, what happened is like how to transfer the money to a second person. It was a challenge. When it is comes to business, speed is important. For increasing the speed, they came up with a lot of technology. I told you, for making a deed, it took a lot of time, and there was a lot of other payment systems are there in India. It's like RTGS. I hope you heard about RTGS, IMPS, NEFT, and they did a beautiful thing. It's called UPI. And the UPI completely transformed the way people think. It completely changed the culture of people in India, because after the UPI came into the picture, what happened is like our habit changed. We stopped going to ATMs. We stopped going to banks, and ATMs becomes a headache for all the banks. And for your information, post COVID, 50% of ATMs in India completely closed. Today, every ATM is struggling like anything to survive it. That is the reason, I hope you remember, maybe 5 years before or 6 years before, every ATM had a watchman. Today, there is no watchman in the ATM. Am I right or wrong? Every ATM was AC. Today, AC is not working. Every ATM was neat and cleaned. Today, ATM is full of mess. How this happens? Because very few companies are running ATM business in India. The first company is Prism. The second company is Hitachi. And the third company is Writers. They recognize it's very, very difficult to run it. And they are struggling like anything. And you can able to see that going forward, the size of ATMs are drastically came down. You can able to see very miniature form of ATM. And one more thing happened. Every ATM has to pay their electricity bill in advance. Because of that, they are in huge working capital crisis. And why this crisis is created? Because of one thing, that is your culture of making payment through your Google Pay, Phone Pay, and all kind of payment system you are using. And that is a complete turnaround in Indian financial industry. If you look at, you take your mobile phone. Previously, what purpose you were using mobile phone? It was just making a call or getting a message. Today, the purpose of things were completely changed. And if you take all your financial activities completely managing through your mobile phone. So basically what happened because of this, a complete transition from a phase of banking industry to a mobile banking. And that we can able to see that UPI, AI, and if you look at each decade solve one financial problem, making your finance become very simple, easy, and smarter. And I told you at the beginning what happened in the world of business. Every business is doing for creating wealth. Everyone want to create the wealth. So creating the wealth, what they will do, they try to invent something new, create more comfort to the customer, make the customer very happy, and because of this, customer is willing to pay more and more. It is, we call it as value creation. For value creation, basically what they are doing, they are actually investing, researching, and you know, making more investment to certain areas. And if you look at global financial technology industry, it is almost $650 billion. That is the size of that one. And the second thing is almost 30,000 fintech companies, and this happened in last 10 years. Almost 30,000 fintech companies, 100 billion annual investment, and it is expected to be 1.7 trillion. And it is a great news for each and everyone over here. And where the journey starts, that is something very interesting. That is, I don't know how many of you heard about Y Combinator. You heard about White Combinator? Anybody heard about White Combinator? White Combinator is an agency in India, in US, and if you can able to approach telling that you have an idea and any kind of idea, but mostly they are encouraging technology related idea, and many fintech companies today which is successful, they approached White Combinator. I'll tell you an interesting story. See, as a human being, there is one particular objective. That means we want to be happy in your life. Am I right or wrong? Yes or no? And one guy from India, he created a company. The name of the company is Info Edge. And what he did was, he realized what is the need of an Indian, and he created various companies for that one. And all together we call it as Info Edge. After your birth, what is the most important thing in your life? This is a question to you. After the birth, what is the most important thing in your life? Can anyone tell? After the birth, what is the most important thing in your life? Survival. After the birth, you want to survive. And I can give you a clue. For that, you are spending most of your time in your life itself. It's a long journey, and sometimes you may fed up with that. Sometimes you enjoy. Once again, after the birth, what is the most important thing in your life? Home. Finance, money. After the birth, you are thinking about finance, money, and you are concerned about that one. Sometimes you may not be happy with that. One more clue. You are spending most of the time over there. After your birth, the most important thing. And one guy has resolved the problem. He came up with a solution for that. Family, after life, after the birth, you're thinking about your family. Parents. Oh. After the birth, marriage. What? Oxygen. You are spending most. After the birth, the most important thing in your life is your education. After education, what is the most important thing? It is job. After job, what is important? Ah, exactly, man. Congratulations. It is marriage. Okay. After that, after that, after marriage, after marriage, it's children, but company can't do anything on that. It is you have to settle yourself, right? And what this guy did it, he came up with a concept, a business idea, a technology solution for everything. That is interesting. He came up with a technology solution for everything. For education, he created shiksha.com. For job, naukari.com. For marriage, jeevansati.com. And for settle yourself, 99acres.com. He came up with a company called InfoEdge, that is a listed company in the market. And the same way, somebody was talking about marriage, and a Bangalore based company came up with an idea. They realized that after the marriage, people are not happy. Everyone is rethinking, if I would have got a better option, I would have married some other girl or a boy, like that. And they were telling AI can help. And they have created something called Better Half AI. And what they did, they want to build up a platform, but they don't have the money for doing that. What they did, they approached Y Combinator and pitched the idea. That Y Combinator funded for that idea, and almost more than 10,000 marriages are already happened. Today, that company is a Bangalore-based company, and now they have changed the name. Rather than Better Half AI, they realize that AI can't solve the problem between two people, and now it is named as a weddingcompany.com. That's the name of it. And if you go it, you can able to understand that. And please don't register on that because of my words. Okay. What I'm telling you is that technology is solving everything. And in this context, one thing is very, very important. In India, when you talk about financial technology, one word is very, very important. You know what is that word? That word changed the way people think about India. Rest of the world think about India. That word is known as, it's a 3-letter word. It's called OTP. You heard about OTP? And OTP is something which is very, very interesting thing, because that's why I told you previously, if the Manmohan Singh is not created Aadhaar, he would have been trouble. No OTP would have been generated. And India is the #1 country in the world in terms of generating an OTP. Another thing is happened, many things happen together. India is a mobile friendly country. Internet is plenty like anything. And the cost of OTP is very, very less in India. If you are getting an Aadhaar enabled OTP, the cost comes to just 10 paise. If you are getting that OTP in your WhatsApp, that may vary in between 10 paise to 20 paise. But if you go to other Asian country, it is up to 85 to 2 rupees. In US, it is up to 3 rupees. In Japan, one OTP is costing almost 5 to 7 rupees. And many European countries is more than 8 rupees. But in India, it is very, very less. Because of that, what happened? We started scanning QR codes. And you look at this, 18 billion plus transactions every month. It is telling it's almost 600 plus million transaction in a day. Could you tell me which state in India has the highest number of UPI transaction? Highest number of UPI transaction in India. Anyone can tell? Highest number of UPI transaction? It is Maharashtra. The second one is Karnataka. Third one is Telangana. And fourth one almost comes to Tamil Nadu. You know what is the average amount of a UPI transaction in India? average per capita amount of UPI transaction in India, it comes to 592 rupees. And the most of the people, doing the transaction, the highest amount belongs to Maharashtra and Telangana. And this has changed the complete business doing in India. Because see, the highest number of online transaction in terms of volume, there was a global company, and India actually beat UPI beat that volume. The name of the company is Visa. And you look at the number, it's almost 300 fintech company in India, number one payment system in the world. It comes to, if you take China, US put together, it can't reach up to India. It's almost 50% of global transaction happens in India, and this model other countries also adopting. UAE recently adopted, and Singapore recently adopted. Many other countries are looking the infrastructure in terms of digital payment in India, and it is a very positive time, thing for you people. I'll tell you what is the reason. So this actually, India created 4 digital public infrastructure. If you look at, one is UPI, second is DigiLocker, and the third one is account aggregator. That is going to be the next turnaround in Indian fintech industry. Because see what happened, if you take your payment, just imagine, if you take all your payment, every day you are paying some money, correct? Except maybe in BES. Everywhere, if you want to have a tea, you just approach, you just go to your canteen. What really happened? Anybody is paying in terms of money, in terms of currency? Yes or no? No. And basically, because of what will happen, all the transaction is being actually going to Google Pay, correct? And as everything is happening by digitally, it is very easy to get information about a person. So we have a disadvantage of getting, suppose if you need money, what you have to approach a bank or an agency for getting money, or an NBSC for that. Basically what happened, they will ask for something called CIBIL score. I hope you are aware about that one. And all the CIBIL score is being evaluated on the basis of your credit history. See, if you don't have a, suppose you are very rich, filthy rich, and if you don't have a credit history, what happened? Even though you don't have a loan, your CIBIL score may be very bad. And because of that, you may be very difficult to get a loan, or the interest of loan may be very high. So the evaluation method is not that much great. And when it comes to account aggregator, what really happened is that whatever you are doing in terms of money, everything is being recorded. Take an example, a Tattagada person nearby, and every day he is actually doing business, and almost 90% of the transactions are in terms of QR codes, and there is a big positive for him. What is a big positive? The bank is well aware about all his financial transactions, and he don't want to prove that I am a wealth creator to the rest of the world. Suppose previously, maybe 10 years before, if he want to get a loan, he has to prepare a document, a prospectus. Then for that, he have to approach an agent. Agent will prepare his profit and loss balance sheet, forecasted statement, everything they have to collect. Approach a bank for approval of a loan. It may take maybe months to get it evaluated. They may send to head office. They will come and visit that shop. Everything has to happen. Today it is very easy. And that chaiwala is selling almost 250 tea in a day, 350 paripuvada or ulunduvada, and it is very easy that what is the total volume happened on a daily basis. And the bank, it's very easy whether he is making money or not, whether his business is working or not. It is very easy for them. And today, I don't know how many of you are getting a message from GPay itself, do you need any loan? Every day, if you have a bank account, you may be getting already 1.5 lakhs loan is approved for you. Without asking, they are actually offering a loan to you because they are using all this transaction with your permission in a better way. In a positively, they are realizing that who are you. The same way Instagram knows you, who are you. Instagram knows you, who are you, better than your friend or your parent. Because how much time you're spending on that, what kind of video you like it, what kind of content you like it, most of the time where you're spending, everything is aware. The same way all the financial transactions happening through our mobile phone by using the internet technology, what happened is like they are well aware about what is your financial pattern. Are you taking any loan or not? Where from you're getting the money? How frequently amount is being credited? Whether the debit is more, credit is more, everything is aware. And this is going to be another turnaround. In future, what will happen, for taking every decision, you have to depend on, you have to depend on this financial aggregator. Take an example. I don't know how many of you noticed or not. Suppose you want to buy a iPhone, and you are actually, you can go to this MyG today itself, you can experiment. Then the interesting point, as a student you should observe, if you are paying direct money, maybe at 1 lakh rupees, there is no discount. But if you are using your debit card or credit card, they are telling you, you will get a interest free loan, and you may get a discount of 5,000 to 8,000 rupees extra. Who is actually providing this discount? I don't know whether you noticed or not. For getting that one, you have to use one instrument that is very, very important. That is, there is a POS machine. That machine is actually supplied by a company called Pine Lab. I don't know whether you noticed or not. Have you noticed? And if you're using Pine Lab, what happens? You may get a discount for that one. And basically what happened, as you are ready to, so you have a credit card or a debit card, that's become an eligibility. So indirectly that goes to a message, if you have a debit or credit card. For example, personally I am using a card of State Bank of India for filling all my diesel petrol. And it is actually giving back 7% cash back. I try to make all my, fuel payment by using that card. And for me, what is the advantage? I am getting a 7% discount. What is the disadvantage is that I am actually exposed to the income tax department where I am using credit card, and what is my transaction level, everything is open to them. And if I am ready to give this process to a financial technological company, they can advise you easily. In future, what is going to happen? All the decisions you are going to make, but not by your own, your AI assistant or bot will help you to, okay, it is a better decision, you go for it, and it will reach very soon. And that is what exactly going to happen. That means for everything, every financial decision you are going to take, your AI bot will help you. I don't know whether you are aware or not. Maybe 20 years before, why we are using internet? We are using internet maybe for certain purpose. You want to visit a website, try to understand the things. Later we can do, transfer the amount to one person to another person. Later what happened? 3G, 4G, 5G, lot of transformation, technological advancement happened over here. Because of that, there are new business emerged. And one of the business is the way you watch the movie. Previously, there was only one way. I watched the movie in a video cassette. I don't know whether you watched or not. There was an instrument called VCR. And today there is no more. Later the CD came. And today it is all in your mobile. Netflix came, Amazon Prime came, and it's completely transformed the world. Right? And the same way, because of that internet, because of that mobile, the way we are dealing with business is finance is completely changed. And this industry need money because there are a lot of ideas are there. There are so many companies came. I don't know whether you remember, up to 2016, there are a lot of brokers were there that is actually connecting to your, your segment. I mean, in related to commerce and finance. And 2016, there is a company came. The name of the company is called Zerodha. And they came up with a concept of zero-based brokerage, and that completely turned around that industry. All the profit-making companies actually went to loss, and Zerodha today become the #1 broker in India. And further, if they want to make money, what they need funding. As I told you at the beginning, for raising the fund, what we need IPO, initial public offer. And through initial public offer, basically the company raised the fund for expansion. I told you something about Y Combinator. I hope you remember that one, right? What Y Combinator is doing, if they like the idea, they pitch for another funding agency called VC funding. It's called Venture Capital and Private Equity. They will invest into these ideas. Companies like BlackRock, I don't know whether you heard about or not, they are actually heavily investing into these kind of very innovative ideas. And they invested Facebook or Nvidia, all these companies so famous because VCs are invested. The same way, if you look at the global 2015 to 25, up to 350 IPOs are happened. And today there is one IPO is in pipeline, that is Paytm. It comes to 18,300 crores. They have to raise it from the market. And as a student, you just remember the name Paytm. There is a reason for that one. So one thing you should have to understand, IPO is not for investors to participate in the share market. It is for business, for making more money, investing in high-end technology. And if you look at entire globe, lot of companies from every country, if you look at USA, PayPal, Stripe, UK, Open Branding, Revolt, then WeChat, India, UPI, Kenya, M-Pesa, then Singapore Digital Bank, Pixel. There are so many companies actually invested into fintech. And what is the end result? End result is branch banking become mobile banking, and cash become QR payments, paper become digital identity, days become second. Human decision is going to be AI based decisions. Take an example. If you are watching, if you are going to Amazon Prime and you are so bored and you want to watch a movie, you don't have any idea regarding what movie it is. That movie will suggest you, it is matching 95% with your profile. Have you noticed that one? Who take the decision? AI took the decision. And what is going to happen in your personal life? This is going to happen over here. AI is going to take all the decision based on this one. And what is going to happen in the job market? That may be the most exciting part from you. And if you look at any bank, you can't find out a big queue in front of a cashier. Have you noticed? Today it's completely empty. And the name of the cashier itself changed to a teller. Teller has got a lot of jobs to do. And I'm talking about bank, but if you look at any industry, suppose if you want to open an account, if there is no bank existed, there is a bank called Jupiter. I don't know whether you noticed or not. Have you heard about Jupiter? Yes or no? If you don't have experience, today you download an app of Jupiter. Jupiter is one of the example. It may be Jupiter, it may be Open Bank, it may be Neo Bank. There are a lot of banks like that. Today you download an app, open a bank account in Jupiter. You have got a lot of advantage. One, zero balance is possible. If you directly go to bank, you have to spend the time, you have to fill all the forms. You don't want to do anything. You can do it from at your home, and you download that app. Zero balance is possible. You can open a savings account, and when you spend the money from that bank account, you can redeem gold coins. Seriously. If you are making any international transaction, there is no transaction cost. And everything you can able to manage through an app. All your expense, income, pattern, reports, everything you will get it. You can invest in share market. You can buy gold. You can buy bond. Everything is possible. And through that app, you are getting a lot of offers also. You can avail credit card without any annual maintenance fee. The kind of offers is unbelievable. You might heard about some other company called Cred. I don't know. It's on the way. IPOs maybe happen very soon. And the Cred actually make your credit card payment. See the kind of facility they are offering. And what is the end result? End result is these people are making more money. As far as we are concerned, it is easy to deal with. We are very much comfortable. And because of that, what happened is, like all the traditional job, there is no entry in the passbook. That concept is nowhere. If you want to take a statement, nowadays you have to make the payment to the bank. Because of that, everyone is discouraged to go for that. And they don't want to make a payment because there is a cost involved in that. Then check processing staff, and it's become a product manager. That is very, very important. I told you, please note about Paytm. You look at any fintech company in India, one of the, what is going to happen? Declining job. It is telling that World Economic Forum and LinkedIn recruitment report, 79 million jobs will be wiped out because of AI and this fintech revolution. I can tell you fintech because of AI. 79 million jobs. But there is a positive note. It is by 2030. 170 new jobs will be created because of AI. And what is the end result? End result is lot of new things are waiting for you. And this is a important point for each one sitting over here. Because you look at that product manager. If you go to any of these companies' website, you go to the careers of that website, you can able to see a designation in various level. The name of the designation is product manager. And you should understand what is a product manager does. What is his role? What kind of responsibility they have? What kind of salary they are getting? Normally, product development means that it is a physical product. You are responsible for developing a fintech product, and you are the account holder of that one, and those kinds of jobs are available. And the third one is a manual data entry is completely wiped out. You don't want to make a journal entry for that one, debit, credit, and all, it's completely gone. Best example is, do you think, is there an accountant at Flipkart or Amazon? Is there an accountant at Flipkart or Amazon who is making a journal entry, who is actually providing debit, credit, and all? Nothing. It is actually you are doing the accounting process because you are creating your profile. Am I right? Yes or no? You are actually giving a buying option, and you go to your accounts, your profile, you will get all your historical details over there. So what I'm trying to tell you, the role of accountant is no more. But what kind of options you have? You know how to process an accounting thing. You know how to use an AI agent for accounting decision making. And even AI can able to predict what. There is a company. So now you look at here, it is a blockchain engineer. Why? Because in US, there is a fintech company is actually completely made a turnaround by using the blockchain. So what really happened in the fintech life? It is payment, it is shopping, it is investment, approval of loan, buy insurance, transfer money, get an AI advice. I don't know how many of you heard about, there is an insurance company actually literally made a turnaround in the insurance industry. Could you tell me what is the name of the company? There is an insurance company in India, they completely turn around. That is in India. Which one? Not LIC. But that company doesn't have an insurance license. They have a digital platform. Anyone? An insurance company, a platform, completely made a turnaround. I think as a finance guy, you have to update, you have to upgrade. That can change your life. And if you look at the insurance space, it's very clear. It's completely actually changing. So as a student, where you look at the talent revolution, almost 30,000 companies, and in globally, how many job opening? 350 job openings are there in fintech space itself. 350, and 70,000 in India. And I will discuss regarding top, and you look at here, almost 10,000 plus registered companies, 1,500, 2,000 active recruiters, and 50 to 70K. And look at the major recruiters: Paytm, PhonePe, Razorpay, Grow, Cred, Mobivic, Pine Labs, Zerodha, Policy Bazaar, that is the name of the company I have told you, and Jupiter, cash free payments. What I'm trying to tell you, as a student, you must know what really happened in the world of fintech. That may literally change. I told you about when I first heard about Bloomberg. Actually, it was my dream to work at Bloomberg. And I heard about Bloomberg first in 2004. At that time itself, work from home was there. The second thing, you can work from anywhere in the world. Third one is Bloomberg provide you pick and drop. Fourth one is once you reach the office, they will give you a beautiful breakfast. Fifth one is as a Bloomberg, because I still remember one of my friend want to cover he was actually working in a Bloomberg. His name is Thomas Kutty, and he want to cover a auto show at Delhi. He couldn't able to get any bookings for the hotel. Bloomberg, there is a platform, and it is mandatory that all the employees staying in minimum 5-star hotel. And what happened? He realized one fact, that there is no rooms are available in Delhi. Almost all the 5-star hotels are full. And finally, there was a room in Mumbai, Taj. It is a suite. It's one of the costly rooms in India. That previous guest was Shah Rukh Khan, stayed over there. And he's approached the management that there is no rooms are available. There is only one room, and lakhs of rupees has to, but I don't remember exactly what exactly the cost of that one. And the management replied to him without any cost. Without, you don't want to look at the cost at all. You should cover that auto show. He booked the room, and as per the protocol, if you book the room, that room is booked. The GM of that hotel and the 5 top level people has to receive from the airport. It is something like laying a red carpet in the airport. Everyone was looking, and this friend was laying, he is in a world of heaven, and he got, those kind of treatment. So what I'm trying to tell you, if you are going to work these kind of places, the way you think will completely change. The thought process will change. That will completely transform your life. And what happened? And the payment side, almost 15,000 plus opening over here. Digital banking, 8,000 opening. And lending, 7,000. And wealth management, you should know about all the investment products in India. I don't know whether how many of you are aware about how many products are there in India or not. That is one important thing. You may be thinking that a bank deposit, share market is there, mutual fund is there, ETF is there, more than that. Do you have any idea? How many of you are aware that you can invest in rain? How many of you are aware that you can invest in lightning? You can invest in wine? There are a lot of structured products that are available in the market. As a commerce student, as a finance student, you must know your life may change it. That is what about wealth management. Then you have to think about AI. Everything is in terms of AI. So another important point I would like to tell you is that if you are interested into teaching profession, look at the publication happened in financial technology space. And that actually completely changed. If you look at the number, this is a number, and last 10 years, 2000 plus publication only in the fintech space. And what is the advantage of this publication? The concept of OTP. It was a paper presented during 1980s in USA, and later, maybe after 100 years, somebody converted into a meaningful product. And so you should realize the power of publication in India. And it happened, India is not at the top. China, USA, UK, Australia, all are at the top. And Indian publication things are very, very less. But there is a huge scope for that one. Publications can give you, if you are getting the time, you must go through the publications happening in Kerala itself. In our college, maybe there may be a platform. There are a lot of journals are there. You might heard about something called Scopus Journal. You just research on that one. The best publications are happening in Scopus. And what is the advantage of that one? You will be well informed about what really had happened in the world of finance, right? And you know what happened in an accounting and finance, that is very interesting, because you may be starting with your all accounting journey maybe in +2, and after that over here all the manual accounting completely moved to cloud-based accounting. I don't know how many of you are aware. You may be aware about Zoho now, right? 5 years before, Zoho has an ad. I don't know whether you remember. You know, without Zoho, life is Oho. There was an ad like that, and there is a company called Intuit. It's basically a company from US. They actually made the entire accounting things very easy, cloud based. They had a product in India. Now they have withdrawn the product. The name of the product was QuickBooks. So Intuit computers, that is a name. Then paper invoice to e-invoicing, that is another thing. For example, if you are using a tally, what's the problem is that all your purchases you have to enter manually, correct? Nowadays it's very easy. You take a QR code and you scan it, all the entries actually got captured. So it's actually completely eliminating all the paper based invoice. And I don't want to mention regarding concept of reconciliation. I don't know still that reconciliation is there in your system or not, in your syllabus or not. Is there in your syllabus? Yes or no? And there is no scope for no more reconciliation. Why you want to reconcile? Because within few seconds everything got actually transferred. There is no difference between bank account and in your cash account in a book. So there is no scope for reconciliation. But that is only in India. I don't know how many of you are aware or not. Today, if you go to US, you go to a restaurant and you're having a dinner from the restaurant. After that, you can issue a check. Could you believe? And this happened in today. Japanese are very much famous in technology, but their payment system is pathetic. Nobody is using this kind of QR codes. Nobody is using any kind of Insta payment. So what I'm trying to tell you is that concept of reconciliation has a lot of scope in US and other European countries. But in India, it's completely over. But in accounting process, in all the ERP system, the reconciliation is automated. We don't want to do manually. That is what I'm trying to tell you. So monthly because become real-time dashboards. What is the meaning? By using a lot of report automation tools are available. I don't know whether you're aware or not. Like Power BI, Tableau, ClickView, RapidMiner. These all are the various report automation tool. It is real time. Nobody want to prepare anything. Your journal entry to profit and trial balance, profit and loss account, cash flow, fund flow, ratios, everything is possible. It is not like 5 or 10 ratio. You can create millions of ratios. Say, suppose if I want to analyze a company, maximum what can I do? I can take that last 10 years balance sheet. A company like Hindustan Unilever, 100 years balance sheet is available, and as a human being it is not possible to do the process, but for us, by using AI, it is few seconds to process, convert that into insight. Manual audit completely become AI based audit, and historical analytics completely become predictive analytics. And this is what major changes in accounting. I already mentioned about that one. And basically what happened in recording become interpretation, reporting becomes strategic decision making, and manual compliance become automated compliance. I don't know whether you know what is, there is a lot of job opportunities are available in compliance. Every broking, every bank, every NBFC has got a compliance department that's become highly automated, and all the accountant is going to be a financial data analyst. What is the key takeaway? Who will survive in the world? Those who have the ability to learn new things. What do you want to learn? Do you want to learn AI? I don't know. Tomorrow it may change. Tomorrow it may be some other thing. You are in point A, you want to reach point B. You should learn what is required at point A while standing in point B. But one thing you have to understand, that everything is changing. So what to learn? I can only tell you one thing: ability to learn new thing. That habit you have to develop. The life will take care of that one. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for inviting me. Thank to the management, especially the Francis sir and the Department of finance, finance and commerce over here. Thank you. Any questions? Please. I hope I'm on time. Yes. Thank you. First of all, you give a congratulations to her. Yeah. Okay. So that is a very good question. It is regarding your privacy. Am I right? Yes. See, regarding privacy is concerned, it is our option. Okay. Take an example. You are using Instagram in your mobile phone, right? And you are downloading that Instagram from a Play Store. Before you complete the downloading process, they will ask a question. Without ticking that question, you cannot proceed. That question is agree terms and conditions. Who is giving the permission? Actually, we are giving the permission to take many things. Suppose they will ask you, can I take the location? Can I take the photo? Can I access to the content you are in your mobile? So it is your personal choice whether to give the permission or not. So nobody is actually forcing to opt for it. And the second thing is, the government is make sure about certain things. For example, if I am actually giving exposure or permission of one particular app, it is the responsibility of that company to keep the privacy. And there is a concept called encryption. That means, for example, you are setting a password in your mobile phone. So when you set a password, that password is actually repeating in the database of a bank or service provider, correct? But a database manager cannot able to read the password because you are typing number, but is actually it is saved as encrypted number. So when you pointed out this thing, as a student, all of you learn about something called database. There are certain combinations are very, very important. You are learning about any tool. One skill you should embed or add with your skill is a database related skill. When you go to database, what happened is like previously it was a structural database, something like SQL like a database. It has got a tabular format like column and row. Today it is all about unstructured database. Databases like MongoDB kind of database is being used. So it is not easy to read it directly from there. And most of the time these are, saved in an encrypted format. So two things. One is it's your option whether to use these kinds of apps or platforms. Second is like the service provider always make sure about it is actually keep it as a secret over there. Thank you. You are from which college? This college itself. Correct. Any other questions? If you ask a question to me, I'll give an option. I'll inform you regarding one internship opportunity for an Indian company which is paid, and you can do it in Malaysia. And I will tell to that person secretly what is that option. One more question. It is time is up. 6 o'clock. 1 minute. Okay. Thank you so much and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for mapping out the digital transformation that will define our careers ahead in finance.
To mark this wonderful session, I request Dr. Joshina Jose, Dean of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, to kindly present a token of appreciation to Jomon Joseph, sir.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Yes. So I have nothing to. I haven't prepared anything to give a lecture. It's an interactive session, so please be active. So let me ask you one question. What is commerce? I think all are become professional students, right? Okay, then what is commerce? What is commerce? You have studied in the +1 first chapter, trade and aids to trade. Then what is trade? Buying and selling of goods and services. Let me ask you one more question. Whether today commerce is only related to buying and selling of goods and services. Whether today's business or trade or industry, whatever it is, only limited to buying of goods or buying and selling of goods and services. How many of you have purchased any product from online? Have you? Yes. If you are moving into or getting into Amazon app, what all thing you should have to do? What all things you do? First, have you ever remembered while you installed the Amazon app? First they asked for what? Name, okay, it's okay. Email ID, okay. Phone number, okay. What all personalized things they have asked? Age, your recommendations, what all things you need. And sometimes you will search for lipsticks. Sometimes you will search for gaming laptops or gaming keyboards. On the basis, they will give recommendations, right? Clear? So, present commerce not only limited to buying and selling of goods and services, but it has expanded to determining what all things a consumer wants and needs. You all studied about wants and needs in commerce, right? In economics. Wants, needs, desire. Everything is evaluated using AI methods. All these comes under commerce. So, present commerce not only limited to buying and selling of goods and services, it is more than what we think. Okay, then another question, what is research? What is research? Let me split this word, research. Searching again. So, research in commerce means we are searching again. Okay, so let's start. So, first, before moving into it, let's have a discussion about the evolution of commerce. So, the commerce evolution is divided in 3 phases. The traditional phase, the digital phase, and the modern phase. So, in the digital phase, in the traditional phase, എന്തെല്ലാം discoveries, എന്തെല്ലാം inventions happened in the traditional commerce, you are now studying. അതെല്ലാം ഇന്ന് it's there in your textbooks. Accounting, banking, finance, investment, portfolio, all these are traditional commerce. Okay? Then that age is from 1980 to 2005. Then a phase come, the digital commerce. That is from 2005 to 2020. Can anyone please tell what are the major changes happened from 2005 to 2020? All? Yes. Not increase in online transactions, searching on website, looking for variant suppliers. അതായത് ഒരാളുടെ കയ്യിൽ നിന്ന് മാത്രം സപ്ലയേഴ്സിനെ എടുക്കാതെ searching for different suppliers, searching for customers, started advertising in a varied way. All these happened in this era. So where e-commerce started, digital marketing started, social media marketing started, the last session about fintech, the fintech started, the mobile commerce started, customer relationship management, all these started in the digital commerce era. Okay. Then what happened? So, just move on to a quick discussion. Why research in commerce matters? Anyone interested to do research in commerce? So sitting here, anyone interested to do research in commerce? Please raise your hands. No one? Wow, great, thank you. So, first is that the commerce is only transactional. If I want a laptop, I will straight go to any store available in the city, ask for a laptop. They have only 1 or 2 companies. They will give me the laptop. I will purchase it and will go home. Today, it's not like that. Now, we can personalize each thing. Everything we can be personalized. So, commerce was shifted from transactional to experience-driven ecosystems. And we have demand personalization, we have transparency, we have speed, we have sustainability, we have AI predictive analysis, we have automation, we have digital ecosystems, we have isolated markets instead of digital ecosystem. We have so many advances came in the era of digital commerce. In the digital commerce, lots of changes happened, and because of these changes, we have got the modern commerce from 2020 to 2026. What happened in 2020? 2020 എന്ത് സംഭവിച്ചു? Yes, COVID. At the COVID time, എന്താണ് COVID ടൈമിൽ what happened to the normal buying and selling of transaction? What happened to that? Yes. The number of website searching increases, the number of personalized recommendation increases, lot of influencers came, lot of commercial marketers, lot of content creators, all these captured the market. Till now, if we got a recommendation in the Instagram, if any influencer says, oh, this lipstick is good and it will stay for 24 hours, we all will what do? We will purchase. That is influencer marketing or social marketing. So all these happened from the starting phase of 2000, that is from COVID to still it's the modern phase where artificial intelligence came, sustainability, blockchain, digital ecosystem, big data, platform economy, creator economy, augmented commerce, ESG. ESG means environmental, social, governance. Okay, all these happened. But from 2006 onwards, this era is going to change. Now, the era of content creators, the era of influencers is going to end within a few years. A new era or a new method of marketing going to arise. Can anyone say what is that era? Can anyone give a guess? AI is already there, I think so. Right? ഇല്ലേ AI ഇപ്പോഴും ഇല്ലേ? നിങ്ങളൊരു ഷോർട്ട് പർച്ചേസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾ മീഡിയം സൈസ് പർച്ചേസ് ചെയ്താൽ അടുത്ത പ്രാവശ്യം നിങ്ങളോട് പറയില്ലേ M suits the best എന്ന് അവർ തന്നെ പറയില്ലേ? Clear? So I think AI is still there. Then what next? So these are the current global research landscape where artificial intelligence, what is artificial intelligence doing present Now we are thinking about the present situation, not the future. So artificial intelligence presently think about hyper personalization. They recommend AI agents, they give predictive analysis. All these are given by AI present. So AI is not a new thing in commerce. And moving to the social and digital commerce, creator economy, we have content creators, we have influencer economy, live stream shopping is there, influencer marketing is there, it's already there. And moving to sustainable commerce, ESG, circular economy, green consumer behavior, it's already there. Then moving to the fintech, it's blockchain is there, digital payment, all UPI payments, fintech innovations, credit card, all these things are there. Then moving to consumer analysis, big data is there, sentiment analysis there, behavior prediction is there. When moving to omni-channel, seamless consumer experience is there across physical and digital channels is there. All these techniques are available in the present day commerce. Apart from that, can anyone suggest what is the next thing we can do in commerce? We can do research in commerce. Commercial നമുക്ക് അടുത്തതായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു ടോപ്പിക് പറയാം, റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഓൾറെഡി all these things are available in the market, right? Have you ever feel all these are there in the market? Yes. So what's next? You all are become professionals. Think like a professional. So what is the next step that if you are a manufacturer, if you are a producer of any product, what is the next step you take in order to brand your market, or in order to get into the market, or in order to get the maximum sales? No comments? Is there any content creator or influencers here? Any content creators or influencers here? Advertising is already there. Yes, advertising is a part. But what is the next step to do in order to get the market? Now influencers are going out of the market. Nobody is scared about influencers and all, because they are saying, some of these are saying blah, 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 blah. So nobody is interested in that. What is the next step of advertising? Advertising is a branch. I agree. What is the next step of branching, next step of advertising in commerce? Just think. So, you already heard about publishing and all. Publishing articles, publishing of thesis. Anyone heard about it? So, if we think about commerce, we are discussing about commerce. So, let's have a look on the global research trends. Which are the leading countries who publish papers in commerce? So, the first rank goes to United States. And the United States, the major research topic is AI in commerce, consumer behavior, digital marketing, fintech. All these topics are taken by the US. And the second chance goes to China, where we all know that all the influencer marketing comes from where? China. So, e-commerce, social commerce, live stream shopping. The best way the China makes money is the live stream shopping, digital payments. In all these, the China is doing research. And the third place goes to UK, where they focus on ESG. In simple terms, if we say, they focus on ESG. And the fourth rank goes to India. So, the only sector where India is in the top 5 rank is the commerce. So, India is in the 4th rank, where we publish papers on digital transformation, UPI, fintech, MSME, social commerce. And Australia, Germany, Singapore, Canada, all these are there. All those are doing research on different topics related to AI, blockchain, sustainability and all. So, let's move on to the today's major important thing. What are the topics that is going to capture our market or research market in commerce? The first one is AI driven hyper personalization. Already we know that if we have purchased anything from online, or if we search for any lipstick, or if we search for any shirt, we will get recommendations of different brands. But moving to the next phase, how AI is going to take advantage of our personal data. So that is there in the AI driven hyper personalization, where real time customer profile, where if we add calorie in your Samsung health chart, they will assume that if we have purchased a M size shirt in the last month or last 6 months before, if we purchased an M size shirt, and they will go into our calorie chart, and if we have consumed 2250 or above calorie for the last 6 months on an average, they will only going to recommend you large size, no more medium size. That is real-time customer profiling. All the recommendations will be evaluated, and doing the recommendations based on all the data that we entered in any of our email ID, that all going to be taken as our personalized data. And the next one is predictive purchase recommendations, as I already told, that from medium to large. AI generated product suggestions, like if we purchased an M shirt instead of L shirt, and if we return the product because M not much suit for you, if we return the product, AI will notify that. And after that, they are going to do that is that next time onwards, if you are searching for anything, they will give you recommendations like diet chart, supplements. They will give you recommendations about food control. This is the next generation AI that is going to happen. And customer lifetime value, CLV prediction, means if you are taking 2250 calorie on an average for 2 years, AI will predict that within 2 years you will get diabetes, be careful. All these recommendations are going to give in the future by AI. So emotion aware recommendation systems will also be there. So whenever we are using Samsung Health or any health app, be careful if we record our mood, if we record our personalized data, be aware that all these are captured and evaluated by someone else, that is AI. So while moving on to these recommendations, these are the research questions that we can explore, like does AI personalization improve customer loyalty? Some research questions. Or how much personalization is acceptable before privacy concerns reduce trust? So if you are into Instagram or any other social media, as a professional, just think about what is the next thing that is going to happen in this. So that is research. Research. Search again whether this is going to harm us. So if we are purchasing anything, or if we are moving into, or if we are reading anything about the stock exchange or something, just think, is there any topic which we can do research? So these are the some of the questions or high impact research areas. This is the first one. So moving to the second one is direct to consumer commerce. What is direct to consumer commerce? What is direct to consumer commerce? Can anyone please give an example? Direct to consumer. Manufacturer to consumer. How they are giving, how we can know these are the manufacturers, how we can know that? We are using it daily. Amazon, it's a platform. if you are a manufacturer, you will first upload it in the Amazon and you are purchasing through Amazon, not directly from the consumer. Yes, Instagram. If I'm a manufacturer of any, like anything like this one, this pointer or a slide changer, I can create a content in the Instagram and tell that if anyone want this slide changer, please contact me. That is direct to consumer commerce. So now direct to consumer commerce is at the peak. We all know that. So many manufacturers are there in and around the world. We can directly purchase anything, everything from anywhere in the world. So how can we do research from this? What is the area for research? So let's see. The first one is platform independent selling. We are using different platforms like Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat. All these are there. So many platforms are there. Okay. So platform independent selling is an area for D2C commerce. Another one is social commerce integration or social customer integration. I'm a customer. If she had a product, she put a reel and I am attracted to her reels and I interacted with her and get the product. So there is a social customer interaction. Okay. Then creator-led brand. If she create a brand, she alone create the brand through her social media channel. And subscription business model, consumer community building, zero-party data collection, all these are part of direct-to-consumer commerce. So, is there any scope for research in these topics? Is there any scope for research? Any scope for research? I think you all are using frequently all the social media platform you are using on a day-to-day basis. I think so, right? So, please support me with the answer. Is there any research question? Onnuilla? No research question? Okay, how many of you have started using Facebook from the beginning? Anyone in the room started using Facebook and then you shifted to Instagram? No. So, we people first started using Facebook. After that, Instagram came. We all switched from Facebook to Instagram. Is there any chance that Instagram will face the same issue that the Facebook is facing? Is there any scope for research? This is how we should have to think. This is how we should have to think. Then, let me ask you one more question. If you are purchasing some lipstick or something from the brand or from any content creator, any shirt you purchased, you received the parcel. There is a direct D2C sales are there from the purchaser itself, from the manufacturer itself you purchased. And when you opened the parcel and you used the lipstick or you wore the shirt, and the very first use, it got damaged. How can you trust these D2C commerce? Is there any way? You can create another reel and say, she is a fraud. Only ways to do is that. Right? So, is there any chance for a research? Yes. So, this is the way a commerce student should think when if you are purchasing anything or if you are using any of the product. So, it's okay. So, the second part of the current research area is the direct to consumer marketing or commerce. So now we discussed about direct to consumer. So what will be the next step? Next research topics will be what? We discussed about AI, artificial intelligence. Then we discussed about direct to consumer commerce. Next will be supply chain. In the supply chain, what will be the major topic? What will be sustainable marketing? Have you ever heard about sustainable marketing? Yes. What is sustainable marketing? Giving importance to sustainability, environment, social governance and everything. So if we purchase a product for the last 2 years, we are purchasing from a manufacturer directly. From a manufacturer, we are purchasing the product and we are using it and we are so comfortable with the product. And after 2-3 years, we came to know that he is doing some illegal activities. The manufacturer is involved in some illegal activities. Whether you will continue purchasing that product. Why so silent? That is a point of research. This is the very simple question. You are purchasing a product for the last 5 years. You are really satisfied with the product. But one very fine morning, you came to know that that manufacturer is doing the very mean illegal activities. Whether you will continue purchasing the product or not is a researchable question. So you want to know whether consumer will support the sustainability or support the other part. So this is how research in commerce happens. Clear? So in sustainable supply chain, the major topic will be green logistics, carbon footprint tracking, circular economy, ethical sourcing, blockchain enabled traceability, ESG reporting. All these happened are there. All these part of the sustainable goals. So the research opportunities are consumer willingness to pay for sustainability and sustainable last mile delivery, AI based waste reduction, digital product passport. So these are some of the research topics that we can do research in the future related to sustainability. So we discussed about AI, we discussed about D2C, we discussed about sustainability. Now we are moving into the prime part, that is social commerce or influencer economy. We have seen a number of influencers. If I'm an influencer, I'm selling a product, how can you trust me? Is a question for research. And can anybody imagine the income that is generated through online sales? No. Is there any chance for research? Yes. So this is how this topic create research opportunities. So that's why I'm telling you, if you are purchasing anything, if you are wearing a dress, or if you are moving through your vehicle, you are going back to school, going from the house, anywhere, if you are going, everywhere commerce is there. And if commerce is there, there is a chance for research is there. So in social commerce and influencer economy, influencer trust is there, community commerce is there, live stream shopping is there, user generated content is there, social recommendations is there, digital word of mouth is there. If she purchased a product, if she loved the product, she will recommend to her friend. She will purchase it. So that is digital word of mouth. How many of you have usually give feedback? How many of you have will give feedback through Google, through Instagram messages and all? No one. Thank you. You should have to do it. You should have to do it. Everyone should do it, because if I purchased a product, one example, I purchased a Ray-Ban glass costing a little bit high, 25,000, and it came, and when I opened the parcel, the box, I know the Ray-Ban's box is little bit tight. It's all broken. Glass is broken. Everything is broken. Lens is broken. Everything is separated. Can I move to court? Can I move to court? Yes. How can I move to court? Through my purchase invoice, all these can be done. But how can I inform the other people that be aware about the packing? How can I give information? Through feedback. So once you purchased a product, after using the product only, you should have to put the feedback. Only after using the product only, you should have to give the feedback. The main important thing. So this is what the social commerce or the influencer economy expect. So this feedback, in commerce term, the feedback is known as digital word of mouth. In normal terms, it is called as feedback, but in commerce, it is called as digital word of mouth. So all these give the opportunities for research. So some research questions are, which influencer characteristics drive trust? We all know that n number of influencers are there. Each influencers, which character motivates you to purchase that product? Any chance for research? Yes. So let me move to the second question. How does social proof influence impulse buying? Anyone addicted to impulse buying? What is known as impulse buying? പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു സംഭവം കാണുന്നു, പെട്ടെന്ന്. Anyone crazy about the impulse buying? Yes. Please don't do that. Please remove that. That's not good for you. So impulse buying. So we have a scope for studying about impulse buying. Another one is, how do AI generated influencers affect purchase behavior? So these are the some topic recommendations I suggest you, but I don't force you to do that, but these are the some suggestions we can create, some recommendations I can create on the basis of the social commerce and influencer economy. And the last one is intelligent omni-channel commerce. What is omni-channel? You doing the business with a hybrid mode. So not everyone is interested to go to the physical stores. I think everyone is aware about the Swiggy, Instamart, Blinkit and all, right? Anyone say the difference between Blinkit and Instamart? Anyone who purchased from both Instamart and Blinkit? Swiggy, Instamart and Blinkit. Anyone purchased from both? No one? Okay, let's do, if you are using Blinkit, then once you have to purchase from Swiggy, Instamart, you can see that there is a difference in the price in each product. In each product, there is a change in the price. There is a change in the delivery charge also. There is a change in the GST also. There is a change in the supplier commission also. So, is there any chance for study, research, doing research? Yes. So, this is how research in commerce happens. So, in omni-channel, unified customer experience is there, AI-powered inventory is there, smart logistic is there, retail media network is there, digital payment is there, customer journey optimization. These are the topics that covers under omni-channel. But, okay, so in the omni-channel is the next topic or the ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സംഭവം that is going to rule the commerce. Omni-channel. That is going to rule the commerce or the market. So be aware about the omni-channel distributions, omni-channel presence. So these are the 5 high risk areas or the high emerging areas of research in commerce. So let me give 1 or 2 case studies. So first, let everyone aware about Amazon, right? Yes. In the Amazon, we all know that the main technology they used is AI and AI personalization. Everything is used by the Amazon. So what are the research insight we can take as a commerce graduate? What are the research insight we can take from the Amazon? That is hyper personalization and customer loyalty. We can do research on these 2 topics. And if we know that IKEA focuses on which industry? Any idea? IKEA focuses on which industry? Furniture, home appliances. And what is the speciality of IKEA? അവിടെ ചെല്ലണ്ട, നമ്മൾ വീട്ടിലിരിക്കുന്ന ചിന്തിക്ക്. എന്തോ അസംബ്ലി ചെയ്യും, വീട്ടിൽ അസംബ്ലി ചെയ്യും. അത് പർച്ചേസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ബിഫോർ പർച്ചേസിങ് ഇഫ് യു ആർ സെർച്ചിങ് ഫോർ എ like podium for our home, if I am searching for a podium for my home or for my studio, what is the main thing they give? ഒരു ക്യാമറ വെച്ചിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ റൂം ഒന്ന് ചുറ്റിച്ച് കാണിക്കാൻ 360 ഡിഗ്രി കാണിക്കാൻ പറയുന്ന എവിടെയെങ്കിലും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഏതിലെങ്കിലും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടോ? that is first implemented by IKEA. So we are going to purchase if we wish to purchase a furniture, അവർ ഫസ്റ്റ് ചോദിക്കുന്ന ചോദ്യം, show your room where you are going to place, right? So that is a research insight done by IKEA. So customer decision making and perceived risk. They നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ സ്പേസ് കാണിക്കുന്നു, അവർ ഡിജിറ്റലി മെഷർ ചെയ്യുന്നു, ആൻഡ് ആ സാധനം നമ്മുടെ വീട്ടിൽ ഡെലിവറായി. ആഫ്റ്റർ ഡെലിവറിങ് നമ്മൾ അവിടെ വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് ഫിറ്റിംഗ്. That risk they will take. We can return the product saying that it's not fitting the particular space. So that is first implemented by IKEA. It's a research insight. Clear? So this is how a research in commerce should go. And the next one is Walmart. Their main core area is blockchain, and the primary research theme is supply chain transparency and trust. So these are the some of the again, Starbucks give AI and predictive analysis, and they have anyone where go to Reliance Trends. Do you anybody have cards? Reliance card? Have anybody heard about loyalty point, club point? Yes. So all these are initiated or implemented by Starbucks. It's their research theme. This is first implemented by Starbucks in UAE. After that, Reliance brought it into India. So this is how each company doing research in order to promote their product. So these are the some of the example. So have you ever heard about research methodology? Research methodology. What are the research methodologies you know? Have you heard about descriptive research, analytical research, historical research, experimental research and all? So qualitative, quantitative, all these research methodologies are available. So but some of these methodologies are outdated, because the topics are changing too fast, and AI is occupying is entering into every space. So slight change is needed in order to complete our research. So the first method is the qualitative research, and the second method is the quantitative research. We all heard about quantitative and qualitative, but in qualitative research, These are the major methodologies adopted, that is digital ethnography, ethnography, case study research, grounded truth phenomenology, Delphi method, design science research. All these are some of the qualitative methods. All these will be explained later because we don't have the time to do it. And the quantitative method, we have the structural equation modeling, which are ruling now. SEM is ruling now. Structural equation modeling. This is used in corporate regarding the comparison of methods in fintech and all these methodologies are used. Partial least squares, multi-level modeling, panel data analysis, time series forecasting, machine learning, big data analysis, network analysis, choice modeling. So all these models are used to get a quantitative methodology. And some mixed methodologies are there, that is sequential explanatory design, concurrent triangulation is there. These are the some mixed method. So don't think about the methodology. Methodology is somewhat little bit scientific. So just think that all the previous methodologies are now outdated. So these are the new methodology, research methodology, that now ruling the research world, where we can, I think you